Qin Yang, can we have a meal together after get off work? At the door of Jiangqing Martial Arts Library, a girl with a pretty face invited Qin Yang. No, I have something to do when I get home. Qin Yang shook his head, directly rejected the girl's invitation, turned and left. This guy is so boring, he lost his handsome face for nothing. Looking at Qin Yang's leaving figure, the girl stamped her feet angrily, then rolled her eyes and left. After get off work, Qin Yang was walking on the road and looked up at the 10 black holes that appeared in the sky, his eyes a little confused. He is a time traveler from the Earth. He died just because he ate seafood contaminated by nuclear wastewater, and traveled to this parallel world that is very similar to the Earth. The civilization of this world was originally similar to that of Earth. But just 500 years ago, 10 holes suddenly appeared in the sky, and a mysterious power poured into the world from inside. After absorbing this mysterious power, the bodies of all living beings will be strengthened and possess extraordinary power. Human beings name this power the power of the stars. People who absorb the power of the stars and become stronger are also called star warriors. The speed of absorbing the power of the stars is related to the star warrior's own qualifications. And Qin Yang's current body is that of a useless person with low qualifications, and can only be reduced to the lowest level of society as a working class. Well. Qin Yang sighed in his heart, he didn't expect that he was a wage earner in his previous life. After traveling through time, he was still a wage earner. The golden finger I brought here is even more useless. That's right. Qin Yang has a golden finger. And it is a system. It's just that after Brother Tongzi traveled through time, he just reminded him. It has been detected that this world is a fantasy world and is extremely dangerous. Please keep the host low and be careful to save your life. After that, the system disappeared directly. No matter how Qin Yang called, there was no response. This made Qin Yang feel a little discouraged, and he became a wage earner honestly. Fortunately, he has a good job now and is an administrator of Jianghai Library. Jianghai Library is the largest library in Jianghai City. It contains a large number of martial arts secrets left by martial arts predecessors for future generations to refer to. As the administrator of Jianghai Library, Qin Yang can now receive a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, including food and accommodation, and there is air conditioning in the library. Such conditions have already made Qin Yang very satisfied. After all, in this dangerous fantasy world, it's pretty good for a person with low qualifications like him to live safely. For him, staying alive is the most important thing. After walking slowly for about 20 minutes, Qin Yang finally returned to the small shabby house he rented. Because the library only had a rental subsidy of 500 yuan, Qin Yang could only choose to rent a cheap old house, and the interior decoration looked a bit outdated. After getting himself a glass of water, Qin Yang went to the bed and was about to take a rest while scrolling through videos. Brush. At this moment, he frowned and suddenly heard several strange noises coming from under the bed. Is there a mouse? Qin Yang got up immediately, took out his mobile phone and turned on the flashlight. He squatted down and looked under the bed, only to see a black shadow crawling on the ground. Qin Yang thought it was a mouse, so he took out a broom and swept out the black shadow. Hey, is this a cockroach? Qin Yang was immediately surprised after seeing the true face of this black shadow. This black shadow turned out to be a large cockroach about the same size as a mouse. It was also covered with a red carapace, which was very different from ordinary cockroaches. It is indeed a fantasy world, even the cockroaches are different. Qin Yang was amazed and immediately wanted to crush the giant cockroach to death. Although this cockroach is big, it is just a cockroach after all, so he is not afraid. At this moment, the long-lost system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, a king-level star beast, an immortal cockroach, has been detected. Warning, danger. The host is now far behind the king-level star beast, please escape as soon as possible. Please escape as soon as possible. The system prompts with a hint of panic, as if you are encountering some kind of danger. Immortal cockroach. King-level star beast. After Qin Yang came to his senses and looked at the giant cockroach in front of him, his mind suddenly became confused. In this world, the levels of star warriors are divided into acquired and innate. The acquired realm is divided into 9 levels, and if you want to break through the innate realm, you must be a genius who is 1 in a million. Humans absorb the power of the stars and become star warriors. Non-human creatures can also become stronger by absorbing the power of stars and transform into terrifying star beasts. And you can also gain some special abilities. Humans can hunt star beasts and take their star cores to improve their cultivation. The star beasts can also devour humans to increase their strength. Hence, humans and star beasts stand on natural opposites. The strength of king-level star beasts is equivalent to that of human innate warriors. But now the system prompts that the big cockroach in front of you is actually the king of beasts that can compete with the innately strong. He is now just an ordinary person who cannot absorb the power of the stars. He is absolutely defenseless against the king-level star beast. Ding, host, please escape as soon as possible, otherwise your life will be at risk. The system's beeps kept ringing in my mind. But Qin Yang looked confused when he looked at the big cockroach under his feet. Brother Tongzi, are you making a mistake? This is just a big cockroach. Although the size is a bit big. But if you want to say that this is a beast king, would that be too exaggerated? Just when Qin Yang's eyes rested on the big cockroach, a curtain of light suddenly appeared in front of him. Race, undead cockroach, contains the blood of ancient demonic insects. Level, king level. Innate ability, immortality. Characteristics, violent personality. Is it really an immortal cockroach? Looking at the information in front of him, Qin Yang was suddenly a little surprised. Can you still see hidden information? Could this big cockroach really be a beast? Alarm, alarm. The undead cockroach has a violent personality and is extremely dangerous. Please run away for your life as soon as possible. Qin Yang's heart tightened and he subconsciously took a step back. I saw this big cockroach circling on the ground, seemingly unable to find its way home. This silly thing could be a beast king. Looking at the harmless appearance of the big cockroach, Qin Yang immediately relaxed. This system specifies what went wrong. Soon, he thought of the other party's innate ability, immortality, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. The next moment, Qin Yang suddenly stepped on the big cockroach. Click. With the sound of the carapace breaking, the big cockroach burst into pulp. Qin Yang looked at the dead cockroaches on the ground and immediately sneered. Is this also called the Beast King? The body is not dead yet, and it will burst into pieces with just one step. There is indeed something seriously wrong with this system. System, speak. Looking at the dead, immortal cockroaches, on the ground, Qin Yang called out to the system in his heart. He needs a reasonable explanation. The system seemed a little shocked and was silent for a moment before finally speaking. The host is truly a hero. As expected of the host chosen by this system, he can crush a beast king to death with just one kick. It is detected that the host leapfrogs the level and kills the beast king, the reward increases tenfold, and the magical talent is obtained, immortality, a level of cultivation. System's tone was full of exclamation, as if Qin Yang had just done something extraordinary. A big question mark appeared on Qin Yang's head. Do you want to eat fried cakes or not? What he wants is a reasonable explanation. Instead of listening to the nonsense and crazy talk of this system. But before he could continue to complain, he felt a huge amount of energy suddenly pouring into his body. Qin Yang's face changed, revealing a look of pain. No. Brother Tongzi, are you serious? Qin Yang reacted and his eyes widened when he thought of the one-level cultivation level rewarded by the system. Feeling the energy flowing in his body, Qin Yang endured the pain, but he was looking forward to it in his heart. Immortal. 1 year of cultivation. How far can you grow? After a while, the energy in Qin Yang's body finally calmed down. Qin Yang suddenly breathed a sigh of relief as he felt no pain. He clasped his hands and instantly felt a surge of power in his body. Is this the true essence? Qin Yang's face showed excitement. The Star Warrior absorbs the power of the stars and condenses it into true energy within his body. Now that he has true energy, doesn't he also become a Star Warrior? This made Qin Yang extremely excited. This is a fantasy world where the strong are respected and extremely dangerous. Only by becoming a Star Warrior can one have the ability to protect oneself. Now he just stepped on a cockroach and became a Star Warrior directly. How could this not make him excited? What is my current level of cultivation? Just when this idea came to Qin Yang's mind, a light curtain appeared in his mind. Name, Qin Yang. Age, 19. Qualification, low level. Cultivation, half-step innate. Supernatural talent, immortality. Kung Fu and martial arts, none. Qin Yang's eyes were fixed on the words half-step innate, and he was extremely shocked. Half-step innateness. System, are you sure you're not kidding? The first realm of a star warrior is the acquired realm, which is divided into 9 realms. Half-step innateness, as the name suggests, is only half a step away from the innate state. I didn't expect that I would be so strong. Clenching his fists, Qin Yang glanced at the corpse of the immortal cockroach on the ground, still a little unbelievable. You just stepped on a cockroach to death, and you are already half congenital. Outrageous. It's simply outrageous. But I like. It should be said that before this, Qin Yang was very disgusted with this unreliable system. But it smells so good at this moment. Brother Tongzi is invincible. By the way, there is also a magical power reward. At this time, Qin Yang thought that the system also rewarded an immortality magical talent. This should be the ability of the immortal cockroach, right? Qin Yang thought thoughtfully when thinking of the title, Immortal Cockroach. System, what is the use of this immortal body? Thinking of the immortal cockroach that he had trampled to death, Qin Yang didn't have much expectations in his heart. What kind of immortal cockroach can't be crushed to death with just one kick? Seemingly aware of Qin Yang's doubts, the system quickly responded. Immortal body, after being injured, the injury can be quickly recovered. When the cultivation level is strong, the body can be reborn with broken limbs and reborn with blood. A broken limb is reborn, or a drop of blood is reborn. A broken limb is reborn. So smart. Qin Yang was obviously a little surprised. He didn't expect this immortal body's ability to be so abnormal. In order to test the efficacy of this immortal body, Qin Yang found a knife and then directly cut his finger. Qin Yang grimaced in pain, and a smear of blood suddenly appeared on his finger. But soon, a magical scene happened. Qin Yang only felt that his fingers were slightly hot, and the real energy surged in his body, and then the wound healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, not even a scar was visible. This effect is very cool, right? Qin Yang blinked his eyes, looking a little unbelievable. Such a terrifying recovery speed can indeed be said to be immortal. Moreover, according to the systematic explanation, the ability of this immortal body. In the future, as the cultivation level increases, the power will become more obvious. Once you reach a certain level of cultivation, you can regenerate a broken limb or regenerate with a drop of blood. That is the real immortality. Thinking of this, Qin Yang's eyes showed anticipation. Just by stepping on a cockroach to death, his cultivation reached half a step of innateness. Also gained the power of immortality. If this means trampling some cats and dogs to death, or killing real star beasts, then wouldn't he become invincible? Although this system seems to be a bit crazy. But it gives so much. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and Qin Yang was suddenly eager to try it. Then look for other small bugs, mice and the like in the house. After reaching half-step of innate cultivation, Qin Yang's perception was much sharper than that of ordinary people. Soon, the whole room was filled with mosquitoes and mice. Even the ants in the corner were found by Qin Yang. Then he was mercilessly crushed to death. Successfully unlocked the achievement, killing small animals 10 times in a row. Just looking at the mosquitoes and rat corpses placed in the place. Qin Yang had a look of confusion on his face. System, will you come out? Don't pretend to be dead. Where's my reward? Qin Yang looked a little depressed. What's going on with this system? While he was killing these mosquitoes and mice, there was actually no sound. Are you not going to give any rewards? I have been calling for a long time, but there is still no movement in the system. Qin Yang could only sit helplessly on the edge of the bed, with thoughts flashing in his eyes. Where is the problem? Obviously, his previous good idea came to nothing. The idea of becoming an invincible strongman by hunting small animals has undoubtedly been shattered. After thinking for a long time, Qin Yang finally came to 2 conclusions. First of all, the beetle that I just trampled to death was indeed something special. Perhaps as the system said, it contained the blood of ancient demonic insects, so it could trigger system rewards. Second, there is some serious illness designated by this system. The reward just now was completely caused by the system going crazy and having bad luck on its own. Alas, I can only study it slowly in the future. Sighed, Qin Yang felt helpless. With such an unreliable system on the stall, I don't know if he is lucky or unlucky. However, even if the system went crazy, I still made a profit. Feeling the vigorous surge of true energy in his body, Qin Yang showed a smile on his face. At least, he now has half a step of innate cultivation. In this fantasy world where the strong are respected and star beasts are rampant, I finally have some strength to protect myself. 19-year-old half-step innates are rare even in the entire Jianghai city, right? From today on, at least he is no longer a waste. In the Jianghai martial arts library, he is still considered a minor master. The next day, Qin Yang got up early. Bought 2 fried dough sticks and a bowl of sweet tofu on the way. It was easy to cope with today's breakfast. Entering the library, Qin Yang went directly to his workstation. Floor of the library, Area 1. Jiangqing Martial Arts Library has 3 floors, with 8 areas on the first floor. The first level records some of the most basic martial arts secrets. The higher you go, the more profound the recorded martial arts will naturally be. However, Qin Yang does not have the authority to go to the second level. His task is to manage his own 3/4 of an acre of land. On the upper 2 floors, there are naturally strong people from the library sitting there. On the neat bookshelf, there are books on martial arts secrets. As a librarian, Qin Yang can naturally view these basic martial arts secret books at will. Now that he has half a step of innate cultivation, Qin Yang plans to pick up some martial arts and practice hard. In this case, you will have some ability to protect yourself if you encounter any danger in the future. Huiyuan Pong Technique. Tiger Roaring Sword Technique. Luo Family Marksmanship. After scanning the secret books on the bookshelf, Qin Yang finally picked up a kendo secret book called Qingfeng Sword Technique. There are many martial arts secret books in the library. But Qin Yang still understands the principle of biting off more than one can chew. He was not greedy and only picked a basic sword technique. As for why you should choose swordsmanship, no other reason, just because he is handsome. As a sunny boy, Qin Yang naturally has a dream of being a swordsman in his heart. Who doesn't want to travel to the ends of the world with a sword? Although he does not have the strength to go to the end of the world now, this does not prevent Qin Yang from choosing swordsmanship. There is no woman in my heart, so I draw my sword to the god of nature. But Qin Yang didn't have a sword in his hand, and he couldn't practice swordsmanship in the library. So he could only squat in the corner silently, memorizing the sword moves in the secret book first. The original person had no experience in practicing martial arts. Although he had half a step of innate cultivation, Qin Yang was still a novice. However, half a step of innate cultivation gave him a great advantage. At least, these basic martial arts are not difficult for him. It was not until 12 o'clock at noon that Qin Yang stretched out and closed the secret book in his hand. Because it's time to cook. The library has its own canteen. The food is very good and very cheap. Qin Yang ordered a plate of braised pork, which cost less than 3 yuan. The main focus is high quality and low price. Alas, when will such days end? Staying in this library every day, I feel like I'm going to suffer from depression. Qin Yang was eating braised pork beautifully, but other colleagues in the cafeteria looked listless. Who said we are not qualified? We will have to work for the rest of our lives. Practice hard. One day you can break through to the acquired 3rd level, and maybe you can find a good job. 3rd level acquired. With my useless qualifications, I will probably be 30 years old. I'm afraid I will have to work as a security guard by then. Oh, there's no way, who's to blame for our innate qualifications? We'll be working as wage earners for the rest of our lives. Listening to the complaints from his colleagues behind him, Qin Yang shook his head. He sighed in his heart, it seems that this world is more difficult to live with than the previous life. The strong are respected. Without strength, one can only stay at the bottom of society for the rest of his life. Of course, this has nothing to do with Qin Yang. He has no lofty ideals or ambitions. As long as you have food and drink, just live a good life. Although he has become a half-step innate master, Qin Yang has no idea of changing his job. He thinks it's good to stay in this library. First of all, he has no idea of making money. After decades of hard work in the previous life, now he has been working again. He just wants to stabilize the day and lay flat. Second, according to the system, this world is a fantasy world. Having read countless novels in his previous life, Qin Yang naturally understands how terrifying the force in the fantasy world can be. If he goes out to play around, maybe an innately strong person will appear from nowhere and kill him. The outside world is too dangerous, so he had better stay in the library. The life of fighting and killing is not what Qin Yang wants. Thirdly, Goldfinger is too unreliable. Qin Yang still hasn't figured out what's going on with this golden finger. This half-step of innate cultivation also came about in a hazy way. Even outside, he has no way to become stronger. Although the system has improved Qin Yang's cultivation, his useless qualifications have not changed at all. The speed at which he absorbs the power of the stars is still as fast as a turtle. Although he has reached half-step of innateness, he is only half-step away from the innate state. But Qin Yang knew in his heart that with his own qualifications, it would be very difficult to cross this half-step. Forget it, as a useless person, lying down is the right thing to do. Qin Yang was too lazy to think about this. After finishing the braised pork in the bowl, he went directly back to his work and continued reading. Time flies, and another month has passed. Qin Yang does not only read but also cook every day. The days passed very peacefully. The system disappeared again after it appeared last time, as if it had never appeared. If it weren't for Qin Yang actually having half a step of innate cultivation. He even doubts whether this system really exists. Qin Yang also tried to kill other small animals in an attempt to awaken the system again. But they all ended in failure. In desperation, Qin Yang simply stopped taking care of it. Go to work and read books every day. This stupid dog system, don't even want it. Qin Yang believes that even without this system, you can still lie down properly. Of course, in addition to lying down, Qin Yang also gradually became familiar with his colleagues in the library. The original character is somewhat withdrawn, even has low self-esteem, and does not like to communicate with others, resulting in not being very popular with others. In this month, thanks to Qin Yang's efforts, his colleagues' impression of him finally changed a lot. Especially some female colleagues often looked at him secretly, and even nicknamed him, the boss, in private. Qin Yang couldn't help but sigh. Looking handsome is also a troublesome thing. Qin Yang, are you reading again? Let's go, it's dinner time. A figure suddenly appeared next to Qin Yang and slapped him on the shoulder. Qin Yang, who was reading a book, was startled and glared at the other party angrily. Can you say hello in advance? This person's name is Xia He is the administrator of Area 2 on the first floor of the library, and he is a male colleague who is relatively close to Qin Yang. If Qin Yang was forced by life, he came to the library and lay down. That Xia He is proactive. It is said that his family is well off, his parents are quite wealthy, and he is considered a rich second generation in the library. Just because his qualifications are too low and he is the only one in the family. His parents didn't want to see him go out on adventures, so they had no choice but to let him grow old. Definitely next time, definitely. Xia He chuckled, put his hand on Qin Yang's shoulder, and said indifferently. Old Qin, do you want to go and sing at Bai Jin Han tonight? When they arrived at the canteen, the two of them prepared the meals they liked, and then sat down at their seats. When mentioning Bai Jin Han, Xia He suddenly beamed and said, You're a very energetic little sister, don't regret it if you don't know how to do it. Int. Qin Yang shook his head, only looking at his own braised pork. As a man, he naturally knows where Bai Jin Han is. However, he has always kept himself clean and has not been moved by women's sex, so how could he? All right. Qin Yang admitted that he simply couldn't afford to go to that kind of place. His salary of only 3,000 yuan a month is not enough to spend one night in Bai Jin Han. As for letting Xia He treat us, it's really nice without having to pay any money. After all, it's almost the same as free prostitution. But the favor must be repaid, right? Qin Yang didn't want to be in debt for this kind of thing. If he really wanted to, he could be self-reliant. Still no need to spend money. Are you a man? Xia He had already expected Qin Yang's rejection and was used to it. Because this is not the first time he invited Qin Yang. But this guy refused every time. In addition, Qin Yang's daily reactions to some female colleagues in the library. This made Xia He not only wonder if there was something wrong with Qin Yang's sexual orientation. I'm afraid of getting sick. Qin Yang looked like a gentleman. Listen to my brother's advice, it's best not to go to places like that. Here it comes again. Xia He looked helpless. Why are you more verbose than my parents? Okay, if you don't want to go, I will go by myself. If I don't come tomorrow, remember to help me take a look at Area 2. Qin Yang nodded. Area 1 and Area 2 were next to each other. And there are no people in the library during this period, so there is no pressure even if you manage two areas at the same time. This is not the first time Qin Yang has done this kind of thing for Xia He. After dinner, the two of them went to the back of the canteen and squatted at the door smoking and chatting. "Old Qin, have you heard? A strong master from the imperial capital will come to our Jianghai city recently. This strong man seems to have come out of us." The strong master. Qin Yang was a little surprised. The realm of a master was higher than the innate realm. Such a person is usually like a dragon but never sees the end. Reading books during this period also allowed Qin Yang to supplement the martial arts information in this world. After reaching the master level, one can cross the void, and there is a protective aura all over the body, so even cannons cannot damage it. Such strength has gone beyond the scope of mortals and can be called a land god. Such a person would actually come to Jianghai City. Yes, I heard that this powerful master was once a student of Jianghai Martial Arts Academy. This time he is returning to his alma mater. In order to give back to his alma mater, he will also give lectures in public. This is a martial arts class taught by a strong master. Do you want to go and see it? Xia He had a look of reverence on his face. In this world where the strong are respected, the strong master is definitely a being respected by thousands of people. We are not from Jianghai Martial Arts Academy, can we still go and see it? Qin Yang's heart suddenly moved, and he was now stuck in the half-step innate realm. With his qualifications, I don't know when he will be able to break through to the innate realm. If you can listen to a martial arts class from a strong master, you may be able to find an opportunity to break through the innate realm. Don't worry about this. My dad has a good relationship with the director of Jianghai Martial Arts Academy. If you want to go see it, it's up to me, brother. Xia He takes care of everything, and it seems that his family's relationship is indeed very strong. After getting off work, Qin Yang did not go home immediately. Instead, as usual, he found a remote open space to practice his sword skills. After memorizing all the sword moves of Qin Feng sword technique, Qin Yang spent a huge sum of money and spent 500 yuan to buy an iron sword online to practice sword techniques. After more than half a month of practice, and with the support of half a step of innate cultivation, Qin Yang has initially mastered this sword technique. The next day, Qin Yang arrived at the library on time. Xia He was just having fun last night, but he didn't come as expected. This guy will die on a woman's belly sooner or later. Qin Yang cursed sourly and looked for a book to read as usual. Having learned the Qin Feng sword technique, it's time to learn the sect body technique. After all, swordsman is a dream, and body skills are the key to escape at critical moments. If you can't beat him, you can at least run away. After careful selection, Qin Yang picked up a secret book called 7-Star Footwork from the bookshelf. The name looks good, but if it can be placed on the first floor of the library, it is definitely not a high-end product. Of course, there are also cases where gold is found in garbage dumps. However, that is the treatment given to the protagonist of the novel, and Qin Yang thinks he does not have such a fate. Holding the secret book of the 7-Star Footwork, Qin Yang came to Area 2 to read. Since I agreed to Xia He, I naturally wanted to help him take care of it. Just when Qin Yang was immersed in the 7-Star Footwork, a spider thread slowly hung down from the roof of the library. At the end of the spider silk, hanging a small purple spider, it was directly above Qin Yang. There seemed to be a flash of blood-red light in the purple spider's tiny eyes as it looked at Qin Yang below. No. To be precise, its gaze was looking at the 7-Star Footwork in Qin Yang's hand. If anyone observes carefully at this moment, they will be shocked to find out. This purple spider's blood-red eyes actually flashed with a human look. It looked at Qin Yang's secret book, as if it could really understand it, and a look of thinking flashed in its eyes. Ding, the aura of the Beast King has been detected, extremely dangerous. Please host to escape quickly, otherwise your life will be in danger. Please host to escape quickly. Qin Yang was concentrating on reading the book when a sudden voice in his mind almost sent him away on the spot. Gone. Qin Yang reacted, and his face suddenly showed an angry look. It scares people, really scares them to death, okay? System, although you are not a human, you are really a dog. Dog system. However, although I feel unhappy. But the sudden sound of the system that had been silent for a long time made Qin Yang take a serious look. Ding, I feel the presence of the Beast King, please listen to the advice of the host and escape from this place quickly, otherwise you will die without a complete body. Hearing the system's urging again, Qin Yang quickly put down the secret book in his hand, stood up and looked around. At a glance, Qin Yang saw a rows of bookshelves, with a few people coming in to read. At this moment they are all reading quietly. Thinking of the cockroach that exploded with his kick last time, Qin Yang's eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly lowered his head to search for it on the ground. Does the Beast King mentioned by the system refer to some kind of small animal? If another kick hits the target, will the system still give generous rewards? With this thought in mind, Qin Yang suddenly became motivated and began to search in the library. However, the floor of the library was very clean, and Qin Yang didn't even find an ant. Beast King. How could there be a Beast King in this library? This dog system is going crazy again. Thinking of the sweetness I got from stepping on the immortal cockroach last time. Qin Yang searched carefully again with some reluctance. After a while, Qin Yang returned to his seat dejectedly. He searched the entire library area 1 and 2, and only caught 2 unlucky flies in the corner. But this did not trigger the system's reward. In the end, Qin Yang could only draw a conclusion. This insane system is talking like crazy again. The Beast King appears in the library. How is this possible? What is the Beast King? That is a more terrifying existence than the Beast King. In terms of strength, the Beast King is a star beast that is as powerful as a human Grand Master. If there is a Beast King in this library, then no one here can escape. Thinking of this, Qin Yang was suddenly too lazy to pay attention to this stupid system. There really is a Beast King, but even with his little strength, he can't escape. The more Qin Yang thought about it, the more depressed he became, wondering how he had ended up in such an unreliable system. Ding, the presence of the Beast King has been detected, and if the host doesn't flee quickly, are you risking your life? With the host's current strength, there is no way it can compete with the Beast King. Host, please don't overestimate your capabilities and die in vain. Seemingly seeing Qin Yang's lack of movement, the system's tone became a little anxious. He kept urging him, even a little angry. MDZZ. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and couldn't help cursing in his heart. After the system made such a fuss, he lost interest in reading and directly closed the 7-star footwork secret book. Seeing Qin Yang close the book, the little purple spider hanging above him flashed with blood-red light in his eyes, and then disappeared on the roof along the slender spider silk. It finally stopped. Going outside to smoke a cigarette, the system prompts finally stopped, and Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. If this stupid system keeps barking, it will really collapse. Time flies and it's noon. Qin Yang went straight to the canteen. I am not active in doing food, and there is something wrong with my brain. As a qualified cook, Qin Yang is basically the first one to arrive at the canteen. Xia he didn't come to work all day. Looks like I really had a lot of fun last night. Until he got off work in the afternoon, Qin Yang didn't see Xia he. The next morning, Xia he finally appeared. What's wrong with you? Have you been kidnapped? Looking at Xia he limping in, Qin Yang couldn't help but ask. Could it be that this guy met an immortal last night and couldn't dance? Xia he had a look of despair on his face. Forget it, I have been so unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Subsequently, Xia he explained the reason for his absence from work yesterday. The night before yesterday, Xia he did go to buy Jin Han and called his beautiful little sister. However, before he had time to feel happy, he happened to encounter Superintendent Xingwu who was cracking down on pornography. Hunted in the police station all night, Xia's father came forward to bail him out the next day. After returning home, Xia's father took out the 7 wolves from his waist and let Xia he taste what deep father's love is. My dad was so cruel, he almost beat me to death. Xia he bared his teeth and looked depressed. With great love comes great responsibility. Qin Yang comforted him on his lips, but secretly cursed in his heart, if I were your father, I would beat him even more hatefully. The Xiahe incident is just a small episode in the life of Qin Yang Library. Next, Qin Yang's life continued to be as peaceful as before. Read books at work, work hard to cook, and practice martial arts after get off work. Being proactive is self-discipline. On this day, Qin Yang was reading in District 1 under his jurisdiction. He was holding a book called the Encyclopedia of Star Beasts in his hand. The birth of star beasts is the same as that of humans. They are originally ordinary animals that absorb the power of the stars, activate a certain bloodline in their bodies, undergo transformation, and thus possess various unique abilities. These abilities are all kinds of strange and vary in strength and weakness. There are terrifying star beasts who are born with the ability to control wind, fire, thunder, lightning and other supernatural powers. Some star beasts can even directly transform into humans, and are highly intelligent and lurk in the human world. What humans fear the most are those powerful star beasts with terrifying destructive capabilities and violent personalities. Once this kind of star beast appears in the human world, it will definitely cause a disaster. Once star beasts of the Beast King or Beast King level appear, even human thermal weapons cannot resist these terrifying existences unless there are innate and master experts who come forward. Hey, uncle, are you okay? What's wrong with you? There is a spider. Boom. Qin Yang, come and take a look. Just when Qin Yang was immersed in the world of the book, Xiaohe's somewhat panicked voice suddenly came from the next door area too. What is this guy doing again? Qin Yang frowned, immediately dropped the book in his hand, and quickly came to area 2. Uncle, how are you? I saw a middle-aged uncle lying on the ground, and Xiaohe was squatting next to him, asking at a loss. Qin Yang walked in and saw that the uncle's face was purple, foaming at the mouth, and his whole body was twitching. Is this an illness? Epileptic? Spider, spider. The middle-aged uncle just said something with difficulty and passed out directly. Spider? Qin Yang was stunned for a moment, then his eyes narrowed and he looked at the middle-aged uncle's neck. On the opponent's neck, there was a black and purple area, which looked a little oozing. Could it be that he was bitten by a poisonous spider? Will the uncle become Spider-Man? Why are you still standing there? Go call an ambulance. Human life was at stake, so Qin Yang kicked Xiaohe, who was in a daze, and then notified the library's security personnel. A moment later, the ambulance arrived and took the unfortunate uncle to the hospital. Afterwards, several security personnel came to Area 2 and asked about the specific situation. I don't know either. He was reading a book and was fine at first, but suddenly he started twitching all over and foaming at the mouth. It almost scared me. Xiaohe looked a little depressed and explained to the lonely security guard. Is there no monitoring? Qin Yang couldn't help but interject. The security captain's face was a little ugly, the position where he is sitting happens to be a blind spot for surveillance. He could only pray in his heart that this incident had nothing to do with the library. Otherwise, if the library leadership blames him, he, the security captain, will no longer be able to do his job. Qin Yang, this uncle doesn't want to die, does he? Xiaohe looked frightened. It was obvious that the uncle's sudden situation had frightened him. Something happened to a person in the area under his management. If something happens, he may be held responsible and may be fired from the library. You ask me, who should I ask? He caused trouble on your territory. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, but his gaze swept around the roof of the library. Spider? Did the uncle see it wrong, or was he really bitten by a spider? The next day. Not long after Qin Yang arrived at the library, the manager Jiang Tao called a meeting with all the staff on the first floor. The reason for the meeting is naturally because of the unlucky uncle yesterday. And Qin Yang also learned about the unlucky uncle's subsequent situation. The good news is that the uncle is still alive. The bad news is that the uncle has become a vegetative state. The diagnosis given by the hospital was that he was severely poisoned. The hospital confirmed that the unlucky uncle must have been bitten by some kind of poisonous insect. The poison in the body of this poisonous insect is very strong. If the uncle hadn't still had some cultivation, he would have gone to see the king of hell. According to the current situation, the unlucky uncle was probably bitten by a poisonous insect while reading in the library. After receiving this news, everyone looked very solemn. Are there poisonous insects in the library? If you were accidentally bitten, wouldn't it be the same as that unlucky uncle? Thinking of this, even Qin Yang's face looked a little ugly. Why he likes to work in the library? It's nothing more than trying to make this place stable and stress-free. Now tell him that staying in the library actually risks death. This simply leaves no way for him to survive. These days, if you want to find a place to lie down, can't you? After a while, the meeting ended, and the steward also assigned tasks to everyone regarding this matter. Comprehensive cleaning. Be sure to get rid of the poisonous insects. Obviously, the unfortunate uncle's poisoning incident has had a lot of negative impact on the library. The top management issued a fatal order to solve this problem quickly. Such a situation must never happen again. Qin Yang, please help me see if my yin tang is black. After the meeting, Xiaohe asked Qin Yang. Qin Yang looked at Xiaohe puzzled. Xiaohe said pitifully, I was beaten again last night. The unfortunate uncle happened in District 2 of Xiahe, and naturally he, the administrator, had something to do with it. Although the library has solved this problem, those who should be held accountable still need to be held accountable. Speaking of this, I have to say that Dad Xia is indeed very capable. If something happened to Qin Yang in District 1, he would have been kicked out of the library at this moment without any background. After all, there has to be someone who takes the blame. But Xia He was able to come back to work safely and without any punishment. Obviously this is Dad Xia's behind-the-scenes effort. However, Xia He was not completely unpunished. Looking at his loveless look, it was obvious that he had tasted the comfort of his father's love yesterday. Be more open-minded, you should be glad that it wasn't you who was bitten. Qin Yang couldn't help but comfort him. Well. Xia He was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Qin Yang, you are right. Fortunately, it was not me who was bitten. Thinking of the fate of that unlucky uncle, Xia He instantly felt a chill in his back. If I were bitten, those young ladies at Bai Jinhan would lose a lot of business. They are already so pitiful. I must keep my useful body and help them well. Qin Yang. You are quite a nice person. Labor and management draw a circle and curse your waist. Qin Yang turned around and left, not wanting to pay attention to this weakling. Hey, Qin Yang, where are you going? Qin Yang gritted his teeth, what can we do? Clean up. Xia He is afraid of death, Qin Yang cherishes his life even more. This time during the general cleaning, he must find out the poisonous insect hidden in the library. Although he already has half-step of innate cultivation, this poisonous insect may not pose any threat to him. But don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of what happens. Of course, Qin Yang must do his best to eradicate this unknown poisonous insect. A moment later, Qin Yang and Xia He received insecticides, ant killers and other materials from the stewards and went to their respective areas. This general cleaning is specifically aimed at lurking poisonous insects, so naturally it cannot be a simple matter of hygiene. The most important thing is to kill insects and ants. For the sake of his own life, even Xia He, who has always been aloof, was very serious this time. He held insecticide in his hand and disinfected area too carefully. Strive to clean every corner and never let go of any poisonous insect. Qin Yang even went through every secret book and sprayed the blind corners of the bookshelf with insecticide. I'm so exhausted. After finishing, Xia He collapsed on his seat, breathed a sigh of relief, and then handed Qin Yang a cigarette. Qin Yang took the cigarette, and the two of them started puffing away. During the cleaning process, Qin Yang checked every detail and finally achieved the achievement of 9 consecutive kills. However, what made Qin Yang a little confused was that neither he nor Xia He found any spiders. Qin Yang frowned slightly when he thought of the spider that the unlucky uncle mentioned yesterday when he was in a coma. Did you hear it wrong? Where are the spiders here? Ding, the presence of the Beast King has been detected, please host and escape quickly. Warning, warning. Host, please run away quickly. Just when Qin Yang was doubtful, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Qin Yang was frightened and his hands shook. After he realized what he was doing, his face turned ugly. Here we go again. This dog system is going crazy again. Can't you just say hello in advance? Sooner or later, labor and management will be scared to death by you. Xia He looked at Qin Yang doubtfully, what's wrong with you? Qin Yang shook his head, but suddenly his eyes narrowed, staring at the roof behind Xia. I saw a small purple figure quickly crawling across the roof. Spider. Purple spider. Alert. Alert. The approach of the Beast King Star Beast Purple Soul Demon Spider has been detected, please host to escape quickly, otherwise you will die. Host, please escape immediately. Escape from this place immediately. The moment Qin Yang saw the purple spider, the system's voice sounded again. And the tone seemed extremely anxious, unusually panicked, and fearful. It seemed that if Qin Yang didn't leave immediately, he would be dead. Purple Soul Demon Spider. Beast King. Listening to the somewhat familiar introduction of the system, Qin Yang immediately remembered the immortal cockroach from last time. It's just that Qin Yang didn't believe it at all. Could this little spider be a Beast King? Are you kidding me? The little purple spider just now does look a little different from other spiders. But you have to say that this is a terrifying Beast King. Qin Yang wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. The Beast King is a being that even the Master Realm does not dare to provoke. You told me it would be hidden in this little library. This is simply a fantasy. Obviously, the system is going crazy again. Suddenly, a curtain of light suddenly appeared in front of Qin Yang. Race, Purple Soul Demon Spider, contains the blood of ancient demon spiders. Level, Imperial Level. Talent Ability, Death Spider Venom, Purple Soul Domain. Characteristics, the Purple Soul Demon Spider is naturally intelligent and likes to study human martial arts. Qin Yang looked at the light screen in front of him and was stunned. This little spider is really a beast king. Qin Yang's expression moved slightly, and his eyes swept across the roof. The figure of the little purple spider had completely disappeared from his sight. This little thing must have found an extremely secret corner to hide. Qin Yang, what are you looking at? Xia he blew out a smoke ring and couldn't help but ask when Qin Yang was chattering. Fine. Qin Yang shook his head, feeling a little regretful. The response just now was too slow. Since the system says that this little spider is the Beast King, if you kill this little thing yourself, you will most likely get a generous reward like last time. However, Qin Yang also knew that with the speed the little spider was walking on the roof just now, it might be difficult for him to hunt it down. Exceptionally intelligent and fond of studying human martial arts. This little spider has become a spirit. Qin Yang sighed inwardly when he thought of the system's introduction to this little spider. So, this little spider probably won't leave the library. Since this little spider likes to study human martial arts, it will continue to hide in this library. There is a long way to go, and Qin Yang believes that he will always find opportunities. A star beast at the level of a beast king. If we kill it, the rewards from the system should be even more generous. Qin Yang couldn't help but look forward to it. After that, Qin Yang walked around the library from time to time, keeping an eye on the little spider. Unfortunately, this little spider seems to be very wary. Perhaps it was because there was so much noise during this general cleaning that there was no way to show up for the next few days. Taking into account the flexibility of the little spiders, hunting them is extremely difficult. Qin Yang thought for a while and decided to practice a hidden weapon martial arts to deal with it. There are powerful people sitting on top of the Jiangqing Martial Arts Library, and the incident of the unlucky uncle being bitten by a poisonous insect was quickly put down. Qin Yang and Xia he returned to their usual working lives. Sunflower 9 Needles. Qin Yang, you are really not picky, you read all kinds of books. In Area 1, Qin Yang was reading a book seriously. Xia he suddenly appeared behind him and snatched the book from his hand, looking shocked. What do you know? This is called having too many skills but not being overwhelmed. Qin Yang snatched the secret book and continued to study it. These Sunflower 9 Needles are the hidden weapon martial arts he specially trained to deal with the Purple Soul Demon Spider. To this end, he also specially ordered a batch of embroidery needles from the internet to practice the 9-needle sunflower stitch. He has half an innate level of cultivation, and these basic martial arts skills are not a problem for him at all. I really don't understand what you are thinking about every day. Xia he didn't understand Qin Yang's actions. Why are you reading so many books? What is the use? He had naturally inquired about Qin Yang's martial arts qualifications for a long time. Since it is a waste qualification, then just lie down like yourself. Isn't it just to make a living as a library administrator? Everyone is lying down, why don't you let this involution happen? Qin Yang was too lazy to pay attention to him. If I don't read, why would I go fooling around with you in Baijinhan every day? Do you think everyone has a good dad like you? After Xia he left, Qin Yang continued to read. At this moment, a fly landed on the corner of the table not far away. Qin Yang's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out an array box from his pocket and clamped an embroidery needle to his fingertips. The true energy in his body circulated, and he wrapped the embroidery needle in his hand, and Qin Yang flicked it with his fingers. The next moment, a small embroidery needle shot out from Qin Yang's fingers, accurately pinning the fly to the table. Yes, this acupuncture method is really useful. Qin Yang nodded with satisfaction. It will be much easier to hunt bugs in the future. With these Sunflower 9 Needles, he has already started. Qin Yang is confident that if the little purple spider dares to appear in his field of vision again, it must be that there is no return. Unfortunately, he has been looking for traces of the little spider during this period. But no trace was ever found. Qin Yang wondered if he had sprayed too much insecticide during the cleaning that day, causing the little spider to run away. If this is really the case, it will be a huge loss. Qin Yang, it's time to cook, stop looking. The time came to noon, and Qin Yang and Xia he came to the canteen on time to cook. Qin Yang, have you heard? Recently, a bloodthirsty monster appeared in our Jianghai city. Xia he suddenly said mysteriously. Qin Yang was stunned, a bloodthirsty demon. That's right, he is a bloodthirsty demon who specializes in sucking human blood. It is said that Superintendent Xingwu found a corpse yesterday. It had become a mummy and all the blood had been sucked out of it. Terrible. He looked horrified when he mentioned this bloodthirsty monster, obviously a little scared. According to my guess, this bloodthirsty demon must have practiced some kind of evil skill and needs to blood to improve his skill. Qin Yang also looked a little solemn. This world is too scary. There are not only terrifying star beasts, but also demons who practice evil arts. Qin Yang asked Xia, does Superintendent Xingwu not care? Of course they have to take care of it, but this bloodthirsty monster is too cunning. Several people have been killed recently, but there is still no trace. I just hope they can capture this bloodthirsty monster as soon as possible, otherwise I won't even dare to go to Bai Jinhan. Xia said with a depressed look. Qin Yang. You bastard, can you not mention Bai Jinhan for a day? The incident of the bloodthirsty monster made Qin Yang further aware of the dangers of this world. Like that unlucky uncle. There are also people who were brutally killed by bloodthirsty monsters. Even with the protection of Superintendent Xingwu who gathered warriors, there are still many dangers. But he didn't worry too much. During this time, he also found out that the owner of the Jianghai Martial Arts Library was said to be a Xiantian Realm Star Warrior. As long as he stays in the library, there will be no danger. Anyway, if the sky falls, a tall man will hold it up. Back in Area 1, Qin Yang continued reading. Ding, the aura of the Beast King has been detected, please host to escape from this place quickly. Host, please escape from here quickly. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Qin Yang was startled, then quickly reacted and looked towards the roof of the library. I saw a purple figure crawling quickly on the roof. Finally appeared. Qin Yang quickly took out the embroidery needle and shot it at the purple spider. Snapped. The next moment, the embroidery needle landed on the little spider accurately. The little spider fell directly from the roof and struggled violently to get up. Seeing this, Qin Yang quickly shot out another shot. After being hit by 2 needles, the little spider twitched twice and then stopped moving. Looking at the motionless little spider, Qin Yang hurriedly stepped forward, feeling overjoyed. Then call the system in your heart. System, where did it die? Say. Just a moment after Qin Yang called, the system finally seemed to react. The tone is extremely exaggerated. Oh my god, what did I see? The host actually killed a Beast King level star beast. Dear host, you are so mighty. Ding, congratulations to the host for leapfrogging and killing the Emperor level star beast. The reward will be increased 20 times, and you will get. Ding, congratulations to the host for leapfrogging and killing the Emperor level star beast. The reward will be increased 20 times, and he will gain heaven-defying enlightenment and 20 years of cultivation. Hiss. Listening to the rewards given by the system, Qin Yang couldn't help but take a breath. 20 years of cultivation is enough, after all, I achieved a Joji cultivation level last time. Qin Yang can still bear it in his heart. But this is against heaven's understanding. How outrageous is it? Qin Yang can't wait to try it. The next moment, Qin Yang's expression changed slightly, and a familiar feeling quickly came over him. Qin Yang only felt a surge of pure energy pouring into his body. Hurrying to calm down, Qin Yang concentrated on refining this power. Driven by this energy, Qin Yang's bottleneck of half-step innate cultivation actually began to loosen up. Is there going to be a breakthrough? Qin Yang suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. Never break through in the library. Breaking through the Xiantian realm will inevitably cause a lot of noise. There are powerful people on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the library. Perhaps the mysterious librarian with innate cultivation is sitting on the 3rd floor. If Qin Yang chooses to break through in the library, he will inevitably be exposed. The innate strong man in his teens. Well, this is indeed a genius. It can even be said to be the ultimate evildoer. But the problem is that Qin Yang's waste qualifications are well known in the library. If this sudden burst of Xiantian realm cultivation. Well, actually it's okay to be exposed. It is said that there are only 3 strong people in the Xiantian realm in the entire Jianghai city. If Qin Yang breaks through the Xiantian realm, he will be among the 4 people who stand at the top of Jianghai city. Who else can do anything to him? Qin Yang just wants to go out. Although the peerless genius is infinitely beautiful, there must be various farts accompanied by. Qin Yang just wants to stay in the library and lie down. This is a fantasy world, just the innate realm. There are also master realms and even stronger existences above. Before he has invincible strength, Qin Yang does not want to expose himself. He has no ambition to dominate the world, he just wants to live well. Xia He, take care of it for me, I'll go out and buy something. Forcibly suppressing the surging true energy in his body, Qin Yang shouted to Xia He next door and quickly left the library. What did you say? Why are you running so fast? Xia He, who was dozing off, was woken up and looked confused. No one should notice here. A moment later, Qin Yang appeared in a small forest in a park. It was just afternoon, and almost no one came into the park. No, I can't hold it in any longer. Qin Yang's face looked ugly, as if he was constipated. He finally stopped suppressing the energy in his body. The next moment, the stagnant energy surged out like water bursting from a dam. Who? Qin Yang's face showed a look of relief. As the true energy in Dantian became more and more intense, Qin Yang kept working hard to attack the innate bottleneck. Boom! Not long after, a muffled sound came from Qin Yang's body. Qin Yang's face showed joy. Xiantian realm. It's done. Ha ha ha, I am also an innate master now. Qin Yang couldn't help laughing. Although he has a very Buddhist character, he likes to lie down. But such a good thing as breaking through the Xiantian realm still made him couldn't help but get excited. Feeling the crazily surging true energy in his body, Qin Yang thought, an array of true energy rushed into his fingers, and then burst out of his body. Boom! The real energy fell on the tree trunk next to it, and immediately passed through it, leaving a hole the size of a thumb. The true essence is separated from the body. Star warriors who have reached the Xiantian realm can release the true energy in their bodies to achieve the effect of long-range attacks. This is a method that cannot be matched by Hotian realm warriors. Of course, breaking through the innate realm is not the only benefit. Qin Yang suddenly closed his eyes, but the scenery within 100 meters radius was clearly reflected in his mind. Perception. After reaching the innate realm, you will have extremely terrifying perception. Even the slightest movement within 100 meters radius cannot be concealed by Qin Yang's perception. Furthermore, when a warrior reaches the Xiantian realm, his lifespan will also be greatly improved. A warrior in the Xiantian realm has extremely strong qi and blood, and can generally live to be about 150 years old. Now I have some ability to protect myself. Qin Yang had a look of joy that could not be concealed on his face. Even if there are many strong people hidden in this world, those in the Xiantian realm are definitely not weak. By the way, I almost forgot there is a reward. Thinking of the unnatural understanding mentioned by the system, Qin Yang quickly calmed down and his consciousness slipped into his mind. The next moment, he saw a gray space in his mind. As consciousness entered the space, Qin Yang suddenly felt that his mind was empty. When the content of Qin Feng sword technique flashed through Qin Yang's mind, various insights immediately came to his mind. Originally, Qin Feng sword technique was only an entry-level skill. As he gained insights into various sword techniques, his proficiency quickly improved. A moment later, Qin Yang's Qin Feng sword technique had reached the level of Xiaocheng. But this is not the end yet. Qin Yang's mind was immersed in the gray space, constantly absorbing the swordsmanship insights pouring out of his mind. The Qin Feng swordsmanship, which has just reached the level of Xiaocheng, has been improved again under the stimulation of these swordsmanship insights. Buzz. As a wisp of breeze blew by, there seemed to be the sound of swords ringing around Qin Yang. Faint sword energy surged out from Qin Yang's body and merged into the breeze, floating uncertainly, but with traces to follow. Suddenly. Qin Yang suddenly opened his eyes flashing with light. Qin Feng sword technique, great success. The enlightenment that goes against the will of heaven. It should be more appropriately said that it is the space of enlightenment. Recalling the feeling just now, Qin Yang felt a little surprised on his face. Consciousness sank into the enlightenment space, and he seemed to have entered a state of enlightenment. As long as you think about it, countless insights will quickly come to your mind. The Qin Feng sword technique, which was originally only at the entry level, actually broke through to the Deshang realm in less than half an hour. Such efficiency is truly incredible. With this enlightenment space, no matter what kind of martial arts he practices in the future, he will master it in a short time. There are so many martial arts in the library, now I can learn a lot. Thinking of the martial arts in the library, Qin Yang was eager to try it. With this enlightenment space, he will easily become a martial arts master and be proficient in all kinds of martial arts. In the past, Qin Yang's understanding was limited, so he did not dare to learn too much. After all, he was biting off more than he could chew. But now that he has this space for enlightenment, Qin Yang naturally has more, the better. This is called having too many skills but not being overwhelmed. Chinese literature is so profound and profound. Qin Yang, what are you doing here? When Qin Yang returned to Area 1, Xia he couldn't help but ask. Qin Yang responded, didn't I tell you to go buy something? Xia he looked at his empty hands and asked, what about the things you bought? Oh, I forgot. Xia he. The Qin Feng sword technique, the 7-star steps, and the 9 sunflower needles have all been practiced to perfection. In the library, Qin Yang opened his eyes from his sleep state, with a smile on his face. 3 days have passed since the last time he broke through the innate realm. In just 3 days, Qin Yang used the enlightenment space to practice all 3 martial arts he had learned to perfection. The realm of practicing martial arts is divided into entry level, minor achievement, great achievement and perfection. Qin Yang can be regarded as having cultivated these 3 martial arts to the highest level. It's a pity that the first floor is all about basic martial arts. Basic martial arts, also known as acquired martial arts. There are also innate martial arts and master secret martial arts. Qin Yang has now reached the innate realm, but he has not even practiced any innate martial arts. If this was a battle with other innate beings, Qin Yang would definitely be at a disadvantage. Jiangdao Martial Arts Library is the largest library in Jianghai City, and it must contain innate martial arts. But with Qin Yang's status, he is not qualified to go up yet, unless he reveals his innate cultivation. Etc. I have room for enlightenment, can I try to create my own innate martial arts? Qin Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. The so-called innate martial arts and master secret martial arts are also created by those martial arts masters. Since other people can do it, can't he, who has the space for enlightenment, still not be able to do it? It's just that martial arts masters generally have extremely rich martial arts background. Qin Yang has only mastered 3 martial arts so far, which seems to be not enough. If you don't have enough foundation, just keep learning. On this point, Qin Yang is very confident. So many basic martial arts in the library are enough to elevate his martial arts knowledge to a very high level. Set a small goal first and create your own innate swordsmanship. Qin Yang considers himself a dedicated person. Even after he broke through to the innate realm, he still loved swordsmanship. Subsequently, Qin Yang stood up and began to select sword techniques from the bookshelf. Lingxi swordsmanship. Qin Yang picked up a secret book and quickly flipped through it. After breaking through the innate realm, Qin Yang's soul power has been greatly improved, and with room for enlightenment, he can already achieve photographic memory. A secret book, he simply flipped through it once and memorized all the contents deeply in his mind. Hey, you are not sleeping anymore. Are you starting to read again? Just when Qin Yang was reading seriously, Xia he appeared behind him. In the past few days, Qin Yang's consciousness has been sinking into the enlightenment space to comprehend martial arts every day. Xia he looked at Qin Yang as he did. He lay down and dozed off every day, feeling relieved. This guy finally figured it out. That's right, everyone is lying down, you put this involution aside. It is really inappropriate. But now seeing Qin Yang starting to read again, Xia he felt a little unhappy. Your kid is secretly getting involved again, right? What's so good about this crappy book? We are all useless, why don't we just lie down? Qin Yang had no time to pay attention to Xia he's thoughts. After memorizing the contents of Lingxi sword technique in his mind, he returned to his seat, closed his eyes, and sank into the space of enlightenment. That's right, that's it. Just go to sleep and that's it. Seeing Qin Yang obeying the advice, Xia he nodded with satisfaction. Then he returned to Area 2 and slept in with peace of mind. From Qin Yang's point of view, if you want to create your own martial arts, the easiest way is to improve these basic martial arts, remove the dross, and integrate the essence, so that you can finally get an exquisite innate martial arts. Under the influence of the enlightenment space, Qin Yang's understanding directly reached an unparalleled level. As the contents of Lingxi sword technique emerged in his mind, various insights about this sword technique quickly emerged in his mind like a wonderful pen. He greedily absorbed these insights, and his proficiency in Lingxi sword technique suddenly improved rapidly. Getting started. Xiaocheng. De Shang. Perfection. It only took 1 day for Qin Yang to practice Lingxi sword technique to perfection. However, these alone cannot help Qin Yang create an innate martial arts. Qin Yang's idea is that since he wants to create a sword technique, he must create a sword technique that is extremely powerful. He plans to finish learning the swordsmanship on the first floor of the library and be fully prepared. In this way, Qin Yang was just as he expected in the following days. Every day I stay in the library and doze off, but I actually comprehend various swordsmanship and martial arts in my mind. Qin Yang not only mastered all the swordsmanship in Zone 1 and Zone 2. I also found an excuse to go to several other districts and memorized all the swordsmanship secrets. In just half a month, Qin Yang has learned more than a dozen basic sword techniques and practiced them all to perfection. Now, he has an extremely profound foundation of swordsmanship in his mind, which is enough to be called a master of swordsmanship. Late at night, in the suburbs of Jianghai City. About there. After learning so many basic sword skills, Qin Yang finally stopped. The next thing he has to do is to use the heaven-defying understanding provided by the enlightenment space. From the dozens of swordsmanship and martial arts in my mind, remove the dross and select the essence. Finally blend it into a powerful innate swordsmanship and martial arts. If you create your own innate martial arts, there will inevitably be visions. For this reason, he came to the outskirts specially and did not want to be disturbed. Looking at the quiet night scene around him, Qin Yang closed his eyes, and more than a dozen swordsmanship and martial arts flashed through his mind one by one. Qin Yang's brain was working rapidly, as if it were a well-developed machine. As Qin Yang continued to comprehend, a faint light emerged from his body, attracting many mosquitoes. Just when these mosquitoes were within 10 meters of Qin Yang, they suddenly seemed to have been hit hard, and they all turned into powder and disappeared into the air. If there are experts here, they can clearly sense that around Qin Yang, there is an invisible sword light shrouding it, just like the realm of sword energy. In the air, it seemed that the crisp sound of buzzing swords could be heard. Just like that, Qin Yang stood motionless. It was not until dawn that he suddenly opened his eyes, as if there was a flash of sword light in his eyes. Finally successful. With a thought in his mind, the true energy in Qin Yang's body surged rapidly, and then a sword energy condensed by the true energy appeared in his palm. As Qin Yang continued to instill true energy, the sword energy became longer and longer, and quickly turned into a 10-meter-long sword light. Feeling the sharp sword energy in the sword light, Qin Yang showed excitement on his face and looked at a mountain peak in front of him. This move is called, opening the gate of heaven with one sword. As soon as Qin Yang finished speaking, the sword energy in his hand suddenly flew out and turned into a sword energy 100 meters long in the void, slashing directly towards the mountain peak in front of him. The majestic sword light covered the sky and blocked out the sun, splitting the air in its path and emitting a terrifying sharp explosion. The rumbling sound was like rolling thunder, and the light of the knife passed across the top of the mountain, as light as a hot oil knife cutting through a block of butter. Huge chaos. The next moment, the top of the mountain collapsed, and the entire top of the mountain was cut into 2 parts in an instant. Crushed the peak with one sword. Such a horrific scene, as frightening as a natural disaster. The tops of the vast mountains separated in front of Qin Yang, and the gravel continued to slide to the bottom of the valley, with constant roars. Yes, this power is comparable to that of missiles. Qin Yang looked at the long sword in his hand, and the mysterious sword intent escaped from it, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. No wonder that after reaching the master level, human thermal weapons cannot cope with it at all. Just relying on the powerful power of one sword, no matter how many missiles come, they can only be wiped out with one sword. If one sword isn't enough, then 2 swords. You can achieve this level only at the innate state, but what will it be like if you reach the master state? Thinking of this, Qin Yang couldn't help but look forward to his future practice even more. If you wait until you truly grow up, I am afraid that the sky and the earth will not be able to tear apart easily. It is indeed a fantasy world. Just when he was sighing, suddenly, a few breaths came towards him. The speed is extremely fast, obviously exceeding that of ordinary warriors. Did you come here when you heard the noise? Qin Yang frowned slightly. At present, he had no idea of dealing with other strong men. There are too many twists and turns, and it's not suitable for you. Thinking of this, Qin Yang simply used 7-star steps, and his body flashed and he disappeared from the spot. The cool night wind blew through the valley, its whistling sound echoing through the mountains and forests. Without the obstruction of the peak, the mountain wind becomes even more powerful. Just a few seconds after his front foot took off, 4 figures quickly arrived at Qin Yang's location, floating above Broken Peak. They were 2 middle-aged men in serious formal attire, and an old man in Chinese tunic suit holding a teenage girl. The remaining sword intent in the broken seam surged forward and turned into a ferocious killing intent. They did not dare to get too close and could only watch from a distance. The scene in front of them was really shocking. The majestic sword intent seemed to be rushing like waves, and it actually made their hands tremble uncontrollably. One sword breaks the peak. When did Jianghai City have such a strong swordsman? One of the bookish middle-aged men murmured, frowning, trying to maintain a calm posture. Strange, this power has reached the level of a master, but the Jianghai City immigration investigation that I am responsible for cannot possibly not know that such a strong person has entered the country. Another middle-aged man squinted his eyes slightly and observed the meaning of the sword. He was wearing a straight police uniform, with several gold stars on the shoulder straps shining brightly against the moonlight. Could it be that those monsters at the border were sneaking across the border? Aren't those bloodthirsty monsters causing a lot of trouble recently? It's hard to say. It's easy for a strong man with such strength to cross the border. If he really hides, why would he come out and cut off the peak with a sword? 2 middle-aged men were talking. After thinking carefully and having no impression, they turned to the old man and asked. Mr. Li, you have the highest cultivation level among us. Did you notice that person when you came here? No, old man, I came quickly, but the man who cut off the peak walked even faster, and I only saw his back. The old man in Chinese tunic suit stroked his white beard, shook his head and sighed. How can anyone avoid your old spy? How can it be? After hearing the old man's answer, the 2 middle-aged men were extremely shocked, and both felt very unbelievable. Yes, the strong man from Duanfen came and went in a hurry. Not only is his swordsmanship profound, but his body skills are also extraordinary. The old man looked at the smooth cut by the mountain peak and sighed helplessly. I don't know if the person who broke the peak is an enemy or a friend. The future of Jianghai City will not be peaceful. After the old man's judgment. For a while, the scene fell silent. The valley is buzzing with insects, but their hearts are hard to calm down. The people who broke the peak are no longer here, but the broken peak is like a heavy hammer hitting the top of their hearts. It is unknown whether the other party is an enemy or a friend, and it is difficult to say anything. The girl who followed the old man silently looked at the broken peak scenery, her heart beating wildly. The pressure of the sword that erupted on the mountain almost made her breathless. Thanks to the protection of the old man, she was able to watch this terrifying miracle. The conversation between the 3 seniors who brought her here was all heard, and she was even more surprised to know. The old man who brought her here is the dean of Jianghai Martial Arts Academy, and has taught countless talented students. The identities of these 2 middle-aged men are even more complicated. One is the commander of the Star Force Police Superintendent, responsible for the entire Jianghai City Star Beast Defense Plan. The more bookish person is the director of Jianghai Library, who has read countless books on martial arts. Now all 3 of them are in trouble, which shows the terror of the man who broke the peak. Well, it's useless to say more here. Superintendent Xingwu waved his hand and said, after a while, I will have people seal this place and prohibit anyone from entering. Wait a minute, your lord, the old man, I have some merciless requests. Seeing this, the dean hurriedly stepped forward and spoke. Mr. Li, you're welcome. Superintendent Xingwu nodded slightly. It's not a troublesome thing, it's just that the sword's power is extraordinary, and it can be of great benefit to the students in our academy. The dean slowly said, please ask the commander to be accommodating when the time comes. Don't worry, Mr. Li, I'll say hello when the time comes. At the same time. Just when there is a sensation in the outside world. Qin Yang, who caused all this, had already returned to his rental house. Along the way, he kept thinking about the details of the move just now, and found that there was still a lot of progress to be made. Although this sword is extremely powerful, it also consumes a lot of energy. Qin Yang raised his hand, lightly waved his sword, and sensed the direction of the true energy in his body. Ever since he swung the broken peak sword, he has consumed too much real energy. Even though one sword can kill 1,000,000 divisions. But this world is really too dangerous, and all kinds of weird star beasts emerge in endlessly. I guarantee that after killing the little one, another peerless old monster who hides behind the scenes will appear. Once the true energy is exhausted, oneself will be no different than a cow or a sheep waiting to be slaughtered. So we must find ways to improve this shortcoming. It seems it's time to practice the star power technique. Qin Yang's thoughts were racing and he quickly made a decision in his heart. As far as he knows, after entering the innate realm, practitioners can actively absorb the power of the vast stars by practicing star power techniques. And whether he can actively draw the power of the stars and forge his own body. This is the biggest difference between warriors in the Xiantian realm and acquired realm. I remember that there seemed to be two basic star power techniques on the first floor of the library. They happen to have each other's flaws and can complement each other. It's just right to use them to create a new technique. The next day, the morning light was dim. Qin Yang woke up early and couldn't wait to go out, rushing towards the library to clock in for work. Now this library is like a treasure house to me. Go to work, touch fish, and just lie down to improve your strength. It's so refreshing. Where can I find such a good job? However, just as Qin Yang came to the door of the library, he suddenly heard a message from his mobile phone. Take it out and take a look. Is a group message about management in the work group. Everyone come to the conference room as soon as possible to hold an emergency meeting. The owner is here. The shocking news made Qin Yang stunned for a moment. Why is the librarian here? In his impression, the owner of the museum has always been like a dragon that sees its beginning but never its end. Now that I am visiting the scene in person, I am afraid that I have something important to explain. Thinking of this, Qin Yang did not hesitate. I immediately got up and rushed to the large conference room in the library. At this moment, the large conference room that can accommodate 100 people is already filled with people and the noise is constant. All the workers are gathered together. Qin Yang lowered his head silently, walked into the room as usual, and found an inconspicuous corner to stay. After sitting down, he looked up at the podium. I saw a middle-aged man in a straight formal suit standing there, his temples slightly frosted, exuding a gentle and elegant scholarly atmosphere, and his gestures were pleasant and appropriate. Even so, there is still some overwhelming power of the stars escaping. This is. Qin Yang stared at the curator on the stage, feeling a little surprised. No matter how well the opponent conceals his strength, he cannot escape his own judgment. The curator is really a master of the Xiantian realm. But after thinking about it, this is normal. A place like the Jianghai City Library contains countless kung fu books for practicing, so naturally there must be strong people in charge. After all, the staff have arrived. The host on the stage clenched his right fist to his mouth and coughed lightly. Everyone, please be quiet. A gentle voice came out. Although the volume was not loud, it managed to drown out the noise made by everyone. Everyone present was silent for a moment. After seeing that the atmosphere at the scene was calm, the owner continued. Very good, please calm down. I don't intend to take up too much of your time today, I just want to give you a few words. Recently, we must treat those who come into the library to read with more respect and never neglect them, especially some strangers and elderly people whom we have never met before. We must pay special attention to them and must not slack off in the slightest. Most of the things he explained next were about the attitude of the staff. In the conference room, everyone nodded and listened carefully to the director's instructions. Afraid of missing something. The expressions on everyone's faces were tense, as serious as facing a powerful enemy. I see everyone in this state. Suddenly, Qin Yang was confused in his seat. What's the situation? Why are everyone so serious today? Is it possible that someone from above will come down to inspect it recently? Just when Qin Yang was thinking wildly, the short morning meeting passed by quickly and soon came to an end. Okay, everyone, I have finished what I have to explain. Thank you for your hard work during these special days. The museum owner glanced at everyone present and said calmly, you should go back to your respective posts first and do what I just told you. With the owner's order, everyone stood up and left their seats and began to leave the conference room. And Qin Yang followed the crowd, still maintaining his usual normal state. However, just as he passed under the podium, the host above the podium raised his eyebrows slightly. Looking at Qin Yang's back, he was stunned for a moment. For some reason, he suddenly felt a special temperament from Qin Yang's body. Is it an illusion? The steward on the side noticed this and quickly came to the owner's side and whispered. Sir, the owner, what's the problem with that young man? No, it just feels a little special. The museum owner shook his head and asked with a little curiosity, when did he arrive at the museum? Why don't I remember it? It's normal to have no impression, Lord Owner. This guy is new. He has only been working for a few months and has not even passed his probation period. The steward frowned and thought for a moment, then added, the talent is low and there is nothing outstanding about it. Is this so? Hearing this, the owner nodded and didn't take it to heart anymore. He just praised, the young man is quite handsome. After all, this world values strength after all, and no matter how handsome you are, you cannot be used as a meal. The measure of strength is still based on how many star beasts are hunted. After walking out of the conference room, Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief when he felt the gazes gathered behind him disappear. He also felt the gaze the museum owner had just cast. But with the protection of the innate realm, he can hide his own strength, so he doesn't care. What Qin Yang didn't expect was this. The museum owner's intuition is so sharp that he can feel something is wrong just by passing by. This world is still too dangerous, and we need to keep a lower profile in the future. Thinking of this, Qin Yang walked quickly to the library and prepared to start work. Unexpectedly at this time, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Wait for me, Lao Qin. Qin Yang looked back and saw an old acquaintance. It is Xia. What were you thinking, running away so fast? I wanted to call you to the conference room just now, but I didn't even follow you. Xia he jogged to Qin Yang's side and said breathlessly. I said I was in a hurry to go to work, do you believe it? Qin Yang smiled and joked casually. Pull him down, you act like a dull gourd every day. I think you want to meet that swordsman by chance, right? Xia he rolled his eyes and said, you want to make progress too much. What kind of master of swordsmanship? Hearing this, Qin Yang froze on the spot and said in surprise, what nonsense are you talking about here? Are you guys and your buddies just pretending? I asked you to go to Bai Jinhan but you didn't go, but now you don't even know about such a big thing. Just read the news for yourself, this morning's hot searches are all about this. With that said, Xia he took out his mobile phone and casually sent a few links to Qin Yang. Qin Yang opened the link and took a look. I saw a picture of a broken mountain peak prominently displayed on the most popular interface. The familiar scene left Qin Yang stunned and secretly surprised. Isn't this the mountain peak I cut off last night? It's actually on the hot search. Xia he saw the astonishment on Qin Yang's face and thought he was frightened, so he couldn't help but explain confidently. Don't you know, kid, that the mountain peak in the suburbs was cut off with a sword last night, and now everyone is having a great discussion. I don't know which swordsman is here. Now that the matter has been spread, the museum owner held a meeting because he was afraid that we would offend this powerful man. As he spoke, Xia he was filled with emotion and sighed, it would be great if I could take this strong man as my teacher. This sword-breaking peak is so handsome. There is deep envy in the tone. Hearing this, Qin Yang had a strange look on his face and joked, want to become a disciple? Give me a lesson first. Kowtow to you. Lao Qin, you have such a talent. People were coming and going in the library. After Xia he heard Qin Yang's words, he couldn't help but burst into laughter on the spot. As if he had heard some big joke, he laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten up, and squatted on the ground with his belly held in laughter. At once it attracted many passers-by to stop and look at it. What? You don't believe it? Qin Yang didn't take it seriously when he saw it, and just waved his hand helplessly. Huh, don't be ridiculous, Lao Qin. It's okay to lie to your buddies, but don't fool yourself. Xia he smiled and wiped the tears from his eyes and stood up from the ground again. I've never seen you very humorous before. Why have you suddenly become so funny recently? As he said that, Xia he looked Qin Yang up and down, naturally not believing what he said. After all, in the eyes of everyone now, the image of a master of swordsmanship has already been defaulted to. That is the image of an old man with an immortal demeanor. And with Qin Yang's current appearance. Well, apart from being 100 million points more handsome than ordinary people. Just a librarian who has never passed a probationary period. How can you have the image of an outsider? Xia he shook his head, patted his chest to calm down, poked Qin Yang on the shoulder and said. You kid, stop daydreaming. This swordsman must be from outside. No matter what, it won't be the turn of people from Jianghai City. Hearing this, Qin Yang was a little confused, why does everyone think that this is a new swordsman, and he can't be a master in Jianghai City? However, the words just fell. When Xia he heard this, he rolled his eyes and cast a look of disdain. What are you thinking, Lao Qin? You think this innate master is just a cabbage, how can he be everywhere? Xia he explained angrily, Jianghai City is considered a big city in China, right? But it only has 3 innate masters. Only 3 people. Hearing this, Qin Yang felt a little surprised. This result was beyond his expectation. A city as big as Jianghai City is only guarded by 3 Xiantian realm experts. Then if star beasts flood the city and attack the city in the future, wouldn't the entire city be in danger? Once the beast tide breaks out, it's no joke. At that time, the innately strong man will be unable to defeat the 4-handed man with 2 fists, and he will be in a desperate situation where he is attacked from both sides and is really doomed. That's right, although there are only 3 of them, they are all top figures in the industry. Xia He's eyes lit up and he continued with envy. The librarian here occupies one of the positions, and the star military superintendent who resists the star beasts occupies the 2nd position, but neither of them are strong swordsmen. Only the dean of the Jianghai Martial Arts Academy is a strong swordsman. But people have already said it themselves, even he can't cut off a mountain with 1 sword. After several deductions, we can all know with our buttocks that this mysterious swordsman must be from outside. After saying that, Xia He waved his hand and said, also, Lao Qin, stop dreaming and go to work quickly. You will be late to clock in and you won't even be able to pass the probation period. Why are you still fantasizing about being a master of swordsmanship? With these words, he fell. It seemed to have hit Qin Yang's weakness. If I don't have a job in the library, I will have to put a lot of effort into getting in touch with kung fu books in the future. Such a good job would be lost. Where can I find it in the future? At least until a new star power technique is created, this job cannot be thrown away. Thinking of this, Qin Yang stopped chatting with Xia He. The 2 of them immediately rushed to the 1st floor of the library. Library 1st floor. The scent of books is overflowing, and the atmosphere is quiet and silent. People are sitting and reading classics, and the subtle sound of turning pages can be faintly heard. After Xia He and Qin Yang arrived on the 1st floor, they checked in separately. Then go to each other's workplaces and start work. At this moment, Qin Yang is alone. That's right, this is the perfect time to innovate your skills. Qin Yang is very satisfied with the current atmosphere. Looking around, I saw that no one cared about me. He followed the memory in his mind and walked towards the bookshelf where the basic star power techniques were displayed. After a while, I found the required technique. The book is placed in the innermost corner. Since no one has taken it for a long time, the cover has already been covered with a thick layer of dust. The 2 techniques have too many flaws and are useless. Those who are strong in the innate realm will look down on them, and the practitioners in the acquired realm will not be able to use them if they have not yet reached the advanced realm. It worked out for me in the end. Qin Yang blew on the cover and brushed off the dust, and couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. Open the classics and read 10 lines at a glance. Relying on the heaven-defying comprehension bonus, the memory has been greatly enhanced. With just a few casual glances, I can memorize the contents of the classics word for word. After a moment, Qin Yang memorized all the contents of the 2 basic star power techniques. Okay, let's try the deduction. Qin Yang fumbled for his memory. These 2 basic star power techniques have great flaws, which is why no one has tried to fuse them. Qin Yang thought for a while, found an inconspicuous corner, and started fishing every day. Leaning on the rest bench, he closed his eyes and meditated. Consciousness sinks directly into the space of enlightenment. In the enlightenment space, the characters of the 2 star power techniques were disassembled and peeled off one by one, forming a sea of words in his skull, constantly floating and jumping. What I am today is all due to my own efforts. Enlightenment space, give me the deduction. Following Qin Yang's thoughts. Next moment. Countless skills were disrupted and then reorganized, as if they were alive, rearranged and changed, redundant characters were deleted on their own, and then regenerated and supplemented. Boom. It's like having an enlightenment. Qin Yang understood everything instantly. After a while, a new basic star power technique finally appeared in his mind. It's done. Qin Yang looked happy, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. This efficiency is incredible. Perceiving the star power technique in his memory, Qin Yang discovered that this new technique was missing a name. In the future, I will definitely have more star power techniques, let's call them star techniques. After creating the star Ju, Qin Yang was overjoyed. But it only incorporates 2 basic star power techniques, and it is still not perfect after all. When more star power techniques are integrated in the future, and all techniques are integrated into one technique, then it will be called the real star technique. The time spent at work is short. Not long after Qin Yang touched the fish, it was lunch break. Get off work on time. Qin Yang followed this iron rule, clocked out of get off work neatly, and went to the cafeteria with Xia He to get food. I heard that the bloodthirsty demon has come out to harm people again in the past few days. Now people in Shanghai City are in panic. Old Qin, when you go out from now on, be careful when you walk. In the dining hall, Xia He chewed rice and spoke a little vaguely. Would you like me to be careful when I walk? Qin Yang picked up a piece of braised pork elbow and put it into his mouth, puzzled. Your boy is so handsome, with tender skin and tender flesh. He is the most popular among those monsters. Xia He shook his head and sighed, Old Qin, you are so weak, the aftermath of a battle with a strong Xiantian realm can shock you to death. I don't know many brothers. Lao Qin, you are one of them. If you encounter trouble, you can run away first. Don't hesitate. Yes, this world is too dangerous. After hearing this, Qin Yang understood Xia He's good intentions and did not continue to struggle. He just felt a little emotional. Even if the sky fell, there would always be a tall man holding it up. He never thought about eliminating harm for the people. Not to mention the great chivalrous people who have the heart to serve the country and the people. I just want to be an ordinary person and live a good life. Time flies by, and a few days have passed in the blink of an eye. Message updates and iterations on the network. The craze for the innate strong man who can cut off the peak with one sword comes and goes quickly. People are so busy with the trivial matters of life that they soon forget about it. After all, the battle between powerful men in the Xiantian realm is still too far away from the lives of ordinary people. Belongs to an unattainable existence. For ordinary people, daily necessities are the true meaning of life. It's okay to forget, the commotion was too big before. In the library, when it was time to get off work, Qin Yang was skillfully fishing while scrolling through the hot search list on his mobile phone. After seeing that the hot search term at the top of the list disappeared, I breathed a sigh of relief. Recalling his previous actions, he couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Who would have thought that the sword was so powerful? I just went out casually. Just flattened a mountain. You can't blame him for this, it's because the mountain is too fragile. If he had known how powerful it was, he would probably have tried it on a small hill first. I don't know how powerful my sword is now. Qin Yang put away his cell phone, flipped through 2 basic swordsmanship books at random, and then stuffed the books back on the bookshelf. Boring. After these few days, he has already read through all the books on the first floor of the library. There are 6 major areas on the first floor of the library. During these days, Qin Yang was not idle. He directly found an excuse to take the initiative and visited all these areas. Even the person in charge couldn't help but sigh after seeing it. There are not many motivated young men like Qin Yang. So, he simply let go of other areas and asked Qin Yang to clean them all. Through these short efforts of cleaning, Qin Yang read all the basic swordsmanship that could be seen. Come and go, I have consulted 25 basic sword techniques. However, what left him speechless was, most of these basic swordsmanship are repetitive. There are also some writers who are even more outrageous. It's okay if the contents are similar, I just copy other books verbatim into my own swordsmanship later on. For a while, even Qin Yang couldn't tell who was the original author. There are a lot of articles in the world copied, who copied whom? Qin Yang was speechless. But luckily. Fortunately, although these sword techniques are similar, they still have their merits. Get the essence and discard the dross. It is not difficult to extract the usable parts of those books by relying on the enlightenment space. Qin Yang has integrated many sword techniques at this moment, and his understanding of the way of swordsmanship has skyrocketed. The power of opening the gate of heaven with one sword has reached a new level. I don't know how much the improvement has been. Thinking of this, Qin Yang's hands itched and he wanted to continue trying the sword. But these days, the turmoil of breaking the peak with a sword has just subsided. The power of his sword is even more terrifying than before. If the sword were really swung out by then, wouldn't the entire mountain be chopped into pieces? It doesn't work to cut a mountain, nor does it work to test a sword against the sky. As the saying goes, one sword opens the gate of heaven. When the time comes, I swing my sword into the sky. What if it splits the atmosphere and tears out a hole in the ozone layer? That's the real trouble. Sigh, it's too powerful and it's also a worry. Qin Yang sighed, took out his mobile phone and looked at the time. Get off work on time. So he raised his hand and turned off the lights in the library, and left his job neatly. Not long after he walked out of the library, he ran into a group of heavily armed guards approaching. Passed by him and walked towards the library. The chilling atmosphere is about to break out. They are all warriors in the late Hotian realm. Qin Yang casually glanced at their cultivation levels and remembered that they were all additional security forces set up by the owner of the museum. Although the turmoil of breaking the peak with one sword has stopped in the past few days. But the rumors of the bloodthirsty monster spread so much that people in Jianghai City were panicked. That bloodthirsty demon made trouble, wandered around the market, and committed several crimes in a row. The victim's blood was sucked dry from his body before death, as if he were a mummy. All kinds of gossips are flying all over the internet, causing a violent storm. This world is too dangerous. Qin Yang was walking on the road, looking up at the stars in the night sky, feeling an overwhelming sense of crisis. It's a bit unsatisfying to level the mountain with one sword. Still needs more power. While he was thinking. Suddenly. There was a rapid ringing in my pocket. Qin Yang frowned slightly when he heard the sound and took out his mobile phone in his pocket. It's so late, who made the call? Don't tell me to go back and work overtime. However, when he took out his cell phone and looked at it, he found a call from Xia He. Qin Yang was a little confused and pressed the answer button. Soon. Xia He's loud voice came from the other end of the phone. Old Qin, help me. What's the situation? Qin Yang was stunned for a moment, and suddenly he thought of the bloodthirsty demon. Couldn't it be such a coincidence? What are you afraid of? Where are you? Tell me your location. Qin Yang suppressed the doubts in his heart and immediately asked calmly. The majestic power of the stars is brewing and ready to be unleashed, and the 7-star steps are about to be used directly. Xia He is the person he is most familiar with in this world, so naturally he cannot ignore death without saving him. However, the next moment. Superintendent Xingwu. Come and get me, Superintendent, Lao Qin. Xia He's crying voice came out again. Huh? Superintendent Xingwu. Why did you get there? Qin Yang was surprised and puzzled. I'm so convinced, don't even mention this nonsense. I just went to buy Jinhan last night, and I didn't even get my hot, so I bumped into the anti-pornography police. Xia Yang broke down and sobbed, it's all because of that monster. He has caused martial law everywhere in the city. Come and take advantage of me quickly. Don't let my father know, otherwise he will have to beat me to death. Qin Yang. Hearing this, Qin Yang suddenly couldn't laugh or cry. It turned out to be because of this. It seems that there has been constant movement in the city these days, which makes me a little nervous. Hey, are you there? Lao Qin. Xia He on the other end of the phone became anxious when he saw no reply. Come and catch me. Old Qin. Bah. Father Qin. Master Qin. Come and save me. Come on, wait there, I'll go over right away. Qin Yang helplessly held his forehead, his figure flashed and disappeared in the direction of the superintendent. The next day. Last night, we fished out the Xia River, which was flowing with tears. Qin Yang conveniently paid the fine and sent him back home. Then after a night's rest, continue working as usual. However, it didn't take long before Qin Yang entered the library. Then he saw Xia He walking towards him. He had a tired look on his face, and scratched his head after being left behind by Superintendent Xingwu. Be more honest from now on, and don't go to buy Jinhan. Qin Yang joked, if I'm not free next time, no one will come to catch you. Humph, it was just my carelessness. Xia He snorted, picked up the phone and said, you won't have to fish for it anymore. Speaking, he opened a hot search page. That bloodthirsty monster was arrested last night. The bloodthirsty monster was caught so quickly. Qin Yang was stunned for a moment, a trace of astonishment flashed across his face, as he was somewhat unexpected by the news. But the eye-catching titles on hot searches cannot be faked. The serial murder case in Jianghai City was solved. The bloodthirsty demon has been apprehended. Very happy. After all, the bloodthirsty monsters have been causing trouble in the past few days, making the city full of bloodshed and making people panic. In order to appease the people, Superintendent Xingwu naturally set up a dragnet to arrest the other party. It is only a matter of time before he is caught. I'm really convinced, why didn't I get arrested earlier? If I had caught him one night earlier, would I have been swept away in by Jinhan? He recalled what he had experienced last night. The more he thought about it, the more depressed he became, so he forwarded several hot search links. Ding dong. As the message sounded, Qin Yang clicked on the link and glanced at the comments under the hot search. There are all comments that are praised by the public. Superintendent Xingwu is so powerful. We finally caught this devil. Thank you for your hard work. I heard that several teams of troops were used. It was like all the people were soldiers. My second uncle's family was in trouble because of this monster. May their spirits in heaven rest in peace. This one looks too fierce. Fortunately, he was caught. No one will have to worry about it in the future. Qin Yang swiped the screen of his mobile phone, reading the comments, and then saw the live photo of the demon in the second link. The background of the photo is an abandoned amusement park, with the gloomy moonlight leaning on the rusty carousel. A middle-aged man knelt down in the middle, his limbs and neck locked by 5 explosion-proof forks, and he was pressed to the ground, unable to move at all. His face was as pale as gold paper, but as ferocious and twisted as a wild beast. In the depths of the gloomy eyes, there is a blood-colored light surging secretly, and the evil aura is awe-inspiring. There was a sharp contrast with the dozen or so fully armed soldiers standing behind him. Like a trapped animal in a cage, it is possible to escape again at any time. TSK, Lao Qin, have you looked at the photo? This monster looks really scary. Is it possible that every evil cultivator will become like this? He shook his head and sighed. I heard that when the devil was arrested, he was still gnawing on the meat. I don't know what kind of animal parts it was. Most people who are possessed by demons are like this. Qin Yang shrugged, feeling relieved in his heart. This wandering demon has finally been caught. In this way, the alert level of Jianghai City can be lowered. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to use my hands and feet if I patrol the streets all day long. Now that the devil has been arrested, it means that there is less trouble. 3 days, 3 more days, this guy will die. He put away his phone and suddenly said with great confidence. 3 days. Qin Yang raised his eyebrows, a little confused. Well, this devil committed a heinous crime and killed too many innocent people. After 3 days, when Superintendent Xingwu finds out the whole story from him, he will behead him directly. Xia said softly. I see. Qin Yang felt relieved after hearing this and expressed his understanding of the result. In the past few days, the bloodthirsty monsters have been killing people without stopping, causing panic among the people in Jianghai City. How can we calm the restless hearts if we don't cut the knot with a sharp knife as soon as possible? And when the time comes, killing the chicken to scare the monkeys will not only appease people's hearts, but also play a role in deterring other demons, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Just when Qin Yang was sighing. Suddenly, a familiar mechanical sound sounded in his mind. Ding! High-risk life form detected, blood demon. Warning, extreme danger. Host, please evacuate the scene as soon as possible. Find a hiding place quickly. The rapid sound of electronic machinery sounded like a soul-inducing bell, shocking Qin Yang's whole body. Blood demon. Qin Yang's expression changed, and he was immediately overjoyed. Has the system begun to convulse again? The little animal that makes the system go crazy is here again. Where is it? Where is the blood demon? Hearing the sound, Qin Yang rubbed his hands and looked around in surprise, looking for the blood demon mentioned by the system. However, after scanning for a long time, it was not a small animal, let alone a small animal. Not even a cockroach appeared. What are you looking for, Lao Qin? Is there a beauty with black stockings? He saw Qin Yang's strange behavior and followed his line of sight curiously. Except for a cleaning lady, he saw no other women. Brother, I see you are really hungry. He held his forehead and sighed, patting Qin Yang's shoulder heavily. When you have time after get off work, I will take you to Baijinhan to see the world. Qin Yang. Hearing He's teasing, Qin Yang didn't take it to heart, but was a little disappointed. The shadow of the blood demon was not found. Could it be that this dog system is playing tricks on me? While I was thinking about it, the alarm on my phone rang, and it was already time to go to work. So he could only put aside his confusion, turn around and rush to work with He. At this moment, the first floor of the library is no longer as full as before. There were only a few scattered people sitting on the lounge chairs, which was in sharp contrast to the full scene before. A lot of people left. Qin Yang couldn't help but feel a little emotional when he looked at this depressed scene. Although the seats were packed with people who came to read the book before, they were just reading on the surface, but in fact they were coveting the perfect security system here. Come here for refuge. The three major areas in Jianghai City that have strong Xiantian realms are the Xingwu Police Superintendent, the Municipal Library and the Martial Arts Academy. Even the surrounding hotels are full. Now that the bloodthirsty monster has been arrested and the threat is removed, everything has returned to its former peace. It's hard to say that similar monsters won't appear in the future, so I can't relax. Qin Yang shook his head and walked towards the book area where the Shenfa area was hidden. I have learned a lot of swordsmanship skills in the past few days, but I cannot let go of my running skills. Even if you can't beat it, you must be able to outrun it. As long as disaster cannot catch up with you, you will definitely have a chance to make a comeback. Thinking of this, Qin Yang began to search for Shenfa and martial arts on the first floor of the library. After several searches, I finally found only 6 suitable body skills. The body skills and martial arts at this level are too rare, several times less than the sword skills. Qin Yang read those books on body movements, which were nothing more than basic steps. Through his incredible understanding, he understood the core of these methods in an instant. The core purpose is to imitate the beasts of mountains and rivers. Either a deer leaping in the forest, a fish diving in a stream, or a bird flying high in the sky. Are you imitating mountain beasts and escaping? Qin Yang thought for a moment and soon came up with a bold idea. If these body movement books are integrated into one body, can a new method be developed that can be applied to various terrains? Try it. Thinking of this, Qin Yang did not hesitate and closed his eyes to sort out the details of the 6 body movements. In an instant, the image of the 6 body movements evolved in his mind, as if there were thousands of creatures rushing towards him, turning into birds and beasts and scattering in fright, leaving no trace of them. Qin Yang extracted the essence and integrated it into a comprehensive one. The essentials of body movements are integrated into one. After a moment, a new innate skill is formed. As graceful as a startling dragon, like a wandering dragon. It combines the strengths of all beasts, so let's name it, 7 Stars Wandering Dragon Step. Qin Yang was pleasantly surprised and felt refreshed all over. That's it. Innate martial arts, as long as you have hands. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Qin Yang and Xia He were eating in the cafeteria. I'll show you something good, Lao Qin, but don't spread it around. Xia He said mysteriously and sent a video link. This is. Qin Yang opened his phone and took a look and found a short video. Is it the kind of short video I was thinking of? What are you thinking about? This is the video of the bloodthirsty monster beheading. My dad's friend posted it. Don't spread it around. Xia said in a low voice. Hearing this, Qin Yang was also a little curious and immediately pressed the play button. However, when I was looking at it, suddenly, the long-lost mechanical sound of the system sounded again. Ding! The appearance of the bloodthirsty leech, the blood demon, has been detected. Please run away as soon as possible. A blood-eating locust? Listening to the prompt information given by the system, Qin Yang felt very confused. Why is it that one person is a blood demon and another is a leech? Is this blood demon a human or an animal? At this moment, a curtain of light appeared in Qin Yang's mind. Race, blood-eating leech, contains ancient demon blood. Level, Emperor level. Talent abilities, blood-eating, parasitism, undead clone. Characteristics, loves to human blood. Etc. Looking at the light curtain in front of him, Qin Yang frowned. In an instant, he suddenly remembered the physiological characteristics of a creature like a leech. They live in paddy fields for a long time and are soft and boneless, but they can parasitize the human body and feed on blood. Once the leech suckers are attached to the skin, it is difficult to remove them by hand. Could it be that the blood-sucking locusts prompted by the system at this moment, are parasitizing humans? Qin Yang suddenly felt a chill running down his spine when he thought of this, and instantly felt an explosion of crisis. Are you afraid that the bloodthirsty demon is still alive? Thinking of this, Qin Yang returned his attention to the video in front of him, paying attention to the content inside. The progress bar of the video advances slowly. In the video, there are guards stationed around the execution site. The bloodthirsty demon wears a sack over his head, wears a black and white striped prison uniform, and sits on his knees with his knees touching the ground. One of the executioners in charge of the execution took out a long knife, gathered strength, and suddenly slashed at the demon's neck. Poof! Gudong! Hands up and swords down. As the human head in the beheading video fell to the ground, the bones began to roll, announcing the end of the life of the bloodthirsty monster. At this time, He was chewing roast pork slices, pointing at the headless corpse in the video, and said vaguely, "This old devil is finally dead, and he died well. What a meal." Happy as if he had killed his enemy himself. However, Qin Yang did not answer the question, but frowned, suddenly realizing that the situation was not good. The bloodthirsty monster. Is he really dead? If it is really as I imagined just now. It's the blood-eating locusts that are causing trouble behind the scene. Then the beheading and execution of Superintendent Xingwu was in vain. After all, a human being possessed by a leech is nothing more than a puppet. For blood-eating locusts, there is no problem in throwing them away. After losing its body, it only needs to spend some more effort to find another body and that's it. In other words, Superintendent Xingwu's beheading operation had no effect at all. What's the difference between resurrecting a soul through a corpse and becoming immortal? Qin Yang couldn't help but feel worried as he thought about this strange ability. The stubborn life that cannot be killed, coupled with the ability to control human puppets as a substitute, is indeed extremely dangerous. After the Emperor-level Star Beast, will there be the Emperor-level Star Beast? Thinking of this, Qin Yang was a little scared. What does an Emperor-level Star Beast look like? I have never heard of it at all. Even the Encyclopedia of Ferocious Beasts in the library does not have any relevant records. Describing the unknown is the scariest thing about them. The reason why no one recorded it is that those who encountered the Emperor-level Star Beast were devoured on the spot as soon as they met. I didn't even have time to leave my last words. Qin Yang mentally deduced the strength level of the Emperor-level Star Beast. There is no doubt that the strength of Star Beasts at their level has already reached the Master level. No, even higher. Perhaps even the Master level experts are just ants that can be easily devoured in front of them. It's terrible, it's too terrible. Qin Yang shook his head, feeling surprised and uncertain. This world is indeed too dangerous. Although the system's prompts are a little bit inaccurate every time. But you can never completely relax. I'm not afraid that the system's prompts will be inaccurate, but I'm afraid that one day it will suddenly be accurate, then something big will happen. At that time, a world-destroying star beast came from the opposite side, and he responded with the attitude of stepping on a cockroach. If you are not prepared at all, it will definitely end in death. Thinking of this, Qin Yang secretly made up his mind. Again. Stay still and develop, stay steady and stay away from the waves. As for actively looking for blood-eating locusts, let alone them. There are tall people who can hold up the sky if it falls. There are many capable people in Superintendent Xingwu, so they will naturally have solutions to deal with it. What should a small citizen like me worry about? Just live an honest life. Hiccup. Lao Qin, are you free after get off work tonight? He across the table burped, rubbed his belly with satisfaction, and said. Thank you for fishing for me before. Today, in order to celebrate the death of the bloodthirsty demon, I will take you to Baijinhan to eat meat. After hearing this, Qin Yang's mouth twitched on the spot. Here we go again, this guy. Tian Baijinhan. The situation in the urban area is uncertain now, so you still need to be more careful. So Qin Yang raised his hand decisively and declined politely. I have some arrangements tonight, let's wait until next time. I will definitely do it next time. Next time. What's going on with your kid? Hearing Qin Yang's refusal, He frowned slightly. I'm treating you this time to repay the favor you did for me last time. You don't even want the free admission ticket? No, I feel like Jianghai City is not peaceful these days. As Qin Yang spoke, he suddenly remembered something and whispered, be careful when you go out. Be careful? Hey, Lao Qin, I really don't understand what you are afraid of. Now that the bloodthirsty monsters are dead, what else do you have to be afraid of? He rolled his eyes and said disdainfully. Hearing this, Qin Yang was silent for a moment, did not continue to talk, and turned away from the topic. An inexplicable premonition lingered in his heart. It won't be long before the bloodthirsty demon will reappear in the city. But after all, there is no basis for what he says, and he can't provide any evidence. Even if you tell others, what's the use? In their eyes, you are just a librarian with low talent. Who will believe you? After all, the strength is still too weak. In the following time, Qin Yang returned his attention to the space of enlightenment and began to continue integrating martial arts. Prepare to make new breakthroughs again. Late night. Superintendent Xingwu, crematorium. The huge crematorium roared, and hot wind swept through the dark room. A male corpse with his body and head separated was lying on the cold terrace, his eyes wide open and filled with bloodshot eyes, staring at the ceiling. Iffies. With the sound of flesh and blood bursting. Next moment. A huge locust burst out of its body and rolled to the ground, which was extremely strange. At this time, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. The crematorium door slowly opened, and a staff member walked in with a phone under his arm. "Hey, wife, can you hear me clearly? The signal in this morgue is not good. We have temporary overtime work tonight, and we have an urgent assignment from above. I will go back after I finish my work later, and you go to sleep first." He put his head against his cell phone, put on plastic gloves, and prepared to start burning the body. "Let's not talk about it for now. The work is heavy tonight. I will tell you in detail when I get back." However, he had not yet finished speaking. The blood-eating locust on the ground was waiting for the opportunity to move, suddenly curled up, shot up suddenly, and bounced onto his skin. Swallowed flesh and blood and penetrated directly into the body. In an instant, the man was sluggish all over. After a moment, a strange scarlet color flashed in his eyes. Superintendent Xingwu, conference room. The spacious conference room is bright and clean, but the atmosphere is extremely depressing. Dozens of senior police superintendents were seen gathered around a conference table. Each of them is wearing a straight formal suit, with gold stars carved on their shoulders to show their status. They are all elites in the defense of star beasts, and their every move can cause a shock in the industry. But now, the face that should have been serious showed a heavy sadness. "Commander, we just received the news that another brother was sacrificed." An older district police chief sighed and said to the commander-in-chief, "This is already the 7th crime, and there is no way to continue like this." As he spoke, he sighed, took out the remote control, and turned on the holographic projection on the table. Soon, the blue optical fibers are woven to form a miniature map of Jianghai City, with multiple red light spots arranged on it to indicate the location where the case occurred. In just these 3 short days, many murder cases occurred in Jianghai City. Several of the crimes occurred at the same time, or even at the same time. In this way, Superintendent Xingwu can already conclude a fact. That is, there are more than one of these bloodthirsty monsters. It is very likely that a gang committed the crime. The monster caught by the superintendent now may be just the tip of the iceberg. I understand what everyone means. Superintendent Xingwu rested his chin on his hands, his eyes flickered, and his face became even more gloomy. With the previous bloodthirsty demon being arrested. In the past 3 days, Jianghai urban area still has not ushered in peace. On the surface, it seems like everything is over. But in fact, there is an undercurrent surging, and it is still extremely dangerous. Since the demon was arrested, the police superintendent's arrest has angered the other party's other accomplices, making their killing actions even more intense. The other party's killing targets are no longer limited to ordinary citizens. In turn, it all turned into a mass attack on Superintendent Xingwu. This is naked revenge. An angry senior police superintendent slammed the table and angrily shouted, "These beasts don't even take us, Superintendent Xingwu, seriously. You all should take a good look. The brothers who were tortured to death by them." As soon as he finished speaking, the congressman in charge of regulation did not dare to hesitate and quickly pressed the remote control. Next moment, the holographic projection on the table changed in response, and the map of the urban area disappeared, turning into corpses wearing the uniforms of Superintendent Xingwu. I saw that the faces of the dead police officers were withered, their skin and flesh shriveled up, and their death conditions were extremely miserable. All of them were drained of blood by the bloodthirsty monsters and died. Such a tragic and horrific death, even a veteran who has been a police superintendent for many years, had no choice but to turn his head and look elsewhere, unable to bear to look any further. "No chaos, please calm down." The superintendent's face was gloomy, as if he was thinking about something. After hearing what he said, the others also became quiet and waited for his next command. The atmosphere in the conference room fell into silence. The commander turned his eyes and scanned the projection of the dead police officer. He naturally understands in his heart. The situation is critical now. The bloodthirsty monster is doing evil for people, and there is no way to let him go anymore. If they are not eradicated, the police superintendent on his side will no longer be able to explain to the citizens. How many citizens are aware of this matter currently? The commander asked the nearest superintendent. "No, not one. Don't worry, Commander. Since the incident, we have blocked the overall news as soon as possible. The senior executive explained. Very good, continue to block the news and increase the manpower allocation for patrols. The commander whispered, judging from the current situation, the group of demons have obviously focused all their killings on our superintendent. Now we have just informed the citizens that the bloodthirsty demon has been eliminated, and they have just calmed down. I can't be disturbed any longer. Yes, I will do it now. After several discussions, this urgent meeting was dismissed. In the next few days, the number of police patrols in the Jianghai city area was quietly doubled. However, what made the commander relieved was that the monsters seemed to be afraid when they heard the news. After the meeting, there was no news about the murder of the bloodthirsty monster. The turmoil seems to have stopped. Just when the recovery action was in full swing. In the prison of Superintendent Xingwu, the sunshine at noon was just right, reflecting into the cell from the window. I saw a thin prisoner facing the scorching sun. Suddenly his whole body twitched and his face lost all color. He immediately expired and died indoors. Damn it, another one died. The prison guard who was doing rounds came over upon hearing the sound and cursed angrily. In Superintendent Xingwu's prison, dead people are very common. Most of the prisoners are evil people, practicing various weird short-lived magic skills. Sometimes, just a few days after delivery, I kill myself even before my is even warm. The jailer spat on the body, and without thinking much, he moved the body and started pulling it away for burning. This is daily life in prison. At the same time, the library is on the first floor. Several people who were borrowing books walked past the bookshelf and suddenly noticed Qin Yang in the corner, closing his eyes and concentrating. Hey, you see the administrator is fishing again. Don't look at it. This kind of person has mediocre talent. He will never become a cultivator in the future. He will probably only be an administrator in this life. Hey, he opened his eyes, let's go, let's go. Those people pushed their companions, lowered their heads and trotted away. Hearing these words, Qin Yang, who was studying martial arts, opened his eyes and felt helpless. What's wrong with fishing by yourself? Have I fished and eaten your rice? Qin Yang rolled his eyes. When I feel depressed. Old Qin. Suddenly a familiar voice came from behind. Qin Yang turned around and saw Xia He running over. What's going on? Are you so anxious? There is a beauty. There is a beauty. Come quickly. Xia He hurriedly pulled Qin Yang and dragged him towards the door. This one is definitely decent. Hundreds of times better than those in black stockings. Is there such a good thing? Qin Yang shook off his hand and immediately walked on his feet, walking faster than Xia He. Xia He. Soon. The two of them arrived at the target area. I saw it in the rest area of the library. A girl of about 17 or 18 years old was reading quietly. Warm sunshine fell on her shoulders. Her face was pure and beautiful. She was wearing a simple white dress and her long black hair was even more elegant. This is no one else. It was the girl who followed the dean of Jianghai Martial Arts Academy after cutting off the peak with a sword. At this moment, Qin Yang suddenly heard a notification sound from the system in his mind. Ding! The message from the Empress has been detected, please ask the host to kowtow and become a disciple immediately. Qin Yang was stunned when he heard the system prompt in his mind. Empress? What the hell? Allow yourself to kowtow and become a disciple. Qin Yang stared blankly at the girl in front of him in surprise. Of course, there is nothing to say about his appearance. He can score 12 points out of 10, which is beyond the standard. When walking on the street with him, he will definitely be a handsome man and a beautiful woman, and he will turn heads. But what does this have to do with the Empress? Is this dog system really here to trick me? Just when Qin Yang was at a loss, a curtain of light suddenly appeared in his mind. Name, Li Zixuan. Age, 516. Cultivation level, peak of Emperor Senior Realm. Martial arts, true interpretation of Taiyin swordsmanship, dragon-slaying swordsmanship. Shou Yuan, 5000. Lines of panel prompts appeared, making Qin Yang dazzled and frightened. What the hell, are you serious? Is this girl really some kind of empress? Thinking of this, Qin Yang couldn't sit still. For nothing else, the empress or whatever is not important. Just remembering the requirements of the previous dog system, you can get a huge reward by stepping on a cockroach. Then if I really succeed in becoming a disciple this time, wouldn't I be able to get an even more incredible increase? Thinking of this, Qin Yang immediately understood. He strode forward decisively and walked over, ready to ask the other party's name. After all, becoming a disciple is a big deal, so I have to confirm it again. Don't worship the wrong person when the time comes, it will be funny. Certainly. Lose face is not a problem. In this world where star beasts are rampant, what's the point of losing a little face? Strength is the biggest criterion to rely on. You can get rewards by becoming a master, don't waste it. Qin Yang strode forward towards the girl, his momentum was strong and his posture was calm and calm. Xia He next to him looked at it, but he opened his mouth wide and froze on the spot, his brain CPU was about to burn out. Where is Lao Qin going? Just go up like this? Who gave you the courage? He couldn't understand it, but he was shocked inside. Is this still the old Qin I know? Is it possible that Mengulu is going to have an awakening today? Xia He found that he couldn't understand this guy more and more. Just when Xia He was surprised. Some other good people in the library also noticed this. After all, Qin Yang is very attractive when walking on the street with this face on his face, and the girl who is reading is also not bad in appearance. Two handsome men and beautiful women gathered at this moment and immediately became the focus of attention in the library. Hey, look, isn't that the handsome administrator from the first floor? What is he doing? Why is he heading towards this girl? He's so handsome, but don't do it just to strike up a conversation. I want to ask for his phone number in a few days. The sound of whispers kept coming, and it reached Qin Yang's ears word by word. He has an innate level and can hear clearly. So, now I just feel anxious. When this matter is spread out in the future, wouldn't everyone in the library know about it? It can be called a large-scale social death scene. But now the arrow is on the string. It can no longer control so much. Damn it, you're a dog system. When I get stronger, I have to treat you well. Qin Yang gritted his teeth and cursed secretly in his heart. But the body is very honest. Having taken 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, she arrived at the girl's table. Looking closer, Qin Yang realized that the girl was more beautiful than he looked from a distance. Her skin is like cream, her chest is magnificent, her nose is small and her mouth is small. She is just like a standard iceberg beauty. It's just that the aura is a bit too cold. Like a sharp cold sword that holds back a sword, it can keep people away thousands of miles away. No wonder the seats a few meters around are empty. Qin Yang glanced at the surroundings and understood the reason. Ification. Qin Yang coughed a few times, which immediately attracted the girl's attention. She raised her eyes slightly, glanced at Qin Yang, and said nothing. The atmosphere fell into silence for a moment. It's as if time has frozen because of this. That. When Qin Yang saw this, his mind was racing, and he thought about how to start for a long time. But then I thought about it, I wasn't here to strike up a conversation. What do you think about so much? So he went straight to the point, Beauty, excuse me, what is your name? The words just fell. There was only a sound of gasping coming from the surroundings. The passers-by were paying attention and began to look forward to the next development. Xia He from afar saw this and secretly gave a thumbs up, calling Lao Qin awesome in his heart. What kind of operation is this? You are so brave to dare to strike up a conversation like this. I really don't notice it at ordinary times. At the same time. After Qin Yang said it, the girl did not reply, but frowned slightly, with a trace of displeasure flashing in her heart. She was a little surprised by Qin Yang's question. Is this all a cliched way of picking up a conversation? I also had some bold followers in the martial arts academy. But he was really the first one to strike up a conversation like Qin Yang. In this situation now, it is really difficult for her to handle it. At this moment when the girl hesitated, Qin Yang felt a little embarrassed when he saw the girl didn't speak, so he could only focus on the student ID card on her desk. Name, Li Zixuan. Age, 16 years old. School, Jianghai Martial Arts Academy. After scanning for a few seconds, Qin Yang memorized the information in his mind. Okay, it's indeed the same name as the system prompts. The empress mentioned by the system is indeed the girl in front of her. Qin Yang looked at his student ID card and his thoughts were wandering. A slender green-white hand suddenly stretched out and covered the top of the student ID card. Seeing this, Qin Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively looked away, but when he raised his head, he just met the girl's eyes. "What are you looking at?" Li Zixuan frowned and asked impatiently. Those cold eyes looked back and forth at Qin Yang, showing a hint of irritation. When Qin Yang saw this, he immediately understood that he was angry. What I did just now was indeed inappropriate, so I quickly pointed to the work badge on my chest and explained. "Classmate, I'm sorry, I'm the librarian. There's a guy who hasn't returned the books he borrowed these days, and he won't answer his phone calls. I'm searching the hall for that guy. I'm so sorry for the offense." After finishing these words, Li Zixuan's brows relaxed slightly. Thinking about it carefully, the man didn't say anything outrageous just now. Just to ask for your name. There doesn't seem to be any malicious intent. Why should I be angry with a little librarian? Thinking of this, Li Zixuan shook her head and said, "It's okay, you guys are working hard too, I understand." Okay, I'm really sorry, I won't bother you classmate anymore." Qin Yang clasped his hands together, apologized and stepped back, out of the girl's sight. But his heart was very uneasy. The student certificate clearly shows that I am 16 years old, but why does the system say I am 516 years old? Does this mean that the system has advanced the timeline by 500 years? Suddenly, an astonishing thought flashed through Qin Yang's mind. Is the system really 500 years ahead of schedule? Thinking of the epileptic prompts that appeared from time to time in the dog system, Qin Yang gradually came to his senses. Whether it's an immortal cockroach or a purple soul spider. Although these creatures are weak today, they can be crushed to pieces with one kick. But it would be hard to say if we put it 500 years later. Having experienced the baptism of time for hundreds of years, coupled with the blessing of the power of stars in this world. No matter how weak the creature is, as long as it can survive for hundreds of years. Even a pig may have to evolve into a powerful beast king, the Beast King. Hey guys, this is too buggy. The more he thought about it, the more shocked Qin Yang was. This dog system really doesn't follow the routine at all. Perhaps I wrongly blamed the dog system before. Qin Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head, suddenly understanding something. The dog system seems to be true. The cockroach he crushed to death, the little spider is indeed a king of beasts, a king of beasts. It only took 500 years for it to reach its stated form. These future overlords were just weak ants 500 years ago today. 500 years to the east of the river, 500 years to the west of the river. Don't be deceived. Well, I trampled them to death 500 years in advance. Have I made a contribution to humanity? Beast kings, and other existences are definitely a huge threat to human beings. I am nipping the danger in the bud. And the girl just now was indeed a powerful empress. Similar to those future beast kings, it would be 500 years before she could reach the level shown by the system. Am I peeking into the future in some sense? Qin Yang remained calm and glanced back at the girl. At this moment. Suddenly, the urge sounded again in my mind. Ding, it's detected that the host is moving away from the empress. Please listen to the host's advice and quickly return to the empress side to kowtow and worship. This great opportunity only comes once. Don't miss it. Otherwise the host will regret it for the rest of his life. System's tone was a bit hateful, as if he was about to miss a huge opportunity this time. After hearing the system's urging, Qin Yang fell silent for a moment. According to the system prompts, the girl in front of me will become a powerful empress in 500 years. But, allow yourself to become a disciple now. Please. I am now an innately strong person. Let him become a disciple of a 16-year-old girl. Are you kidding me? Int. Qin Yang waved his hands irritably, trying to disperse the voices in his head. Let's not talk about the age gap between myself and Li Zixuan. I suddenly went to become a disciple of a 16-year-old girl whom I had no connection with. How could others agree to accept me as a disciple? If you say nothing, you will be treated as a lunatic. When the time comes, she will make a joke and leave a bad impression in her mind, which will make her even less likely to complete her apprenticeship mission. And more importantly, the moment Qin Yang approached Li Zixuan, he had already noticed her cultivation. It's just the 8th level of the acquired world. Well, okay, I have just turned 16 and am already at the 8th level of the day after tomorrow, which is a bit outrageous. She is worthy of being the future empress. Qin Yang thought in confusion, and had to admit the other party's talent in his heart. Li Zixuan's talent is indeed very good. He has already reached the 8th level of the acquired state at a young age, and is just around the corner to enter the innate state. Such a talent, no one can match it in the entire Jianghai city. But let yourself be apprenticed or something, forget it after all. I can't learn anything from her. Just after Qin Yang left, the people watching the excitement dispersed. The usual calmness returned to Li Zixuan's surroundings again. Finally gone. She raised her eyes and glanced at Qin Yang's back, but didn't take this episode to heart. After all, these librarians have ordinary identities and are just ordinary people, so they will not disturb her mood. She is recognized as the #1 genius in Jianghai Martial Arts Academy. It's not enough to argue with a librarian over this trivial matter. Li Zixuan lifted the hair from her ears and clamped them beside her ears. Then she took out her earphones and put them on, and continued to read the swordsmanship book in her hand. In the earphones, soft Taoist music is playing, the Dan song is stunning, and the majestic human voice sings the supreme sword ballad, coupled with the true explanations of the sword technique in the book, making her understanding of the way of the sword progress rapidly. These unique kendo music are all resources collected and sent from her family. They collected the insights from the masters of swordsmanship and connected them into songs, trying to create Li Zixuan's sword heart. Since childhood, she has always received the best resources. Even if you enter Jianghai Martial Arts Academy, you will learn from the dean who is a strong swordsman and specialize in swordsmanship. But in fact, Li Zixuan didn't like kendo before. After all, under the pressure of her family since childhood, she barely had any time to do the things she liked. The family has been in decline for hundreds of years, and it was not until Li Zixuan's generation that a swordsman genius like her emerged. So, everyone's expectations are piled on her. There is no entertainment, only countless expectant eyes, and holding a sword day and night to realize the Tao. Having lived like this for 16 years, anyone else would feel disgusted. She is no exception. Until that day, Li Zixuan secretly observed her surroundings and saw that no one was approaching. She carefully opened her phone and looked at a photo in trance. It was a mountain peak that had been flattened with a sharp tool, and the cuts were neat and smooth. The man holding the sword used his mighty power to cut off the peak with his sword and take down the top of the mountain. This photo was taken secretly by Li Zixuan at that time, just a few steps away. Now that mountain peak has long been blocked by Superintendent Xingwu, all the photos on the internet were taken with difficulty from several miles away. Although it looked shocking, it was still a little blurry. The photo in Li Zixuan's hand was taken so close and preserved. All thanks to the dean's intervention. One sword cuts off the peak. Looking at the photo in his hand, Li Zixuan's heart was pounding, imagining the senior's striking style. I felt a little fascinated for a while. Ever since she saw the scene at Broken Peak that day, she had never forgotten it, and she finally became interested in kendo. It turns out that the master of swordsmanship can possess such power. As long as you practice to the extreme. Naturally, you can split everything in front of you, nothing. Unconsciously, a seed of kendo sprouted in Li Zixuan's heart. She put her phone away silently, and continued to read the contents of the kendo book intently. One day, I will become a peerless swordsman like my senior. I will personally ask my senior for advice when the time comes. P.S. Is anyone watching? Dear readers, can you give a vote to support the author? On the other side, Qin Yang returned to the Xiahe side and immediately noticed that something was not right. Xiahe's eyes kept glancing beside him, and the raised corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. You kid, you can do it. Lao Qin. Xiahe suppressed a smile, gave a thumbs up, and joked wildly, what medicine have you taken recently to make you so coquettish? Qin Yang. Qin Yang was silent and gave his bad friend a roll of his eyes. Hiss, what do you mean by that look in your eyes, Lao Qin? I'm complimenting you. Xiahe took a breath, chewed his teeth, and approached Qin Yang and put his arms around his shoulders. I mean this as a compliment. But I don't mean to belittle you at all. You're going to pull me down. Qin Yang was too lazy to talk to him and just shook off Xiahe's hand. His mind was racing, and he was still thinking about what he had just said about the system. Although he had vaguely solved the mystery in his heart, he was still a little unbelievable. Based on the prompts given by the previous system. Not all creatures can trigger prompts. Only those living beings who are still alive after 500 years can trigger the system's prompts. A creature that can live for 500 years without dying must be an extremely terrifying existence according to the system's prompts. Again. Even a pig can become the king of beasts if it lives for 500 years. As for things like immortal cockroaches, purple soul magic beads, and blood-eating locusts, there are existences with ancient blood in their bodies. After 500 years, it will become a powerful star beast. It is understandable. As for some other ordinary star beasts, they have great opportunities every day, but they have already failed in 500 years. The same is true for some powerful people in the world. Although they are able to dominate one place now, they regard everything as an ant in their hands. But nothing can be said against time. Once they die after 500 years, it means that they cannot trigger the system prompts. So, now that I meet them, I will naturally no longer be able to trigger the system prompts. There is no system prompt. Once you come into contact with them, there is no possibility of receiving rewards for the same reason. That's right, that's the truth. Qin Yang nodded secretly, suddenly enlightened. He thought again of the girl he had just met. No, she is the future empress. According to the system prompts, as long as I become a disciple of this little girl, I can get new rewards. It's just that the task of apprenticeship is really difficult. Not to mention the embarrassment, Qin Yang really couldn't afford to lose face. Moreover, the opponent is already a master of the 8th level of the acquired world at a young age. There is no doubt that he is the pride of heaven and the apple of his eye. Every move you make must be seen by all parties. I rashly went up to become a disciple. I'm afraid that if I just finished my apprenticeship today, I will be noticed by the big shots who pay attention to Li Zixuan tomorrow. At that time, not only will you fail to become a master, but it will also cause all kinds of troubles. Certainly. It is still a trivial matter to be visited by people from these forces. With his current strength, ordinary people can't do anything to him. If they dare to come, make sure that the other person walks in upright and then goes out sideways. But the problem is, after sending the other person away, what should I do if I lose my job as a librarian because of this? Such a good job, you can fish, read kung fu books, and have a staff cafeteria. Everyone in the library is talented, I can't lose this job. Qin Yang shook his head secretly in thought. Moreover, Li Zixuan also held a student ID card to prove that the other party was just a student of the martial arts academy. If a grown man like me goes up to become a disciple, others will definitely not agree. Even being considered a lunatic on the spot. Thinking about it carefully, the chance of becoming a disciple is basically zero. Impossible. Absolutely impossible to succeed. Damn it, you system, look at what kind of missions you are doing. Qin Yang cursed secretly in his heart. Next moment, the system's stubborn voice came again. Ding. It has been detected that the Empress is moving away. Please return as soon as possible and kowtow, kneel and lick your master. Qin Yang. Hearing the system prompts, Qin Yang became numb. Okay, this is how you play, right? At this moment, Qin Yang thought of the cockroach and spider from before. Suddenly I patted my head and realized something. Why did you fall into the misunderstanding of the system? Last time, the system urged itself to run for its life when it encountered a cockroach. In the end, we did the opposite and crushed the cockroach to death, allowing the dog system to release even more rewards. In the eyes of the system, I am just an ant in front of the powerful Empress. So it thinks that becoming a disciple is the simplest and most reasonable thing for me. If it were the other way around. Qin Yang's eyes lit up and he murmured, if the Empress worships me as her teacher, wouldn't the rewards be even greater? That's right. This is the truth. When he thought of this, Qin Yang suddenly became enlightened and realized everything. While the Empress is young, accept her as your disciple. Then if you interact every day, you can get a lot of rewards from the dog system. Why not do such a good thing? This is simply like Qin Shihuang touching the wires. It's a win. Thinking of this, Qin Yang had a clear idea and suddenly became extremely excited. He turned around suddenly and was about to go back the way he came, heading towards the girl's position. But after walking a few steps to the place, Li Zixuan's place was already empty. Did you actually leave? Qin Yang felt a little regretful when he saw the empty seats. If I had known earlier, I would have used my status as an administrator to use a library event promotion to get Li Zixuan's number. No, Lao Qin, you don't really have a crush on me, do you? Xia He on the side saw this, poked Qin Yang on the shoulder, and said jokingly, I didn't expect you to like this one. But this girl is hard to chase at first sight. She looks like an iceberg, so don't let strangers get close to her. Why? Qin Yang let out a long sigh, thinking about the girl he missed just now, with a look of regret on his face. Girls are not important. The important thing is that the system reward that you just received flew away in front of you in the blink of an eye. I don't know when I will meet that girl again. What if this girl doesn't come again? After all, fishing shouldn't be too exaggerated. You can't just wait here for Li Zixuan every day, right? Holy shit, what's your reaction, Lao Qin? Cheer up. Xia He saw Qin Yang's face and immediately couldn't bear it. If you are really serious, I will go up the mountain of swords and the sea of fire to get her contact information for you. Huh? Seriously? Qin Yang hesitated and looked Xia He up and down. Don't lie to honest people. Hearing this, Xia He raised his eyebrows and said, why are you lying to me? There are many people coming and going in this library, and I know some of them. Tell me her name, and I will find a way to find her for you. Okay, let's try it. Qin Yang told Xia He the information about Li Zixuan and the identity of Jianghai Martial Arts Academy. Xia He immediately signed a guarantee and said, is this beauty a student of Jianghai Martial Arts Academy? This is easy to handle. Just wait and see, Lao Qin, I promise to get the news for you. Superintendent Xingwu, high-level conference room. There were dozens of guards standing guard on both sides of the corridor outside the door. They all had serious faces, and together they were guarding this special meeting. Tap-ta-ta. At this time, with the sound of steady footsteps, the superintendent appeared at the end of the corridor and slowly came to the door of the conference room. When the guard stationed at the door saw this, he immediately stepped forward and said respectfully in a deep voice. The commander, the owner of the hall, and the dean of the Martial Arts Academy have all arrived and are waiting for you in the house. Well, continue to maintain security outside the house, don't make any omissions. The commander nodded slightly, then opened the door and walked into the room. I saw an empty room, clean and bright. The walls were specially installed with soundproof glass to block out all outside monitoring. At this moment, the dean of the Martial Arts Academy and the librarian of Jianghai City Library were standing in front of the conference table, their faces as solemn as water. Other than that, there are no other senior leaders. On the conference table in front of them, there was a tiny bloodthirsty locust. The articulated body is squirming and is being held by the reinforced tempered glass and sealed in the bottle. Dark red juice splashed from the locust's mouthparts and stained the glass. Even though the escape path was blocked, the leech was still trying to curl up and eject, hitting the bottle crazily, and it looked very scary. It seems as if the next moment I will break away from the bottle and successfully escape from the outside world. Commander, why did you come to us urgently? Seeing the commander enter the room, the librarian stepped forward and asked. Not so long ago. He and the dean received the invitation from the commander. Let them come to Superintendent Xingwu's conference room urgently. But the phone call did not explain the cause of the matter, only saying something related to the bloodthirsty demon. So the dean and the museum owner realized that the matter was of great importance, so they didn't say anything more and rushed to Superintendent Xingwu directly. This is why this special meeting took place. It's weird, the smell of this locust is not quite right. Mr. Li, the oldest, stroked his white beard, looked at the huddled locust in the bottle, and said seriously, the accumulation of blood in this locust is extremely deep, it is not an ordinary insect. As expected of Mr. Li, he is indeed well informed, and he quickly noticed the strangeness of this alien insect. The commander heard the words and admired them. He came to the conference table, put his palm on the bottle, and slowly explained. After several days of investigation by our Superintendent Xingwu, we finally found some clues about the bloodthirsty monster. As soon as he finished speaking, the owner frowned slightly and said with a puzzled look on his face. Huh? What do you mean by commanding you? Hasn't the bloodthirsty monster been beheaded by you? Is it possible that there are others left? Lao Li on the side also showed the same confusion when he heard this. But he made no sound. Just patiently waiting for the commander's answer. Don't worry, you too. In order to investigate the source of the bugs these days, our superintendent has specially blocked the news. It's normal that you don't know. The commander explained apologetically, actually, this bloodthirsty monster is not just one person, these guys commit crimes in a gang. What? Is there still such a thing? As the commander finished speaking, both the owner and the dean were shocked. I am very surprised by this news. After all, the bloodthirsty monsters have caused panic in Jianghai City these days, and have had a great impact on the library and the martial arts academy. As the persons in charge of these two offices, they also felt very stressed. It finally calmed down, but I didn't expect that the storm has not stopped yet. I'm really sorry, you too. The matter is urgent. In order not to cause panic among the people, we can only block the news for the time being, and then secretly send additional police to search. After several days of searching, we finally caught this Zerg. As he said that, the commander pointed to the leech in the bottle and said, "Our superintendent has done a lot of research, but there is not much progress, so I can only ask you two to cooperate and help Shuiyuan find the Zerg source." I see. Hearing this, Mr. Li was relieved. These bloodthirsty demons are endangering the citizens. Commander, you can rest assured. Old man, I will assist you in the investigation. As a member of Jianghai City, I am willing to do my best. The owner of the museum also nodded. It's time to help you too. After receiving the agreement, the commander breathed a sigh of relief, turned to look at the host and said, "Master, you have read countless books. Do you have any relevant information about the origin of this Zerg?" "This, let me think about it carefully." The museum owner lowered his head and thought for a moment. But after a while, he shook his head helplessly. "I have no impression. This is really the first time I have seen this Zerg." Seeing this, the commander nodded and said nothing more, but then looked at Mr. Li. Old Li shook his head and sighed, "Old man, I don't have much impression of this worm, but I can vaguely figure out its ability. This worm should be just a clone." Clone. The commander was stunned for a moment when he heard this. "Yes, I have seen this kind of insect before. The whereabouts of this kind of cloned insect are unpredictable, but if you want to track the original body, the old man has a good way." With that said, Mr. Li took out a bag of packages, looked at the worm in the bottle, and said, "With this soul-chasing incense powder, we can easily find the Zerg's body." As soon as he finished speaking, the commander's eyes lit up and he immediately clapped his hands and applauded. "Okay, just do it your way. Once you catch the insect itself, the bloodthirsty demonic insect will never be able to escape." At the same time, Jianghai City, Lishui Lake. The willow trees on the shore swayed in the wind, and there were many tourists and laughter. You can see some families out for fun and having dinners around the wide lake. This is the largest lake in Jianghai, which is famous far and wide. People play by the lake every day. However, what no one paid attention to was, it is in the deepest part of the lake. There is actually a dark and hidden cave hidden in it, with a strange red light leaking out, which looks very scary. If you continue to go deeper into the cave, you can see a giant leech nearly 5 meters long lingering on the rugged gravel. Poof! It swallows the water around it and guides a huge amount of fluid to form a vortex. Any school of fish that passes by it, even if it is far away, will be instantly sucked into its belly and devoured as soon as it enters the scope of the whirlpool. Not even a drop of blood was spilled. At this time, several dark figures swam from the water. Those were several dark-skinned locusts, which quickly integrated into the huge body with the blood and essence they had just absorbed. Next moment, with the integration of essence and blood, the range of the vortex controlled by the locust has once again expanded by several meters, stirring the water at the bottom of the lake, attracting more fish to absorb and pour into the body. Not enough, still thirsty, need more, blood. The stumbling words spat out from the mouth of the locust, cold and ruthless. It seems as if someone has begun to develop spiritual wisdom. At this time, in the library on the other side, Qin Yang finally received the information about Xia He's investigation. Li Zixuan, the #1 genius of Jianghai Martial Arts Academy, recognized as the beauty of the academy, studied under the dean of Jianghai Martial Arts Academy, a genius girl in swordsmanship. In the library, Xia He held his mobile phone, rummaged through the investigation memo, and read it word by word. As he spoke, he glanced at Qin Yang from time to time. Pay careful attention to the expression on Qin Yang's face, hoping to see some signs of retreating from the difficulties. However, Qin Yang had no expression on his face, just concentrating on sorting out Xia He's news, occasionally asking for more detailed information. The more information you know about the future empress, the better. Only with a deep enough understanding can we prevent various uncertain situations from occurring in the future. At this time, Xia in front of him suddenly stopped. He put down the mobile phone in his hand and looked Qin Yang up and down with a particularly complicated look. "Why don't you read it anymore? What are you looking at me for?" Seeing Xia He suddenly stop, Qin Yang frowned slightly and quickly urged, "Keep reading." "No, buddy, you really have a crush on Li Zixuan?" Xia He frowned and said, can we wake up? You know so much information, why should you give up? It's useless, Lao Qin, let's give up. As he spoke, he beat his chest and sighed with the experience of someone who had been there. There is no other reason. In Xiaohe's eyes, there are too many examples of toads like Qin Yang who want to eat swan meat. It never ends well. It doesn't matter how handsome Qin Yang is, it still can't change the fact that he is a garbage practitioner. Old Qin, what I said is a bit unpleasant, but my honest words are offensive, and they are all for your own good. Xiaohe put his arm around Qin Yang's shoulders and earnestly advised him, how could a proud man like you be interested in an ordinary person like you? Perhaps she thinks I'm handsome. Qin Yang laughed softly and didn't take it seriously. Yes, Lao Qin, you are handsome, I admit that, but have you ever thought about it? If others are powerful and have a noble status, they can find handsome men wherever they want, so why should they look at ordinary people like you? Xiaohe put on an expression that showed hatred for steel, and said with emotion, brother, I will always stand by your side, but with your strength, you really can't stand on the stage. Listen to my brother's advice, Lao Qin, you really can't control this beauty. Okay, stop talking nonsense here. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and continued to ask, you didn't mention Li Zixuan's residence just now. The words just fell. Xiaohe was shocked. Hello guy, we just met once and I even want my residential address. Then what do you want next time? I don't dare to think about it anymore. Thinking of this, he quickly grabbed Lao Qin and asked with a worried look, why do you want someone else's address? Don't even think about doing something stupid. Who do you think I am? Am I that kind of crazy person? Qin Yang gave Xiaohe a roll of his eyes again. I'm not kidding, Lao Qin. You really can't do it. It will be bad when you are discovered. Xiaohe trembled and said, others are great masters of swordsmanship. If the time comes, just strike with a sword. With your level, I'm afraid you will die on the spot. If something goes wrong, you won't even have time to serve your wedding wine, so I'll have to give you a feast first. Qin Yang was speechless for a long time. Was he such a person in Xiaohe's eyes? Thinking of this, Qin Yang couldn't help but give Xiaohe a crisp chestnut on his forehead. Oh. Why did you hit me? Xiaohe said aggrievedly, covering his head. Stop talking nonsense to me and read it to your father. Qin Yang said angrily, otherwise, if you are arrested by the superintendent again next time, no one will redeem you. Hey! Stop! I was wrong, Mr. Qin. Xiaohe heard this and quickly changed his words, I will tell you everything I know right now. 3 days later, Pingyang Martial Arts Hall. People come into the gym in an endless stream, and from time to time you can see students wearing practice uniforms coming in and out. Li Zixuan, carrying a shoulder bag and a neat ponytail, entered the martial arts gym along with the surging flow of people. That beautiful appearance stood out among the crowd, as if someone from heaven had come down to earth. At the same time, it was in the corner not far away. Qin Yang was holding a bottle of mineral water and watched Li Zixuan walk into the museum, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. This girl is quite self-disciplined. Since the last time he asked about Li Zixuan's residence in Xiahe, Qin Yang would come to Jianghai Martial Arts Academy every day when he was free. After confirming Li Zixuan's location, he followed her all the way. However, what Qin Yang didn't expect was that this girl actually chose to practice at the martial arts gym after class. At 2 o'clock and one line every day. My life is not ordinary hard work. What made Qin Yang even more concerned was that there were indeed some informants around her who were paying attention to her. They seemed to be bodyguards arranged by the other family. These hidden bodyguards are all at the top level of the late Hotian realm. This shows that the family attaches great importance to her. The aunt at the corner of the street, the 5 uncles on the 3rd floor, and the people riding bicycles. Good guys, there are so many people, so we are keeping a close eye on them. Qin Yang glanced at them casually and knew the positions of these bodyguards clearly. But it's harmless. The strength of these bodyguards is low, so there is no need to care about them. What's more, it's 100 dense and a sparse. They cannot monitor 24 hours a day. There is always a time when Li Zixuan comes out alone. I don't believe you can do this every day and always go out alone. Qin Yang shook his head, and in a flash, he disappeared directly on the spot with the 7-star wandering dragon step. This day, Qin Yang clocked out of get-off work as usual. Start to follow the previous path and continue walking in the direction of Jianghai Martial Arts Academy. However, after walking a few steps, he suddenly felt a familiar presence behind him, following him constantly. This is. Qin Yang felt it carefully and understood immediately. Ishiaha. Why did this guy come here? Tease him. Qin Yang raised a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth, stepped on the 7 stars wandering dragon step, and disappeared in an instant. Huh. That's strange, where are the others, Lao Qin? At the corner, Xia He, who was following, scratched his head and slowly walked out of the corner. He looked around, but couldn't find Qin Yang's shadow. But a second ago, I was looking at his silhouette, but why did he disappear as soon as he turned the corner? It's really weird. Xia He thought in confusion that he had noticed Qin Yang's suspicious movements in the past few days, and the direction he was taking was not the way home. Today I am finally free, so I can come and see where the other party is going. However, I failed to make a successful start and lost the person the first time I followed him. However, just when Xia He was wondering. Suddenly, Qin Yang's voice came from behind him. What are you looking at? Fuck. When Xia He heard this, his heart was almost frightened. Looking back suddenly, he realized that Qin Yang had appeared behind him. Holy shit, Lao Qin, are you a cat? Why can't you walk silently? Xia He's heart was beating wildly, and his heartbeat was a little irregular. If you don't go home after get off work, why are you following me? Qin Yang shrugged. You ask me? When Xia He heard this, he immediately choked back. I still want to ask you. If you don't come home from get off work every day, where have you been? As he spoke, he turned to look at the street sign and asked, this seems to be the way to the martial arts academy, right? Are you following Li Zixuan? Old Qin, I didn't expect you to be such a person. At the corner of the street. As the sun sets, there is a steady stream of people coming off work. Xia He took Qin Yang's arm and shook his head, shaking his head and sighing. At this moment, Qin Yang was caught by him, which undoubtedly confirmed his previous suspicion. It was all because of Li Zixuan who appeared that day that Qin Yang became like this. What else do you have to argue with, Lao Qin? You are definitely in love with that Li Zixuan. Xia He was heartbroken and looked at the street signs with a regretful expression on his face. If I had known that could charm you like this, I wouldn't have done anything to get information for you. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something, and suddenly took out his mobile phone and urged Qin Yang, let's go, Lao Qin, follow me somewhere. What? Qin Yang asked in confusion, still wondering why this guy suddenly changed his tune. Where else can we go? Of course it's by Jinhan. Xia He said angrily when he saw this. He took out his mobile phone and dialed the reservation number. There is no grass anywhere in the world. Brother, you have to go see the world today. Qin Yang. Hey, don't be stubborn and follow me honestly. I'll make a good reservation for you right now. Xia He pressed the dial button on his mobile phone and started ticking the screen to make an appointment for Qin Yang. No matter what he says this time, he will bring Qin Yang to Bai Jinhan. Otherwise, if Qin Yang continues to be obsessed with Li Zixuan like this, I can't imagine the consequences. For Qin Yang, it will definitely not end well. After all, a beautiful girl like Li Zixuan is a one-of-a-kind, highly anticipated existence, and has countless suitors in Jianghai Martial Arts Academy. In addition, the gap between Qin Yang and Li Zixuan is as huge as the chasm in the sky. Qin Yang pounced on him like this. What is the difference between a moth pounces on the flame? If Li Zixuan is angered or Li Zixuan's suitors find out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Xia He answered by Jinhan's call, and while looking at Qin Yang beside him, he couldn't help but sigh. Why did Lao Qin become like this? In his previous memories, Qin Yang has always been a dull person, the kind who keeps silent. This love brain is really harmful to people. The once boring gourd has now become obsessed with Li Zixuan. Only a few days have passed. And as his good brother, how could I just abandon him? Old Qin, don't worry, brother will definitely save you this time. Xia He was filled with righteous indignation, and looking at Qin Yang's harmless handsome face, he became more determined. Qin Yang, who was standing next to him, looked at Xia He with a confused look on his face. He didn't know what kind of medicine he was selling in his gourd, and why he was looking at him. A feeling of resolute sacrifice for the sake of righteousness. At this time, the phone in Xia He's hand was connected, and there was a soft voice of a woman, and in the background was the extravagant sound of singing and dancing. Hello. Xiao Hong. I'm Xiao Xia, yes, the old configuration, no, Bah, I have a friend. No, that friend is not me, my buddy is coming. As he spoke, he remembered that Qin Yang's preferences seemed to be Li Zixuan's type, and quickly described her according to her appearance. While talking energetically, he suddenly felt that Qin Yang beside him had not spoken for a long time, so he couldn't help turning his head and looked over. Look at that. Hey, where is the person? Until this time. Only then did he realize that there was nothing around him. Qin Yang didn't know when, but he had already escaped. I was left alone talking on the phone. Where is Lao Qin? He was stunned for a moment, looking around blankly, a little at a loss. There was no sound at all while walking, it felt like I had seen a ghost. Hey, Xia, your package for 2 has been booked. When will you come over? There was another urging on the phone. He suddenly felt numb. He had just finished booking Qin Yang and left. If he cancelled the reservation, his VIP points would be deducted. Originally I was thinking of listening to music on Gulen and having a brotherly relationship with Lao Qin. 2 dragons playing with a pearl, isn't it beautiful? The result is good now, I have to fight with the scholars all by myself. Damn it, Lao Qin, you are completely hopeless. If you don't listen to your words, brother Xia, you will suffer a loss in front of you. Old Qin, you will regret it sooner or later. He answered the phone angrily and could only bite the bullet and continue, I'll be there later, you guys wait there. After quietly leaving Qin Yang followed the previous path and came to the vicinity of Jianghai Martial Arts Academy. There was an endless stream of students entering and exiting the school. Qin Yang concealed his presence and went to the position he had chosen before to continue observing. After a while, I saw Li Zixuan walking out of the school gate. Hey, this direction doesn't seem to be towards the martial arts hall. Qin Yang noticed that after Li Zixuan went out, he drove directly to the suburbs. Where are we going? Qin Yang was a little confused when he saw this, but when he saw the progress, he no longer hesitated and called a car to follow behind. The 2 cars drove leisurely on the road at night. There was some congestion during rush hour, but Qin Yang was not in a hurry and followed patiently. After walking for a while, the destination is getting closer and closer, and the crowds are becoming sparse. Qin Yang looked forward and suddenly found that the surrounding scenery looked familiar. The mountains are green and green, like the undulating waves, and the migratory birds in the forest are returning to their nests and singing. Not far away, there is a strange-shaped mountain peak, towering, but only the end of the peak is as smooth as a mirror. Young man, are you a tourist going to check in, or a student at the college? The driver held the steering wheel, looked at the green mountains in the distance and said, if you are not a student of the Martial Arts Academy, it is difficult to enter Duanfeng Mountain. If I don't go into the mountains, I have some things to deal with. Qin Yang did not respond directly, and went straight to make nonsense. What is the situation in this mountain? You don't know this? There was a lot of commotion some time ago. I don't know which split this mountain. Wow, that's awesome. The driver couldn't help but sigh, now this mountain is blocked. I heard that it is to let those students feel the use of the sword. Ordinary people like us can't even get close. Hearing this, Qin Yang suddenly burst into laughter. Good guy, I just chopped it casually, but I didn't expect that it would be treated as a treasure by the people in the academy. Etc. Now that Li Zixuan is walking to this mountain peak, is it possible that he wants to understand the sword's meaning? Just when Qin Yang was thinking this, Li Zixuan, who was walking at the front, actually stopped the car, got off the car, and walked directly into the mountain using her body skills. At the same time, the auras of the acquired masters around her all stayed outside the mountain and no longer followed her. After all, understanding the meaning of the sword is a big deal, and it can only be done alone, without any outsiders watching. Okay, finally you're alone. Now that all the acquired masters are outside the mountain, it is the time when Li Zixuan is alone. This opportunity is not to be missed. Qin Yang got out of the car and immediately used the 7-star wandering dragon step, easily avoiding the eyes outside the mountain and retreating into the mountain. At the same time, he couldn't help but have some doubts. Vaguely, he noticed some excitement on Li Zixuan's face. Li Zixuan was so obsessed with entering the mountains that she didn't even go to the martial arts gym. Is it possible? This girl is actually my crush. Among the towering mountains, Li Zixuan walked lightly across the tree branches. The breeze blew past her ears, blowing her hair, but it could not conceal her inner excitement. It's finally here. Li Zixuan closed her eyes and felt the sword yun in the air. Ever since the mountain split open that day, the valleys have been filled with strands of Dao Yun. It is enough to show that the person who cuts the sword has profound skills. What surprised her even more was that during this long day, it was only at this moment when she realized Jian Yun that she was free, and the bodyguard sent by her family would leave her alone. A light feeling like a migratory bird leaving its nest spreads throughout the body. It seems that even the heavy burden that has been weighing on my shoulders has become lighter. It doesn't take a while. Li Zixuan came to the branch closest to Broken Peak. She stood on the top of the tree, dressed in white, aloof and independent, quietly looking at the cut above. The top of this 1,000-year-old pine is the closest position to the fracture, and it is also the safest place for Jian Yun to comprehend. If you go further up the mountain, you will be in danger of your own life. The surging sword intent was majestic, like an undercurrent surging in the deep sea. Even after several days, there was no sign of abating. Even the dean of Jianghai Martial Arts Academy did not dare to go deeper. What's more, I am only in the 8th level of the day after tomorrow. What a terrifying strength. As expected of a senior, even the teacher can't get close to him. Li Zixuan concentrated on feeling the powerful aura of swordsmanship, and admired the senior even more in her heart. The Broken Peak is smooth and flat, allowing the breeze to blow by. The wind pressure, which had no power at all, has turned into a sword capable of cutting people into pieces, killing any enemy who steps in. Vaguely, she seemed to be able to feel this breeze. It was vaguely similar to the most basic breeze sword technique. Returning to one's original nature, is this the ultimate meaning of swordsmanship that the teacher often talks about? Li Zixuan murmured softly. No matter how many times she watched it, she still felt very shocked. What kind of state is it to be able to wield this kind of sword intention? With this confusion, she thought for a while, then slowly closed her eyes, and began to quietly feel the sword's intention, and gain a deeper understanding. Meanwhile, not far away, Qin Yang concealed his aura and had already had a panoramic view of Li Zixuan's every move. Hiss, this girl is not really my little crush, is she? Just now, Qin Yang was stunned when he saw the expression in Li Zixuan's eyes when his senses were released. I am becoming more and more certain about my previous conjecture. And judging from the girl's expression, she is still very fascinated. Qin Yang rubbed his chin and gradually had a bold idea in his mind. As long as she appeared in front of Li Zixuan as a so-called, strong swordsman, wouldn't she just bow down and worship him? The majestic future empress actually worships me, a little trash in the Xiantian realm, as my teacher. In this case, this dog system will not be so frightened that it collapses on the spot. Yes, this is a good idea, it's logical, and it's a reward for the dog system. Qin Yang patiently waited for Li Zixuan to finish his enlightenment, and observed the surrounding environment to prepare a big surprise for her. After a moment. As the sun sets, the bright moon hangs above the clouds. Li Zixuan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, concentrated her mind, and finally completed her enlightenment. Okay, let's stop here for today. She looked at the getting late, took out her mobile phone from her bag, and carefully left a few daily check-in photos for herself. The little girl's love for beauty is causing trouble. After pouting and taking a few photos, Li Zixuan immediately put on a straight face and returned to her usual cold demeanor, as if she had done something wrong. Putting the phone in her pocket, she turned around and was about to leave. Unexpectedly at this time, an old voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Yes, the little girl has a very good understanding. The unfamiliar voice was ethereal and erratic, as if it was everywhere. This is the secret technique of sound transmission that can only be performed in the Xiantian realm. Qin Yang just figured it out when he was playing around with nothing else. It's not of much use in combat, and this purely useless trick came in handy today. The sudden voice suddenly made Li Zixuan's heart full of vigilance. Who is the master here? Please come out and show yourself. Li Zixuan was panic-stricken and looked around with her long sword in hand. The evening wind blew through the trees in the valley, and the pine leaves rustled, forming a sea of noise. At this moment, there are all top masters in the late Hotian realm outside the mountain, and the fact that the opponent can walk into the mountain without anyone noticing is a testament to his terrifying strength. Don't be alarmed, I don't mean any harm. Qin Yang walked on the 7 stars wandering dragon steps and appeared in front of Li Zixuan in just an instant. Only. Now, he was already dressed in a black robe and a bamboo hat, covering most of his face. Against the cold moonlight, no face could be seen clearly. Even the voice is as old as an old man. The two of them stood on top of different trees, facing each other. Li Zixuan felt a little frightened when she looked at the man in black robe who suddenly appeared in front of her. Being able to transmit sound into the secret means that the opponent's level has reached the level of the Xiantian realm and above. How can I defeat him at the 8th level of the acquired heaven realm? Since when did such a person appear in Jianghai City? After a while, Li Zixuan cupped her hands and said tremblingly, "Senior is here, what are your instructions?" I. Qin Yang opened his mouth when he heard this and was about to tell him about accepting a disciple. The next moment, I heard a ding in my mind. Ding. It's detected that the Empress is approaching, the host must kowtow and become a disciple as soon as possible. Don't miss this opportunity. A noisy system is like a crow. Qin Yang. The words he had just been preparing to speak were interrupted by the system's noise, and his thoughts were immediately interrupted. In the dog system, can you be successful if you step on the horse? Didn't you see that I was asking the Empress to become my disciple? Qin Yang couldn't help complaining, and he was filled with anger and anger. Senior, what's the offense to this junior? Li Zixuan, who was opposite, saw Qin Yang hesitated just now and asked with some fear. No, it's just that the wind is really noisy. Qin Yang frowned and looked at the breeze at the broken peak. The mountain wind roared in his ears, which made him even more upset. But it is not easy to have an attack. The only way to transfer the displeasure caused by the system to the mountain wind. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zixuan on the opposite side was stunned for a moment, a little unbelievable. The breeze and the mountain represented the sword's intention. Even his teacher regarded it as a treasure. How come it became so noisy in the mouth of this senior? However, the next moment, an even more shocking scene happened to her. Qin Yang was heard muttering, "Be quiet," and suddenly waved towards the broken peak. Soon. Those turbulent and terrifying sword intentions of the breeze, as if they were melting in water, all disappeared. In a blink of an eye, the mountains are quiet. There is no more noise from the wind. The mountains and fields have become completely silent since then. How can it be? Li Zixuan's eyes widened, feeling that all her perceptions were overturned. With such a powerful method, who else can do it except the master who cut off the peak with his sword? You are. Li Zixuan was so excited that she couldn't even finish her words, stumbling as if she had lost her soul. The idol you have longed for day and night can actually meet tonight, how can you not be excited and excited? Yes, it's me. Qin Yang nodded slightly, seeing that the time was ripe, and then pushed the boat along the current. Little girl, I see that your bones are very beautiful, would you like to become your teacher? Worship you as my teacher. Li Zixuan suddenly trembled when she heard Qin Yang's words and covered her mouth in shock. Happiness came so suddenly, it was like overwhelming wealth, which made her stunned for a while. Is this true? She murmured in a daze, the master who thought about it day and night really wanted to accept her as his disciple. The moonlight in the sky shines on the mountains, so peaceful and natural that the man in black robes in front of him seems to be in a dream. Everything seems so dreamy. No, calm down, you must calm down. Li Zixuan opened her teeth lightly and bit the tip of her tongue suddenly to dissipate the excitement. Apprenticeship is a solemn and important matter, and you must not lose your composure in the presence of an expert. Li Zixuan, you can't be rude and looked down upon by the swordsmanship seniors. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and looked at the man in black robe in front of her again. How? Little girl, what do you mean? Qin Yang suppressed his voice, stood with his hands folded, and said slowly, I never put anyone in trouble. If you don't want to, just act according to your will. Of course I am willing, senior. It's just. Li Zixuan spoke quickly when she saw this, but suddenly thought of something, hesitated, and whispered, Senior, to be honest, in fact, this junior has a teacher. As she spoke, her eyes became misty, as if she might cry at any time. Being able to study under a master is a great opportunity, but Li Zixuan did not dare to hide the fact that she had a teacher. Otherwise, after becoming a disciple today, if the seniors find out about it one day in the future, the consequences will be disastrous. But the problem is that if I tell my seniors now, they may dislike me for having ever been a teacher. In this case, this hard-won opportunity to become a disciple may be dissipated. Is this my destiny? I can't get what I ask for, which is full of regret. Li Zixuan lowered her eyes, clenched the corners of her clothes with both hands, tried hard to suppress her inner grievance, and waited for the attitude of the master opposite. However, When Qin Yang heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Broken. How did I forget this girl's teacher? TSK, the information Xia he found before also said that this girl got the real message from the dean of the martial arts academy. Qin Yang frowned slightly, but after thinking about it, he realized that it was actually not a big deal. It doesn't matter if Li Zixuan has several teachers, it has nothing to do with herself. Just accept the disciples honestly, and the rewards from the explosive dog system will be enough. We are just the ones who enjoy the benefits of being a disciple, so why don't you care about the flood? Thinking of this, Qin Yang suddenly became enlightened. He held a hollow fist to his mouth and coughed lightly. It's okay, little girl. I accept my disciples based on my personal preferences. I don't care whether you have a teacher or not. Senior, are you serious about this? Hearing this, Li Zixuan suddenly raised her head, and her dim eyes lit up again. It's natural. I always keep my word to the letter and never lie at all. It's just. Qin Yang nodded slightly and said thoughtfully, I don't like the red tape of the world. If you want to worship me as your teacher, little girl, you must not show it to others or cause trouble to me. Yes, this junior understands. I will obey your senior's will and will never reveal your senior's affairs to anyone. Li Zixuan was overjoyed and said thanks with her hands in hand. Earlier when I was studying under the dean of the martial arts academy, she often listened to Mr. Li telling stories about the deeds of great people. It is said that most of them have advanced cultivation and are indifferent to the world. They do not care about any worldly fame and fortune, and their temperaments are very different from ordinary people. Now after meeting the man in black robe, Li Zixuan's suspicion was finally confirmed. What? You still call me your senior? Qin Yang squinted his eyes and patiently guided Li Zixuan toward his words. Yes, no, thank you so much, master. Li Zixuan understood and quickly changed her words, Senior, if you don't give up, I will respect you as my teacher for the rest of my life. After finishing her words, she adjusted her body shape and landed on a slightly thicker branch, kneeling down and bowing to Qin Yang. Knock, knock, knock. 3 consecutive sounds, especially loud in the quiet valley. Well, not bad, get up, good disciple. Hearing this, Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. This should be regarded as becoming a disciple. But why can't I hear the system prompts? Could it be that I missed some steps? Qin Yang's thoughts were spinning, and he suddenly remembered that the process of becoming a disciple in ancient times was quite cumbersome. Facing clothes, washing up, kowtowing, sending clothes for repair, there are a lot of trivial things. You can't let yourself go through those processes, right? No, you can't think like that. Why don't I try to teach you something first? With the inheritance of skills, a master-disciple relationship can be formed. Think of this. Qin Yang shook his head lightly. Suddenly a flash of inspiration occurred. He looked at Li Zixuan in front of him and said, Okay, since I have accepted you as my disciple, I will give you a small initiation gift first. Initiation ceremony? Li Zixuan looked at Qin Yang timidly, a little confused. However, the next moment, Qin Yang raised his hand and pointed towards the mud ball between his eyebrows. A wisp of exquisite sword light flashed away. It was directly implemented into my mind. In an instant. Her mind felt like it was exploding. The stream of memories came rushing in, causing her consciousness to become chaotic. She kept recalling the pure and mysterious true meaning of swordsmanship. This dharma is called opening the gate of heaven with one sword. For those who practice it to the extreme, the world and the earth cannot hinder what they do with one sword, and the immortals in the sky will temporarily avoid the sharp edge. Qin Yang shouted sharply, his voice like a bell ringing in Li Zixuan's ears, Today I will give you my sword skills as a master, so that you can understand them better. As soon as his voice fell, Li Zixuan's eyes widened and she was extremely shocked. The sword intent in his mind is surging, and its mysteries are far beyond what he has learned in his life. Even Dean Li can't match it. If it were placed in the outside world, it would already be regarded as a treasure of the town. As a result, such mysterious sword skills were given as a gift from the master. Outrageous. How powerful is the master? Thinking of this, Li Zixuan took a deep look at Qin Yang. But now is not the time to think too much. To understand the meaning of the sword, one must have a clear mind and no distracting thoughts. So, she shook her head, simply stopped thinking about it, and began to close her eyes and concentrate, carefully receiving the true meaning of the sword in her mind. This should be almost done, right? Qin Yang looked at Li Zixuan, who had entered a state of enlightenment, and he had already passed on the sword technique. The master-disciple relationship has been established, but this dog system still hasn't emerged. System, speak. He thought about it, directly calling the system in his mind. After calling several times in succession, I finally heard the belated response from the system. Damn it! The powerful Empress kowtows to you. The host is really a god. Listening to the mechanical sound of the system, Qin Yang snorted coldly and said, "Don't play tricks on your father. Why didn't you respond just now?" Host, the amount of information was so overwhelming just now that the system doesn't know what to do and is stuck. The host is really the reincarnation of a ruthless person. The sound of system trembling came. This system is here to kneel down for you. Ding. It is detected that the host accepts the Empress as a disciple, the reward will be increased 100 times. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ziwei Divine Sword. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Grandmaster Sword Intent. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Emperor-level martial arts, sky-destroying sword drawing technique. Congratulations to the host for achieving 50 years of cultivation. The next moment, the overwhelming sound of explosive rewards echoed in my ears. The dog system has finally released a big product. It's a great wave of fatness. Qin Yang looked at the panels that kept popping up in front of him, feeling a sense of relief all over his body and feeling extremely excited. I spent so many days and nights squatting in order to become a disciple along the way, and it's finally paid off. It's not a waste of time to follow him, it takes no effort at all. Thanks to my good disciple. Qin Yang glanced at Li Zixuan with satisfaction. Now she was in the process of understanding the way of the sword. Her face was flushed and she was panting slightly. Her hair was sticky with sweat and her skin was moisturized. This appearance looks more pleasing to the eye the more you look at it. Yes, she is indeed the future empress, and the reward for her success is luxury. Qin Yang saw that Li Zixuan was meditating and was not to be disturbed, and he had also received a reward, so he directly used his skills and quietly left Wanfeng Mountain. He turned to a valley a little further away. Secluded, deep. This is a great place to check out your rewards. Okay, let me see what good stuff they are. Qin Yang gathered his inner thoughts and had a thought. Next moment. Hum. The crisp sound of the sword sounded loudly, and the stars of Ziwei soared into the sky, condensing into a 3-foot-6-inch long sword. The hilt of the sword is wrapped around a dragon and a phoenix, and the whole body is glowing with rosy light. When the clouds and moonlight shine down, it actually reflects the purple clouds in the sky as the light of the sword. What a sword! Qin Yang looked at the Ziwei Divine Sword and brushed the blade with his fingers together. In an instant, the sword screamed in response and jumped with joy. There is no doubt that he has gained enlightenment, transcended the world and become a saint, and he has become the ultimate divine weapon. The birth of such a divine sword must be accompanied by visions. Qin Yang looked up at the night sky. The glow of the sky had already covered the bright moon and stars, forming a magnificent celestial phenomenon. In the center of the city, neon lights flash and traffic flows continuously. Pedestrians passing by stopped and looked at the night sky in the suburbs. They were all dumbfounded and quickly took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Holy shit! Wife, look over there, there really are gods. Isn't it the same Xiantian realm expert who came last time? Hey! Master driver, don't drive any further and hurry towards the light. A treasure must have been born. For a time, the whole city was shaken. The sound of people, the sound of the horn, the screams of everyone's shock, the entire urban area was in a pot of porridge, and the traffic was turned into a rumor. The originally empty avenue leading to the suburbs was directly congested. Chi-chi. At this time, people heard the sound of clothes ripping in the wind above their heads and black shadows shaking. They looked up. It turned out to be several powerful star warriors. They displayed exquisite body movements and martial arts. They were as fast as thunder shadows and flew around the congested road. Many strong men in Jianghai City heard the sound and rushed towards the secluded canyon. Mr. Li, you are well informed. Have you ever seen this unusual celestial phenomenon? The library owner was using his body skills like a falcon, and at the same time he did not forget to talk to Mr. Li next to him. The two of them are already at the Xiantian realm in cultivation, so their position on the road is far ahead of other cultivators. This celestial phenomenon is more like some kind of rare treasure appearing in the world. Mr. Li galloped side by side beside the owner, his white beard fluttering in the wind. My thoughts are the same as yours. The museum owner nodded and said with deep understanding, an ancient book once said, if there is ultraviolet vapor between the two stars Do and Nyo, the essence of the sword will penetrate to the big ear. What the owner means, is this the birth of the divine sword? Mr. Lee raised his white eyebrows and said in surprise. Yes, the image of purple energy also appeared in ancient times, and in the ground corresponding to the image, two swords, Longquan and Taie, were unearthed. The owner of the museum looked at the rosy sky not far away and guessed, now that a strange phenomenon is happening today, we can't just sit back and ignore it. This is natural. Mr. Lee nodded and suddenly remembered something. He looked towards the valley and said, that girl Xiaoxian is studying the art of swordsmanship nearby. I hope she won't be affected. At the same time, on Broken Peak Mountain, Li Zixuan slowly opened her eyes, and a ray of sword light came out. Then it was as if a sword was sheathed, hidden invisibly. It's finally done. She licked her lips lightly and realized that opening the gate of heaven with one sword took a lot of thought. At this moment, she was already dripping with sweat and her whole body was wet. The thin and close-fitting shirt clings to the skin and clearly outlines the developing waist curve. Yeah, it's all wet. Li Zixuan suddenly thought that her master was still there, and a blush immediately appeared on her fair and tender neck. However, at this moment, the peaceful atmosphere around her brought her back to her senses. Hey, where is the master? Li Zixuan looked around blankly, and suddenly noticed the glow on the nearby hilltop. The soaring rays of light obscured the night sky, making her feel dazed for a while. It's so beautiful, did the master make this? Li Zixuan looked at the glow and wished she could rush there right away. But before meeting the master, first, have to change this soaked clothes. And over here, the main culprit of the tremors in the city, Qin Yang, was lying on the grass, admiring the glow with a relaxed expression. The Ziwei divine sword was lying beside him, casually placed beside the weeds. If those practitioners knew that the divine weapon was placed like this, they would probably be angry to death on the spot. Yes, this glow is really beautiful, similar to the northern lights. Qin Yang yawned and put away the Ziwei divine sword, already feeling bored. It's time to receive the next wave of rewards. He opened the panel and checked the information. The reward after the Ziwei sword is the Grandmaster sword intent. Huh. Just give me the Grandmaster level. Qin Yang's mouth twitched, and he couldn't stand the reward. As far as he knows, the level of swordsmanship in this world is roughly divided into 5 realms, namely embryonic form, minor accomplishment, Desheng, perfection, and master. As a result, with this wave of Empress apprenticeships, the system is completely full. Okay, 100 times the reward is awesome. If I follow the normal process of apprenticeship, the dog system will probably give me a prototype level and let me slowly upgrade. I'm going to be promoted to market trade. Qin Yang was overjoyed, and with a thought, he directly integrated the master's sword intention. Next moment, the majestic sword force exploded with a bang, with him as the center of the circle, crushing the vegetation and rocky ground several meters away around him. Boom! The terrifying sword intent gradually spreads. After a while, it covered the entire mountain, forming an insurmountable cage of pressure. Chi-chi. There were sounds from the clothes outside the mountain. Many strong men who came from Jianghai City stopped and did not dare to go any further. They were all horrified. Don't come any closer. What a terrifying sword force. There must be a master-level master in the valley. Is it possible that an expert is fighting the Star Beast? The Star Beast seizes the treasure. Is it the master who cut off the peak with his sword last time? They speculated a lot, but no one was close to the truth. Only Li Zixuan, who was coming, sensed the sword's intention and understood everything instantly, with excitement shining in her beautiful eyes. Master. It must be the master's sword intention. Outside the valley, several powerful auras flowed, 3 of them were in the Xiantian realm, and there were as many as 100 in the acquired realm. It was as if all the strong men in Jianghai City had been recruited. And these movements naturally cannot escape Qin Yang's perception range. Tisk, are they all here? Qin Yang raised his eyebrows, shook his head and said helplessly, it's really troublesome to attract so many people to watch just a reward. He had already anticipated the current situation, so he chose a secluded valley to open the box. Result. After all, it has attracted so many people to flock to it. Forget it, it doesn't hurt anyway, these guys can't get in anyway. Qin Yang didn't care and continued to concentrate on integrating the master-level sword intent. With the blessing of this top-notch sword intent, the entire valley is filled with cold murderous intent, and a group of small Hotian realms will be cut into pieces when they come in. No matter how powerful you are in Jianghai City, whether you are a dragon or a tiger, when you come to our valley, you will be taken care of. This is the horror of the Grandmaster level, as crossing levels is like crossing mountains and seas. It's finally done. Qin Yang sat cross-legged in the valley, breathing slowly and concentrating. After absorbing the master-level sword spirit, my understanding of the sword has been improved to a higher level. A fallen leaf fell and was swept in front of him by the gentle wind. Qin Yang picked up a leaf and threw it towards the stone wall beside him. One leaf moved the shutters, forming a rushing force like a torrent, carrying the majestic and turbulent sword intent, and all of them were submerged into the rock wall. Even if there is no sword beside you, everything in the world can be used as a sword. This is the essence of the master-level sword intent. Cool. The feeling of getting stronger made Qin Yang feel relaxed for a moment, but soon became more nervous again. Because the rewards have not been absorbed yet. The next imperial-level martial arts, the sky-cutting and sword-drawing technique, is the real big deal. Without the master-level swordsmanship understanding, I will always be a layman, and I will never be able to understand the essentials of emperor-level martial arts. Qin Yang took a deep breath and secretly activated his sword intention. After everything is brewing. He gave orders to the system. Start to realize, cut the sky and draw the sword. With an order. Hum. The Ziwei divine sword in Qin Yang's body seemed to feel something, and it erupted with a crisp sword cry. Soon, the sky dimmed. The pleasant scenery in the valley changes all the time. The vegetation is withering, the land is decaying, and the strong and pungent smell of blood is spreading all over the place. Qin Yang looked solemn and looked around at the horrifying scene. Illusion. Is this an illusion brought about by enlightenment? The bottom of your feet is a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The sticky blood soaks the soil, as if you are in a swamp, and the world is like purgatory. Followed by. He looked up and saw a man in white clothes in front of him. The face is dim and unclear, the left hand is holding a long sword that has not been sheathed, and the right hand is pressed on the hilt of the sword, ready to go, and the breath is restrained, like a celestial omen before a thunderstorm. And around the man in white, there were countless demons. The overwhelming roar of demons surrounded him in the center. They roared continuously, but they did not dare to step forward to put pressure. They were only afraid of scratching the ground. Comparing the two, Qin Yang couldn't help but be stunned by such a strange sight. Who is besieging whom? However, while he was thinking. Next moment. There was a clear sound of the sword being drawn out of its sheath, like a dragon roaring. Coming. Qin Yang focused his attention on the guest in white. With one sword unsheathed, the world will be destroyed. Poof. 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 The sounds of flesh and blood being torn apart continued, as if they were connected together, creating a synchronized overlapping sound. Countless deformed demon heads flew up, and rain of blood fell continuously. Intent to kill. The murderous intent erupted like a mountain or a sea, sweeping across the entire valley in an instant. Everyone outside the valley was trembling, and some even fell to the ground, with yellow soup flowing out on the spot. That expert took action. Impossible, how powerful is the star beast inside this terrifying murderous intention. I can't stand it anymore. I'm leaving here. If any of you want to get the treasure, go ahead and grab it. I'm not going to play anymore. In an instant, the people gathered outside the valley dispersed in fright. Mr. Li, what is going on? The librarian suppressed the fear in his heart, tried to stay calm, and nervously asked the dean next to him. But when he turned his head, he noticed that the dean's face was filled with tears. This is so scary that I cried. That's not right. Soon, the owner realized that it was an expression of tears of joy. I have been obsessed with kendo my whole life. I have lived all over the world and studied under kendo masters. I finally feel it. Old Li looked at the valley from a distance, full of tears, and murmured, Emperor-level swordsmanship and martial arts. Hearing this, the owner suddenly understood. Lao Li's swordsmanship is at the peak of the three of them in the Xiantian realm, and he can feel more sword power. Just now. The aura of swordsmanship contained in the murderous intention actually made Mr. Li, a martial arts idiot, cry for it. Thinking of this, the museum owner was deeply shocked and followed Mr. Li to look into the valley. What kind of terrifying star beast is it that can force Senior to perform such a powerful killing move? In the valley, Qin Yang exhaled a long breath of turbid air after he had finished comprehending. Finally done. As the swordsman in white drew his sword and struck the sky, all the illusions dissipated like a tide. All the essentials of movements related to the sword-cutting technique and the flow of true energy are all integrated into Qin Yang's mind. This emperor-level martial arts is really terrifying. Qin Yang raised his eyes and looked around. As far as the eye can see, the valley is full of messy carvings, and the rock walls have been brutally damaged. This is all a horrifying scene created by me unconsciously mobilizing the grass and dead leaves around me in the process of comprehending it just now, following the intention of the sword. A little sleepy. Qin Yang yawned. It took a lot of energy to comprehend the emperor-level martial arts. Next, only the last 50 years of cultivation remain to be absorbed. But at this moment, Qin Yang is no longer as excited as before. After all, after seeing the courage of the man who drew the sword, in comparison, this so-called innate realm is just a frog in the well. There is a stronger realm of strength above, and as a man who was born in heaven and earth, how can he live in depression for a long time? Dog system, hurry up and absorb 50 years of cultivation. Hurry up, your father and I are going home. Qin Yang stretched and lifted himself up from the ground. While thinking, 50 years of cultivation were poured into the body. The peak of the Xiantian realm, one step into it. After retreating after his success, Qin Yang yawned and left quietly. 2 hours later. As Qin Yang left, most of his murderous oppression finally dissipated. Let's go, owner, follow me in and take a look. Old Li, who was waiting for an opportunity outside the valley, spoke in a deep voice and greeted the remaining strong men from Jianghai City around him. The aura of that adult has dissipated. It seems that he has really left. Those who are bold can follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a quick step and entered the valley impatiently. The other strong men in Jianghai City looked at each other, and finally followed behind him. Everyone walked into the valley and were immediately shocked by the sight in front of them. The cliffs of the valley hang high, and the crisscrossing carvings are clearly visible. There is sword energy flowing in the air, and the majestic sword energy forms the mountain wind. It has become a treasure land of swordsmanship. The next day, the morning light was dim. Daily life continues. Qin Yang got up early and came to the library to clock in for work. As soon as he entered the door, he noticed that many colleagues were whispering and discussing something quietly with their mobile phones. Vaguely, you can hear words such as Xiaoguang and suburban. Qin Yang didn't need to think too much, he knew directly that it was about the noise he made last night. The commotion is indeed a bit loud. Qin Yang scratched his head helplessly, turned on his phone, and scrolled through the new hot searches. As expected. He once again topped the list of hot searches. The internet is very lively, and countless news and self-media have taken notice of it and directly put the related entries of swordsman at the top of the list. Many netizens in the comment area came forward to express their own opinions and show off the celestial photos they took last night. The true and false news were mixed together, and there were different opinions. Shocked. The mysterious swordsman appears in Jianghai City again. Picture.jpg, this is the photo I took at that time. The sky was filled with glow, and all the star warrior masters in the city rushed over. It's too outrageous. My friend said that he even heard the roar of the star beast. That strong man was actually fighting with the star beast. More and more comments came out, and hearsay was heard. In the end, it was even mentioned that the immortal descended to the earth. Good guy, you've even met me in person and you can boast like this. This generation of netizens are really capable of boasting. Qin Yang smiled knowingly and put away his mobile phone nonchalantly. There is no need to continue reading. If it really develops at the speed that netizens brag about, I have not yet become a in reality, but on the contrary, I will be the first to become a on the internet. As he was putting away his mobile phone, Qin Yang went to the punch-in machine to punch in, and met Xia He who walked in the door. Hey, Lao Qin, you came quite early today. Xia He said hello tiredly with two panda eyes on his face, with a vain look on his face. Obviously it's the sequelae of Bai Jinhan's battle last night. The face was haggard and the lips were white, as if he might collapse at any time. You'd better take a work leave, right? Qin Yang glanced at Xia He and joked with a smile, don't die in front of my brothers later. Fuck you, Lao Qin. I asked you not to come last night, so I had to eat double portions alone. He gritted his teeth and walked side by side with Qin Yang after punching in. I almost didn't stay in by Jinhan last night. As he said that, he thought of the hot searches last night and couldn't help but beat his chest and said, in the end, I missed the shocking scene of Zixia. Alas, I should have known I wouldn't go to Bai Jinhan. You'd better forget it. Fighting anywhere is not a fight. Just stay in Bai Jinhan and don't join in the fun. Hearing this, Qin Yang shrugged, chuckled and continued teasing. After all, with Xiaohe's second-level cultivation in the Hotian realm, he might not even be able to enter the valley, or he would be torn apart by the turbulent flow of sword intent he released at that time. Going to join in the fun is useless, you can only watch from a distance of several thousand meters. But at this moment, Qin Yang glanced at Xiaohe's realm. Suddenly I realized something was wrong. Indistinctly, Xiaohe could see the star power dissipating around him. Although it was still very weak, it was much stronger than before. He has actually reached the third level of the Hotian realm. This kid has a breakthrough. Qin Yang was stunned for a moment, slightly surprised. It is not an easy task for ordinary people to break through to the acquired third level overnight. But how did Xiaohe break through? Is it possible that there are such benefits to doing that thing? Just when Qin Yang was doubting, Xiaohe's confident voice came to his ears again. Old Qin, you may not believe it. I asked you to go to Bai Jinhan yesterday but you didn't go. You didn't expect that I had a great night and even made a breakthrough. Xiaohe had a look of embarrassment on his face. He leaned back and said, Young master, I am now in the third level of the acquired world. If anything happens in the future, ask me to protect you. Hearing this, Qin Yang raised the corners of his mouth slightly and tried hard to suppress his smile. Fortunately I have received professional training, otherwise I would have laughed out loud. What? You don't believe it? Seeing this, Xiaohe immediately rolled up his sleeves and said, I'm not talking to you, Lao Qin. Believe it, of course I believe it. Qin Yang smiled and asked perfunctorily, how did you do it? Humph, Lao Qin, I'm still saying the same thing. If you want to know when you can come to Bai Jinhan with me, you'll know. Xiaohe was secretive and invited with a smile. Next time, next time. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, waved his hands and said perfunctorily. Don't say pull it down. This guy is secretive and always wants to set a trap for himself. I am not easily manipulated. Anyway, there is plenty of time in the future, and the days are long. One day the truth will come to light. After chatting for a few words, the two quickly separated and went to their respective posts to start working. The first floor of the library is quiet and pleasant, with the faint scent of ink and books floating in the air, and the sound of turning books. Rows of bookshelves passed before my eyes. After many days of fishing, Qin Yang skillfully found a corner of the surveillance area and squatted down, avoiding everyone's eyes. With my current strength, I can kill an ordinary grandmaster instantly without any problem. He stretched out his palm, with the majestic star power escaping from his fingertips, and began to count the 50 years of cultivation gained last night. 50 years of cultivation. Just one night's work allowed me to reach the peak of the Xiantian realm, which is comparable to reaching the sky in one step. Coupled with the emperor-level swordsmanship and martial arts and the divine sword Ziwei. With the blessing of these full divine equipment, there is nothing wrong with us, a Xiantian realm, crushing several strong master realms, right? It is no exaggeration to say that they are a group of younger brothers. Hiss, this dog system only rewards 50 years of cultivation after a 100-fold increase. So how much did it originally plan to give me? Qin Yang frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then simply stopped looking into it. Instead continued to engage in exciting work and fishing. In the following days, Jianghai City was in turmoil. The persistent purple clouds above the valley finally dissipated. The sky has returned to the night sky of the past, but things in the valley have intensified and are still fermenting. At this moment, just outside the valley, the cordon has already been pulled up. Rows of Superintendent Xingwu vehicles are coming in and out, and guards with guns and live ammunition can be seen everywhere. Just above them, the superintendent and Mr. Li were suspended, looking at the overall situation and the busy people inside. Mr. Li, do you mean to suggest that this valley should be made public to the public? The commander looked down at the underground crowd and discussed with Mr. Li Shensheng. Well, the sword energy in this valley is everywhere. For star warriors who practice swords, it is a treasure land for enlightenment. Mr. Li nodded slightly and said softly, since it was created by that senior, we cannot monopolize Jianghai City. I understand, Mr. Lee, you are really generous. The commander sighed with emotion. No, Commander, I don't dare to take this seriously. All of these are the masterpieces of that senior. We are just inheriting his kindness and passing it on to the world. Okay, I will report your thoughts in the next few days to see what the senior management thinks. The next few days passed, after high-level discussions. Jianghai City finally named the valley, Sword Valley. Benefiting from the strong sword spirit in it, Sword Valley has naturally become the holy land of martial arts in Jianghai City. In the following years, swordsmen from all over the world traveled thousands of miles to make pilgrimages to observe the true meaning of the sword, and together they created a beautiful story. Time flies by, and a week later. There is an endless stream of information on the internet, and the news about Sword Valley has gradually calmed down. The lives of the citizens have also returned to their former tranquility, and there are no more demons appearing or star beasts invading. Many citizens also regarded the purple clouds in the sky that day as a sign of auspiciousness. They thanked the master for his help, and even took the initiative to search for the master's shadow in the streets. And in an inconspicuous rental house, Qin Yang was eating half a piece of apple and looking at the people below through the blinds. He had already seen these search teams. Hey, why do I feel like I have more and more fans of girls and boys? Qin Yang couldn't help but shake his head with emotion. He has no intention of showing up to these people who are looking for him. The path of becoming an idol hero or something like that is not suitable for you. You should be whoever you love. I just want to be an ordinary little administrator, fishing every day, and living a good life. It's fine to just lie down and be done with it. It's fine if you don't fight or fight. Qin Yang finished chewing the last bite of the apple and continued to sink into the space of enlightenment for enlightenment. Today is a rare weekend. It is the time to improve the understanding of the sword-slaying technique from a small achievement to a great achievement. Qin Yang closed his eyes and concentrated, thinking about the details of this emperor-level martial arts. The level of the sword-slaying skill is extremely high. It is silent, and its edge is hidden, as if it is ready to go. But the moment the hidden sword was unsheathed, it was like a thunderous shadow, and the heaven and earth roared to death. Such a terrifyingly powerful swordsmanship. It is very difficult to fully understand. In the process of understanding that day in the valley, I introduced the figure of the swordsman in white into my mind, but in order to actually display it, I needed more practice and understanding. Even if there is only a slight difference, some swordsmen have to spend decades to realize it. This is the difficulty of swordsmanship. No wonder there are so few swordsmanship masters. They are regarded as guests by all forces and compete for them. It's difficult. Qin Yang shook his head, filled with emotion. But fortunately, we have room for enlightenment. Come on, enlightenment space, let me deduce the fusion. Qin Yang had a thought and concentrated on recalling the swordsmanship in his mind. Next moment. Hum. The sound of Ziwei's sword sounded in response, and the figure of the swordsman in white emerged again. The picture in my mind was still a little blurry at first, and I couldn't even see the details of holding the sword clearly. But as the understanding of heaven-defying strengthens, it doesn't take a moment. All vague details are dispersed. Soon, the figure of the swordsman was clearly visible, like a holographic projection, and every detail was clearly visible. A large amount of muscle memory is formed, from small to large. The skill of cutting the sky and drawing the sword is as easy as the command of the arm. It's done. Qin Yang slowly opened his eyes, extremely surprised, and couldn't wait to prepare to test the power. But it will definitely not work if you try it with crepe myrtle. I'm afraid that the whole building was split open just after it was unsheathed. Qin Yang looked left and right, and finally picked up the fruit knife he had used to peel apples. Come to the window and open it. The breeze is blowing gently, and the white clouds are rolling in the sky. It's just you. Qin Yang held the handle of the knife with his right hand and the plastic knife sheath with his left hand, and gently pulled towards the white clouds in the sky in the distance. The metal blade rubbed against the plastic, making an inaudible unsheathing sound. Next moment. The majestic sea of clouds suddenly split into two parts, revealing the clear blue sky in the middle, forming a spectacular scene like the Great Rift Valley in East Africa. The joyful crowd below looked to the sky, and they were all dumbfounded. Superintendent of Shanghai Police. Inside the conference room, there was an oppressive silence. In the PPT displayed, there are information on the search for bloodthirsty monsters in the past few days. 3 Xiantian realm experts in Jianghai City gathered together again to discuss the results of this search. Recently, after a search by our superintendent, we found that all these bloodthirsty monsters have disappeared. The commander looked at the PPT above and said in a deep voice, "No one was killed, it's as if they were all hidden." What do you think? In my opinion, there are two possibilities for these bloodthirsty demonic insects to hide. Mr. Lee stroked his beard and said slowly. Two possibilities. When the commander heard the words, he looked solemn and said seriously, "I would like to hear the details, Mr. Lee will explain it carefully." You don't have to be so polite. I just have a humble opinion. Mr. Lee shook his head and whispered, "The first reason is very simple. It is related to the previous swordsmanship senior. The bloodthirsty demonic insects may have sensed the aura of the strong man and did not dare to act rashly. They have temporarily stopped." As soon as he finished speaking, the owner and commander nodded in agreement. Since that day, the purple clouds appeared in the sky. Let alone this bloodthirsty demonic insect. Even the star beasts within 100 miles of Jianghai City chose to avoid humans because of this terrifying kendo aura. Don't dare to act rashly. Afraid of offending that strong man and causing disaster to his own tribe. What about the second reason, Mr. Lee? The owner of the museum continued to ask in a deep voice. The second reason is that it's not good. Mr. Lee frowned and said slowly, "If this bloodthirsty demonic insect is not hiding out of fear, then it can only be that it has sucked enough blood, and the consequences will be disastrous." As Mr. Lee finished speaking, everyone in the conference room looked solemn. I quickly realized the seriousness of the matter. A crisis of this magnitude cannot be underestimated. If the Zerg is born at that time, the consequences will be unimaginable and all life will be devastated. I don't know if the Kendo Senior is still in the city. Li Laoshi said, "If we can get his help, the suppression of these bloodthirsty demonic insects will only be a matter of a few seconds." It's exactly what Mr. Lee said, but we, Superintendent Xingwu, can't just wait like this. The commander looked gloomy and said in a low voice, "I have prepared for the worst and have already locked the nest of the bloodthirsty demonic insect." Speaking, he changed the PPT in his hand to the next page. Shows the satellite position of Lishui Lake. When the library owner saw this, he was immediately shocked. It's actually here. The largest freshwater lake in Jianghai City is visited by a large number of citizens and tourists every day. If an insect plague really breaks out, it will definitely cause countless deaths and injuries. That's right. The commander nodded and said coldly, "But the area of Lishui Lake is too big. All I can do now is to send people to seal off the site and prohibit others from entering." Then a large number of Hotian realm masters were stationed nearby. But just waiting for things to happen is not an option after all. Hearing this, Mr. Lee sighed softly, "We must prepare for the worst." At the same time, at the bottom of Lishui Lake, the water flowed incessantly, and a large number of fish disappeared. In the cave with rugged rocks, the bloodthirsty locusts moved slowly. Their fat, dark bodies were like a pile of rotten meat, growing and growing abnormally long. It seems that the cave is about to be filled. A layer of strange scarlet blood covered the top, and the aura was terrifying. 3 days later, at noon, the scorching sun is like fire, causing the surface of Lishui Lake to bake under the high temperature. A large amount of water vapor evaporates, and some distorted air tremors can be vaguely seen. A large number of dead fish floated to the surface of the lake, emitting an extremely fishy stench. Hum buzz. Green big-headed flies gathered on the dead fish, like a black cloud of howling, which made people almost sick. Everyone in the third team will be stationed in the southeast, and the fourth team will be in charge of the north corner. A calm command sounded. The commander stood on the shore and distributed orders in an orderly manner. Multiple teams of heavily armed guards moved upon hearing the sound, holding rifles with loaded magazines, and blocked every corner of Lishui Lake. They all looked at the lake nervously. Dozens of Hotian realm star warriors were suspended above the heads of these guards. Emitted powerful star power, almost forming a substantial pressure. With the pressure of these stars, they enveloped the area by Lishui Lake, instantly forming a unique field of perception for star warriors. Once there is any disturbance underwater, it will be noticed immediately. At this moment, the situation is critical and has reached an imminent level. Mr. Lee, the owner of the museum. On the shore, the commander nodded to the two people who had just arrived. "TSK, this smell is so strong." The library owner lightly covered his mouth and nose, frowning and said, "How many fish did the bloodthirsty demonic insects at the bottom of the water eat? I'm afraid the entire Lishui Lake ecosystem has been destroyed." The commander shook his head bitterly, looked at the lake and said, judging from the density of blood and fish carcasses floating up, we have initially identified several areas. But the problem is, after all, this underwater is not our home field. Once falling into the water, even the star warriors in the late Hotian realm will not be able to use their hands and feet. What the commander said is absolutely true. Hearing this, Mr. Lee nodded slightly, understanding the commander's difficulties. Waging a war underwater is never a wise move. It is extremely disadvantageous for one's own side. First of all, the underwater environment is weird and unpredictable. Even the star warriors who are good at water dare not go deep into it rashly. Secondly, the water star beast has special blessings under the water. Fighting at home, being water-friendly. These two things alone can make these beasts' strength increase several times, making them far more dangerous than on land. Even with the advantage of being strong in the Xiantian realm, Mr. Li and others did not dare to go directly into the water. With one careless move, it is not impossible to give yourself a water burial. Mr. Li, you are well informed, can you think of a way to lure this beast out? The commander asked with a solemn look on his face. Don't worry, Commander, since I'm here, I'm naturally not here to watch the fun. Mr. Li stroked his white beard, looked at the lake in the distance and said, this method of fishing is actually very simple. You can find it from the lake. Lake surface? The commander and the host were both stunned and confused when they heard this. What does it mean? Is it possible that the wool comes from the sheep? They followed Mr. Li's instructions and looked towards the lake. On the surface of the Lishui lake, corpses were floating everywhere, and the blood was painted on it, like a mirror. But what does this have to do with the fishing method? Seeing their confused expressions, Mr. Li smiled slightly and continued to give instructions. Have you two ever thought about something? This locust is naturally bloodthirsty, greedily devouring all blood, but now it only kills fish schools without absorbing the fish blood. What do you mean? Hearing this, the library owner suddenly understood and suddenly slapped his forehead and said. This locust is no longer satisfied with ordinary blood. Yes, the owner of the library is well read and really smart. Mr. Li nodded in approval and said, now that the leech is killing the fish without taking blood, it means that it wants more powerful blood nourishment. What we have to do is very simple. We only need to find a few low-level star beasts, cut their necks and bleed them on the shore, and then we can lure these beasts out of their holes. Good method, thank you Mr. Li for reminding me. Superintendent Xingwu on the side nodded and expressed his thanks. Then he turned around and immediately dispatched guards to carry out the task of capturing the star beast. Mr. Li and the owner of the museum stood on the same spot, looking at the busy figures on the shore, their expressions as solemn as water. After all, this bloodletting and attracting monsters has just begun. How to deal with the bloodthirsty demonic insects next is the real highlight. At the same time. Library. Old Qin, by the way, why don't you go to Jianghai Martial Arts Academy recently? Xia He and Qin Yang leaned on the railing on the first floor, skillfully teaming up to catch fish. As he spoke, he turned to look at Li Zixuan, who appeared not far away. She was calm and quiet, reading classics on the round table with an extremely focused expression. But Qin Yang didn't react much to her appearance this time, and he didn't even squint his eyes. This made Xia He feel puzzled. Not long ago, Qin Yang was following people like crazy. Why is it that today suddenly feels boring and you don't care at all? Why should I go to the martial arts academy if I have nothing to do? Qin Yang rolled his eyes and casually responded to Xia He's temptation. Before, you were always the one adding drama to me. When did you see me in the academy? You, I. When Xia He heard this, he took a breath and was immediately struck speechless. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that this is indeed the case. It is true that I have never seen Qin Yang enter the hospital with my own eyes. The last time we cut off the road, it was only halfway, and there was no evidence at all. I think you are a cruel kid. Xia He snorted and looked away. The two people were noisy. Li Zixuan, who was reading in the distance, raised her head when she heard the sound and glanced over. Is it the administrator from last time? Li Zixuan frowned slightly, still somewhat impressed by Qin Yang. After all, the last time he came unexpectedly to ask for his name left an indelible impression. Forget it, it's none of my business. Li Zixuan shook her head, lowered her head and continued to concentrate on reading. The classic book in his hand is The True Interpretation Program of Qin Feng Sword Technique. Li Zixuan never even glanced at such a simple and easy-to-understand introductory book before. But now, she watched it with gusto. It actually has many similarities with Isekai Tianmen. Li Zixuan glanced at the annotations and explanations in the book, feeling even more shocked. The swordsmanship taught to me by my teacher was actually derived from these introductory swordsmanship. As expected of a teacher, you can create such exquisite sword skills using only basic sword techniques that can be found everywhere. Li Zixuan's heart was beating loudly, and she admired her mentor's talent even more. I don't know when I will meet the teacher next time. At this time. In the distance, Qin Yang had finished his fishing break and was about to go back to work. Suddenly, a terrifying smell came from outside the library. This is the direction of Lishui Lake. Qin Yang had a strange look on his face and looked out the window. Immediately afterwards, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! The appearance of the blood demon has been detected, extremely dangerous. Please host to escape as soon as possible. No, please host to send the Empress apprentice immediately to kill the blood demon. Let my disciple of the Empress kill the blood demon. After hearing the system prompts, Qin Yang frowned and glanced at Li Zixuan who was reading a book. It's just the level of the 8th level of the acquired world. With her current level of cultivation, what can she do to fight the blood demon? What is the difference between and giving away one's life in vain? This dog system is still the same as before and is not reliable at all. A little bit wise, but not much. Qin Yang shook his head, indicating that he had gradually gotten used to it. 500 years of time chaos, I absolutely cannot follow this system. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't get any benefits at all. Now that the blood demon has appeared, if I kill it myself, will I be able to get new rewards? Qin Yang thought to himself, suddenly remembering the previous 100-fold reward increase. If you want to make a big impact on the dog-eating system, you must not follow its routine. As for the head of this bloodthirsty locust, you still have to get it yourself. That's right, that's the truth. Think of this. Qin Yang's thoughts gradually became clearer, and he took a look in the direction of Lishui Lake. The terrifying aura from the blood demon is getting stronger and stronger, as if it may appear at any time. This wave of head rewards is a sure thing for me. If it's too late and someone cuts off your beard, you'll lose a lot of money. This is the thought. Qin Yang no longer hesitated, decisively left the railing and prepared to walk out the door. Hey! Old Qin, where are you going? When Xia He saw this, he immediately reached out to stop him and said, it's still time to go to work. I'm going out to buy some things. You can take care of them for me and cover for me. I'll be back soon. Qin Yang shook off Xia He's hand and couldn't wait to walk towards the door at an extremely fast speed. Xia He behind him froze in place after looking at it. Shopping? What else are you buying at this time? Xia He looked at Qin Yang's retreating figure, then turned to look at Li Zixuan who was reading a book, and suddenly an idea flashed across his face. Old Qin shouldn't give up yet. Is he going to buy flowers to express his love to Li Zixuan? Xia He thought worriedly and sighed helplessly. Remembering that no matter how much I tried to persuade him before, it was of no use, I couldn't help but feel worried. Old Qin, you must not seek death. At the same time. At the reading table, Li Zixuan seemed to feel something. She suddenly raised her head and looked toward the southeast with her beautiful eyebrows furrowed. Strange, such a strong smell of blood. It's coming from the direction of Lishui Lake. What's going on over there? Lishui Lake, sure. The roar of low-level star beasts could be heard faintly, echoing around the lakeside. I saw a yellow and black cordon on the shore. Dozens of armed guards guarded the shore, using anti-explosion forks to suppress several star beasts. The subdued star beasts roared, and the noise swept the entire shore in an instant. The sound spreads thousands of miles. It's time, prepare to draw blood, everyone is in position. The superintendent commander was floating above Lishui Lake, holding a star beast that looked like a wild horse in his hand, and giving orders to all parties. Yes, Commander. The other Hotian warriors heard the sound and moved, grabbing the star beasts assigned to them, and all flew to the leader's side. Okay, today we are Jianghai City's human sea defense line, and we must not let down our guard at all. The commander put one hand on the star beast's neck, tore it apart suddenly, and shouted, blood out. Tear apart. There was a sound of tearing flesh and blood. The skin of the low-level star beast burst, the skin and flesh peeled off, and the smelly blood poured out. Blood fell like rain, falling on the surface of Lishui Lake, and ripples immediately appeared. Plop. Thump. The corpses of star beasts fell from the sky and crashed into the water. The corpse's blood is gone and the water is stirred up. After the corpse of the star beast fell, there was deathly silence. Everyone on the shore held their breath and focused their attention on the lake, waiting for the prey in the water to take the bait. The commander stared at the lake, nervous sweat dripping from his back, and murmured in a low voice, "Come out, you beast." The majestic power of the stars covers the water, forming a huge field of perception. At this moment, everyone felt something moving under the water. It was a terrifying aura that jumped straight up from the bottom of the water, carrying tens of millions of kilograms of water, and was approaching the lake quickly. What a terrifying figure it is. How can it create such a shocking perception? Sensing the aura, Mr. Lee looked solemn and placed his skinny hand on the long sword, as if he was ready to attack. At such a critical moment, he did not dare to hesitate at all and chose to directly use his killing move. And this move is the sword drawing style. It was the swordsmanship he had learned from the killing intent in the last time he was in the valley. Even if it is just a trace of emperor-level martial arts, it has already surpassed the peak of swordsmanship that Mr. Lee has mastered throughout his life. "Senior, since I accept your favor, I will definitely fulfill my mission." Old Lee held the long sword and was ready to go. He suddenly raised his twilight eyes and locked his eyes on the southeast corner of Lishui Lake. "Here we come. Join us to take action." The commander's expression tightened and he shouted suddenly. The words just fell. The water surface of Lishui Lake is boiling and rolling, as if it is boiling. A huge whirlpool occupies most of the lake's surface. Boom! The deafening explosions resounded. Huge water columns rise into the sky, filled with white water vapor, and the sunlight penetrates them to form brilliant rainbows. The black behemoth rushed out of the water, like a pillar of flesh rising from the sea to the sky, and the pungent and rancid smell of blood instantly filled the entire Lishui Lake. The bloodthirsty leech appears. When such a large figure appeared, everyone was subconsciously stunned when they saw it. Such a huge body, as huge as a mountain, has already exceeded everyone's expectations. Some weak star warriors were trembling, and their bodies could not be controlled, and they started to tremble instinctively. "Everyone! Don't make a mess." The commander gave an order, and the sound was like a loud bell, echoing in everyone's ears. Vaguely, there is actually a hidden ability to calm people's hearts. When everyone heard the sound, their turbulent hearts calmed down and they were no longer as flustered as before. There are so many human beings. The bloodthirsty locust twisted its plump limbs, feeling the breath floating on the lake, and actually spit out stumbling human words. "Die." The voice fell. Everyone present frowned, and their hearts that had just calmed down began to panic again. Able to speak human words, this is a demon insect that has awakened its spiritual wisdom. Mr. Lee didn't dare to be lazy. He held the hilt of the sword, bent his knees and bowed his waist, making a gesture of drawing the sword. The murderous intention is gathered together and the power is brewing. However, the next moment, the leech in the center of Lishui Lake turned its mouthparts, and suddenly turned towards Mr. Lee as if aware of it. "You are in danger." A sense of crisis made him instinctively turn his attention to Mr. Lee, who had the highest level of cultivation. When Mr. Lee saw this, he no longer concealed it. The anger in his chest surged, the veins on the back of his hands throbbed, and he drew his sword directly. "Die, you beast." The long sword was unsheathed, and the light of the sword bloomed instantly, dazzling the sun in the sky. A fierce slash appeared, instantly crossing the lake surface, causing water waves on both sides to surge up to more than 10 meters. Good swordsmanship. The library owner couldn't help but applaud. Mr. The owner of the museum was excited and took action immediately. Other star warriors who came to support also quickly followed up and unleashed their killing moves. Next moment, countless streams of light intertwined and struck at the bloodthirsty leech. The sound erupted and spread, shattering the glass of the building near the lake. Poof! Poof! Huge amounts of attacks were engulfed in the flesh and blood of the bloodthirsty leech. Due to the size of that huge creature, it had no way to avoid it and could only endure it silently. In an instant, black blood splattered, making everyone's blood boil. Some citizens passing by stopped when they saw this. They couldn't help but be attracted by the noise. They stood outside the cordon and started talking quietly. What's going on? Why are star beasts appearing in the city? Superintendent Xingwu has such a big battle. No wonder they are not allowed to enter the lake these days. I smelled a fish odor not long ago. Passers on the shore were walking and walking, some staying away from the scene, trying to avoid the aftermath of the battle as much as possible. But there are also some brave people who are doing good things, and they actually choose to stay near the warning line, pick up their mobile phones from their pockets, and take crazy pictures of the Lishui Lake. Click. Click. Onlookers who video recorded the video, citizens who took photos for excitement, and even internet celebrities who conducted live broadcasts. Soon, videos were uploaded to the internet, and after netizens reprinted and sent them, the number of clicks quickly spread. You see that old man, he seems to be the dean of the martial arts academy. Yes, it's Mr. Lee. The owner and commander are also there. Are they suppressing the star beast? Damn it, the three great innates in Jianghai City are here, how terrifying must this star beast be? For a time, panic spread on the internet. More and more hot reviews are emerging, divided into various opinions. Either they are worried about the future battle, or they believe in Mr. Lee's actions, or they are doubtful about whether the problem of this star beast can be properly solved. After all, this is the first time in the history of Jianghai City that a star beast has been discovered in a densely populated area. But judging from this situation, it seems that the locust is being crushed. The human side has the advantage. However, just when everyone is doing crazy output, thinking that they are sure to win, some star warriors suddenly discovered something was wrong. Strange, why does this leech not fall down after so many attacks? In the Lishui Lake, the bloodthirsty leech withstood all attacks, but the strange thing was that it only squirmed on its dark body and was unscathed. As if he didn't care about these fierce attacks at all. How can this be? After Mr. Lee drew out his sword, he squinted his eyes slightly and noticed something was wrong. The sword drawing technique he unleashed just now, although it is not as good as the real emperor-level martial arts, is still as high as what can be achieved in the Xiantian realm. As a result, after the leech silently withstood the blow, it only trembled slightly, and then made no other movements. It's like I threw a heavy punch, but the hit was as weak as cotton. What's wrong? Is it at the bottom of the lake? Old Lee was keenly aware of the aura, sheathed his sword, and prepared to draw the sword for the second time. At the same time, he separated a ray of true energy and focused his eyes, searching for the bottom of the lake. Soon, the situation under the lake was clearly visible in front of him. Under the blood-stained lake surface, the body of the bloodthirsty leech was not actually suspended. Instead, they are connected by countless densely packed tiny locusts, forming a link like a rope to the sky, constantly devouring the essence and blood of the fish. They spread around, collect the blood in the lake, and then quickly swim back to the main body to replenish their losses. What a shrewd beast! Lao Li suddenly understood and immediately understood why his attack was ineffective. There are a lot of fish in Lishui Lake, and the bloodthirsty leech relies on these clones to maintain energy, which is almost equivalent to being invincible. And when he and the Star Warriors attack in a daze, they are just doing useless work. Mr. Lee looked around and noticed that the situation on his side was not good. As time went by, in order to maintain the intensity of the attack, they had consumed a lot of the Star Warriors' true energy. At this moment, some weak Hotian realm warriors were even more pale, struggling to support their output in place. If you continue to hold on, there will eventually be a moment when your true energy is exhausted. Trouble, you fell into this beast's trap. Mr. Lee made a quick decision, and everyone in the distance shouted, "Everyone adjust your breath and stop trying." He wanted to use this to change the situation. But it was still a step too late. In the mighty attack net, several Star Warriors exhausted their true energy and fell into the water, causing a gap in the encirclement and suppression array. Not good. Superintendent Xingwu's expression changed drastically, and he quickly wanted to step forward to support him. But just the next moment, a terrifying scream sounded. Seizing the opportunity, the bloodthirsty leech quickly turned its fat body to seize the gap in the encirclement and suddenly spit out a large amount of black and red liquid from its mouthparts, mixed with countless tiny leech. Be careful of this beast's poisonous blood. The library owner shouted sharply, raising his hand to support the true energy barrier. However, it's still slow. Poisonous blood spattered into the gap, and leech as thick as a little finger rushed into the crowd. As soon as it touched the warrior's skin, it immediately got under the flesh. Oh! My hand! The warrior who was poisoned by blood covered his hands, trying to catch the leeches. But the external body fluids of the locusts are released, swimming their bodies, slithering through their fingers, and devouring their flesh and blood. The next moment, black and purple veins appeared on the surface of the skin, looking strange and terrifying. Puffy. After burrowing into human flesh, the locust explodes directly, releasing all the poisonous blood it carries. The star warriors who were hit fell from the sky and plopped into the lake one after another. Immediately afterwards, the leech waiting for an opportunity in the water came up and once again followed up to eat the body of the person who fell into the water. A shrill scream sounded. In an instant, Lishue Lake became a purgatory on earth. This abominable beast, animal. The librarian was panting violently. One of his arms had turned black and purple, and the blood poison had invaded his meridians. Thanks to the forcible suppression relying on the Xiantian realm cultivation level, he did not fall into the water. However, at this moment, the war situation has already changed. The bloodthirsty leech turned the situation around in an instant. On the internet, netizens who saw this scene were in an uproar and were even more desperate. Even the owner of the museum has been attacked. Can't even a strong person in the Xiantian realm stop this blood poison? It's over, the three powerful men are no match for this monster, what else can we do? The scene of the battle on Lishue Lake spread throughout the entire network in an instant. Netizens witnessed the bloodthirsty leech gradually gaining the upper hand, while the Xiantian masters on their side were retreating steadily, and their decline was gradually becoming apparent. Even the library owner was poisoned. A large number of Hotian realm warriors fell into the air. The army was defeated like a mountain. For a time, despair spread among everyone. After all, the star warriors dispatched in this battle are all Jianghai City's top combat forces, representing the entire city's defense force. If they all lose, then who else can save Jianghai City? Seeing this, everyone felt desperate, and countless negative comments floated in the live broadcast room. Hold on, Mr. Li, and keep drawing out your sword. It's too late. Look how pale Mr. Li's face is, and his sword-drawing hand is trembling. Who else can come to save us? Is our Jianghai City going to be doomed like this? At the same time, outside Lishue Lake, Qin Yang finally arrived at the scene. He was walking on the 7-star wandering dragon step, standing on the highest point of a construction building, occupying the position with the widest view, and looking at the battle situation on the lake in the distance. This blood demon is really troublesome. The huge body of the blood demon was seen blocking the sky and the sun, standing like a mountain in the center of Lishue Lake, and the large amount of blood mist sprayed from its mouth was like an ink cloud. Everyone who came into contact with the blood mist fell into the air one after another, and one after another the star warriors fell like stars. The blood demon showed up for the first time, and his strength was already so abnormal. How come he's still an emperor-level star beast 500 years later? Perhaps it doesn't matter if you have been seriously injured during this period. There are still many strong people among humans. Qin Yang shook his head and sighed, and began to think about the next direction. If it continues to develop like this, once the blood demon has the upper hand, the other two strong men will not be able to escape death. If Jianghai City didn't have these masters to show off, it would really become a cafeteria for star beasts to kill. When the time comes, the library where I work will also suffer. With this in mind, Qin Yang looked at the situation and looked for the blood demon's weaknesses. It is not advisable to act hastily. Everything still needs to be a little more stable and prepared. If you really want to take action, you must find out the weakness of the blood demon and achieve a one-hit kill. Otherwise, random attacks will not only be ineffective, but also thankless. You will only end up like those star warriors, and your efforts will be in vain. TSK, this blood demon is so strong, who knows what big rewards it can bring out. Qin Yang thought expectantly, and his little hands were already starting to move. Unexpectedly at this time, a mechanical sound suddenly sounded. Ding, the appearance of the blood demon has been detected, extremely dangerous. Warning. The host, please escape from this place immediately and send a female apprentice to kill the blood demon. The system prompts are noisy and repeated, which makes people feel upset. Damn, this dog system started barking again. Qin Yang ignored the system prompts and continued to focus on the fierce battle by the lake while observing the huge body of the bloodthirsty leech. Suddenly, a familiar breath came, flying into the battlefield from the southeast. This is... Qin Yang squinted his eyes slightly and focused on that person, quite surprised. The person who joined the battle was none other than Li Zixuan, who had just been reading in the library. This silly girl came in a hurry, without even changing into casual clothes. She was still dressed in the same neighborhood dress of jeans and t-shirt. He just pulled up a high ponytail and rushed into the battlefield with his sword in hand. "Teacher, let me give you a helping hand." Li Zixuan is floating on the surface of Lishui Lake, her toes are tapping lightly on the ripples, her figure is slim, and her ponytail is swaying gently. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of all the star warriors in the room. "Xian, why are you here? What a nonsense." Lao Li looked at the sudden appearance of Li Zixuan, his eyes widened in shock, and he shouted harshly. "The situation is critical now. Many masters in the late-acquired realm have fallen, and even innate masters like myself are struggling to cope. And Li Zixuan, a mere star warrior at the 8th level of the Hotian realm, has never even participated in a serious battle. How can he get involved? What is the difference between this and seeking death?" However, next, something that no one expected happened. Boom! There was only a loud noise and the water surged. The bloodthirsty locust suddenly moved, as if sensing a great sense of crisis, it turned around and rushed towards Li Zixuan. "How is this going? The locusts actually took off." "No, it's aimed at old disciple Li." Many star warriors reacted and looked at all this in disbelief. Why did the locust change the focus of its attack? Is it possible? This disciple is a greater threat than his master. "Xian, retreat quickly." Seeing this, Mr. Li had no time to think about it and shouted towards Li Zixuan. A mere acquired 8th level star warrior is no match for the bloodthirsty leech. When some of the supporting star warriors saw this, they even expressed regret, as if they had already seen Li Zixuan's death. Although genius is rare in this world. But there is never a shortage of news about its demise. The wind seemed to be still at this moment. The bloodthirsty locusts are rushing towards us with such ferocious momentum that they are like overwhelming mountains and seas. Li Zixuan looked at the locusts rushing in front of her and felt sick in her heart, but she never hesitated in the movements of her hands. He directly used the sword moves he had learned in the past few days. One sword opens the gate of heaven. As the sword was unsheathed, the sun shone on the edge of the sword, and a dazzling cold light flashed through everyone's eyes, like a flash of thunder. The sharp sword point pointed directly at the locust's mouthparts, breaking through all the incoming blood mist. The majestic sword intent erupted, and the bloodthirsty leech charged head-on, creating a terrifying momentum in an instant. The mist of Lishui Lake exploded, covering the figures of the bloodthirsty leech and Li Zixuan, but it quickly dissipated. Many star warriors followed the sound and couldn't believe their eyes. The huge body of the bloodthirsty leech was stopped by Li Zixuan's sword and was briefly suppressed in place. And the price she paid was that the long sword in her hand was shattered. Is this the power of the innate realm? Mr. Li froze on the spot, his eyes widening. What kind of swordsmanship is this? When did I ever teach this girl such a powerful move? Too many doubts arose in Mr. Li's mind. But now is not the time to delve into it. A pitiful roar sounded. That was the angry roar of the bloodthirsty locust. Not good. Li Zixuan's pretty face turned cold, she held the broken sword in her hand and wanted to retreat. That sword just now used up everything he had, and the mortal soldiers in his hand could not withstand the power, and they were all broken. I am unarmed now, and I am no match for the bloodthirsty leech. Die. The bloodthirsty locust uttered human words and pounced on Li Zixuan. All the star warriors rushed forward to help her escape, but they were all too late. Xian. Mr. Li tried his best to keep up with his skinny figure. 3 innate masters have used all their cards to obstruct him. But it was too late after all. The bloodthirsty locust covered its skin with blood and quickly approached Li Zixuan, opening its mouth as if it was about to devour her directly. However, just when Mr. Li and others were desperate. Suddenly, a dazzling purple light flashed from the sky and shot straight into the night sky. The murderous intention that almost solidified into reality suddenly locked onto the body of the bloodthirsty locust, like a pen falling from the book of life and death. Upon noticing this terrifying sword intent, Mr. Li and others reacted quickly, with excitement on their faces. It's that senior. He took action. The glow of crepe myrtle appeared on the horizon, covering up the scorching sun at noon, making the whole world darken, like dusk falling. Chance, deathly silence. The bloodthirsty leech trembled all over, and its plump and dark body fell back. The huge body like a mountain is shaking crazily. Will die. You will really die. With its newly awakened intelligence, it was already able to discern various dangers, and it immediately sensed the horror of this aura. It wants to escape from Lishui Lake. But the boundless murderous intent directly blocked all its exits. It is as if some kind of traction beacon has been planted. Boom! Followed by. The terrifying sonic boom sound came from the southwest, like countless thunderbolts exploding at the same time. The majestic sword intent swept through the air currents, setting off violent storms, forming an astonishing tornado eruption. On the streets in the city, the vehicles parked on the roadside began to sound their sirens, making a lot of noise and wailing like screams. Look over there. Something is coming. Many star warriors on Lishui Lake turned their heads and pointed to the southwest. Lao Li and the commander and others heard the sound and immediately followed the guidance. Soon. Everyone can see it clearly. It was a long sword with a luxurious shape, passing over the city. The hilt of the sword was entwined with dragons and phoenixes, and was covered with the glow of the sky, as if it was pulling the vast sky. In an instant, wherever it passed, all the trees were broken and emptied by the waves. It passed over the surface of the Lishui Lake, causing thousands of currents to flow backwards, causing terrifying water waves to explode on both sides, and even the riverbed at the bottom of the lake could be clearly seen. Such a terrifying sword intent struck, making all the star warriors present feel suffocated. Even if you know that you are attacking bloodthirsty locusts. Even if you know that this is one of your own. Even if you know. This is the sword intent displayed in the Sword Valley that day. But these star warriors just can't help but be afraid. This is out of reverence for the strong. Miracle. Mr. Li was even more deeply shocked by the scene in front of him. He couldn't even speak a complete sentence, and his eyes flashed with incomparable fervor and admiration. But he finally suppressed his excitement and controlled his body to land on the shore, avoiding the scope of the sword's intention. At this moment, those murderous intentions are mixed with the sword energy, which is several times more powerful than the attack of bloodthirsty locusts. Anyone standing in the way may be implicated. Upon seeing this, the other star warriors followed Mr. Li to avoid the space between the Ziwei divine sword and the blood demon, and fell to the shore to resist the sword energy. After being out of danger, Li Zixuan stood by the lake and raised her head, looking at the flying crepe myrtle sword. My eyes are full of little stars of admiration. I can finally see the teacher's action with my own eyes. The mighty momentum was hundreds of times more brilliant than she had expected. A sword stirred up the heavenly phenomena and came through the sky just to kill an insect. Locked by this overwhelming killing intent, the bloodthirsty locust dragged its clumsy body, trying hard to sneak into the bottom of the lake. A touch of humanized fear flashed across its eyes. As if to say, "Big brother, I'm just a little leech. What virtues and abilities do you have to take action like this?" Poof! The purple myrtle divine sword arrived in an instant and sank directly into the Gorfiend's head. The aftermath shook and caused ripples on the wrinkled skin. Just in an instant, the tendons in the blood demon's body were severed, and all the tiny locust clones were implicated and collapsed. The locust's body was instantly shattered. But this is the case. The strong vitality still allows it to have the possibility to breathe. Not dead yet. In the distant building, Qin Yang stood on the top floor, sensing the physical state of the blood demon, calculating the right moment, and said, "Get up," silently. "Start finishing the last hit. The divine sword has spirit." As he finished speaking, the purple light on the Ziwei divine sword became even brighter. Hum. The crepe myrtle inserted into the body of the bloodthirsty locust emits sword sounds, echoing each other and singing against the glow of the sky. Next moment, the sky dimmed into midnight and countless stars fell down, surrounding the Gorfiend, forming a shadow of a sharp sword, blocking its surroundings. Mr. Li looked up at the magnificent scene and murmured, "Sword formation. Senior is forming in formation to kill the bloodthirsty demonic insects." He had the good fortune to see a master-level sword cultivator forming a formation many years ago. But it was just composed of a few daggers, which was far different from the momentum of the Ziwei sword formation in front of me. Hear the words. Other star warriors looked at the Ziwei sword formation and were extremely shocked. They had never seen such a spectacular scenery, and they all stayed where they were. Poof! Poof! In the sword formation, the blood demon had nowhere to escape and was subjected to the torture of being cut into pieces with thousands of knives. The majestic sword energy split his body and cut his flesh into pieces. The Ziwei divine sword burst into high temperatures, and even the blood mixed with the lake water evaporated into white smoke. The previously arrogant blood demon was strangled like a fish on a chopping board in this sword formation. See this scene. The people at the scene were all excited and fell into an incomparable frenzy. As expected of a senior in swordsmanship. One sword. It's just one sword. It's really a magical method. This must be the divine sword that was born in the valley that day. It's so beautiful. Li Zixuan on the side listened to everything silently, raising her head proudly. Humph, that's awesome. That's my teacher. Had she not sworn in front of Qin Yang when she became a disciple that day, Li Zixuan would have revealed her identity by now. Looking at this scene, Superintendent Xingwu was filled with emotion. This senior has amazing strength. He can already form an army by himself. Commander, you are exaggerating. Lao Li shook his head, looked at the sword array and said respectfully, this sword can already block an army of 100,000 people. This is a magnificent miracle. In the live broadcast room, thousands of netizens witnessed this scene and left countless shocked comments. So handsome. The sword energy spans 30,000 miles, and one sword radiates cold across 19 states. Outrageous. Is this the end of it? Where are the immortals? I only hear about their swords, not their people. The blood demon is so powerful that he fought against the three major innate realms, but in the end he couldn't even attract the face of an expert. The boss is here. He's dead with one sword strike, brothers. What's there to say? At the same time, Qin Yang stood on the top of the building, feeling the breath of Li Shui Lake. After confirming that there was no trace of bloodthirsty leech, he breathed a sigh of relief. Done, done. This blood demon's predecessor has finally been killed. Cut out the roots and avoid future troubles forever. This is the first time I have encountered such a strong enemy. It took a sword to get rid of them all. It's almost time. Qin Yang stretched out and sat by the rooftop, pulling Ziwei back and calling the system in his mind. System, speak. After a while, the system's frightened voice came as promised. Oh my God, the host was killed with one sword. This system is on its knees for you. Young master, you are talking nonsense with me. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and interrupted directly. Hurry up and bring me my reward. Ding. It is detected that the host has killed the Beast King level blood demon, and the reward will be increased 30 times. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blood god art. Congratulations to the host for achieving 20 years of cultivation. The system prompts sounded twice in succession, and Qin Yang looked excited. Another wave of fatness. With 50 years of cultivation, he had reached the peak of the Xiantian realm and had vaguely touched the threshold of the Grandmaster realm. Now let's rely on the increase in cultivation brought by this time. Breaking through to the Master realm is just a thought. Good. Qin Yang nodded with satisfaction. On the way, I didn't seem to have practiced it very seriously. After reading 20 years of cultivation, Qin Yang set his sights on the new skill, Blood God Art. Based on the memory in my mind. The so-called Blood God Art. In fact, it is a skill taken from the blood demon's body. Those who practice this technique can understand the secrets of flesh and blood, use the essence and blood of strong men to reveal the secrets of their bloodlines, and improve their own strength. If you are seriously injured and attacked, you will not die. You only need to eat the flesh and blood to achieve the purpose of nourishing the injury and replenishing the shape. And the most outrageous thing is, this technique can even be like a bloodthirsty locust, condensing the clones of the Son of Blood, turning them into thousands of self-births, absorbing essence and blood for the main body, and storing them. Good guy, this is too perverted, it should be considered an evil act, right? Qin Yang was a little surprised. But after thinking about it, I soon felt relieved. You must know that all living things are guided by blood, which nourishes the internal organs. If we don't want to look for human blood, then can we just find some dragon and phoenix blood instead? In this world, there are many powerful star beasts, soaring dragons and flying phoenixes. If you swallow the dragon's blood and then rely on this blood god art to strengthen, isn't it possible to directly transform into a dragon and ascend? Hiss, this wave will take off directly. Qin Yang was extremely surprised when he thought of this. If you can become stronger by drinking blood, then go out and hunt star beasts for blood when you have time. When the time comes, combine the raw materials with hairy tripe, lettuce, and sprinkle with sizzling red oil to make a spicy pot of hairy blood. Just thinking about the fragrant scene. Let's eat. At this time, the Ziwei divine sword returned, accompanied by the joyful sound of the sword, obviously still immersed in the remaining energy of killing the bloodthirsty locusts just now. Come back, I'll let you out to have fun next time when I have time. Qin Yang chuckled, muttered silently, and drove the Ziwei divine sword to converge into his body. He suddenly noticed a few strange breaths coming from the distance. This is it. Qin Yang sensed those auras and found that they were the three major Xiantian realm masters in Jianghai City, as well as some companions in the late acquired realm. Did you come here looking for traces of crepe myrtle? Qin Yang frowned slightly, counted the time, and had no idea of contacting them. After all, I had just received the increased reward and needed to find a secluded place to absorb it alone. Where is the time to waste on these practitioners? I'll fight whoever I like, but I can't get any rewards. Thinking of this, Qin Yang curled his lips and turned around, walking towards the distance with 7-star steps. After counting the interest, Lao Li's figure appeared above the building. He's gone again, that senior. Mr. Li looked at the empty rooftop, his white eyebrows lowered, and he sighed helplessly. The tone revealed deep regret. He thought he was fast enough and followed the traces of the divine sword all the way, crossing between high-rise buildings. Unexpectedly, it was still a step too late. Shwa shwa. Several other warriors came later. When they saw that Mr. Li was the only one on the rooftop, they quickly stepped forward and asked. Mr. Li, what about the seniors? Why are you the only one left? I left, and I didn't see my senior. It seems that he has a special temperament and doesn't like to communicate with us. Mr. Li looked at the Lishui lake in the distance. The water level was during the battle to execute the blood demon. It had already dropped several meters, and the white mist produced by evaporation filled the air. I don't know when the next time I will see senior take action will be. After leaving Lishui Lake. As usual, Qin Yang found a place to stay in the suburbs. The sound of water flowing beside the creek is gurgling, the pebbles on the bottom of the river are crystal clear, fish are swimming in and out of the water, and there are no traces of people for miles around. Let's try to condense a clone of the Son of Blood first. Qin Yang stretched out his right thumb and made a small cut of about 1 centimeter. Immediately, a drop of blood gushes out of the body, rushes out of the wound and falls to the ground, like a seed taking root. After the drop of essence and blood touched the ground, it immediately began to spread and multiply, forming a human shape. Soon, a new Qin Yang was formed. There is no difference in appearance and clothing. From the outside, ordinary people cannot tell the truth from the false. This clone looks good, it has perfectly inherited my handsomeness. Qin Yang rubbed his chin, circling around the clone of the Son of Blood, looking at it over and over again, as if appreciating a work of art. After admiring it for a moment, Qin Yang gave an order directly to the clone. Give me a sword to open the gate of heaven. The words just fell. The clone immediately raised his right hand to point to the sword and pointed it toward the nearby stream. Boom! The rushing stream was cut off on the spot and the river bed was exposed, and then quickly restored its original appearance. Yes, it's not as powerful as me, but it's enough. Qin Yang nodded slightly. This clone is condensed from his own blood and essence. Its strength is only 1/10 of the original body, but it also possesses all the martial arts he has mastered. With the support of these martial arts, it is easy to crush and kill the strong ones in the acquired realm. And after this blood demon clone leaves the body, the vision can be shared as the main body, and at the same time, even if it is killed, it will not affect itself. But even such a powerful clone has certain flaws. For example, abilities such as immortality and enlightenment space are unique. The tiny clone does not have the qualifications to possess. And as the endowed true energy is exhausted, they will dissipate into the world in an instant. However, these are minor issues. At present, I am just getting started with the blood god art. When the skill is developed to the point where it is fully developed, it will not be a problem to integrate the whole body. Let's disperse. After Qin Yang fiddled with it for a while, it gradually became boring, so he dispersed the blood god's son clone and started to advance to the Grandmaster realm. As far as Qin Yang knows, promotion is very difficult. Even a genius like the Dean of Jianghai Martial Arts Academy has only reached the peak of his innate talent after working hard all his life. Have to be careful. Thinking of this, Qin Yang sat cross-legged and thought slightly. Shwa shwa. 20 years of cultivation poured in suddenly, like running water opening a floodgate, impacting the realm of true energy. His cultivation level, which was already at its peak, rose again, as if piercing tissue paper, he easily broke through to the master realm. That's it? Is it that simple? Qin Yang was stunned for a moment and slowly opened his eyes. This difficulty seems to be lower than I expected. Hurrah! He raised his hand and felt the mighty protective energy covering his body. He was no longer afraid of human thermal weapons and easily resisted human missiles. Take a step forward. Kara. The figure suddenly appeared 100 meters away, walking across the void at will. This is the horror of the master realm. Mortal body, comparable to gods. At the same time, things about Lishui Lake are still fermenting on the internet. In today's age of advanced internet, trivial things like sesame seeds and rotten millet are likely to be hotly searched, not to mention the miracles witnessed by thousands of netizens. As a result, Qin Yang's reputation as a strong swordsman once again became popular all over the internet. Less than an hour later, the flying sword came through the air and the video of killing the blood demon spread all over the circle of friends, ranking first in the hot search list in the country. Major news and marketing accounts sensed the popularity and went crazy for processing and editing, resulting in an overwhelming number of popular videos with BGM appearing on the internet. Under the video, countless netizens are vying to discuss it, with different concerns. This sword is so handsome. Purple chi comes from the east, and killing the enemy with one sword is like a stroke of genius. It's a pity that I didn't see the shadow of that senior swordsman. With such a strong strength, I'm afraid he is an old man. He might be even older than Mr. Lee. That's what I'm saying. Maybe someone else is an unborn genius. Why do you assume someone else's age? After this incident, the Public Opinion Department of Superintendent Xingwu also issued relevant announcements, reminding everyone not to go near Lishui Lake in the short term, and in particular, private play in the water is strictly prohibited. But this still cannot stop the enthusiasm of netizens to check in. More people even gave Qin Yang a nickname for Qin Yang, who did not show up that day, and respectfully called him the sword god of the river and sea to protect the lights of thousands of families. Since then, the title of Jianghai Sword God has been passed down by word of mouth and has gradually become a new symbol of Jianghai City. Beside Lishui Lake, people from Superintendent Xingwu are finishing the work. They are wearing chemical protective suits and holding fishing nets to collect the scattered garbage in the lake. It was either a severed limb with white stubble, or a rotten and smelly dead fish, as well as many tiny corpses of locusts. Busy and running around. 3 great innate masters stood by the lake, watching this scene. Mr. Owner, how long do you think it will take before the lake can be reopened? Superintendent Xingwu asked with his hands behind his back. At this moment, the owner of the museum is sitting cross-legged on the grass, with a restrained breath. The sleeve of his right arm is torn off, revealing a strong arm, and he is using his true energy to resist the invasion of blood poison in his body. Lao Li on the side took out the plaster and applied it on his body to help remove the remaining poisonous blood. It will take at least 10 days and a half to open. The poisonous blood is really terrifying. The owner said hoarsely, his condition has obviously recovered a bit, and he is not as weak as before. But he still had lingering fears. After the war, Lishui Lake was devastated and turned into a terrible poisonous pond. Even an innate master like himself could only end up in such an embarrassing end if he was stained with poisonous blood. Not to mention those citizens who are ordinary people. If you get it, you will die. In my opinion, to be on the safe side, no one can come close to us for at least half a year. While Mr. Lee was applying medicine to the owner, he looked at the black lake water and sighed, this is safer. Don't worry Mr. Lee and the owner, I will handle it properly. As he spoke, the commander turned his head and looked at Lishui Lake. Schools of dead fish are scattered all over the lake, and 1 or 2 corpses can be vaguely seen, all of which are acquired warriors who unfortunately died. What was once a tourist check-in destination has turned into such a cruel place, which is really heartbreaking. But this is already a blessing among misfortunes. Lao Li and others remembered how powerful the bloodthirsty locusts were before, and they still felt frightened, as if they had just escaped from hell. The opponent is almost a crushing level existence. If it weren't for the sword coming to help this time, I'm afraid that the entire Jianghai city will remember that it fell because of this. Fortunately, really lucky. The museum owner sighed, and suddenly found Li Zixuan standing there by the lake. His eyes were dazed, as if he was in a daze, staring at the smelly lake water. So he turned to Mr. Li and pointed out, Mr. Li, isn't that your student? Why are you running there? Xian must have been surprised. Mr. Lee stroked his beard and shook his head. Don't disturb her, let her be quiet. After all, this scene is the first time this silly girl has seen. The sound of discussions among several people could be heard faintly. The willow branches are blown by the wind. Li Zixuan turned a deaf ear to the discussions around her and just looked at the center of Lishui Lake intently in thought. At this moment, the corpse of the locust in the center of the lake has long been smashed to pieces, and there is no trace of life left. Is this the strength of a teacher? Li Zixuan thought to herself, a trace of regret flashed in her heart unconsciously. Unexpectedly, after such a commotion, the teacher was not able to intervene. He only killed the bloodthirsty leech with one sword. I really want to listen to the teacher's teachings again. The more Li Zixuan thought about it, the more regretful she became. My action this time was really bad. Hasty, reckless. Why don't you use more judgment before taking action? Why did you rush forward directly and put yourself in danger? Why? There are too many mistakes and it's like an exam paper with red crosses all over it. The teacher must be very dissatisfied when he sees it. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan bit her lips, her eyes dim with tears, but she seemed to have made some determination. She is not someone who gives up easily. The road to swordsmanship is long. All problems are attributed to lack of strength. Because I am weak, that's why I almost lost my life. But if I practice opening the heaven's gate with one sword, to a great level and can truly exert its full power, then the teacher will naturally come out to see me if he is satisfied. Thinking about it, Li Zixuan lifted her hair from her ears and walked towards the martial arts hall with firm eyes. The next day. Library. The clock card machine at the door made a long and boring sound. Punched in, Qin Yang, working time is 7:59 in the morning. Qin Yang had a fried dough stick in his mouth and a cup of sweet soy milk in his right hand. He pressed the punch card skillfully and slowly stepped into the library. Having just taken 2 steps. Seeing Xia He coming over skillfully. Heh, I'm stuck at the limit again, Lao Qin. Xia He held a sandwich in one hand, looked down at his phone and said, have you heard about what happened at Lishui Lake yesterday? What's up? Qin Yang pretended to yawn and said, you mean that bloodthirsty demonic insect? Yes, that's it. If I had known it would happen, I would have skipped work and ran over. Xia He sighed with regret and said, damn, what a pity. By the way, your kid ran away at that time. Did he pass by the lake? No, it's far away. Qin Yang said casually. Okay, I feel comfortable now. It's really good for me, Lao Qin. When Xia He heard this, he immediately said with a smile, and handed the phone to Qin Yang, let me show you a live video. Such a close-up video is not easy to do, so watch it and cherish it. Upon seeing this, Qin Yang took a few glances at the video. The quality of the video was very blurry, and the photographer's hands were shaking like chaff, but he could still see the scene of the gorgeous sword array strangling the locusts. How is it? It's shocking enough. Xia He leaned back tactically and said with admiration, you are indeed my idol. He can kill insects with one sword. Compared with him, the 3 great innates are like younger brothers. I knew that one day I would be blown away by these people and become a god. Qin Yang shook his head, having already anticipated this situation. Social networks exist like this. Rumors are spreading and everyone's opinions are worth their weight in gold. This is a place where gods are created. As time goes by, a week passes quickly. On the internet, the entry with Lishui Lake finally fell from its throne on the 6th day of consecutive hot searches, and the popularity gradually subsided. But the enthusiasm about the Jianghai sword god is still fermenting in Jianghai City. Relevant media reported it vigorously, and the video of the sword killing the demonic insect was widely circulated, making many young people in Jianghai City regard Jianghai sword god as their idol. How far is the fanaticism? In the weapons store, the sword category has jumped from being unpopular on the shelves to being a hot-selling item. The products are so popular that they are full of orders and were once out of stock. Some stores are even more ruthless. They seize the business opportunity and copy the appearance of the Ziwei divine sword and sell it. In the later stages of development, if you go out in Jianghai City without a sword, you will be embarrassed to say that you are a local. This day. The foot of Broken Peak Mountain. Li Zixuan put on a pair of light sportswear and slowly got out of the taxi, preparing to study the way of kendo on a daily basis. She has a typical slender waist and long legs, with slender Achilles tendons, and a sports headband on her forehead. She is extremely youthful and energetic. As soon as I got out of the taxi, I immediately felt a lot of eyes on me. There are also a lot of people today. Li Zixuan frowned slightly, looking at the bustle of people in front of the gate of Duanfeng Mountain. They were all people who came to learn the meaning of the sword, and there was already a long queue. But she can understand it. After all, since that day when he killed the insect with his flying sword, the master's reputation has become very famous. Seeing the peerless grace of the sword god, the young generation in Jianhai City have picked up swords, become obsessed with kendo, and want to follow in the footsteps of their masters. And these two places, Duanfeng Mountain and Sword Valley, no longer belong exclusively to Jianhai Martial Arts Academy. Instead, it was changed to be open to star warriors from all over the country. Anyone, no matter how high or low they are, whether they are poor or humble. As long as you devote yourself to the art of swordsmanship, you can understand the meaning of the sword and share the blessings left by the Jianhai sword god. Use your own strength to open the way to peace. Li Zixuan looked at this prosperous scene while walking, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. As expected of a master, he is awesome. Coming to the back of the line, she lined up with the others. At this time, an unfamiliar voice came from behind. "Beauty, are you also here to understand the meaning of the sword?" Li Zixuan turned around subconsciously following the sound, and saw a boy with freckles on his face, holding a high imitation Ziwei divine sword in his arms, and raised his eyebrows to chat with him. Li Zixuan, who cherished words like gold, replied coldly. She has seen this way of striking up a conversation many times, and she doesn't want to get entangled with the other person. However, when the boy saw this, his face was filled with joy. "Hey, what a coincidence. Me too, beauty. When the time comes, we can go in together and we can just have some company." With that said, he raised the high imitation Ziwei in his hand and said proudly, "I am a disciple of the sword god. If you don't understand something, you can come and ask me." Disciples? Li Zixuan was stunned when she heard this. Her eyes widened and she asked with confusion written all over her face, "What disciple? When did the teacher accept new apprentices?" "Hey, you look like you've just learned swordsmanship, beauty. You don't even know this." The man laughed when he saw this, and a sense of superiority suddenly appeared on his face. "I'll show you my hand." After the words fell, he lightly drew his sword. The moment he drew his sword, a wisp of sword intent emerged that was so weak that it was better than nothing. It was like a dying old man that might be extinguished at any time. "This is the sword intention that I learned from Duanfeng Mountain before, the sword intention from Jianhai sword god, it's serious." Pfft. When Li Zixuan heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. So this is what the so-called disciple means. I was really startled just now, and I was almost fooled by this person. In the past few days, a large number of warriors have entered Duanfeng Mountain to study, and many of them have learned something from it. The result is better now. As long as they have a little understanding, any cat or dog would dare to call himself a disciple of the sword god. "Beauty, why are you smiling?" The man saw Li Zixuan smiling brightly, and suddenly lost his temper. "No, just thinking of some happy things." Li Zixuan grimaced, thinking over all the sad things in the past, trying hard to stop laughing. This man's pretense is actually on his own head. He is really just doing what he does best. If he is a disciple, then who am I? A true disciple of the teacher. Senior sister. If he reveals his identity then, are he afraid that he will be frightened to death on the spot? Wrong. With such a person's strength, all the disciples who say he is a teacher are putting gold on his face. Some of the swordsmen around saw the man pretending to be so pretentious and couldn't stand it any longer. They all stepped forward to persuade him, "Brother, who are you trying to fool here? Do you know whose disciple this beautiful woman is?" "Who?" The man was startled when he saw this. "She is Li Zixuan, Mr. Li's apprentice. Are you trying to make a fool of yourself? Huh, with your little talent in swordsmanship and understanding of trivial things, how can you compete with others? It's such a shame. It's such a shame." A sound of jeers from passers-by rang out. The man's face turned red, he lowered his head, and quickly defended himself feebly, "Why am I not counted as a disciple?" Followed by a series of difficult words, such as beginner and swordsman with a broad heart, which caused everyone to burst into laughter. At the foot of Duanfeng Mountain, there is a cheerful air. In the library, Xia Yang also held a high imitation plus of the Ziwei divine sword. He was also strutting around the market all day long, looking proud of himself. Qin Yang looked at him speechlessly, wondering for a while. This is already the 6th time today that this kid has been wandering around in front of his eyes, his face full of embarrassment, like a rooster. You don't practice swordsmanship. Why are you hanging around with a sword all day long? Hey, Lao Qin, look at what you said. It's too much. Xia He touched the high imitation Ziwei lovingly and said, it's true that I don't practice swords, but my dad does. He went to the Sword Valley to understand the sword's meaning a few days ago and got some of the sword god's riches, also he is considered a disciple of the sword god. Then as my son, I must be a disciple of the sword god, right? Qin Yang. As the disciple of the sword god, of course I have to hold a sword. Xia He said matter-of-factly. He raised the high imitation Ziwei in his hand and suddenly showed off, don't be envious, kid. I found someone to customize this plus, and it cost me 50,000 yuan. How much? 50,000. When Qin Yang heard this, he was immediately speechless and felt a pain in his body. This pirated high imitation Ziwei is worth several months of my salary, and the quality is not that good, it is pure industrial garbage. Thinking of this, Qin Yang shook his head and sighed, I didn't expect that I was so young, and even my disciples and grandsons came out. Old Qin, do you still remember the powerful master of the imperial city that I mentioned to you last time? I heard that he is coming over in the next few days, and he will give lectures at Jianghai Martial Arts Academy. We can go and listen together. As Xia He spoke, he suddenly took out 2 prepared vouchers from his arms and gestured, I got this with a lot of help. Do you want to come with me? Is the master giving lectures? Hearing this, Qin Yang pondered for a moment and was stunned. I vaguely remember that a few days ago, while the sword god incident was fermenting, there were already rumors on the internet about the arrival of a powerful master in the master realm. It's just that its popularity has always been suppressed by the Jianghai sword god, so it didn't cause much of a sensation. Why did the superiors send strong men down so quickly? Qin Yang and Xia He walked side by side to their posts and asked softly, maybe it's because of the incident at Lishui Lake before. That's the only reason. Otherwise, what else could it be? Xia He yawned, holding the Ziwei plus in his hand and said. Who would have thought that the monster of the bloodthirsty demonic insect appeared before, which directly destroyed the combat power of our Jianghai city? If it hadn't been for the action of Senior Sword God, we would have been dead long ago. Ever since the bloodthirsty leech incident, the whole country now knows that Jianghai city's combat capabilities are insufficient. Even the mayor was dismissed from his post and punished for this. So now that the master-level powerhouse is coming, it is most likely that he is here to reorganize his fighting strength. And Lao Qin, let me tell you the truth, in fact, this wave of grandmaster-level experts may be coming by bad intentions. Xia He suddenly approached Qin Yang and whispered. The person who comes is not good. What does this mean? Qin Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Xia He, somewhat puzzled. Think about it carefully, Lao Qin, are these people really here just for teaching? Xia He said in a deep voice, in my opinion, rather than teaching, they may actually have some utilitarian purpose. Suppose you want to find traces of the Jianghai sword god. Qin Yang's thoughts changed after hearing this, and he immediately took over Xia He's words. After all, I had used my sword to kill the leech before. The strength has already shown the terrifying power of destroying cities and villages, and has already reached the master-level standard. For such top-notch combat power, how can those high-level domestic officials sit idly by and do nothing? And the master-level experts dispatched this time are very likely to be under the guise of teaching, and they are not interested in drinking. Hey, that's good. Lao Qin, since when did you become so smart? Xia He glanced at Qin Yang in surprise, quite surprised. Unexpectedly, this boring gourd guessed what I meant. Ahem, so are you coming to attend the lecture, Lao Qin? Xia He coughed slightly to hide his surprise. Qin Yang pondered for a moment, almost wanting to refuse. After all, the lectures given by the masters who parachuted in were probably all about minor issues below the Xiantian realm. But now that he has reached the master level, it is of no help to him at all. What are the benefits of going there to join in the fun? If you go, it will be in vain. But soon, Qin Yang changed his mind and choked the words again, suddenly realizing a new direction. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you listen to the lecture or not. The important thing is to go to lectures to get information. Since the other party may be coming for you, you can't just sit back and wait for death. You should take the initiative to understand the other party. There are also differences between the realms of masters. And I just took this opportunity to observe the opponent's strength. Be prepared for a rainy day so that you can nip it in the bud. Thinking of this, Qin Yang nodded towards Xia He and said, well, just let me know when the time comes. Okay. Don't worry, old Qin. Seeing Qin Yang's agreement, Xia He suddenly beamed. At the same time. On Broken Peak Mountain. The sound of water flowing in the stream is gurgling. Li Zixuan sat cross-legged on the ground, sensing the surge of sword intent around her, and constantly strengthening her understanding of the way of the sword. At this moment, her position was close to the cross-section of the mountain, only one step away from the center of the Broken Peak Mountain. The powerful sword storm was raging around her, and apart from her, there was no sign of any other star warriors. It's almost there. Li Zixuan looked at the center of Broken Peak in the distance, feeling excited. Ever since I witnessed my teacher's immortal E-sword that day, I have become even more obsessed with swordsmanship and am committed to practicing the E-sword to open the heaven's gate to perfection as soon as possible. From the martial arts hall to practice swordsmanship, to the library to study basic swordsmanship, and to Duanfeng Mountain to understand the meaning of the sword. The 3-point, one-line life is boring, but it finally pays off. Now, Li Zixuan has gradually mastered the sword intent of Duanfeng Mountain and can no longer hurt her body at all. The day she arrives at the center of the peak will be the day when she masters the art of swordsmanship. 3 days later. At the entrance of Jianghai Martial Arts Academy. In front of the magnificent stone gate, there was a sea of people, noisy, watching the arrival of the powerful master in the master realm. Mr. Li, dressed in Chinese tunic suit, lined up with the senior leaders of the college and stood on the side of the road to greet and wait in person. Not long. A black luxury car drove up from a distance, kicking up a storm of dust, and soon stopped at the curb. Then the car door slowly opened, and a young man stepped out. With sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, he was dressed in a luxurious and decent suit, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Mo Feng, welcome to Jianghai Martial Arts Academy. You've had a hard journey along the way. Lao Dali stepped forward and greeted him warmly. Teacher, you are out of sight. Upon seeing this, Mr. Lin showed a look of respect on his face and humbly responded, I will always be your student. After some humility. The two men, surrounded by other college leaders, walked to the college auditorium. When people around him saw this scene, they fell into a frenzy and took out their certificates to follow. Xia He and Qin Yang moved with the flow of people. On the way, Xia He looked at the background of the young master and couldn't help sighing. To achieve the master level at such a young age is really a promising future. Who is this young man from? Qin Yang asked. This guy is not a simple guy, Lao Qin, he is called Lin Mafeng, he is a talented young man. Xia He slowly explained to Qin Yang, I used to be from Jianghai Martial Arts Academy. I was extremely talented. I became a master before the age of 30. Now I have become a tutor at the Imperial Capital Divine Martial Arts Academy. Hearing this, Qin Yang sensed Lin Mafeng's aura. The breath is all restrained, as if heaven and man are interacting with each other, and the movements of hands and feet seem to be one with heaven and earth, which is a sign of the master's realm. There is nothing to say about the strength, it is indeed very strong. But, compared with myself, it is still a little bit behind. In this way, Qin Yang was relieved. It seems that my current strength has far exceeded that of an ordinary grandmaster. On the avenue of the college, there are green birch trees on both sides. Lin Mafeng and Mr. Li were walking on the road, followed by teachers and students who were watching, attracting the attention of thousands of people. Everything in school is still the same, nothing has changed. Lin Mafeng looked at the birch trees, with a look of reminiscence on his face, and said to Mr. Li beside him, I used to be too stubborn, and I always made you angry, teacher. Mo Feng. What are you talking about? Young people must be young and vigorous. Li Laohan smiled and touched his palms and said, this Jianghai Martial Arts Academy is shallow water after all, but you are so talented that you have become a true dragon here. The teacher is too praised. Lin Mafeng lowered his eyes and cupped his hands, if it weren't for your teachings, teacher, I wouldn't have been recognized by my family, let alone what I have achieved today. No need to say more, Mo Feng, if it weren't for the martial arts skills and martial arts you donated these years, our Jianghai Martial Arts Academy would not be in the same situation as it is now. Mr. Li thanked Lin Mafeng. Hearing this, the people around him all turned their eyes towards Lin Mafeng with all sorts of envy. You must know that the status of Jianghai Martial Arts Academy was very average. Far from being as prosperous as it is today, it is only in the middle of the national rankings, reaching the level of ordinary colleges at most. But later, after Lin Mofeng was promoted to Grandmaster. If one person gets it, the chicken and the dog will soar. Relying on the Xingli Kung Fu he taught back, the foundation of Jianghai Martial Arts Academy has greatly increased, and it has been able to build a strong teaching staff and become one of the best in the country. So, now that Lin Mofeng has returned to school, it can be said that he has returned to his hometown in rich clothes and has unlimited glory. Teacher, actually I'm a little curious when I come back this time. Lin Mofeng looked at Mr. Li beside him and asked softly, I heard that in the past few days, a Jianghai sword god has appeared in our city. I wonder, teacher, if you have any connections, could you introduce him to the students? Mo Feng, do you want to see senior sword god? Hearing this, Mr. Li was stunned, and then he sighed melancholy, I understand what you mean, but I have no choice, and I have no way. Don't you know that senior sword god, teacher? Lin Mofeng said in surprise. I don't know him, to be honest, I haven't even met him once. Mr. Li sighed regretfully. This, senior sword god's temperament is really. Unexpectedly, Mr. Li's answer was like this. Lin Mofeng's eyes flashed with surprise, then he considered it for a moment and said slowly, it's really weird. While speaking, he stopped and looked at the college square ahead. In the vast and spacious square, a few students rushing to class passed by sporadically. The white dove took off and landed on a black rough stone in the middle. This stone was just moved a few days ago. Seeing Lin Mofeng looking at the stone, Mr. Li introduced it, it has not been carved manually yet, and we are waiting for a suitable plan. Hearing this, Lin Mofeng thought for a few seconds, nodded, and suddenly decided, how about this, teacher, I won't go to the auditorium, I will give lectures to everyone here. Lecture here? Lao Li was stunned when he heard this and was very surprised by this answer. Seeing this, Lin Mofeng explained, the auditorium is too small and cannot accommodate many people. It is better to give lectures in this square so that all teachers and students in the school can hear it. Okay, Mo Feng, you are determined. When Mr. Li heard this, he immediately narrowed his eyes and smiled, and nodded with satisfaction. Other school leaders saw this and acted faster. They immediately sent the message to all major class groups and gave the whole school a unified holiday. Soon. In the empty college square, other students came one after another after hearing the news, and the entire space was filled in less than 10 minutes. After all, this is a lecture given by a powerful master. You will earn it if you hear it. So, Lin Mofeng stood in front of the pushi to give a lecture. He was soon surrounded by a dense crowd of students, and the square was noisy and crowded. Thank you all fellow students for taking the time to come over and have some quiet time. Lin Mofeng cleared his throat. Relying on the sound transmission from the innate realm to enter the secret method, the sound is clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. In an instant, there was silence in the square. Countless eyes blinked, staring directly at Lin Mofeng, waiting for the lecture. First of all, as your senior, when I come back to the academy today, I will not talk about those things about the Xiantian realm and the Grandmaster realm. After all, these are too far away for you. They are false and empty and will only disturb your cultivation mind. Lin Mofeng pointed to the sky and said slowly. What I'm talking about this time is the fundamental secret of this star warrior. Whether he is in the master realm or the acquired realm, he will all act according to this principle. As we all know, the fundamental strength of our star warriors is to rely on the power of the stars in the sky to condense our true energy. Ancient Cloud once said that one can control the stars in the sky to observe the movements of the stars, the sun and the moon, to observe the movement of the world, and to identify its good and bad luck. The land of the 9 states can be distinguished by the stars and soil, and all the enclosed areas have stars to observe the auspiciousness of the monsters. As early as in the previous dynasty, star observers had already begun to observe the stars in the sky, relying on the harmony of heaven and earth to deduce the trajectory of everything on earth. And now we star warriors are using the power of the stars in the sky to temper our bodies in order to achieve the unity of heaven and man. Follow the following Lin Mofeng's detailed explanation. Everyone in the square gradually came to their senses, and they all looked astonished. When they looked at Lin Mofeng again, their eyes were full of admiration. Lectures given by a master-level expert are just different. In the books distributed by the Academy, they only teach promotion techniques and rarely explain the source of star power. Now Lin Mofeng reveals the essence through phenomena. Many students and teachers had a sudden enlightenment and felt that they had gained new insights. That's right, it's really not in vain. In the crowd, even Qin Yang couldn't help but nodded. Although he usually reads a lot of books in the library, many of them are very basic and popular. But this master's lecture directly solved the doubts at their root cause. He also told some interesting stories about the imperial capital. I learned a lot from this trip to the academy. Okay, everyone, this is some of my understanding of cultivation. In the square, Lin Mofeng's lecture came to an end. The teachers and students around him all looked at him reluctantly, with some unfinished thoughts. Don't worry, everyone, although this lecture is over, in order to repay the college for so many years of training, I have decided. As he spoke, Lin Mofeng glanced at everyone and said slowly. I will leave an incomplete master-level star power technique here in the square for the students to read. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole place fell into silence at first. Subsequently, the whole place was in an uproar. Fuck. Did I hear that right? Senior Lin, is he crazy? No matter how incomplete it is, this is still a master-level star power technique. If you leave it outside, it will be robbed immediately. So handsome, senior brother Lin's move is so bold. Everyone was extremely shocked. Next moment. Then Lin Mofeng came to the rough stone in the square, put his palm on it, and said, this skill was acquired by me by chance. It has nothing to do with my family or Shinwu University. Please feel free to read it. The words just fell. Boom. The terrifying star power exploded on the rough stone, the gravel flew away, and the writing was engraved with neat words. At the same time. When Qin Yang saw this in the distance, his eyes suddenly lit up. Okay, this is how you send it, right? Thank you for the gift of nature. Open the record directly. Jianghai Martial Arts Academy, Martial Arts Plaza. The master-level star power technique was right in front of us, which directly drove everyone into madness. Hurrah! In an instant, there was a huge crowd, and they all wanted to squeeze towards the stone monument. The teachers and students walking in the front had their eyes wide open, trying desperately to write down the contents of the stone tablet. Others in the back stood on tiptoes, or pushed others, trying to look past the crowd of heads and towards the center of the square. Old Qin, this is a master-level technique. Although it is incomplete, it is still valuable. In the crowd, Xia He pulled Qin Yang excitedly, looked at the engraved stone tablet and said, we really made a lot of money this trip. Qin Yang nodded, looked at the words on the stone tablet, and then glanced at Lin Mofeng. I feel so good in my heart. Have to say. This guy has a really big heart. There are good products that are really reserved for the junior students, no ambiguity at all. This time I came to attend the class with Xia He and stood in the first row with the voucher I got. It was really exciting. It can be said that Qin Shihuang knocked on the door. It's a big win. The teachers and students around him were also excited, with excitement written on their faces. Senior Lin is awesome. If you sell this technique, you will be able to gain wealth and freedom, but why are you giving it to us for free? You only have that little ambition. Who is Mr. Lin? How can you still be short of money? Preaching all kinds of dharma and clearing the way for all sentient beings can rival those of Jianghai Sword Gods, Sword Valley, and Duanfeng Mountain. Thousands of praise continue to ring out, surrounding Lin Mofeng. If nothing else happens, he will definitely be the first in a hot search tomorrow and become famous thousands of miles away. After all, everyone treats the master-level skills as family heirlooms and hides them away. And like Lin Mofeng, there is no one who has done it before or since. After the teachers and students made a fuss, Mr. Li stood up, raised his hand and signaled to everyone. Okay, everyone, be quiet. The rolling sound rang out, instantly suppressing the noisy noise in the square and attracting everyone's attention to focus on him. I know that you are all very excited, but the lecture is not over yet. Please maintain good manners and don't disgrace the college. As he spoke, Mr. Li turned to look at Lin Mofeng beside him, and said with relief. Mo Feng, I haven't seen you in the past few years. You have grown so much that even I can't catch up with you now. You're welcome, teacher. Lin Mofeng nodded and said modestly, the student left this technique, firstly, for the sake of the younger brothers and sisters, and secondly, to wish you a breakthrough and become a master. The words just fell. Lao Li's eyes looking at Lin Mofeng became a little softer. You know, he has been stuck in the innate realm for more than 10 years. But now with this master's technique, there is naturally a possibility of breaking through to the innate realm. At that time, I will ask Superintendent Xingwu to observe with the librarian and others. With the guarantee, Jianghai City will be able to have 3 great masters in charge, and its combat power will directly increase exponentially. Think of this. Lao Li's eyes were filled with tears and he said happily. Okay, I have the intention, I really have the intention. This Grandmaster's stone tablet is a supreme treasure. We at Jianghai Martial Arts Academy must take good care of it. Others are prohibited from approaching within 3 meters and can only observe it from a distance. Hearing this, Lin Mofeng nodded slightly and said, everything will be done according to your instructions, teacher. Since the exercises have been engraved on the stone tablet, they are like water poured out, and they are all under the management of the academy. At this time, the lecture has also ended. Lin Mofeng chatted with Mr. Li for a while and then left the square. A small number of teachers and students continued to leave behind them. Most people stayed and wanted to observe the stone monument. However, the staff of the college acted quickly. After arriving, they immediately built a human wall, kept teachers and students away for 3 meters, and sent the students away. The square will not be reopened until it is decorated tomorrow. In the crowd, when Xia He saw this, he couldn't help but cursed loudly. Damn it, I can use this voucher just once, and I'll be fooled after that. Just now he tried to take pictures of the stone monument with his mobile phone. It turned out that the stone tablet carved by Lin Mofeng contained a large amount of star power, which directly formed an interference field, making the photos taken blurry and unreadable at all. As for relying on your brain to memorize, it is even more difficult. By the time the master-level skills are reached, they have already vaguely resonated with the heaven and earth. Without the help of excellent understanding, ordinary Hotian-level warriors will have nothing to gain from seeing them. It is not an exaggeration to say that I have forgotten the words after closing the book. How much do you remember, Lao Qin? On the way back, Xia He asked Qin Yang dejectedly. Not much. Qin Yang thought for a while and said casually, only a few 100 million. Only a little. Xia He immediately felt relieved after hearing this. He hugged Qin Yang's shoulders with a smile and said. Don't be discouraged, Lao Qin. I probably remember a few more sentences than you do. If you don't understand when the time comes, come and ask me. Chatting and joking along the way, the two of them quickly returned to the library and continued working. Qin Yang took his time and returned to the fishing area slowly. Find a comfortable old seat to sit next to each other. Enlightenment space, start. After his consciousness sank into the enlightenment space, Qin Yang checked the master-level exercises he had just written down. Verbatim. They were all copied completely. It is as if the stone inscriptions have been brought into my mind and I can read them at will. What memory is an obstacle is nothing in the face of heaven-defying understanding. In the corner, Qin Yang giggled, grinning from ear to ear. Grandmaster level star power technique. Bring it to you. After some research, Qin Yang roughly understood the shortcomings of this star power technique. About 26% of the content is missing in total. There is not even a name for the exercise, nor is it known which ravine Lin Mofeng fished it from. It is extremely difficult and risky for ordinary master-level masters to launch complete content. One wrong move, and you'll end up going crazy. That means losing your wife and losing your troops, and even your capital is lost. However, this is not a problem for Qin Yang. Enlightenment space, let me see where your limit is. Deduction, start. Qin Yang had an idea. Next moment. Characters are flying in my mind, deriving the missing content, cutting off the ancient skills for thousands of years, and returning to the perfect body in a moment. Half done. Qin Yang slowly exhaled, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then merged it with the star art he had practiced. Soon. In my mind, the characters of the two skills emerged, separated and reorganized again, and they were constantly deleted and advanced, as if they were evolving like life. This time it's a little more difficult. 5 minutes have passed. Qin Yang slowly opened his eyes and recalled the contents of the exercises in his mind with satisfaction. Grandmaster level star art is available. The power of the Grandmaster level star power technique is already extraordinary. With just a move of your hands, you can pull the stars in the sky, merge with your own body, and temper your body to an incomparable level. And now, after the fusion of the star art, he directly stepped into the ranks of the first-level Grandmaster. It can be said to have achieved a qualitative leap. I'm so excited about this. Qin Yang can't wait to run the star art and test the water. He looked around and walked to a location near the skylight. At this moment, the sky outside the window is getting darker, and bright stars can be faintly seen hanging high in the sky, looming among the clouds. It is a good time to attract the power of the stars. Qin Yang stood under the skylight, closing his eyes and concentrating, his thoughts moving slightly. Next moment, the power of the stars in the night sky responded to the summons, and in thousands of threads, it turned from the stream into the sea and gradually became larger and larger. It surged and merged into the body, and was swallowed up like a whirlpool in the deep sea. What a fast pace! Qin Yang felt the power of the stars rushing through his body and was suddenly pleasantly surprised. This speed is several times higher than those of ordinary master-level techniques. It is completely the difference between an ordinary Volkswagen car and a top-notch sports car. Not bad. Qin Yang opened his eyes with satisfaction. In the depths of his eyes, there seemed to be galactic stars dancing, extremely gorgeous, faintly coordinating with the heaven. This is the terrifying thing about the star technique. It can absorb the power of the stars extremely quickly, far exceeding the ordinary master-level star power technique. It can be called a heifer flying. It's awesome. After several experiments, Qin Yang, bathing under the stars, breathed out and stopped running the star art. Yes, I gained a lot this time, thanks to the lecture from Jianhai Martial Arts Academy. The great progress that Xingchen Ju has achieved today is due to Lin Mafeng's selfless sharing. This is undoubtedly a debt of gratitude that must be repaid. Otherwise, if you continue to owe money, you will have a knot in your heart. After all, I, Qin Feng, never owe favors. But the question is, how to pay it back? Qin Yang frowned slightly, suddenly remembering the complete star power technique he had just completed. Etc. Let's directly return this master-level star power technique. Can't this cause and effect be easily ended? Thinking of this, Qin Yang glanced at the darkening sky outside the window. It is better to choose a day than to hit it. Just tonight. Cut the knot with a quick knife and send this complete star power technique directly to the academy. Late night. The moon has few stars. Jianghai Martial Arts Academy, Martial Arts Plaza. A bright flashlight beam swept across. Two patrolling guards passed by the stone monument, using their flashlights while checking the surrounding grass to make sure there were no signs of any living creatures before leaving leisurely. Indistinctly, several whispers of their conversation could be heard. It's weird, Lao Zhang, why do I always feel like I'm being watched? Someone can't break in, right? What are you thinking about here? It's psychological. Now there are people on the third and third floors of the college guarding it. Our place is still the center. Who can get in so deep? That's right, maybe I'm too tired from working overtime. With the sound of soft footsteps, the two of them walked farther and farther. However, just 2 seconds after they left. Sha sha. The shadows of the woods swayed in the wind, and Qin Yang's figure slowly appeared under the trees, as silently as a ghost. The little guard's alertness was quite high just now. Qin Yang shook his head with a chuckle and glanced at the direction of the stone tablet. Then he took a step forward, his body disappeared erratically, and he came directly to the front of the stone monument. Buzz! As soon as he got close to the stone monument, Qin Yang immediately felt the remaining star power left by Lin Mafeng, which was buzzing and full of mysterious aura. The surface of the dark rock mass is engraved with neatly written words, but fortunately there are still large blank spaces to be filled in. That's it. I used your incomplete skills to fuse the star technique before, and it's not in vain. I reciprocate the favor and return it in full. It's a win-win situation. Qin Yang raised his hand to cover the gang qi. With the true energy circulating in his body, he used his fingers as swords to complete the remaining star power skills against the stone tablet. Cha-cha. Stone chips were flying, the pen was moving, and the remnants of the star power on the stone tablet were crushed and dissipated in an instant when they encountered Qin Yang's escaping sword intent. It doesn't take a moment. At the end of the engraving, the master-level star power technique was complete again, and all the remaining star power of Lin Mafeng was dissipated. Damn, no, this guy's star power is too weak, so he can't handle it. Qin Yang was speechless, looking at his fingertips, feeling a little puzzled. Forget it, the skills are complete anyway, so it doesn't hurt. Qin Yang shook his head, followed the steps of the 7-star wandering dragon, and disappeared. The next day, the sky was bright. In the high-rise reception room of Jianghai Martial Arts Academy, the aroma of elegant tea overflows. On the antique red sandalwood table, there are all kinds of fresh pastries and sweet tea, which is extremely rich. Junior sister Lee, you haven't reached adulthood yet, but you have already reached the 8th level of the day after tomorrow. You really have a promising future. On the sofa, Lin Mofeng picked up the tea cup, blew the white air from the tea surface, and said to Li Zixuan across the table with a smile. No, senior brother Lin is overly praised. Li Zixuan lowered her head and said politely. Then she stopped talking and just chewed the sweet-scented osmanthus cake slowly. Junior sister, senior brother, I'm not bragging. Lin Mofeng smiled and said softly, with your current talent, you are very rare in the imperial capital. As he said that, he turned to look at Li Laodao. Moreover, my junior sister's personality is not as out of the box as mine was back then. Under the guidance of my teacher, I will definitely be able to step into the master realm in the future. My teacher thinks so too. Li Laohan smiled and stroked his white beard, looked at Li Zixuan beside him, and then glanced at Lin Mofeng opposite, with a proud look on his face. The former is extremely talented, and it is only a matter of time before he reaches the master level. The latter has been in the master realm for many years, and even went to the imperial capital, where he became even more prosperous. Now that I can have these two disciples, I am truly a blessing in life. If junior sister needs any information about the master realm, just come to senior brother when the time comes. Lin Mofeng looked at Li Zixuan in front of him and said with a smile, I will definitely help you to enter the master realm as soon as possible. Well, thank you for your kindness, senior brother. Li Zixuan nodded slightly, her voice calm. If I had put it in the past, I would have been very happy. But now since she met her master, she realized that the master realm was just the beginning. The world is so big, people like the master should be the goal you pursue. At this time. Tuck tuck. A series of rapid knocks on the door suddenly sounded. Hearing the sound, Mr. Li frowned slightly. Logically speaking, no one should disturb their master-disciple dinner at this time. So he shouted in a low voice and asked, Who? Mr. Li, it's me. Director of the security department. A voice came from outside, saying in a hurry. Something bad has happened. The guards this morning just discovered that, the stone monument has been maliciously damaged. What? Hearing this, Mr. Li's expression suddenly changed and he subconsciously slapped the table. Boom! The precious sandalwood table was instantly shattered into pieces. The tea was spilled on the table, and the pastries and cakes suddenly fell to the floor. When Li Zixuan and Lin Mofeng next to them saw this, they were both frightened and looked at each other, not daring to say another word. There is no doubt that Mr. Li is really angry. Yesterday, he just ordered a strict guard against anyone approaching the stone monument. As a result, this kind of destruction happened early on. This slap in the face really made a slap. Who? Who did it? Mr. Li's face was gloomy. He walked to the door in one stride, opened the door, and shouted to the security director who came over. Boom! As he spoke, a terrifying coercion was released on the director, as if a mountain was pressing down on him, and he was immediately frightened to the ground. I don't know either, Mr. Li. When I went over this morning to take a look, I found that someone had carved on it. He said tremblingly, fearing that Mr. Li would slap his head in the next second and chop his head off. Teacher, please take it easy for now. Li Zixuan, who was behind him, saw this scene and stepped forward and said softly, let's go to the scene first to see the situation. Junior sister is right. Teacher, don't be angry. Lin Mofeng on the side followed suit, but he was also a little unhappy in his heart. After all, this is my gift to my alma mater. The result was that the students were ruined the next day without even letting the junior students take a second look. It was really annoying. However, due to his good upbringing, he still suppressed his unhappiness and advised Mr. Li. The three of us will go take a look at the stone monument first. If it's not serious, I'll just repair it. Hear this. Mr. Li, who stopped at the door, also realized that he had lost his temper. Phew. He closed his eyes and exhaled a heavy breath. After the anger in his heart was suppressed, he helped the security section chief on the ground and said, Today's incident is a serious dereliction of duty by your security department. I will settle the account with you later. As for now, let's go with me to see the damage to the stone monument. Yes, thank you Mr. Li. The director of the security department said tremblingly, leading the way. Mr. Lee was hunched over and followed behind him with his hands behind his back, his expression still gloomy. Li Zixuan and Lin Mofeng followed closely beside Mr. Lee. A few people went downstairs and went straight to Yanwu Square. Looking from a distance, the square was crowded with people, whispering to each other, making it very noisy. Here he comes. The dean is here. Everyone, get out of the way. It's so abominable. Who did it? They even dared to carve random words on the stone tablet. It's really too much. Hey, it's not easy to find a master-level skill. I didn't even have time to take a look at it, but it was ruined like this. Sighs came into Mr. Lee's ears one after another. It made his already bad mood even more irritable and his Taoist mind was disordered. Everyone, please be quiet. Mr. Lee suddenly shouted angrily, and the sound was like a thunderous explosion, which spread throughout the martial arts square, instantly shocking everyone to the spot. Hush, silence. Countless eyes focused on Mr. Lee, but no sound was heard. The crowd parted to both sides, making way for a broad road. Mr. Lee walked quickly through the crowd to the stone tablet with his hands behind his back. He nervously inspected the carvings on it, and his heart sank immediately. Sure enough. There are many new carvings on the stone tablet compared to yesterday. I don't know who made it superfluous and filled in the exercises secretly. The lawless behavior of the engraver undoubtedly shows that he does not take Jianghai Martial Arts Academy seriously. If word spreads, the entire Jianghai city will laugh at their martial arts academy. Check. Check it out for me right away. Mr. Lee's forehead veins popped out, and his chest was burning with anger. He spoke almost word for word, I have to dig out that little beast. The words just fell. Wait a minute, teacher. Lin Mofeng suddenly took a step forward, felt the star power on the stone tablet at a closer distance, and said in surprise, there seems to be something wrong with the carvings on this stone tablet. Hearing this, Mr. Lee didn't know why. Mo Feng, what do you mean? Wait a moment, teacher, let me take a closer look. Speaking, Lin Mofeng took a step closer and released his star power to cover the stone tablet for perception. However, as soon as it was covered, his face suddenly changed drastically, he was shocked and confused, and then he showed an incredible look and murmured. How is it possible, my star power is gone? At this moment on the stone tablet. Instead, there was an extremely fierce sword intent escaping. Lin Mofeng's expression suddenly changed. Sensing the sword intent, his body trembled instinctively. Just the remaining sword intent is enough to explain one thing. The person who carved the words was extremely powerful, and his understanding of the art of swordsmanship was at an advanced level, far beyond his own understanding. At the same time, Mr. Lee also calmed down. Just now, I was caught in an unexpected situation and was temporarily dazzled. At this moment, he felt carefully, and he also discovered that the sword intent on the stone tablet was surging and fierce, and the momentum was overwhelming. Huh? What's the content of this exercise? At this time, Lin Mofeng let out a startled cry, looked at the contents on the stone tablet, and found something more wrong. At this moment, the incomplete part that I had previously carved on the stone tablet was not damaged in any way. The mysterious carver only added new parts to the extra vacancies. But why did he do this? Thinking of this, Lin Mofeng suddenly felt a chill running down his spine, and a horrifying thought came to his mind. Did that person complete the master's skills? Impossible, absolutely impossible. You must know that this is a master-level star power technique. It is extremely difficult to complete a master-level skill, and it may take more than 10 years to complete it. Even a highly respected old professor in the imperial capital would not try it easily. How could such a powerful person appear in this small Jianghai city? However. Next, with a skeptical attitude, Lin Mofeng followed the supplementary steps on the stone tablet and tried to circulate the true energy in his body. Result. It is really smooth and unobstructed, without any hindrance. The true energy flows through the meridians in the body, extremely smooth and natural. There is no reason to panic from the facts. Lin Mofeng looked at the stone tablet in a daze, feeling that his worldview had been greatly impacted. That person really completed the exercises, teacher. Lin Mofeng choked and muttered to himself. At this moment, his Taoist heart was broken. The incomplete skills that had been cut off for thousands of years were easily completed overnight. Simply unheard of. Who is it that can have such powerful means? What? Lao Li on the side was also shocked when he heard this. Because, when he and Li Zixuan stepped forward together and felt the sword intent above, they suddenly found something familiar. This is, the sword intention of the senior. It was completed by the senior. Mr. Li raised his white eyebrows and said in shock, understanding everything immediately. Li Zixuan next to her also understood it, her face suddenly looked full of admiration, and her eyes were full of excited little stars. Teacher, as expected of you. In the square, a stone tablet stands in the middle. The carvings on the surface are clearly visible, but vaguely, there is an endless flow of sword intent. Lin Mofeng looked at the inscription, tried hard to calm down his ups and downs, and finally recovered from the shock. This Jianghai sword god is terrifying, 100 times more terrifying than I thought. Just this mysterious sword meaning engraved on the inscription. There are people outside the world, and there is heaven outside the sky. Now Lin Mofeng finally understands this truth. You need to know how difficult it is to complete a master-level star power technique. Even the old professors in the imperial capital couldn't do it. Where is the result now? Not only was Jianghai sword god completed, it only took one night. This matter must not be spread. Thinking of this, Lin Mofeng murmured, glanced at the nearby onlookers, and then looked in the direction of Mr. Li and said. Teacher. Now that the technique is complete, even the master-level experts will be moved. If they know the news, the academy will definitely suffer disaster. Don't worry, Mo Feng, I understand this. Mr. Li nodded slightly and nodded in response. The common man is not guilty, but he is guilty of carrying a jade. It's like a carefully carved jade bracelet, broken and complete. How many times is the price difference between the two? If someone from some evil cult finds out about it, the consequences will be disastrous. If there is a 50% profit, they will take desperate risks. For 100% profit, they will dare to trample all human laws. If there is a 300% profit, they will dare to commit any crime and even risk hanging. If the news is leaked to the outside world, it will definitely cause those monsters to go completely crazy and directly launch a campaign to encircle and suppress the martial arts academy. At that time, all the teachers and students in the school will fall into eternal hell. Thinking of this, Mr. Li thought for a moment and quickly came up with an idea. He walked slowly to the stone tablet, pretending to have a sulky expression, raised his hand and pressed it on the extra carved part of the stone tablet and circulated his true energy to release the terrifying star power. Boom! In an instant, rubble flew and dust and mist rose, and the steel was cut into 2 parts on the spot. When the surrounding students saw this scene, they were all horrified and felt a sense of chilling. He took action. Mr. Li is really angry. Can you not be angry about this? He has lived half his life, and now he finally has the possibility of becoming a master. As a result, the stone tablet was graffitied by others. It is really outrageous. Don't talk nonsense, be careful if Mr. Li hears you. At this moment, Mr. Li was full of anger, and no one was sure whether it would bring disaster to Chiyu. Seeing this, the teachers and students who were watching dispersed one after another, while the guards responsible for the protection stayed in place, waiting for Mr. Li's next instructions. Mr. Li, I. The director of the security department stepped forward tremblingly, lowering his head and not daring to look directly into Mr. Li's eyes, for fear that if he did not go as planned, he would be struck by the opponent's palm. However, what he didn't expect was. Lao Li did not reprimand him harshly, but just gave him a casual side glance. Then he turned his hand and put half of the stone tablet into his arms, as if hiding it in some kind of space magic weapon. You guys from the security department have sent people to clean up the place. I will personally send people to investigate the damage to the stone tablet. Yes, Mr. Li. The director of the security department nodded and agreed quickly. Also, go immediately and note down all the students who were present just now, and tell them to talk to them, and block all the news, so as not to ruin the reputation of the college. Lin Mofeng gave another instruction. Okay, I understand, Mr. Lin, I will send someone to do it right now. Speaking, the director of the security department nodded and hurriedly rolled away. Then everything was explained. Lin Mofeng and the other 3 also turned and walked towards the conference room. Teacher, what are you going to do with this stone tablet next? Lin Mofeng couldn't help but ask on the way. Well, this. Since it is something left by my predecessors, I naturally can't ignore it. Mr. Li narrowed his eyes, with the joy of a good harvest on his face, and said with a smile. It must be offered up and collected and treated well. Jianghai Municipal Library. A sneeze. In the corner, Qin Yang, who was touching the fish, suddenly sneezed heavily. Damn, who is thinking about me again? He took out a tissue and blew his nose. He was wondering if the weather was so hot now. Could it be that boy from Xiahe who was talking about it? Qin Yang looked up. Chow Chow has arrived. Immediately I saw this boy Xiahe walking towards me. Old Qin, your physique is not good enough. It's so hot and you can catch a cold. Xiahe walked up to Qin Yang and skillfully took a fishing position. I told you to practice more but you didn't listen. Do you remember the technique yesterday? Forget. Qin Yang made random remarks. Forgot. TSK, 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 Lao Qin, your memory is declining so fast, don't do any craft work in the future. Xiahe shook his head, took out a new voucher from his arms, and showed off. What do you think this is? Qin Yang glanced at it and found that it was yesterday's voucher, but it was a long-term valid version. Did you find someone to get it again? Don't you see who I am? When I got home yesterday, I immediately told my dad about the Grandmaster Kung Fu. Xiahe said with a smile, what happened to you in the end? My dad was very happy. He gave me a new trust certificate. Are you interested, Lao Qin? I can also get you a long-term one at that time, and we can go visit the stone monument together. Forget it, I'm not interested at all. Qin Yang shook his head and said lazily. My off-duty time is so precious, how can I waste it on running inscriptions? Play a few more games and watch short videos, isn't it delicious? Hearing this, Xiahe was speechless for a moment and looked at Qin Yang with disgust and said, I think about lying down every day. Old Qin, you can't keep up the heat for these 3 minutes. When I write down all those exercises, my dad will probably it's all going to be a family heirloom. Hearing this, Qin Yang couldn't hold himself any longer and joked with a smile. According to your understanding, when I write it down, I guess this master-level technique is no longer on the streets. This is still a family heirloom. It's too cheap. After saying that, Qin Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense with Xiahe. He closed his eyes and meditated, and continued to comprehend the star secret he had obtained last night. After all, this is the Grandmaster Star Art. Even if you rely on your heaven-defying understanding, it will take a certain amount of time. But fortunately, my work is leisurely and I have plenty of time to fish. The most indispensable thing in the library is time. Qin Yang takes some time every day to close his eyes and comprehend. At this moment, a magnificent star map was constructed in his mind, and the 28 stars in the sky were clearly visible. In a few days, the final enlightenment will be completed. Indistinctly, Xiahe's shy and angry voice came slowly. Old Qin, you will be useless sooner or later. Qin Yang was speechless. I have already reached the master level, and you still call me useless. Time flies by, and several days pass in the blink of an eye. Jianghai Martial Arts Academy, the birch leaves in front of the main entrance fluttered in the wind and fell on the roofs of luxury cars parked on the roadside. The teachers and students seeing off gathered at the door and watched Lin Mofeng and Mr. Li saying goodbye. Senior Lin is going back to the imperial capital now. It's too soon. I heard it was a temporary matter, which is a pity. Speaking of which, when will the senior come back? I still have a lot of cultivation matters, and I haven't had time to ask him for advice. Lin Mofeng felt a little reluctant when he heard what was being said around him, but he still maintained a calm appearance. Mo Feng, if you are free, you can come back at any time. Mr. Li looked at Lin Mofeng and said kindly. The college has always been your home. Yes, teacher, I understand. Lin Mofeng nodded, looked up at the Jianghai Martial Arts Academy plaque on the main entrance, and suddenly said with regret. It's a pity that the time is too short, I haven't had time to see the sword god. Hearing this, Mr. Li felt a little helpless and said in a deep voice. Mo Feng, the temperament of senior sword god, is a bit special. These days, Lin Mofeng has a deep obsession with the sword god. He sees it all, but there is nothing he can do about it. Since the sword god carved words on the stone tablet, Lin Mofeng has never forgotten his identity and has traveled all over Jianghai City, looking for the sword god's shadow everywhere. They even asked Superintendent Xingwu and the owner of the museum to search for him. However, after all, it is a matter of fetching water from a bamboo basket. It's okay, teacher, it seems that the fate between me and the sword god has not come yet. We have a long time to come, and there will always be a chance to meet in the future. Lin Mofeng said softly, recalling the sword intent he felt when he went to Sword Valley before, and still felt a little frightened. The tops of mountain peaks were broken off, the cliffs collapsed, and the majestic natural landscape was changed by just one person. Laymen watched the excitement, while experts watched the door. Different from Xiantian realm masters like Mr. Lin Mofeng has been in the Grandmaster realm for a long time, and he can feel the horror of the sword's intention even more. At first, he was somewhat doubtful about life, and even felt deep jealousy. Why is this Jianghai sword god so powerful? Does God just care about you like this? But a few days passed. As Lin Mofeng felt more and more of the sword intent of the valley, those similar emotions of jealousy and envy all turned into sighs. It's really too strong. In the face of absolute strength, nothing can be said. If it's just a little bit worse, people will be envious and jealous. But if there is a distance as vast as a galaxy, no matter how much jealousy you have, it will dissipate, leaving incomparable admiration in your heart. It's so true. There is a sky beyond the sky. Lin Mofeng shook his head and looked at Mr. Li, confessing his shame and said, "Teacher, I used to be too proud. I sneered when you said this to me, but now it seems that it is indeed the case. It's good to know, Mo Feng, Senior Sword God is indeed extraordinary." Mr. Li stroked his white beard and recalled the sword god's previous actions. He smiled and said, "It's a great blessing that Senior can come to our Jianhai city to take charge. After all, he is a master." "Teacher, there is something I need to tell you." Lin Mofeng looked at Mr. Li and suddenly said seriously, "Based on the sword intent I sensed in the Sword Valley these days, the strength of Senior Sword God is probably above that of the Grandmaster." "What?" Hearing this, Mr. Li's eyes suddenly widened and he asked in disbelief, "Are you serious?" "Yes." Lin Mofeng nodded firmly, "The sword intent in the Sword Valley reaches the sky, even I can't make a move like him. Above the Grandmaster." Hearing this, Mr. Li murmured to himself, trying hard to cushion the impact of the explosive information, and felt his chest beating wildly in his heart. You want to know what the concept of being a master is? Even the top families in the imperial capital don't have many powerful beings like this. Result: appearing in Jianghai City now. Can real dragons be raised in shallow water? Teacher, please take it easy, don't get too excited. Lin Mofeng saw Mr. Li's mood swings and quickly comforted him in a low voice, "This is just my family's opinion. It does not mean it is true. It is just a guess. However, I can guarantee that the sword intent in the Sword Valley is definitely far beyond the level of a Grandmaster." Good, far better. Senior is really amazing." Lao Li touched his palms and said happily. Li Zixuan next to him also looked at ease, with a proud smile on her lips. After all, this is a teacher who praises himself to his face. The better the praise, the happier she will be as a disciple. At this moment, Lin Mofeng glanced at Li Zixuan, suddenly remembered something, and reminded, "It's getting late, junior sister Li, there is one more thing I want to tell you before I leave." "Well, senior brother Lin, if you tell me, I will definitely remember it." Li Zixuan nodded. "This matter actually has something to do with Jianghai Sword God." Lin Mofeng slowly said, "I have been informed in the past few days that the Prairie Sword Master is traveling around the world with his apprentices, challenging the sword masters from all walks of life. And now that the Jianghai Sword God is making so much noise, he may come to provoke them." Prairie Sword Master. Who is this? Li Zixuan frowned slightly when she heard the unfamiliar name, but there was no impression in her mind. Upon seeing this, Lin Mofeng expressed his understanding and continued to explain. "This Prairie Sword Master does not work in the mainland. He comes from the prairie in China. It is normal for you not to know." As he spoke, he paused and said with a serious expression, "According to the information passed to me, he has reached the peak of a master, and his understanding of the way of the sword has reached an advanced level. In the early years, the mammoth, the royal star beast on the grassland, led a herd of elephants to besiege the herdsman gathering place. He wiped them all out with only one man and one sword. And his disciple is extremely talented and has defeated dozens of famous Chinese geniuses. Now the Prairie Sword Master brings his beloved disciple here to challenge the world's sword masters and defeat countless geniuses, just to forge a sword heart for his disciple. Hear this." Li Zixuan's face was as serious as water, and she said, "They are so arrogant, do they really think that there is no one in the mainland?" This. Lin Mofeng was speechless for a moment, thinking of the defeated master before, and then shook his head and said, Junior sister, I have been staying in Jianghai City these days just to meet him for a while, but I'm afraid it's too late now. The Prairie Sword Master loves to challenge the world's masters, and so do his disciples. Recently, the Jianghai Sword God has made a big splash on the internet, which will definitely attract them to come. As he spoke, he looked at Li Zixuan attentively and said with some worry, as the face of Jianghai City, Jianghai Martial Arts Academy may find disciples who offend him to come and challenge him. By then, little junior sister, you, as the leader of the younger generation, will probably come out to take on the challenge. Well, don't worry, senior brother, I understand. Hearing this, Li Zixuan looked determined and nodded. Just one sword opens the gate of heaven and you can cultivate to great success. This competition is not easy to win. Dip. In the evening, at the entrance of the library, the punch card machine on the wall made a pleasant sound. Already clocked in. Qin Yang, get off work at 1700 hours p.m. Qin Yang yawned lazily, took back his punch-in pass, and walked out of the library door leisurely. It's another day to get off work on time. This is a good habit he has always maintained. After leaving the library, Qin Yang took a leisurely stroll under the sunset. The surrounding streets were bustling with people. Many snack vendors came out of their cars. Oil was sizzling on the iron pots, and the smell of fireworks was strong. With the end of the Blood Demon incident, Jianghai City has returned to its former peace, and he has returned to his previous peaceful life. Working from 9 to 5 every day, it's an ordinary day, and I even get off work. I live a very comfortable life. At this time, the long blast of a trumpet came from the street. Hey, Lao Qin, you're going home. Get in the car, I'll give you a ride. A luxurious red luxury car drove up and parked beside the curb. The car window was lowered, revealing Xia He's proud face. The eye-catching luxury car immediately attracted the attention of many passers-by. It's not far, I can just go back by myself. Qin Yang waved his hand and glanced at the people around him, feeling a little speechless. I have been hanging out with this guy Xia He for so long that I have almost forgotten that this guy is still a big dog owner. Okay, please be careful on the way home, brother, I'm leaving first. When Xia He saw this, he didn't say anything. He stepped on the accelerator and drove the luxury car away at full speed, leaving only a piece of car exhaust behind. Cough cough cough. Qin Yang covered his mouth and nose to block the dust, looked at the back of the car going away, and cursed in his heart. Big dog owner. It's amazing to have hundreds of millions of people. I break through alone, and it is impossible to compare with the strong old capitalists such as Xia He, and even the house can only rent cheap. Forget it, don't think about it anymore, go home quickly. Qin Yang shook his head to get rid of distracting thoughts, bought a leek pancake on the street, ate it and walked, and soon returned to the rental community. The community is not big, the location is relatively remote from the urban area, and many facilities are somewhat outdated. The elevator is either under repair or on the way to repair. In winter, water pipes freeze and burst from time to time. Put aside these shortcomings. There are still advantages. That's cheap. After all, at this price point, what kind of bike do you need? Qin Yang walked around in the community and walked skillfully to the unit where he lived. As soon as I walked to the door of the unit downstairs, I saw a moving company's truck. It seemed like someone was moving, busy stuffing boxes of electrical appliances into the cargo box. And the person responsible for directing the transportation also knew. It's the neighbor upstairs. But at this moment, the other person's complexion was very poor, his eyes were haggard, as if he hadn't had a good sleep for a long time. Seeing this, Qin Yang couldn't help but take a second look, and stepped forward to say hello to him. Are you moving to a new home? Move, we can't stay in this place. The neighbor shook his head helplessly and sighed, Jianghai City is not stable this year and is prone to disasters. I plan to go to Linqing to avoid the limelight. Yes, life is not easy. Qin Yang nodded when he heard this, expressing his understanding. In this world, star beasts are rampant, and the strong ones fly into the sky to escape. But in the end, it is hard-working people like them who suffer. What would it be like if you didn't have a system? I'm afraid I will be like my neighbors, running around for safety in order to survive. Speaking of which, you should find a time to leave here as soon as possible. The neighbor glanced at Qin Yang, looked at him with his bloodshot eyes, and said tiredly. Our community is not safe. It's best for you to move out as soon as possible. Don't take advantage and end up harming yourself. What's the meaning? Qin Yang was stunned when he heard this. In the more than half a year since I have lived here, this is the first time I have seen someone advising me to move. However, just when Qin Yang was confused, the neighbor looked around furtively, as if guarding against something, and whispered mysteriously. This community is not clean. There are dirty things hanging around in the corridor. Just last night, Aunt Wang on the third floor saw that thing. It seemed to be a woman. Then Aunt Wang was frightened and fainted on the spot when she saw it. This morning when she woke up, her son came over to pick her up. Haunted? Female Apiao? When Qin Yang heard this, he suddenly remembered. There has been a lot of noise in the community these days. Some people always say they saw a white shadow in the corridor and heard a woman-like sinister laughter in the middle of the night. At first Qin Yang thought it was a prank. But now it seems that there may be something else hidden. So, Yang, you should move out quickly. The neighbor looked at Qin Yang, then looked up at the scattered lights upstairs and said. In a few days, most of the people in this building will have moved in, and then you will be living alone, aren't you afraid? Well, I'm afraid that I'm not afraid. Qin Yang pondered for a moment and said. I'm used to living here, and the rent is cheap. It's hard to find another home, and with the haunting incident, I can still bargain with the landlord. Others are afraid, so I increase my position. This wave is actually profitable. The neighbors were speechless when they heard this. What kind of brain circuit is this? How can you still play like this? Nowadays, young people are willing to risk their lives in order to save some money. Hey, it's hard to persuade a dead man with good words. The neighbor shook his head, showing an expression that could not be carved out of wood. A poor ghost versus a female ghost, you two are really sleeping dragons and phoenixes. I am overflattered. At night, the stars are shining brightly. Qin Yang was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling instead of sleeping. Instead, he turned on his star power to pay attention to the movements in the community. In an instant, powerful star power covers the entire community, as if spring rain falls, moistening things silently, and will not let go of any disturbance. The mice in the pipes were squeaking noisily, other neighbors were talking in low voices, and some were panting with red faces, all could be heard clearly. Tisk, having so much fun at night, the world is going downhill. Qin Yang listened to various sound sources in the community, and then turned over on the bed. This star power coverage is extremely powerful, as if the entire map is in eavesdropping mode. If I hadn't met a neighbor who mentioned the female ghost, I would never have started it. After all, it's really not good to peek into your neighbor's privacy. But there is no way. The female ghosts are kicking their noses and faces, almost riding on their own heads. How can we allow others to snore on the side of the couch? If I don't catch you, I won't be able to sleep well. Qin Yang thought this way. Suddenly, a ripple of star power surged through his mind. The location is instantly locked to the nearby building. Coming. Seeing this, Qin Yang quickly stood up and followed the sound of the 7-star wandering dragon. After a moment, he came to the source of the sound. The cold corridor, the escape sign glowed with a strange green light, and accompanied by the ghostly laughter, it felt like being in the underworld. Is it really haunted? Qin Yang stood in the corridor, puzzled, and felt a chill on his back when the cold night wind blew. The shrill laughter resounded through the corridor, and after hitting the wall, the echoes overlapped and repeated over and over again. It sounded very scary. It seems as if there is a real evil spirit parasitic in the corridor. No, you have to believe in science. Qin Yang calmed down and suddenly felt a little regretful. He wished he had just brought a sickle and hammer with him. Then throw 2 more copies of When Humanity's Stars Shine and suppress it. Who cares about you? It's seconds to start. Just when Qin Yang was thinking about it, a system prompt came to his mind. Ding, the aura of the 9-tailed fox, the emperor-level star beast, has been detected. The light host leaves as soon as possible and asks the empress disciples to come and surrender. 9-tailed fox. Listening to the system prompts, Qin Yang was immediately overjoyed. Coming. The dog system is going crazy again. It's actually a 9-tailed fox this time. This is a creature from myths and legends. Born with 9 tails, it lives for 1,000 years and is a heaven-defying creature that can gather the spiritual energy of all things for its own use. The result actually appears here now. Wrong. Qin Yang then thought about it, judging from the urinary properties of the dog system. The last time I met a cockroach and spider, I could become the beast king. Then the nine-tailed fox we encountered this time also had to shrink a bit. Maybe it's just a little howling fox. But this is not absolute. The previous blood demon is a counterexample. Even now, it is a very dangerous existence. Even if the three major Xiantian realm masters in Jianghai City cooperate, they cannot suppress it. I'd better play it safe. Thinking of this, Qin Yang did not dare to be careless and released star power to cover the building's perception. After a while, he figured out the source of the star power fluctuations. That was the sound coming from the 7th floor. And the fluctuations are not too big. Judging from this situation, the opponent's strength cannot survive the Grandmaster level, and there is nothing to fear in front of him. This should be stable. The master above him can exchange one for the other, but below the master he is invincible. Think of this. Qin Yang put aside his doubts and walked up the stairs to the 7th floor with great swagger. After a moment, at the corner of the 7th floor, the incandescent lights on the ceiling flickered on and off, and the eerie wind howled in the corridor. I saw a female ghost in pure white clothes standing under the lamp, with long hair like a waterfall, and laughter came from her throat, like a baby crying. And right at the feet of this woman, a middle-aged woman who had fainted from fright was lying on the floor. The fruits and vegetables in the vegetable basket were scattered on the floor, and her face was pale. The 7th. The female ghost stared at the women on the ground, murmured and counted, and bent down with her limbs lowered to support the ground. Next moment, green smoke floats up. Her body suddenly shrank, her white clothes disappeared, and she turned into a young white fox, with soft fur as white as snow, and 3 big fluffy tails standing up. The round fox eyes turned, flashing a hint of cunning, looking forward to life. As a wild fox wandering in the wilderness, it knows how difficult it is to transform into a human form. It is not enough to simply draw on the star power from the sky. Some animals are lucky enough to encounter spiritual fruits, and get the chance to transform into adults. But a wild creature like her is not lucky enough and will never encounter such opportunities in her life. But fortunately, if one of the 4 9 elements of Tianyan escapes, everything will find a way out. And this feeds on the aura of human beings. Is one of the Taoist gates of transformation. The fox clan gathers qi with its tail, transforming 1 into 2, 2 into 3, until the 9 reaches the extreme, achieving true immortality. These days, it has been stealing the energy of residents in the corridors, and it is finally getting closer and closer to its goal. It's almost 4. The white fox looked back at his 3 big fluffy tails, his eyes full of affection. It chuckled and came closer to the middle-aged woman, cupped her hand, and was about to continue absorbing the essence. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded in the corridor. It turned out to be a little fox. The sudden male voice seemed to appear out of thin air, and the white fox was immediately startled. Is there anyone else in the corridor? Why didn't I feel it? It was frightened, its thin fox body trembled, turned around suddenly, and bared its teeth at the source of the sound. I saw Qin Yang walking out of the corridor, still wearing his unchanged pajamas and slippers, just like a resident passing by chance. Are there humans again? Seeing this, the white fox thought in confusion, his round little eyes full of doubts. It's 3 o'clock in the morning now. How come there are still people out for a walk? And how did he avoid my perception? There were too many questions that could not be answered. The white fox shook his little head and subconsciously activated the spell. Next moment. Iffies. The smoke rises again to cover up the real body. It turned into a ferocious female ghost again, floating in the corridor. She was dressed in white and plain snow, her face was covered with ulcerated flesh and bones, and blood was constantly seeping from her cheeks. Under the dim light of the corridor, it looked like a ghost that had just escaped from a horror movie. It was very frightening. A normal human being would have been frightened to the point of incontinence and fainted to death. However, not only did Qin Yang not run away, but he crossed his arms with interest and stayed where he was, staring directly at the female ghost. The expression on his face was calm. It seems to be saying, I will just watch your performance quietly. For a time, the atmosphere at the scene became awkward. White Fox and Qin Yang stared at each other, both staying where they were. As time passed, the White Fox started to feel creepy. Why, this human doesn't run. Am I not scary enough? The White Fox was confused and watched Qin Yang bite his silver teeth and release his illusion again. Next moment. In Qin Yang's field of vision, the scene in the surrounding corridors suddenly changed. The walls peeled off, revealing countless holes. Pale hands and feet stretched out from the holes, shaking and shaking, accompanied by shrill screams. Qin Yang was bathed in these horrific scenes, with a calm expression on his face. He released his true energy to investigate the surroundings, and soon understood everything. There are no hands or feet at all. I am still in the corridor and haven't gone anywhere. Everything is just illusion. This nine-tailed fox looks very strong on the surface. But in reality, he is strong on the outside and capable on the inside, and it is all just an act. Its real strength cannot be shown on the table, so it can only make a living by bluffing people. Thinking of this, Qin Yang stood still and became more stable, silently enjoying the white fox's charming performance. From the pink skeleton, to the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, to the midnight walk of 100 ghosts. All kinds of terrifying illusions swept across, and Qin Yang watched them with great interest. 2 minutes later. White Fox looked at Qin Yang, who remained motionless, and finally couldn't hold himself any longer, and asked with a confused look on his face. "Why aren't you afraid?" Qin Yang was suddenly surprised. It turns out he is still a talking fox. In the corridor, an awkward atmosphere spread. Qin Yang and the little fox stared at each other with big eyes, and a small middle-aged woman lying unconscious in the middle, making the scene a stalemate. Now, the white fox's pale face has already been stained with a few blushes because he has released too many illusions. Looking at Qin Yang on the other side. His face was not red, his heart was not beating, as if he didn't care at all about the scenery brought about by the illusion. This immediately made Bai Hu feel less confident. Outrageous. To know. Just now, I released all the illusions I have mastered throughout my life. Logically speaking, Qin Yang would have been so frightened that he fainted on the spot more than a dozen times. But what's the result? Don't even move, he didn't even move. How can it be? The white fox was extremely shocked. He narrowed his slender eyes and stared at Qin Yang in front of him. She remembered an old saying she had heard before. People are afraid of ghosts 3 points, and ghosts are afraid of people 7 points. Could it be that? Is this the case in Qin Yang now? Why don't you continue? Qin Yang felt that the illusion around him disappeared, chuckled and said, "Isn't this powerless?" You. Hearing this, the white fox gritted his teeth, glared at Qin Yang, and let out a low growl of warning in his throat. In all my years of living, this is the first time I've seen someone as arrogant as you. He saw her leaning down, smoke rising, and transforming into her original fox form again. 3 furry snow-white tails stood up, as if their hair had exploded. Boom! The terrifying star power exploded in an instant, and the air in the corridor roared, forming a strong wind pressure and hitting Qin Yang, with a few faint fox howls. This state is. Qin Yang stood in the corridor facing the wind and felt it slightly. Early stage of Xiantian realm. No wonder this little fox dared to run into the community and do evil. The highest level in Zhanghai City is the peak of the Xiantian realm, like Mr. Li. Just talking about the little fox's level of strength, looking at Zhanghai City, there are really not many people who can do anything to her. As long as it wants to run away, it can easily avoid everyone's attention and hide in the deep mountains and forests. When the limelight subsides, it can come out to absorb energy, and that's it. No matter how you calculate it, this matter of absorbing essence is absolutely foolproof. It's just a pity. Meet me. Qin Yang smiled and shook his head. After figuring out the ins and outs, he felt relieved. And as the little fox just exploded with star power. The system was also tested, and her relevant panels were displayed in front of Qin Yang. Race, Snow Fox, contains a trace of ancient nine-tailed fox blood. Cultivation level, early stage of Xiantian. Supernatural abilities, Qingqiu illusion, mean charm. Characteristics, gluttonous for the energy of living beings. There was also a burst of system prompts along with it. Ding, the aura of the nine-tailed fox has been detected and has locked onto the host. It is extremely dangerous, please run away from the host quickly. Hearing the warning, Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said it didn't matter. Just this little fox in the Xiantian realm. You can kill him with one hand, so there is nothing to fear. Die, human being. At the same time, the white fox on the opposite side finally lost its temper and slammed its front paws on the floor, causing the tiles to burst, and began to attack Qin Yang first. The dark wind roared and roared. The little fox looked like a shadow and came to Qin Yang in an instant. It waved its right front paw, razor-like claws cutting through the air, and was about to cut Qin Yang's neck. Too slow. However, Qin Yang just shook his head, slowly raised his palm, and slapped him back. Snapped. There was a huge earthquake. Before the white fox came to Qin Yang, he suddenly felt his face red and swollen, his body trajectory changed, and he flew backwards, leaving a big crack in the wall. The white fox slowly slid down the wall, touching his red and swollen right cheek with his front paws, and suddenly felt a little confused. What's the situation? He took action. Why can't I see it clearly at all? For a time, countless question marks popped up on the white fox's head. That scene just now was really incredible. I am a fox tribe who has entered the innate realm. In the end, he didn't even see his move clearly and was slapped in the face. This is not on the same level at all. This man is so scary, a big terror. The sense of crisis in the white fox's heart exploded instantly, and he subconsciously raised his hind legs, trying to escape. However, Qin Yang's voice came again. If you dare to take a step, it's not just a slap in the face. Hearing this, the white fox trembled suddenly. It drooped its ears and huddled in place holding 3 big stuffed tails. In the face of powerful strength, Qin Yang gave it an unparalleled sense of oppression. The only thing she can do at this moment is to beg for mercy. The next moment, the fox looked at Qin Yang in fear and cried. My lord, I know I was wrong, your lord has a lot of. With that said, it pointed to the middle-aged woman who was unconscious on the ground. I just sucked the essence and never hurt them too deeply. These people will recover in half a month. In his words, various emotions of fear and uneasiness were revealed. Are you giving in now? Qin Yang squinted his eyes, walked up to the little fox, held her tender back of the neck with one hand, lifted it up easily and said. I still like your unruly look just now, please recover. When the white fox heard this, he stared angrily at Qin Yang, but as soon as his eyes came into contact with him, he immediately lowered his eyes. At this moment, she was like a piece of fish on a chopping board, being slaughtered by others, with no right to speak at all. If you want to survive, I'll give you 2 options. Qin Yang looked at the white fox and smiled calmly. First, surrender to me, be obedient, and don't play any tricks on me. And this second road is left for me to make a fox fur coat to keep warm in winter. These 2 paths have their own advantages and disadvantages. No matter which way the 9-tailed fox chooses, he will not suffer any loss. As far as Qin Yang knows, there are some special star power cultivators in this world who collect star beasts as pets and live with them for mutual benefit. There are even some star power warriors who practice miraculous skills in return. Directly raising star beasts will return their abilities to the physical body, thereby improving one's own strength. These people are also collectively called beast masters by the outside world. Now that I have this fox demon in hand, I can try this route. You make your own choice. Qin Yang finished his sentence and waited for the white fox to choose. Let me drive you. Hearing this, the white fox's little face turned red, and he subconsciously said angrily, what's your level? I have the noble 9-tailed fox bloodline. How can I surrender to a little human like you? What a shame. Okay, you have some backbone, I appreciate that in you. Qin Yang chuckled, carrying the little fox in front of him, and said in a threatening and deceptive manner, don't be afraid, after all, I am not a devil, I never force others to do anything. It's just that the weather is too cold, and I still need a fox fur coat. Hearing this, the white fox suddenly changed. He quickly changed his tone and said with a smile, Master, don't be angry, I'm just joking with you. Are you giving up? I still like your unruly look just now. Qin Yang shook his head and slowly placed the white fox in his hand on the ground. As the hand holding the back of the neck was released, the white fox turned over lightly and landed on the ground, shook his body, then came to Qin Yang's legs and circled, rubbing his trouser legs to please. Master is very powerful. I was too stupid to see it before. I will serve you well in the future. Hee hee. When Qin Yang heard this, he stared at Baihu with a smile and asked, is this really true? People on the internet say that your mouth is very smooth, and I can't believe a word you say. Slander. This is all a slander against our fox clan. When Baihu heard this, he became angry again, gritted his teeth and said angrily, it's all stereotypes, master, don't believe those people's nonsense. I don't know whether it's slander or not, but I only care about one thing. Only by establishing an agreement can I feel completely at ease. As he spoke, Qin Yang suddenly raised his hand, put his together and pointed at the center of the white fox's eyebrows, and then scratched the little fox's front paw, cutting a tiny wound, allowing blood to flow out instantly. Iffier. The white fox endured the pain and gasped instinctively. The next moment, a stream of pure animal blood flowed out from her claws, making a sound as it seeped to the ground. Seeing this, Qin Yang recalled the contract words he had read in the library and thought about what kind of contract would be appropriate. But since we are all masters and servants now, the most cruel life and death contract is coming, isn't it too much? After making up his mind, Qin Yang thought about his memory and recited the words of the agreement. At the same time, it circulates the true energy in the body and directly communicates with the laws of heaven and earth. Next moment. Hum. In the corridor, there was a faint sonorous sound. The blood on the ground fracked in response and connected to Baihu's Naiwan hole. She immediately built a rope connecting life and death, and then disappeared into the invisible. It's done. Qin Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the contract was completed. Now that he has the blood contract in hand, he is equivalent to holding the power of life and death of the white fox. If the white fox dares to betray, no matter how far it goes, he can remotely crush her sea of consciousness and make her drink Mangpa soup on the spot. In this way, after the prevention and treatment measures are in place to ensure the bottom line, only this can be considered the real completion of the contract. Owner. The white fox sensed the changes in his body and understood that the vague contract had been fulfilled, and he had no choice but to admit defeat. But soon, it regained its energy. After all, this world is dominated by the weak and the strong. If you are not as skilled as others, what else can you do? After being suppressed by Qin Yang's hand, Baihu had long understood that the gap in strength was as big as crossing the sea and climbing the mountains, and it was simply insurmountable. And under the crushing force of this terrifying power, no matter how careful you are, it will be useless. Okay, now I can trust what you say. Qin Yang clapped his hands, feeling comfortable all over. The fox tribe is cunning by nature. If they are not restrained by this blood contract of life and death, they will definitely tell lies all over the sky. The truth is adulterated, and the lies are true. It is always right to do things on your own as safely as possible. Thinking of this, Qin Yang looked at the unconscious middle-aged woman on the ground, then turned to the white fox and asked. Tell me, why are you here pretending to be a ghost? And what's going on with this injured ant? Master, I didn't hurt her. The white fox walked up to the woman with a light fox body, and said aggrievedly, I just borrowed some spiritual energy from her, it won't cause any big harm. At most, this human being will only have a low fever, and soon it will recover. That's pretty much it. Qin Yang nodded slightly when he heard the words and thought about it carefully. Although the community has not been peaceful these days. But it is true that there was not a single death victim. During this period of time, Baihu could only play tricks in the unit building. Then he used illusions to scare people into unconsciousness, and used some energy to extract them for cultivation. He did not do anything out of the ordinary. But you are so brave, you actually dare to invade human territory. Qin Yang looked surprised and said, aren't you afraid that the masters in the city will discover you and then surround you? Afraid? Of course I am afraid, master. The white fox lay on its side on the ground, exposing the fur on its soft belly, and said with a tired face. That's why I relied on illusions to lurk in the unit building. Before, I deliberately avoided the downtown area and chose such a remote poor neighborhood just to avoid the 3 innate masters in the city. But who could have imagined that I would meet you here, master? The white fox turned over and looked at Qin Yang, his eyes full of resentment. After all, I thought I had avoided everything. I didn't expect that there are actually masters. Low profile. Qin Yang waved his hand and asked, where are the elders in your family? Do your fox tribe give birth to one litter after another? Are there no members of your clan in this unit? No, master, I'm the only one here. At this point, the white fox lay on the ground with his paws drooped on his chest and recalled. After I was separated from my family in the beast wave last time, I have been living alone. I live by collecting some essence every day, barely extracting cultivation, but I can barely survive. When Qin Yang heard this, he remembered something. The so-called beast tide only occurs once every 20 years. Every time it is activated, overwhelming star beasts besiege human cities, destroying all lives. But the little white fox in front of him was obviously different from those ferocious beasts, and his temperament was relatively docile. And since she has been able to hang out in the city for so long, it means that her IQ is quite high, and it would be a good choice to give herself a leg up in the future. Not bad, I picked up a little nine-tailed fox for nothing, this is a great feeling. Qin Yang nodded with satisfaction, looked at Bai Hu and asked, what's your name? Bai Li, master. When Bailey said his real name, his tone was a little shy, you can just call me Xiao Bai from now on. If it is known by people in the clan. If you tell your real name to a human, your sisters will definitely laugh at you. But now his life is in Qin Yang's hands, so he has no choice but to accept it. Xiao Bai. This is a good name. Qin Yang nodded, remembering the appearance of the female ghost he saw just now, and asked curiously, is that your original appearance just now? No, master, they are all just pretending to scare you humans. Xiao Bai stuck out his tongue, circled happily around Qin Yang and said, I'll show you my original appearance. The voice fell. Green smoke filled the air. Xiao Bai's fox shape dissipated and soon formed a new appearance. A little lowly with a bun, who at first glance seems to be about 7 or 8 years old. She is made of pink and jade, and is wearing a green dress. Her eyes flicker in the darkness, making her look a little innocent and hazy. Qin Yang looked at it and clicked his tongue. Okay, that's a good gesture. How's it going, master? Xiao Bai turned around in a circle and showed off. Ahem, not bad. Qin Yang coughed lightly, paused and said, since you are my pet now, you will have to do all the chores at home in the future, like cleaning, washing, cooking, and warming the bed. Gotta do it. Ah. Xiao Bai was stunned when he heard this, do you still want to warm the bed? Master, I'm still young. Are you still young like you? After hearing this, Qin Yang glanced at Xiao Bai in front of him. Xiao Bai is petite, with bare feet on the ground, long snow-white hair that touches the ground, and 2 animal ears drooping on the top of his head. He is so pitiful that he looks like a little paper doll. But since she has been in Shanghai City for 20 years, she is definitely not young. Master, you don't believe it? I didn't lie to you. Xiao Bai raised his little fist and said with great authority. Qin Yang smiled and shook his head when he saw this, naturally he didn't believe what she said. You should know that the fox tribe is cunning by nature. After the initial awakening of spiritual wisdom, their lifespans were also extended. It is not uncommon for them to live for hundreds of years. It has already exceeded the scope of human cognition. But even with the blessing of such a long life, they have to practice diligently if they want to transform into human form, which takes a lot of time. It can range from hundreds of years to 1,000 years. That is to say, although the current Xiao Bai looks pitiful and looks like a Lolita, her actual age may be older than several Qin Yangs. So, are you trying to show off to me? A fox who has lived for who knows how long and I am pretending to be young. What a shame. Thinking of this, Qin Yang looked at Xiao Bai with a squinted smile. Instead of trying to expose her, he reached out and rubbed her little head and said, let's go home. Okay, master. Xiao Bai nodded, thinking that Qin Yang really believed it, and secretly rejoiced, grinning a cute tiger tooth from the corner of his mouth. The two of them pulled each other like this, disappeared, and soon returned to Qin Yang's home. The house Qin Yang rents is not very big, just an ordinary one-bedroom apartment. He is used to living alone, and the things in the room are not often tidied up, so it is a bit messy. With Xiao Bai doing housework, it will be easier in the future. While thinking about it, Qin Yang slapped his forehead and suddenly remembered another big thing. What about the rewards of the dog system? Logically speaking, I have just conquered the star beast, and I should have received rewards by now, but why is the system silent? Has the reward been swallowed up by it? Thinking of this, Qin Yang couldn't bear it for a moment, and said silently in his mind, System? Where did he die? Come out. Pretend to be dead, right? As he asked, the system in his mind quickly responded. Ding, host, please be patient, this system is always here, it's just too shocking. The host subdued a beast king without any effort. This system is so impressed that this system is so impressed. Listening to the system's praise, Qin Yang rolled his eyes angrily and said. Stop talking nonsense, do you want to swallow my reward? The host is serious. This system is definitely not that kind of system. The system responded tremblingly, with deep fear in its tone, as if it was afraid that Qin Yang would destroy it if he was unhappy. It has been silently recording Qin Yang's action just now. He raised his hand to easily suppress the Beast King and subdued him under his control. It was really terrifying. Master Host, you are too powerful. This system will issue rewards now. The system said and began to enter the settlement process. Ding, it's detected that the host has subdued a beast king, the reward will be increased 20 times. The secret technique for obtaining spiritual power, the Purple Sun Contemplation Method. Acquire 20 years of cultivation. After hearing that the reward had arrived, Qin Yang felt relieved, turned away from Xiao Bai and said, "Go and clean up the ground for me." "Oh, I know, master." Xiao Bai looked reluctant, but in the end he walked to the kitchen obediently, picked up the broom and started to clean up. "Sweep it up. Don't let me see you being lazy." Qin Yang yelled at her, and then returned to the bed, sitting with his legs crossed, eager to check the rewards given by the system. First, it is 20 years of accumulation of cultivation. After absorption, one can instantly reach the early stage of the master level, which saves the time of cultivation and spans a large part of the cultivation progress in one step. Not bad, upgrade while lying down, I like it. Qin Yang sat on the bed and meditated, slowly closed his eyes, and poured all his cultivation into his body. Boom! In an instant, the true energy flows, and the star power accumulated for 20 years flows through the limbs and bones, washing away the original body, along with countless understandings of star power. It's like the memories of 20 years of life flowed by. One thought makes sense. When Qin Yang opened his eyes again, the real energy in his body was surging like a river, and it was much higher than before. Is this the peak of the early stage of Grandmaster? Comfortable. Qin Yang moved his body, full of strength, and there was a faint starlight escaping. If ordinary masters want to reach the initial peak, they do not know how much suffering it takes, but it is easy for themselves. What is the bottleneck in cultivation? Non-existent. Okay, let's continue. The remaining reward is the secret of spiritual power. Qin Yang closed his eyes and continued to return to the absorbing state just now, with related memories emerging in his mind. Purple Yang concept. As the name suggests. Close your eyes and shape the sun into the sun in your mind, casting a grand purple gold rising sun, and using it to build your own spiritual power. As endlessly as the blazing sun in the sky. Yes, this is a good idea. My mental strength is indeed a little weak now. Qin Yang recalled the secrets in his mind and felt extremely satisfied. It is extremely difficult to get started with the cultivation of spiritual power. The most difficult part is the lack of appropriate ideas. Although there are meditation methods in the library, they are very inferior versions. After practicing, you will gain very little, which is a drop in the bucket. That's a shame. Many people still flock to it every day to read the contents, hoping that one day they can accumulate spiritual power. This shows how precious the concept of visualization is. And now, like the purple sun concept, in Qin Yang's hands, it is not only complete, but it can also make the spiritual power advance thousands of miles. If it is placed outside, it will definitely become an existence that can be robbed. Yes, it should be my method of cultivation. Thinking of this, Qin Yang felt comfortable and immediately began to visualize the purple sun. Close your eyes. Darkness came, Qin Yang meditated on the outline of the purple sun, and a purple gold light instantly lit up, like a torch in the wilderness era, dispelling the endless darkness in his mind. As the outline of the purple sun becomes larger and larger, the darkness and chaos dissipate, and those rays of light are the embodiment of spiritual power, as if the sun is shining. The next moment it spread directly and enveloped the entire room. At the same time, in the corner, Xiao Bai was cleaning the room reluctantly, sulking in his heart and talking non-stop. Humph. How dare you ask my aunt to do chores? It's totally unreasonable. She looked at the broom in her hand, and thought about her future destiny, just like this broom, being controlled by Qin Yang at will. I am a descendant of the nine-tailed fox, how can I just be so willing? Abominable human beings. Little Bai Yin clenched his teeth and was about to think hard. Suddenly, a powerful mental wave suddenly appeared, attracting her attention. Ha! This is it. Exploring the mental energy in the room, she followed the traces and couldn't help but look at Qin Yang on the bed. It's actually him. Xiao Bai stared at Qin Yang on the bed with wide eyes, his face filled with disbelief. The majestic spiritual power spread across the room, filling the space as moist as water, as if everything was within Qin Yang's perception. What a strong mental power. Oh no, I won't let him know the bad things I just said. Xiao Bai's delicate body trembled, the tail on his back stood up like an electric shock, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. This human being, is so terrifying. Even if you are strong, you still have such strong mental power. Then how can I run away? Hey, Aunt, am I going to be trapped in the hands of this human being for the rest of my life? Xiao Bai sighed softly, his head drooped, and his mood became extremely depressed. He honestly picked up the broom and continued sweeping the floor. Soon, the spiritual power in the room reached its peak, and Qin Yang's visualization was coming to an end. At this moment, in his mind, it was no longer chaotic, but became radiant, warm and comfortable, with a vast purple-gold rising sun hanging high in the sky, dispersing the darkness like dawn. It's done. Slowly exhaling, Qin Yang slowly opened his eyes. The world in front of me is clear and refreshing, and I feel like I won't feel sleepy at all if I stay up all night for several consecutive nights. Yes, this increase in spiritual power is truly terrifying. As his mental power improved, Qin Yang felt the changes and found that he was becoming more comfortable in using the enlightenment space, and his speed in comprehending the techniques was also much faster. Is it because your mental power has improved? Qin Yang made the association and now he is full of energy. If it were those star warriors, they would probably want to start practicing on the spot. With the blessing of strong spiritual power, they are tireless and absorb star power day and night. They can quickly improve their cultivation and practice like crazy. But I am different. We will not get involved with them. But still improve your cultivation. Are you angry? If those cultivators find out, I'm afraid they will be angry to death on the spot and yell at me for wasting all the natural resources, huh? Think of this. Qin Yang exited the visualization state with satisfaction, then raised his hand to grab it in the direction of Xiao Bai. Boom! The true energy exploded, and the terrifying star power ravaged the room, guiding the airflow to form a funnel shape, and instantly pulled Xiao Bai over. Ah! Master, what are you doing? Xiao Bai, who was sweeping the floor, was caught in his hands, twisting his petite body helplessly and struggling, but no matter how he moved, he could not escape Qin Yang's control. Next moment, Qin Yang grabbed the back of Xiao Bai's neck with one hand, and kneaded her little face wantonly with the other hand. He started to play with the delicate elastics at will. Do you think I didn't hear the bad words you just said? Qin Yang smiled and threatened, you should be punished for insulting your master secretly. Punish me? Hearing this, Xiao Bai's delicate body trembled and she started to cry. I'm sorry, master, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yang increased the strength in his hands and rubbed Xiao Bai's face more roughly, making her only whimper. So soft. The soft touch from his hand made Qin Yang very comfortable. Apologizing is not important, Xiao Bai's touch is really good. Well. Xiao Bai, whose face was pinched, could not make a sound and kept sobbing. He looked pitiful, but he was already yelling curses in his heart. I'm so angry. How dare this human being bully my aunt like this? If you don't take revenge for this, I will never be a fox in the future. Just when Xiao Bai was angry, he suddenly heard Qin Yang's voice again. Put the right cheek closer, it's too far away and it's hard to pinch. Oh. Still uncomfortable, come here again. Xiao Bai turned his head aggrievedly and turned his right cheek obediently to Qin Yang, and was kneaded by him again. I do not know how long it has been. Qin Yang finally lost interest after squeezing Xiao Bai, so he let her leave and pointed in the direction of the kitchen. I'm hungry, go and cook me some food, 3 dishes and 1 soup. If you dare to fool me, watch out for your to blossom. You. Being summoned again, Xiao Bai glared at Qin Yang with shame and anger, and his tail instantly exploded with fur. How? Qin Yang glanced sideways at her and said, any comments? The plain words, accompanied by the terrifying star power, swept across the room, like storm clouds ready to strike, immediately suppressing Xiao Bai's newly rising aura. She looked at Qin Yang, wagged her tail, and changed her words angrily. You are my master, how can 3 dishes and 1 soup be enough? I don't agree, I want to add more dishes. Qin Yang. This little fox changes his face really quickly. Forget it, just 3 dishes and 1 soup will do. Cook it well for me. I understand, master. Xiao Bai nodded, quickly broke away from Qin Yang's hand, and ran into the kitchen as if he was relieved. After a while, you can hear the clinking of pots and pans, the sound of chopping on the cutting board, and the sizzling sound of oil wafting out with the enticing aroma of meat. The smell of it makes people move their index fingers. A few minutes later, Xiao Bai brought the dishes to Qin Yang one by one. Steamed tofu with shiitake mushrooms and minced meat, stir-fried loofah, curry shrimp, and a kelp and clam soup. Qin Yang picked up the rice and it was a feast. The tofu melted in his mouth, and the curry shrimp was tender and refreshing. He quickly finished the food on the table. Xiao Bai's cooking tastes pretty good. I don't need to order takeout anymore. Qin Yang was lying comfortably on the sofa, watching Xiao Bai washing the dishes for himself, and he could already think of how exciting the days ahead would be. The little fox lives by absorbing essence and does not need to eat grains. The proper holy body of the innate maid. After Xiao Bai finished washing the dishes, Qin Yang asked her to pat his back again. That's a pleasure. In the past, in the library, Qin Yang looked at the records of ancient masters and scolded the luxury of this thing. How could such a big man still use maids to serve him when he had both hands and feet? Bah! He doesn't understand. Until today, I have Xiao Bai. Only then did Qin Yang understand that. The master is actually myself. The next day, Qin Yang got up early and followed his usual route to the library to clock in and go to work. But this time, it attracted the attention of countless passers-by. For nothing else. Just because he was holding a snow-white little fox in his arms, he was so docile and well-behaved, so adorable that he had a 100% chance of turning heads of passers-by. Yes, this feels really good. Qin Yang stroked the little fox's head and walked into the library leisurely with a comfortable look on his face. Of course, it's not that he wants to show off, it's just that he feels a little uneasy about leaving Xiao Bai at home. After all, he is now her master. If something happens and you are implicated, that will be troublesome. It has always been me, Qin Yang, who sells out to others. How could I let others sell my share? And again. While others pet dogs and cats, we will pet the fox directly. Are you happy? It's so cute. This little fox not only does laundry, cooking and hygiene, but also warms the bed and rubs his back, allowing him to as he pleases, which makes him a direct profit. Where can I find such a little beast slave? No one else has this way if they want to. After punching in, Qin Yang walked straight to his workplace with Bai Li in his arms. From time to time, he could feel some envious glances. Passers around were amazed. Wow, look at that cute little fox in that man's arms. The administrator actually has a beast slave, it's amazing. Humph, I'm afraid it's a lot of money. With his strength, it will definitely take a lot of effort to subdue a beast slave. Thin comments were heard, and all kinds of envy and jealousy were mixed. However, Qin Yang didn't take it to heart. He just calmly put Bai Li on his shoulders and let her wrap it around his neck in a circle to free his hands. Then continue your daily work. He is not worried about being driven away by the steward. In the library, the rules regarding beast slaves are very loose. Warriors are not prohibited from bringing star beasts into the museum. After all, these beast slaves have become sane since the moment they were tamed, and they are no longer as barbaric as ordinary animals. And for star warriors who specialize in taming beasts, beast slaves are like brothers and cannot be separated easily. Thinking of this, the library owner was also very open-minded and just opened the door and allowed the star warriors to bring their beast slaves into the library. Even employees can bring them. As long as it doesn't affect your work progress, you can do whatever you want. Hey, Lao Qin, this little fox is very cute. Is this your new beast slave? After Xia he saw Qin Yang's fox, he couldn't restrain his curiosity and approached him. Qin Yang nodded and touched the little fox lying on his shoulder. The figure was weak and boneless. He even took the initiative to bring his little head up and rubbed his hand affectionately. Xia He's eyes immediately lit up when he saw her docile and cute look. Holy shit, is this temperament too clever? I want to do one too. Xia He poked Qin Yang on the shoulder, rubbed his thumb and index finger, and said, money is not a problem, old Qin. Where did you get it from? Picked up in the corridor of the unit. Qin Yang answered truthfully. I believe you are a ghost. Xia He rolled his eyes and said, forget it, I won't force you. Recently, I have been planning to become a beast slave. When the time comes, I will bring out a tiger. Tiger? You mean tiger? Qin Yang asked curiously. Yes, I will get a tiger-like star beast, are you interested? How about I trade it with you for a little fox, Lao Qin? Xia He stared at the white raccoon on Qin Yang's shoulder and said slowly, although you are a cute little fox, your strength is low, and it is definitely not as good as a tiger-like star beast. Forget it, forget about the tiger-like star beast. Qin Yang shook his head, waved his hand and refused, I won't change anything you say. Although tiger-like star beasts are powerful. But it has a huge appetite if you can't bear it. The amount of meat eaten in one meal is 10 times that of other star beasts. Only a wealthy family like Xia He can afford to keep a dog that eats beef and pork every day. Ordinary people will have to eat dirt after raising a dog for a few meals. How can I, a little librarian, support myself? Not to mention. How could other beast slaves be better than Xiaobai? Can cook, sweep the floor, and massage shoulders. It's so comfortable. Hey, okay, brother, I won't force anyone to do anything. Since you like it so much, then forget it. Seeing Qin Yang's resolute attitude, Xia He's temper suddenly softened. He looked at the fox reluctantly and said, but you little fox is too weak, so you have to watch out for it in the future. The voice fell. Xiao Bai, who was originally resting on Qin Yang's shoulder, pricked up his ears, narrowed his narrow eyes and stared at Xia He, and suddenly became unhappy. How dare you say that my aunt is weak? How bold! I can't cure the master, so I can't cure you. Thinking of this, Xiao Bai suddenly raised his head and met Xia He's eyes. The next moment, at the moment when their eyes met, a ray of illusion instantly merged into Xia He's mind, and the seeds of illusion were planted. Hey, Lao Qin, look behind you, there's a beautiful woman over there. She's still wearing black stockings. Xia He suddenly raised his hand and pointed behind Qin Yang, saying with great surprise. Where? Qin Yang subconsciously followed the sound and looked back. There were not many people behind him, and he saw a middle-aged uncle who had just borrowed a book. However, from Xia He's perspective, this is a completely different scene. That beautiful woman with a slender waist and billowy breasts, wearing a short skirt and showing off 2 long snow-white legs, walked past there. This is the best, Lao Qin, I really like it, I must get a number. Etc. Qin Yang just wanted to call Xia He to stop, but he just waved his hand and rushed out like an arrow from a string. No matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't hold him back. After a while, I stood in front of the uncle and started to take out my mobile phone to start a conversation. For a moment, the people nearby were stunned and looked at Xia He in astonishment, not knowing why. When Qin Yang saw this, he immediately felt something was wrong. It's an illusion. Thinking of this, he immediately understood, rubbed Xiao Bai's head and said, Stop now, Xiao Bai. Humph, who told him to scold me just now? Xiao Bai hummed in a low voice, with a face full of reluctance, but looking at Xia He who was chatting with his uncle in the distance, he saw that his goal had been achieved, so he finally let go of the control of the illusion. Xia He's mind was clear and his eyes were clear. But when he saw the uncle in front of him, he was instantly stunned. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? Where's the beauty? All kinds of questions popped up in my mind, and with countless people watching around me, it was a social death scene. Xiao Bai, you are not allowed to release illusions without my permission from now on, do you hear me? Seeing this, Qin Yang warned Xiao Bai in a low voice, if you dare to use illusions at will, you will be severely punished. It's the master. Xiao Bai knows it, and there won't be a next time. Bai Li lowered his head and answered in a loud voice. Subsequently, Xia He died in front of everyone, and he immediately found a corner to hide. Qin Yang's ears were also rare and he continued to fish and read books. At this moment, he has already read through all the books in the library on the first floor. They are not of much help to him and he is somewhat tired of them. It's time to go to the second floor and take a look. Thinking of this, Qin Yang touched the fish and walked leisurely to the entrance of the second floor. I saw a formation at the door, which was mysterious and mysterious. Several masters of the 8th and 9th level of the Hotian realm were stationed there, stationed in place like iron towers. The star power on the second floor was dissipated seriously and had already interfered with the monitoring equipment. It was all thanks to these experts to monitor the situation. Seeing this, Qin Yang looked at other arrangements in the museum. The mental power released casually moistened the entire library like water, making no sound, and he quickly figured out the situation. There is no atmosphere of the owner. This is a good opportunity to enter the second floor. Relying on Xiao Bai's illusion skills of the innate realm, it was easy to deceive these masters of the acquired realm. Thinking of this, Qin Yang gently touched Xiao Bai on his shoulders and said softly, Xiao Bai, have you seen those acquired masters? Let them not see me. Oh, it's easy, master. Xiao Bai, who was resting on Qin Yang's shoulder, nodded and released the illusion. The next moment, quiet hallucinations filled the air, spread quietly, and implanted themselves in the minds of those acquired warriors. Seeing this, Qin Yang walked out from the corner without any need to hide, and walked past them with a swagger, passing by them like air. Successfully entered the second floor of the library. The second floor of the library. Ebony wood bookshelves stand in rows, and there are many gold-plated and silver-plated pillars. Each pillar is carved with an ancient star map, which is mysterious and profound. The star power escapes between the books, making the entire second floor extremely luxurious. It is as if the sky and the sea of stars have fallen into the human world. When Qin Yang walked into the second floor, one man and one fox walked forward leisurely, as if walking on the vast galaxy. Looking at the spectacular scene in front of him, Qin Yang couldn't help but blurt out F***ck, which immediately left Xiao Bai speechless. What is this reaction? At this moment, the books gathered here are all treasures collected by the museum owner of Jianghai City, embodying the wisdom of a large number of martial arts seniors. In the end, you just said, WTF. Qin Yang noticed Xiao Bai's eyes and glanced at her. She was so frightened that she quickly turned her head away from her sight and pointed to the nearby acquired master. Master, don't worry, just watch, these people have fallen into my illusion and it's impossible to escape in a short time. How long can you probably hold on? It depends on how long you want to read, master. Hearing this, Qin Yang was stunned. So awesome. Can I watch it for as long as I want? Xiao Bai's illusion skills are so incredible. Seeing this, Qin Yang couldn't help but glance at the approaching master of the Hotian realm, and found that his eyes were blank, his pupils were out of focus, and he didn't know what kind of illusion Xiao Bai gave them. But it is estimated that it is unlikely to wake up in the short term. Not bad, comfortable. Qin Yang put Xiao Bai on his shoulder on the ground, waved his hand and said, okay, go and play by yourself, don't disturb me reading. The tone is cold and ruthless, as if he has abandoned a useless tool. You. After Xiao Bai fell to the ground, his whole body was covered with hair, his ears stood up, and he was about to get angry, but he met Qin Yang's indifferent eyes. You, please take your time, master. I won't disturb you now. As he spoke, Xiao Bai transformed into a white-haired little Lolita, stepping on the stars on the ground with bare feet, playing freely among the bookshelves, innocently. After leaving Xiao Bai, Qin Yang went to the swordsmanship area and looked at the collection of true swordsmanship. A dazzling array of book titles came into view, such as, The Supreme Unfeeling Sword, True Interpretation of Qiyang's Sword Intent, Xianin 9 Swords. It was dazzling to read. Qin Yang picked a few books and flipped through them, scanning the lines of text with his eyes. Soon. I wrote down the contents of the book verbatim and imprinted them all into my mind. It's time to perfect the sword to open the heavenly gate. Qin Yang thought of the swordsmanship in his hand. At present, there are only two doors that he can take advantage of. One is the emperor-level martial arts, the art of cutting the sky and drawing the sword. This skill is currently of a high enough level that there is no need to upgrade it, and it cannot be upgraded for the time being. But this other sword technique, one sword opens the heaven's gate, has a lot of room for improvement. If you combine thousands of swordsmanship skills into one sword, and the sword is better than the blue, then you can be truly invincible. Thinking of this, Qin Yang suddenly felt hopeful and continued to read the sword skills on the bookshelf. After memorizing 2 Xiantian realm exercises, he took out his mobile phone and checked the time. Still working now. Going up to the second floor by yourself is equivalent to taking a break from your busy schedule, fishing in the name of going to the toilet, and you have to go back to reset. Thinking of this, Qin Yang glanced at the contents of the books he was holding, memorized them all in his mind, then put them back on the empty bookshelf, and turned to the playful Bai Li. Come here, Xiao Bai, let's go back. Oh, here we come, master. Xiao Bai moved when he heard the sound, bent down and turned into a fox body again, trotted all the way and jumped onto Qin Yang's shoulders, curling up in a ball. Then Qin Yang walked on the 7-star wandering dragon step, quietly left the second floor, returned to his post on the first floor and continued working. Qin Yang was pushing a cart with books and placing books while closing his eyes and sorting out his memories. In my mind, all the sword techniques I had received were reorganized with thoughts, the characters were stripped into sentences, and then merged into the technique of opening the Tianmen with the sword, and the progress was rapid. TSK, there seems to be no difference between what I am doing and practicing on the phone, isn't it? The next few days passed. Qin Yang's life can be said to be very relaxed and comfortable. Go to the first line at 2 o'clock every day, clocking in from home to the library to go to work. When I was at work, I took some time to take Xiaobai to the second floor, and dug out 2 new innate sword skills to gain insights and improve the realm of opening the heavenly gate with one sword. After get off work, I go home and eat Xiaobai Xiao dishes, mapo tofu, guobao pork, braised pork chops, all kinds of cuisines from all over the world, without repeating anything. On this day, Qin Yang and Xia He teamed up to fish as a team. Xiaobai lay lazily on the railing and listened quietly to their conversation. Hey, Lao Qin, look over there, that little girl is here again. Xia He was smoking a cigarette and suddenly motioned Qin Yang to look at the rest area. The sunshine was warm at noon, and Li Zixuan was sitting on one of the tables and chairs. There were a dozen thick books stacked on the table, as if she was immersed in a sea of books, quiet and dignified. Why do you think she works so hard, Lao Qin? With such a good talent and such a curly hair, how can ordinary people like us live? Xia He took a long puff of cigarette depressedly, then flicked his fingers and used star power to put out the cigarette butt. Li Zixuan has come to the library many times in the past few days. Such a genius and yet so hard-working, immediately made Xia He feel quite a sense of crisis. But fortunately, he felt relieved after seeing that Qin Yang was still at every day as if nothing had happened. Who knows, maybe I have other things on my mind. Qin Yang mumbled a few words casually, looked at Li Zixuan in the distance, and then casually stroked Xiaobai beside him. Xia He on the side saw the intimate gesture, and was immediately envious. He reached out and wanted to touch Xiaobai's back. As soon as he stretched out his hand, he saw Little White baring his teeth and making a fierce grunting sound, and he quickly took his hand back in fright. Damn, Lao Qin, you little white guy is the real murderer. Xia He said, I also want to touch it. Can you, the master, give me a chance? Definitely next time. Qin Yang smiled and said, just think about it first. Xia He. The conversation between the two people crossed the sea of people and reached Li Zixuan's ears intermittently, making her frown a little. Very noisy. At this moment, she was in an irritable mood and felt extremely stressed. Any slightest disturbance could arouse anger in her heart. Soon. The genius disciple of the Prairie Sword Master is coming to Jianghai City. Time is running out, and as a representative of the Jianghai Martial Arts Academy, she must practice Ijin Keishimen to perfection as soon as possible, and she must not be defeated. Otherwise, Jianghai Martial Arts Academy will be in disgrace and the teacher's face will be lost. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan suddenly felt a lot of pressure. The burning fire attacked his heart, and even the book in his hand felt very obscure, and the originally firm sword heart showed signs of falling apart. The anxious mood spread out unconsciously and was inadvertently captured by Qin Yang's mental power. Old Qin, don't keep staring at me, you don't still have thoughts about me, do you? Looking at Qin Yang staring at Li Zixuan, Xia He said. Qin Yang did not answer her, but frowned. His powerful induction allowed him to tell at a glance. There is something very wrong with Li Zixuan at this moment. In the library, people come and go. Qin Yang looked at Li Zixuan's position and quietly released a ray of spiritual power, like an undetectable water flow, slowly lingering around her body. It takes less than a moment. Everything about her mental state is returned to Qin Yang's perception. The breath is disordered, and the rapid fire attacks the heart. This is a sign that you are going to go crazy. When Qin Yang saw this, he was stunned for a moment, feeling unbelievable. What happened? Can the Empress also go crazy? According to normal circumstances, Li Zixuan, as a genius who has swept across this era, should not be in such a dangerous situation. You must know that going crazy will have extremely serious consequences for a warrior. At the least, it will leave evil obstacles in the heart, which will have a huge impact on the realm of cultivation, making it difficult to take another step forward throughout one's life. And if it is serious, it will lead to death. Tisk, if that's really the case, that would be a bit troublesome. Qin Yang frowned slightly and weighed the pros and cons. Things are not good now. First. As the Empress appointed by the system, Li Zixuan's future achievements are limitless. In the future, she can resist thousands of star beasts and guard the safety of the human race. It stands to reason. With her such high talent in swordsmanship, plus she is still so young. It is far from reaching the point of becoming obsessed. But why did the obsession come so early? Is it possible? Is it because of your own appearance? Thinking of this, Qin Yang remembered the swordsmanship taught to her at Duanfeng Mountain before, and gradually came up with some ideas. Yes. It is indeed possible. My appearance has changed the future. After all, to a certain extent, teaching swordsmanship to Li Zixuan is equivalent to another form of interfering with the future. Originally, Li Zixuan had her own path to swordsmanship, which was either difficult or straightforward. It all depends on her life and death. But things are different now. He accepted her as his disciple and forcefully intervened in her life, changing the original trajectory of her destiny. At this moment, the core swordsmanship used by Li Zixuan has also become a sword to open the sky, and it is no longer the swordsmanship originally destined. Could it be that the sword skills I passed on to her influenced her? Think of this. Qin Yang couldn't help but glance at Li Zixuan's table. All kinds of complex kendo true explanations are piled up in a mountain of books, which makes people almost breathless. Li Zixuan, frowning beautifully, is currently taking notes at her desk, trying to strengthen her understanding of kendo. Vaguely, we are falling into a difficult situation. Hey, what's so interesting about the tip of this bull's horn? After figuring out the whole story, Qin Yang shook his head and sighed, stroking the soft fur on Xiao Bai's head with his right hand, feeling quite helpless. What to do next? In the future, we have to get system rewards from Li Zixuan. If she goes too far and something happens, then wouldn't my status as a cheap master be gone? How many more opportunities will you have to interact with the Empress in the future? Without the opportunity for interaction, how can we still get rewards from the dog hunting system? No, I have to find a way to enlighten this girl. Qin Yang looked at Li Zixuan and thought so. Helping Li Zixuan this time is equivalent to helping myself. Must keep her big tree that can collect rewards. Furthermore, if you take the time to interact with her, you may be able to discover some new system rewards. No matter what you think, you are not at a loss. With a little effort, you can complete this win-win strategy. Old Qin, why are you still staring at others? At this time, Xia He on the side poked Qin Yang on the shoulder and reminded in a low voice, "This is very rude, don't look at it, it will be bad if you make her angry later." As he spoke, Xia He threw a book over and said, "If you want to read it, at least do like me and cover it up before reading." As his voice fell, Li Zixuan, who was reading in the distance, seemed to feel something. She raised her head following the sound, turned her beautiful eyes lightly, and saw the direction of Qin Yang, and felt increasingly annoyed. It's these two people again. She turned her attention to Qin Yang, and she still had some memories of him. Li Zixuan still vividly remembers the last conversation she had in the library. In addition, Qin Yang was handsome, so she was quite impressed by him. But inexplicably, now Li Zixuan looked at the two of them and suddenly became a little irritable. No matter how you look at it, it feels very unpleasant. You can't just focus on your cultivation when you're just doing nothing but talking about other people every day. If the star beast comes, how long can one survive with such low strength? Are all the human races I am determined to protect like this? Several delusional thoughts suddenly appeared in Li Zixuan's mind, impacting her mental state. Boom! Cracks suddenly appeared in the perfected sword heart. Countless disturbing thoughts came to mind, and the heart roared, and the anger spread throughout the body. The journey of cultivation is inherently difficult. Heaven and are just a thought away. Li Zixuan held the pen and was very agitated. Suddenly, an inaudible spiritual power spread, moisturizing her body and mind, like spring rain falling, moistening things silently, and easily dispelling her delusions. Li Zixuan was about to get angry, but suddenly she realized something was wrong with her. Strange, what's wrong with me? In the past, no matter what others said about her, she would not be touched at all, but now she is angry because of too little administrators. I shouldn't be like this. Is it because you've been looking at it for too long? Thinking of this, Li Zixuan frowned and glanced at Qin Yang and Xia He, then stood up from her seat, picked up her shoulder bag, neatly put away the books on the table, and walked out of the library to get some fresh air. Xia He looked at her leaving figure and sighed to Qin Yang beside him. Look, Lao Qin, what did I say? Now I'm really angry. Qin Yang did not answer when he heard this, but just stared at Li Zixuan's back silently, his eyes flickering. Evening. Migratory birds are returning to their nests, and there is a constant flow of vehicles on the roads. Outside the suburbs, Li Zixuan slowly got out of the taxi and entered Duanfeng Mountain alone, ready to begin to comprehend the meaning of the sword. She was walking alone among the rugged mountain roads, wearing light sports casual clothes. Now my mind is in a state of confusion, and it is difficult to find peace no matter where I am in the city. Only when you walk into Duanfeng Mountain and feel the sword intention left by the teacher can you regain the moment of relaxation. Teacher, when can you come and see me? Li Zixuan climbed over a huge rock and came to the break of Duanfeng Mountain, her thoughts flying wildly. The bright moon hung high above her head, alone and looking very helpless. However, at this moment, disciple. A familiar voice suddenly sounded, like a bell ringing, coming from behind her. Li Zixuan was immediately excited when she heard the voice, and suddenly looked back. Teacher, you have finally come to meet my disciple. Under the moonlight, the pine forest undulated with the sound of wind. Qin Yang stands in the center of the mountain peak, with the roaring forest behind him. As he appeared, the sword intent on Duanfeng Mountain seemed to have spirituality, circling around him, completely natural. Teacher. Li Zixuan raised her hand to cover her small mouth, her pupils trembling slightly, unable to believe the scene in front of her. He is really a teacher. The person you have been waiting for all night finally appears in front of you. For a moment, Li Zixuan was at a loss and quickly tightened her clothes. But he still couldn't hide his excitement, and his hands couldn't help trembling slightly. Calm down, disciple. Qin Yang saw Li Zixuan's expression of excitement and his chest rising and falling violently, so he slowly said. Your Taoist mentality is unstable now. This is not like the state when I took you in. The voice fell. One word wakes up the dreamer. The teacher is so awesome, he can see what's wrong with me right away. Li Zixuan raised her hand to hold the hair beside her ear and said softly, there have been too many things happening around me recently, and my mentality is indeed a bit unstable. Is it just an unstable state of mind? Qin Yang took a step forward and crossed several meters across the void in an instant. He came to Li Zixuan's side and said with a solemn expression. Do you know how dangerous your current situation is, disciple? There is an abyss ahead. If you continue to go forward, you are afraid that you will go crazy and fall into a situation that will never be recovered. What? Hearing this, Li Zixuan's pretty face turned pale with fright. She quickly raised her hands and asked, please give me some advice, teacher. Don't be impatient, disciple. Qin Yang released his mental power to calm Li Zixuan's heart, and said with a calm smile. I'm here to meet you, of course, because of you. Come and talk to me, what troubles have you encountered recently? As his gentle words fell, there seemed to be an indescribable force. In an instant, Li Zixuan calmed down. Teacher, I will have to compete with the disciples of the Sword Master in a few days. Li Zixuan said aggrievedly and recounted what she had experienced these days. With a hint of crying. Everyone is looking forward to my appearance. This game is of great significance. It is related to the reputation of the entire Jianghai city. I must not lose. The pressure is really great, teacher. When the last word is spoken. Her eyes were already covered with mist, and her voice was sobbing. Like a child who has been wronged. Too many grievances have accumulated in my heart, waiting to explode. Before, when there was no one around, she could stand up alone and pretend to be strong. But at this moment, the person who talks has appeared. All the accumulated negative emotions exploded in an instant, like a tsunami and landslide, drowning her in an instant. Under the moonlight, Li Zixuan's shoulders twitched. Tears flowed down from the face to the ground unsatisfactorily, and the pear blossoms were covered with rain. Qin Yang was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Why are you crying? I just asked one sentence. The lethality is actually so great. Qin Yang looked at Li Zixuan who was sobbing and stretched out his hand to comfort him, but after thinking about it, he finally stopped. Sometimes crying is a good way to vent. The so-called thousands of words are not worth the joy of crying. Qin Yang patiently waited for Li Zixuan to vent his emotions, with a calm expression on his face and understanding in his heart. Sometimes a person's collapse may occur in an instant. The moonlight was quiet, and Li Zixuan's cries gradually faded away, disappearing along with the wind blowing in the valley. A moment later. She finally calmed down her emotions, wiped the tears from her face and said, I'm sorry, teacher, No need to say more, my disciple, you are under a lot of pressure, I understand. Life is not easy. Qin Yang said slowly, and then added, but in the future, if you are wronged, you don't have to be afraid of anyone. Since I am here as a teacher, I will definitely protect you for the rest of your life. This world is so big, you were born free. Hearing this, Li Zixuan's hand wiping away tears froze slightly. The tears suddenly stopped, and the hands stopped shaking. Qin Yang observed that her mood had stabilized and he breathed a sigh of relief. If Li Zixuan continues to cry like this, she doesn't know what to do. Now I have to stabilize her state and avoid the danger of going crazy. Thinking of this, Qin Yang understood. He raised his hand to pick up a dark round stone, concentrated his sword intent on his fingertips, and carved on the surface of the gravel. After listening to your words just now, I have roughly understood that in the final analysis, it is still the word, quiet. My master is living in seclusion in the world now and has nothing outside me. I can only give you this gravel as a carrier to help you understand. As soon as the words fell, the stone fragments just fell away. A steady and powerful word, Jing, suddenly appears on the surface of the stone, exuding a stream of majestic spiritual power, spreading to the surroundings like water. Li Zixuan reached out and took the engraved stone, and immediately felt calm inside. The worries of the past are gone, greed, delusion, and anger disappear, as if you have entered a state of meditation, without being alarmed or disturbed. Take this stone disciple back with you and understand the mystery on your own, and you will definitely gain something. Qin Yang said softly, checking Li Zixuan's mental state by the way. Gujing Wubwa is completely different from before. Seeing this, Qin Yang immediately felt relieved. This stone given by me has condensed powerful spiritual power. Any creature that comes close can obtain eternal tranquility. Moreover, coupled with the sword intent used in carving, it is exactly the swordsmanship understanding that Li Zixuan needs now. A combination of the two. It was enough for her to get through the difficulties. Thank you, teacher. Li Zixuan looked at the stone in her hand, treating it like a treasure, and put it away carefully. Now that your heart has been healed, it's time to leave as a teacher. Qin Yang said calmly, and was about to launch the 7 stars traveling dragon step. But at this moment, Li Zixuan suddenly said, Teacher, wait a minute, there is one more thing I need to tell you. What's the matter? Qin Yang stopped. Teacher, this is a very important matter. We have just learned that the grassland swordsman at the peak of his master's level is coming to Jianghai City recently, and his goal this time. It's you, teacher. Li Zixuan looked straight at Qin Yang, her brows full of worry. Hearing this, Qin Yang looked calm, but he was stunned for a moment. Prairie Sword Master. Who is this? It seems that I haven't offended him, right? Why do you challenge me when you have nothing to do? Li Zixuan, who was opposite, saw Qin Yang's calm face and thought he didn't care, so she couldn't help but feel longing for him. As expected of being a teacher. Hearing that the sword master at the peak of his master's status actually didn't change his expression. Is it true that as senior brother Lin said, the teacher has reached a state above that of a master? However, Qin Yang didn't know what she was thinking at this moment, and he was even less sure whether he was a match for the peak master. But it's not a big problem. It doesn't matter. As long as you don't show up, no matter how powerful you are as a prairie sword master, what can you do to me? And again. Are there any benefits to this challenge? Why should you accept it if it's no good? Thinking of this, Qin Yang suddenly felt bored, told Li Zixuan a few words about his cultivation experience, and then left. Under the moonlight, Li Zixuan looked at Qin Yang's retreating back with firm eyes. Teacher, don't worry, I will not disappoint you. The next day, early in the morning. Ningchuan City, Ningchuan Martial Arts Academy, Yanwu Plaza. You lost. A sharp shout was heard, echoing in the sky above the martial arts stage. I saw a young man with a naked upper body standing in the center, his muscles bulging, his long black hair dancing in the wind, and a wild and fierce aura enveloped the entire place. At his feet, there was a handsome man wearing a white training uniform, spitting blood from his mouth, and his life was almost in danger. The teachers and students in the audience were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene and felt unbelievable about the situation in front of them. Even senior brother has been defeated, and we have no one left to fight. Have you seen it? The disciple of the prairie sword master only fired one sword. What a monster! Such a terrifying monster appeared over the grassland. It's too scary. Everyone looked at the sturdy young man, with deep fear in their eyes. Standing on the field at this moment is the disciple of the sword master from the grassland. He Yanjian. The other person who fell at his feet was the senior brother of Ningchuan Martial Arts Academy and the #1 genius in the entire Ningchuan city. The competition just now was witnessed by everyone. Hu Yanjian easily killed the senior brother's attack with just one sword strike. It's hard to imagine how big the gap in strength must be. In an instant, the world is quiet. Everyone looked at Hu Yanjian, and the original hatred in their eyes had turned into awe and deep fear. It's really too strong. This world is based on strength. There is no doubt that Hu Yanjian at this moment can easily defeat the younger generation in Ningchuan City. Even the teachers from Ningchuan Martial Arts Academy are not necessarily his opponents. Under such a gap, everyone's impression of him is only deep fear and fear. Feeling the looks from those people, Hu Yanjian looked calm and walked outside the academy alone. The people in front gave way to him. At this moment, no one in Ningchuan Martial Arts Academy can make Hu Yanjian take action. This challenging event has also come to an end. Hu Yanjian left Ningchuan Martial Arts Academy and walked swaggeringly on the street, heading towards his and his master's hotel. Along the way, many passers-by looked sideways, attracted by his rough and sturdy appearance. However, Hu Yanjian didn't care about the looks of these people. He just thought about the battle just now and felt a little disappointed in his heart. Too weak. Are all students in urban areas at this level? Hu Yanjian thought secretly. He once fought the Elephant King with his bare hands on the grassland. He has experienced being on the verge of life and death in the beast tide for many years, and his strength has long been far superior to that of his peers in the grassland. In order to find a stronger opponent, I decided to follow the master out of the grassland. In Hu Yanjian's original vision, he should be able to have a hearty battle. The result is surprising. The students in the urban area are pampered and well off, and compared with the ferocious star beasts in the grassland, it can be said that there is a huge difference. Hu Yanjian easily crushed everyone along the way, defeating all the prodigies in major urban areas without any effort. With such a weak strength, it's time to wake up. But it's no wonder, the teachers in the academy can't even reach the innate realm, how can they possibly teach talents? Thinking about it, Hu Yanjian walked hurriedly on the road and soon arrived at the hotel where he and his teacher lived. The hotel is located in the bustling city center. It is luxurious and dignified. It is the top hotel in Ningchuan City. One night's stay can be worth an average person's month's salary. But now, the Ningchuan municipal government paid for it and provided it to the master and apprentice for free. And this is the privilege brought by strength. Hu Yanjian walked into the hotel, followed the elevator to the top floor, walked through the luxurious corridor, and soon came to the door of the room. Master, I'm back. He walked into the room swaggeringly and immediately saw the master standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Wearing a silver mouse fur coat, he has a dark face. The strong wind on the grassland has left furrows and wrinkles on his face. The wind and sun have made his appearance extremely weathered, like a herdsman who has worked hard for a long time. And this is the prairie swordsman himself. Yu Wenxuan. Why are you back so early today? Yu Wenxuan asked calmly, looking down at the neon scenery below with his hands behind his back. It's boring, master, the people in this city are not good, there is no one who can fight. Hu Yanjian shook his head, found a soft sofa, lay lazily on it and said, Teacher, where should we go next? Jianghai City. Yuan Xiandao. Jianghai City. When Hu Yanjian heard this, he sat up from the bed with excitement on his face. Are you going for Jianghai Sword God? Jianghai Sword God is widely circulated on the internet these days. It is well known among the younger generation and has a very high status. Even Hu Yanjian watched the video of the 1,000 miles flying sword 100 times. The only regret he had was that he didn't seem to hear any rumors about the sword god's apprentice. Otherwise, according to his temperament, he will definitely come to visit. At this moment, after hearing his master say that he wanted to challenge the sword god, he was even more excited. Master, I watched the video on the internet. The sword seems to be very powerful. He can kill enemies with a sword from thousands of miles away. Hu Yanjian said excitedly. Yes, it is precisely because of this that I decided to meet the Jianghai sword god to see what he is capable of. Yu Wenxuan's eyes flickered, a ray of sharpness burst out from the depths of his eyes, and a cold murderous intent instantly enveloped the entire room. I want to see how many of my swords he can take. Time flies. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. In the library, the pace of life gradually slowed down. Qin Yang clocked into work as usual, and occasionally took time to read 2 books on the second floor, enjoying his leisure time. Today is the time. Qin Yang counted the time. In the past few days, relying on Xiao Bai's illusion skills, he had peeked at a lot of books on the second floor. Now that he has accumulated a lot of swordsmanship, he has reached the opportunity for promotion. TSK, I don't think I've seen much. Qin Yang thought for a moment and seemed to have just memorized all the kendo and martial arts on the second floor. How can this scholar's matter be called stealing? Thinking of this, Qin Yang smiled lightly, closed his eyes, and sank into the enlightenment space in his mind. Only seeing countless characters surging in the sea of knowledge, the main thing is to swim in the ocean of knowledge. Martial arts space, give me fusion. Deduction, one sword opens the gate of heaven. Following his order. Boom. At the next moment, all the characters flipped over, as if they were being pulled by some kind of force, and they all penetrated into Qin Yang's understanding of a sword opening the heavenly gate. Thousands of swords unite into one, integrating hundreds of schools of thought. After a moment, Qin Yang slowly opened his eyes, and the sword intent deep in his eyes was surging like a storm. The realm of opening the heavenly gate with one sword, enhanced by many innate swordsmanship techniques, directly jumps to the master level. In the corner, Qin Yang felt the sword's intention in his mind and felt relieved. At this moment, one sword opens the gate of heaven and reaches the master level, which brings great benefits. Not only did he deepen his understanding of the meaning of the sword, but he also strengthened his understanding of the way of the sword. Now the sword intent in the body is superimposed layer by layer. It has already reached an incredible point. Everything in the world can be turned into a sword, rainwater, wooden sticks, flying leaves. As long as you think about it, you can use your bare hands to open the heavenly gate with a sword. The power is not even inferior to the time when I tried Sword Broken Peak. Not bad. Thinking of this, Qin Yang was so satisfied that he even became more energetic in fishing. He whistled and leisurely put the books on the cart back on the bookshelf. After all, the reason why I have reached my current level is inseparable from the library in the city center. If anyone dares to take action against this library in the future, don't blame yourself for protecting your own shortcomings. So, the time in the morning flew by and passed quietly like this. Qin Yang went to the employee canteen, picked up the dinner plate and went to the canteen, had 2 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish, and found a place to eat alone. But as I was eating, I suddenly felt that my ears were clean. It seems like something is missing. Strange, where is that boy Xia? Qin Yang was stunned for a moment, remembering that he didn't even see his shadow today. This wealthy businessman usually drives a luxury car to work, so he shouldn't be late for his commute. I didn't expect that I would have to take a day off. Unconsciously, a whole day passed quietly. Qin Yang waited for Xia He for a whole day but didn't see him coming to work. Until noon the next day. Xia Hutsai arrived late and appeared in the library with a bored look on his face. When Qin Yang saw this, he felt a little curious. He took advantage of the break and asked him, "Why didn't you come yesterday? Were you arrested in by Jin Han again?" "Harm, Lao Qin, don't mention it." Xia He sighed and said, "I encountered an unlucky thing and I'm really annoyed." "Oh. Is there anything unhappy?" Qin Yang smiled and joked, "Say it to make my brother happy." "Hey, you may not believe it, what happened to me yesterday was very strange." Xia He took a deep breath, calmed down the ups and downs of his emotions, and whispered, "When I came to work yesterday, I was driving well, but I almost ended up rear-ended at the intersection." "Car accident?" Qin Yang was stunned for a moment. "Aren't you an experienced driver? How can you drive so carelessly?" "The evil door is right here, Lao Qin." Xia He took out a cigarette, lit it with a lighter and blew out smoke rings. "I was driving my car across the aisle at the time, but the driver in front of me suddenly stopped due to some sudden wind. Fortunately, I braked in time so I didn't hit him." "Didn't you hit me?" Qin Yang asked confused. "Don't worry, Lao Qin, listen to me." Xia He recalled the scene at that time, and his hands shook violently. "After that, the driver of the car in front kept moving, as if he was stuck on me, so I got out of the car and went to argue. Guess what the result was? That man didn't respond, not even a heartbeat. He just died out of nowhere. What a hell. I obviously haven't hit him yet. It's a bit scary." Hearing this, Qin Yang took a breath and felt a little creepy. This is too weird. Why did the driver die before the car crashed? Is it possible? Can a dead person still drive? Hey, you can probably guess what happens next, Lao Qin. Xia, he sighed, the traffic police came and arrested me on the spot and escorted me to Superintendent Xingwu for detention. Fortunately, my driving recorder was on, otherwise, at this time, I would have been paid for by the state. Tisk, that's quite evil. Qin Yang was thinking about Xia He, but he didn't expect that it had a good background, and it wasn't just ordinary bad luck. Damn it, I'll never take that road again. Xia He said angrily. After taking the last puff of his cigarette, he crushed it and threw it into the trash can. You should also pay attention to safety in the future, Lao Qin. That intersection is not clean. It is near the road to your home. Does this happen often? Qin Yang asked in confusion. It's not as simple as often, it's bound to happen, Lao Qin. Xia He came closer, bowed his head and whispered, I heard from Superintendent Xingwu yesterday that this is not the first time this has happened, but it happens every month. But the problem is that the superintendent spent a long time investigating and couldn't find out the reason, so he had to give up in the end. Superintendent Xingwu can't find out. Hearing this, Qin Yang's heart moved and he remembered the last blood demon incident. Most of the things that Superintendent Xingwu couldn't find out with great effort are hidden dangers. Although I usually take care of myself a little, now that there is an unknown danger, I naturally have the need to check it out. Wouldn't it be better if we could nip that danger in the bud? When you get off work, you can drop by and have a look. Thinking of this, Qin Yang secretly made up his mind, and then he and Xia He stopped fishing and continued working. The time in the library passed quickly. As evening approaches, soft music plays in the museum, and everyone in the museum disperses, one after another walking out of the door. Qin Yang also followed the flow of people and walked outside the museum. But he was not in a hurry to go home. Instead, he went to the nearby vegetable market first. After a lot of picking and choosing, Qin Yang conveniently bought some mutton, minced green onions, vermicelli, sugared garlic and some potatoes, and planned to let the novice at home make mutton steamed buns to replenish his appetite. Xiao Bai's good cooking skills can't be wasted. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Yang walked home with satisfaction. Originally, this journey near the outskirts of the city was very long, but with the shortening of Qixingyolongbu, it only takes a few minutes to reach it. It doesn't take a while. Qin Yang came to the side of the road and soon saw the intersection that Xia He mentioned. There are only a few vehicles and the traffic lights are flashing alternately. The remote and deserted intersection under the cold moonlight adds a bit of spooky atmosphere. TSK, the ground is full of soul rings. Qin Yang looked at the environment, carrying the bag containing vegetables, and felt a chill on his back. He looked around with his naked eyes. I don't see what's wrong. So he directly released his mental power to investigate. The powerful mental power was centered on him in an instant, and spread quickly around him, encompassing all the surroundings. At this time, a cold mechanical sound suddenly sounded in my ears. The aura of the Emperor-level star beast soul-eating insect was detected. When Qin Yang heard this, he was suddenly shocked. He quickly increased his mental energy to search, and finally found a small transparent insect next to an old tree on the roadside. Soon, the corresponding system panel popped up in front of you. Soul-eating insect, contains the bloodline of the ancient soul-eating demonic insect. State, Emperor level. Innate ability, formless soul body, swallowing souls. Character, lethargy. The cold moonlight fell, and the birch bark was old and mottled, full of ravines. A transparent insect clings to its surface, as if it were integrated with the birch trees on the roadside. There is not even a fluctuation in star power. Qin Yang observed it closely for a moment, feeling very magical in his heart. What kind of bad behavior? This soul-eating insect has no martial virtues and hides under the birch tree every day to play sneak attacks. If you only rely on naked eyes to observe, you will not be able to find its whereabouts at all. You can only use your mental power to detect it. No wonder Superintendent Xingwu couldn't find it after searching for a long time. Qin Yang suddenly understood and carefully observed the movements of the soul-eating insect. The key now is to understand the characteristics of this insect. Sir, let me give you a sword spirit first. Qin Yang took 2 steps back, preparing to run away at any time with the 7-star wandering dragon step. Then he raised his and concentrated his sword energy to strike at the insect body. A ray of sharp sword energy picked up the fingertips and instantly hit the soul-eating insect's body. However, the next scene made Qin Yang stunned. I saw that the sword energy hit the soul-eating insect's body without causing any damage. It just passed through its body, like an iron stick piercing jelly and hitting the birch bark underneath. Attack is invalid. Seeing this, Qin Yang thought, what a good guy. Still immune to physical attacks. How can I fight with such a perverted damage-free buff? Look at the star power attack. Qin Yang raised his hand to condense the true energy in his body, seducing the sky to form majestic star power, which once again covered the surface of the tree bark. But the result? Still useless. The surging star power rolled and swayed on the bark of the tree, swimming repeatedly several times, but it could not locate the soul-eating insect. It's like. It does not belong to this world, but is a low-dimensional projection of some high-level existence. It seems that we have encountered a tough situation today. Qin Yang frowned slightly. Currently, both methods are ineffective, and only the mental attack has not been tried. Thinking of this, Qin Yang no longer hesitated and focused his attention on the soul-eating insect. Boom! The terrifying mental power descended around the insect body, and then suddenly shrank, pouring all the pressure into its body, with the momentum increasing from small to large. The soft spring rain turned into a violent storm, as if countless fine steel needles were piercing it. Next moment. The body of the soul-eating insect trembled slightly, finally reacting to these attacks, and curled up into a ball. Efficient. After seeing the insect's reaction, Qin Yang felt happy. It turned out that the little thing was afraid of a mental attack. Under the fierce mental attack, the soul-eating insect curled up and twisted on the surface of the bark, suffering excruciating pain, and immediately woke up from its slumber. But it was just at this time. Suddenly, Qin Yang felt a heartbreaking pain in his mind. All spiritual power is being stripped out of the body, as if falling into the abyss of a black hole, and begins to flow rapidly. Not good. Feeling the situation inside his body, Qin Yang was immediately shocked. This little bug can also swallow spiritual power. At this critical moment, the system's prompt tone suddenly sounded. Risk warning, the host's mental power is decreasing sharply, please flee the scene immediately. If you keep this state any longer, there is a chance that you will turn into an idiot in 10 seconds. System warnings rang in my ears repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang made an immediate decision, stopped his mental attack, and directly cut off the connection with the soul-eating insect. In an instant, the severe pain in my head dissipated. The next moment, the soul-eating insect on the bark also changed, becoming more transparent and sinking directly under the bark, disappearing under Qin Yang's eyes in an instant. When Qin Yang saw this scene, he suddenly couldn't laugh or cry. This guy is too cowardly. At this moment, there is silence around the birch tree, and the breath of the soul-eating insect can no longer be found. It's boring, just run away. Qin Yang checked and saw that the soul-eating insect had really disappeared, then he turned around and left with the vegetable bag. I'm not in a hurry anyway. This soul-eating insect escaped from the first grade of junior high school, could it still reach the 15th grade? Now it has developed a habit of devouring souls, and it has long become an irresistible physiological instinct. It is estimated that it will not be long before it comes out to do evil again because of hunger. During this period of time, all I have to do is pay more attention to this matter, wait and see what happens, and take the time to come and take a look after work. It must be found again. As for now, I haven't done anything yet, let's go home first. At the same time, Li Zixuan's home. Snow-white curtains fluttered in the wind, and soft moonlight filtered through the glass windows. Li Zixuan was sitting cross-legged on the bed, her creamy skin looked like white jade in the moonlight, and her long and thick eyebrows were as peaceful and beautiful as narcissus under the moon. In front of her, there is a dark and inconspicuous stone placed next to it. The surface of the stone is engraved with the word static, which is exquisite but not workmanlike. Wisps of mental power escape from the lines, calming the mind easily. The token given by the teacher is really powerful, and my thinking has become much clearer. Li Zixuan felt the spiritual power, and after sinking her thoughts into it, her whole body felt soft and relaxed. With the help of this stone, her mind became clear. The mind is relieved and no longer has any worries. It is like escaping into the state of enlightenment in the Buddhist scriptures, and all 3,000 worries are gone. In an instant, all false thoughts are eliminated, and the true self can be seen. Li Zixuan closed her eyes and concentrated, her chest rose and fell slightly and she began to breathe evenly, exhaling like blue. Time passes slowly, like clear water flowing by. Then, she slowly opened her eyes, and her body underwent new changes. At this moment, the true essence is flowing slowly in her meridians, and the star power is contained in it, creating a wider path of the galaxy than before. Huh? Li Zixuan felt the condition of her body and was surprised, then a flash of surprise flashed across her pretty face. The 9th level of the day after tomorrow? I actually broke through. It's that simple. Li Zixuan was in disbelief. She couldn't believe the facts in front of her, but the flow of true energy in her body couldn't be faked. The true energy is flowing, and the star power is majestic, hundreds of times stronger than his previous state. This is the state of the 9th level of the day after tomorrow. Have you made a breakthrough just by sitting down? No, that's not right, it's all thanks to the master who helped me. Li Zixuan raised her eyes and looked gratefully at the Jingguan stone in front of her, feeling even more enchanted. The immortal strokes the top, and the hair grows long. A stone given by the teacher can help me achieve enlightenment and jump to the 9th level of the day after tomorrow. Then how great a height has his true realm reached? Can I really keep up with my teacher? Thinking of this, Li Zixuan's beautiful eyes flashed with determination, and she continued to close her eyes, realizing the sword meaning of the inscription. Now with the help of this stone tablet, her understanding of how to open the heavenly gate with one sword became more and more profound. If you continue at this speed, it won't be long before you can practice opening the sky gate with one sword to the level of Deshang. The next day, early morning. The sky is dim and the white mist is thick. Jianghai Martial Arts Academy. The morning is cool and refreshing, and the students who have arrived early in the morning are walking on campus, shuttling between the teaching buildings, full of youthful vitality. And on the top floor of the Tungfei building, the tallest building, Li Laofu stood in front of the window, overlooking the panoramic view of the campus, his face as solemn as water. In the past few days, things have been going on at the Ningchuan Martial Arts Academy next door. The news spread across the country that Hu Yanjian, one man and one sword, challenged the entire Ningchuan College alone. Now netizens across the country are paying attention to his next trip. Next, it's our Jianghai College's turn. Lao Li sighed, slowly lowered his head, and looked at the mobile phone in his hand. At this moment, on the mobile phone, the video of Hu Yanjian challenging Ningchuan University is playing. Drag along with the progress bar. The figure of Hu Yanjian appeared on the screen. His upper body was naked and tied, exposing his tendons with explosive lines, his back muscles were clearly defined, and his beard was shaggy, like a ghost from the underworld. He held a thick wooden stick in his right hand, which he used as a sword. Challenged the entire Ningchuan University in this way. At his feet was the #1 genius in Ningchuan, vomiting blood and no longer as high-spirited as before. They once faced each other with swords, using their own swordsmanship to fight each other's sword intent. But in just an instant, the genius from Ningchuan Academy flew backwards, and Hu Yanjian easily won the battle with a crushing attitude. This is the horror of Hu Yan's sword. With just a wooden stick, he single-handedly shattered the face of the entire Ningchuan Academy. It's a pity that the genius of Ningchuan University is destined to stop here. Mr. Li looked at the video and shook his head regretfully. As someone who has experienced this, he knows the importance of this battle very well. If a star warrior chooses to practice swordsmanship, he must first cultivate his heart. After the heart is right, only can you control the sword in your hands. However, the Ningchuan genius in the video turned ashen after being suppressed, and there was no firm look on his face. This is the broken heart of the sword. The path to cultivation in the future will definitely be blocked. Look at the other side. Hu Yanjian is calm and composed, with thunder in his chest and a face as flat as a lake. This is in sharp contrast to the Ningchuan genius in front of him, which shows that his talent is extraordinary. No wonder this kid can defeat so many geniuses. Mr. Li looked at Hu Yanjian in the video and couldn't help but be amazed. Today's Hu Yan's sword is very dangerous. Not only is his strength far superior to that of his peers, but his character is also superior to that of his peers. Moreover, coupled with the teachings of the Prairie Sword Master, his future is limitless, and it is only a matter of time before he sets foot in the Master Realm. Can our Jianghai College really be able to accept his challenge? Thinking of this, Mr. Li felt a little heavier in his heart. This challenge is related to the reputation of the entire Jianghai Martial Arts Academy. We must find ways to win without making any mistakes. But after seeing Hu Yanjian's battle video, he couldn't help but worry about its future. At this time, crunch. The door of the office was suddenly pushed open. Teacher, I have already made the tea you asked for. Li Zixuan walked into the room quietly holding the teacup, came to the desk and said, I'll leave it here for you. You can use it as you please. The strong aroma of tea floats in the room. Mr. Li smelled the fragrance of tea, his eyebrows slowly stretched, and he looked at Li Zishuan with soft eyes. Xian, how have you been practicing these days? Is there anything you don't understand that you need help with? Soon, she will be on the martial arts stage. You must do your best to help. It's okay, teacher, don't worry, I practice every day. Li Zishuan looked at Mr. Li and saw that his face was heavy, so she couldn't help but ask, Teacher, are you still thinking about the Hu Yanjian thing? Mr. Li nodded slightly, looked at Li Zishuan and said worriedly, actually, in the final analysis, I am still worried about you as a teacher. Worry about me? Li Zishuan was confused. Xian, I only have you as my disciple, and I know that you have always been high-minded. Mr. Li sighed and said, but the Huyan sword this time is not an ordinary person. I am worried that if you lose this time, the sword's heart may be damaged. The voice fell. The scene was silent for a few seconds. After Li Zishuan learned what Mr. Li had thought, she smiled and said calmly, I thought it was something, but it turned out to be just this. Hearing this, Mr. Li was surprised and said, aren't you afraid of the Huyan sword? Not afraid. Li Zishuan's heart was still, and she said slowly, Teacher, have you forgotten what you taught me before? As a swordsman, you should rather break than bend, and have a fearless heart. The road to martial arts is already full of thorns, and most people would be afraid to do so. But since I choose to prove the way with the sword, I will just move forward without retreating. The calm words revealed Li Zishuan's firm determination. No matter whether there are towering mountains or vast ocean ahead, she can only move forward without giving in at all. As the words fell, the fighting spirit in Li Zishuan's heart burned, causing the sword intent to open the Tianmen to escape. Boom! In an instant, an extremely sharp sword swept through the office, roaring like a violent wind. Perceiving this momentum, Mr. Li's pupils shrank suddenly and he was extremely shocked. This girl. When did you have such determination? Haven't seen you for a few days. Lao Li found that he was becoming more and more unfamiliar with this disciple. It seems as if Li Zishuan is undergoing a new transformation every day. In the office, Mr. Li was silent for a moment, looked at Li Zishuan again, clasped his hands and said happily. Okay, that's well said. You have really grown up, Xian. If you have such a kind of character, I will feel relieved. Teacher, don't worry, I will do my best in this competition, and those who block my way. Li Zishuan looked at the morning light outside the window and smiled. They will definitely be defeated. At the same time, in the library, Qin Yang was fishing on the second floor, while Xiaobai turned into a little with animal ears, running and jumping freely among the bookshelves. TSK, this little fox can really jump. Qin Yang looked at her cheerful look and didn't bother to pay attention to it. Instead, he continued to search for books in the bookshelf. Turn it over and over again and search carefully. He found a total of 2 books on the secret techniques of mental attack. One of the copies is still incomplete. And these are all the spiritual and mystical books on the entire second floor. To know psychological training is very difficult, and few people in Jianghai City can successfully cultivate it to become famous. In addition, it is extremely difficult to collect these books. So the library simply didn't bother to include it, so it just used 2 books as a showpiece and ended the matter hastily. Forget it, I can make do with 2 books. Qin Yang secretly thought to himself, if it wasn't to capture the soul-eating insect, why would he go to such trouble to find the book? Thinking of this, he directly opened the enlightenment space. Start to fuse the 2 spiritual secret arts. The characters surged, turning into the supreme understanding of spiritual power, and poured into Qin Yang's mind. The mental attribute is soft, similar to the flow of water, moistening things silently. It is the foundation of thousands of living beings. With this thought, Qin Yang concentrated his mental power and imitated the sword intention, directly turning it into an extremely sharp, water sword. The sword cuts the soul and kills the consciousness. After a moment, this new secret technique of soul-slaying sword took shape in Qin Yang's mind. In the martial arts space, Qin Yang is perfecting the details of the soul-slaying sword. The preliminary prototype was quickly completed. This skill called soul-slaying sword is exactly as the name suggests. Essentially, it is a sword condensed with spiritual power, and it also carries Qin Yang's sword intent, which is extremely sharp. Qin Yang can turn his spiritual power into a 3-foot-long sword and easily kill the souls of living things. Sword of the Soul. Qin Yang felt the memory in his mind and felt very satisfied. Now that we have the soul-cutting sword, he has made up for another shortcoming in the field of cultivation. The next time you encounter a soul-eating insect attack, you won't be as passive as before. Yes, it's time to go back to work. Qin Yang yawned, took out his mobile phone and checked the time, waved to Xiao Bai in the distance and said, "Come back, Xiao Bai." "Oh, here we come, master." Hearing the sound, Xiao Bai quickly stopped playing and trotted towards Qin Yang through the gap between the bookshelves with his bare feet. Tapping her toes lightly on the ground, her petite figure shuddered and transformed back into her true body as a white fox. She easily climbed onto Qin Yang's shoulder and settled on her. Then, one person and one fox left leisurely. After going down to the second floor, Qin Yang returned to the lending area where he was responsible, pushing the trolley from before and continuing his daily routine of numbering books and putting them on the shelves. But at this moment, a rustling sound suddenly appeared in Qin Yang's mental realm. That was the sound coming from insects crawling across the ground, coming from the nearby wall. In the continuously moving conveyor belt, the faint sound of tiny tentacles touching could be heard. Cockroach. Qin Yang was stunned for a moment. Hurriedly put down the book in his hand and used his mental energy to sense the location of the cockroach. In an instant, spiritual power enveloped the entire library. 17 weak spiritual sources were quickly identified, all of which were pests from the wall. These cockroaches lurk behind rugged and complex walls, scurry between pipes all year round, and reproduce very quickly. From time to time, white and fine egg sheaths are laid, and medicine is of no use. It would be an understatement to say that he has become a spirit. The responsible stewards also had a headache. And it is hindered by the interference of the wall. Each time a capture is carried out, 1 or 2 will always be missed and a new nest will breed again. Isn't this all tutu? Do you want to stay for the new year? With this thought, Qin Yang no longer hesitated and released his mental power directly on the spot. The majestic mental power left the body, like water flooding a golden mountain, and quickly locked onto those cockroaches, not even sparing the unformed larvae in the egg sheaths. Subsequently, the soul-cutting sword was released without reservation, slashing towards the consciousness beacons of all cockroaches. Next moment, the mental power gathered on the cockroach's head condensed into shape instantly, turning into a sharp sword and falling down. Hum. Death comes silently. Hush, silence. This is a silent massacre of souls. The cockroaches that were still active all lay down on the ground. Although their bodies were still alive, they showed no signs of activity anymore, as if they had become puppets with broken strings. Then it became quiet behind the wall. It won't take long. These bodies lacking souls will achieve true death due to lack of nutritional supply. Okay, done. Seeing this, Qin Yang looked relieved. A dead insect is a good insect. The next time you encounter the soul-eating insect, you will definitely take it down. At dusk, Jianghai International Airport. Under the setting sun, a special plane for pickup and drop-off landed from the clouds. Finally, after decelerating and taxiing on the ground for a distance, it parked steadily at the remote aircraft stand. Click. The hatch opens and the gangway drops down. Yu Wenxuan and Hu Yanjian appeared at the boarding gate. We finally arrived in Jianghai City, teacher. Hu Yanjian breathed in the fresh air, stretched his brows, and saw the pickup truck coming not far away. The news of their arrival this time has already been notified by Ningchuan, and the Jianghai municipal government is sending people to pick them up. Being responsible for the food, clothing, housing and transportation of the master and apprentice throughout the whole process. After all, this challenge is of great importance. It is no longer just an ordinary challenge competition, but more about the official appearance. So at this moment, everyone in Jianghai City is on alert. Teacher, when are we going to find that Jianghai sword god? Hu Yanjian walked down the gangway slowly and asked Yu Wenxuan beside him. There's no rush, you should take a good rest first and regain your mental state. Yu Wenxuan smiled and the wrinkles on his face shrank together, like a rough old herdsman. At that time, I will personally take action and send you a challenge invitation from Jianghai Martial Arts Academy. Time flies by. Night. The gentle cool breeze flows through the street, and there is an endless stream of pedestrians on the road. Cars were speeding past the center of the road. Under the alternating traffic lights, their taillights turned into a brilliant stream of light. Here, master. Two well-dressed lovers stood on the roadside, waving to a taxi not far away to get closer. After the taxi stopped safely, the two of them opened the door and got in. "Where are you two going?" "Go to Dwanfeng Mountain, master." The girl put the brand name bag she was carrying next to the seat. "Okay, judging by the accent, you two are from other places, right?" The driver turned the steering wheel, turned the car into the lane, and asked casually. "Yes, master, we just got off the plane not long ago." The boy looked out the window and smiled. "When we left the airport just now, we met the prairie sword himself. He looked ordinary, just like an old farmer." "You young people still don't understand, all the masters look like this." With a smile, the driver shook his head and said, "In a few days, Jianghai City will be very lively. The Sword God's disciples challenged Jianghai Martial Arts Academy, TSK. It's interesting to think about it. This is what we are here for, master." The boy lowered his head and scrolled through his cell phone. "There is a huge commotion online right now, and the tickets to Jianghai City have long been sold out. We almost didn't even book this flight, so we had to spend more money to get it from scalpers." As he spoke, the green light at the intersection ahead turned on, and pedestrians on both sides stopped. The driver followed the direction and drove across the zebra crossing with a kick of the accelerator. He said in a daze, "I've been doing this for more than 10 years, and I haven't seen Jianghai City so lively for a long time. It's all thanks to Lord Sword God, who brought us this huge traffic." When the boy heard this, his eyes lit up and he said, "I can't help it. Jianghai Sword God is really handsome. It would be great if I could see him in person." As he spoke, he couldn't help but ask, "Master, have you seen the Jianghai Sword God himself?" "I." Just as the driver was about to answer, his face suddenly turned pale, as if he was suffering from great pain. The next second, his head fell heavily on the steering wheel. "Brother driver. Hey, wake up, we're about to hit you." Boom. With a loud bang, the vehicle rear-ended another heavy truck. The huge impact hit the couple and instantly caused them to faint. Suddenly, the road was in chaos. Traffic was jammed and horns were honking everywhere. At the same time, above the traffic lights, a transparent worm squirmed and crawled, overlooking everything from a high position, as if it was digesting something. According to the latest news, a major traffic accident occurred at the intersection of Tinyuan Road and Aai Road at about 7:53 in the evening. 2 people were killed and 1 was injured. The cause of the accident is still under investigation. Citizens passing by, please pay attention and choose other routes to avoid. The gloomy sky began to drizzle. The radio in the police car buzzed, broadcasting the latest traffic news. Dozens of Superintendent Xingwu's armed vehicles were speeding on the road, sirens blaring and engines roaring, flying through the continuous rain. It doesn't take a while. They arrived at the accident and surrounded the vehicle involved. "Everyone, search the surroundings, don't let go of any suspicious situations." The superintendent turned on the intercom and calmly directed the scene. He got out of the car and quickly came to the scene to check the situation. The situation at the scene was tragic. The car rear-ended a heavy truck. The driver who was in the driver's seat died on the spot. His head was penetrated by the intruding steel bar. The back of his head was stuck to the seat pillow, and his flesh and blood were blurred. At this time, the police officer in charge of the accident walked towards the commander, took out a work tablet, and began to report the work situation. "Sir, the deceased who appeared this time are similar to the situation at another intersection before. They all died of unknown reasons. Bring up the monitoring and show it to me." The commander frowned and looked at the driver's body, then took the tablet from the police officer and checked the surveillance video of the intersection. Only seen in the surveillance. The driver in the front seat was still talking and laughing at first, chatting with the passengers in the car, and the atmosphere was peaceful. But in the next second, the driver looked at the traffic light ahead, stepped on the accelerator, his face suddenly turned pale and stiff, and he fell down on the steering wheel. Such a sudden situation exceeded everyone's expectations. The vehicle that eventually lost control skidded until it hit a heavy-duty truck, making a terrifying sound of gold and iron colliding. "It's the same way of dying again." The commander stared at the surveillance video and felt very confused. A second ago, the driver was chatting with the passengers calmly. The next second, he died in the driver's seat. How in the world could something so outrageous happen? Moreover, this matter is full of weirdness. Situations like this happen every once in a while. Either in the suburbs or in the bustling city, the location changes constantly. The Commander Zeng teamed up with the library owner and Mr. Li to go to the scene of the car accident to track down Shuyuan. But no matter how hard I searched, I still found nothing. Thinking of this, the superintendent looked heavy. The last bloodthirsty leech incident is still fresh in our minds, and the safety of citizens is the top priority of Superintendent Xingwu. As the leader, he cannot sit still and wait for death. He must find ways to eliminate all dangers. Thinking of this, he returned the tablet to the police officer and asked, "Have the family members of the deceased been informed?" "Sir, we have informed them that they are still about 3 minutes away. Send some police officers to negotiate with them." The commander said solemnly, "We must pay attention to the condition of the deceased. If conditions permit, try to let the family members cremate the body." "Understood, sir." At the same time, on the other side. After coming home from get-off work, Qin Yang was lying on the bed, browsing the news on his mobile phone out of boredom. The sound of gurgling water came from the kitchen. Xiao Bai, wearing an apron, stood on a stool in front of the sink and was busy washing vegetables, casting resentful glances at Qin Yang from time to time. "Humph, I'm playing with my phone again." Xiao Bai looked at the dishes in the sink. Hao Bai's little hand used too much force and broke off a small rapeseed in an instant. So angry. Why can he play with his mobile phone every day? This fairy has to wash vegetables here. Unfair. That's not fair at all. Xiao Bai was indignant, splashing water on his green-white hands, with his 2 animal ears raised high, eavesdropping on Qin Yang's videos to relieve his boredom. The intersection of Tingyuan Road and Ai Road, a major traffic accident, has caused 2 deaths so far. After seeing this video, Qin Yang's eyes lit up and he sat up from the bed. Finally come. Qin Yang was so surprised that he stared at the screen and quickly wrote down the location of the accident. The soul-eating insects arrived faster than expected. After all, beasts are beasts. They can only live by primitive instincts and do not have enough sanity. After disturbing it yesterday, it immediately appeared in the city again today. It's time to try out the power of the newly created soul-slaying sword. Thinking of this, Qin Yang put down his cell phone, put on his slippers and walked quickly to the door. "Look at home, Xiao Bai, I'm going out." "Where to go, Lord?" Before Xiao Bai could finish asking, the door slammed shut, shutting her down. "You." Xiao Bai's pretty face flushed, her teeth clenched, and she raised her little fist and waved at the door hatefully, but when she thought that Qin Yang would come back later, she could only continue to wash the vegetables aggrievedly. No way. People under the eaves have to lower their heads. On the road, the rain is getting heavier. There was mist between the sky and the earth, and blood stains washed away along the rainwater and carried into the sewers along both sides of the road. Qin Yang walked on the 7-star wandering dragon step and came to the tree not far from the car accident, observing the scene of the car accident. At this moment, several people from Superintendent Xingwu were guarding the scene, and an orange cordon was set up, like an iron tower in the rain, which could not be easily crossed. The official thing has come to an end. Qin Yang's eyesight drifted from guard to alternating traffic lights. More accurately, it should be the soul-eating insect hiding on the lamp. Under the mental perception, the insect lay dormant in the heavy rain. Even the falling rain penetrated its body, formless and formless. Ding, warning. The Emperor-level star beast soul-eating insect has been detected. Please host to escape as soon as possible to save your life. Listening to the system prompts in his ears, Qin Yang ignored them and focused all his attention on the target. Heavy rain fell and dark clouds gathered. Spiritual power is hidden in the dripping rain and spreads quietly. 10 times the murderous intent converged around the soul-eating insect, gradually condensing into a sharp long sword, hanging upside down above it. This is a hunt in the rain. Qin Yang slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, held his breath and concentrated, seizing the critical moment. Thoughts twitched his mental power. Fall. The understatement fell. The soul-cutting sword moved in response to the sound, condensed into shape, and fell down. Poof. Accompanied by the beautiful sound of iron-piercing flesh. The kill is over. The soul-eating insect lost all its vitality in an instant, and its body slowly disappeared into the rain, but it did not completely dissipate, but a transparent bead was left behind, and the rich soul power spurted out. Huh. Did Lao Deng get a reward? Qin Yang was overjoyed when he saw this, and was about to release his star power to collect it. But not yet waiting for him to take a closer look. The system sound suddenly rang. Oh my god. The host killed an emperor-level star beast so easily. He is truly worthy of the birth of a god. The host has been detected and killed the emperor-level star beast, the soul-eating insect. Reward 50 times increase. Ding, it's detected that the host has killed the emperor-level star beast, and the reward will be increased 50-fold. Congratulations to the host for achieving 50 years of cultivation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the secret method of the soul-devouring technique. A system prompt sounded, and Qin Yang suddenly felt happy. Woohoo, take off. Qin Yang looked at the reward with satisfaction, and excitement surged from the Tianling guy. How many days has it been since you last reached the early stage of Grandmaster? It seems like less than a week. In the end, my buttocks were not even hot, so I spent another 50 years cultivating myself. It can be called a heifer riding a motorcycle. Awesome and boom. And besides, what worries Qin Yang even more is the secret soul technique called soul-eating technique. You must know that spiritual power skills are rare. There are only a few copies in the Jianghai City Library, which shows how precious this type of magical skills is. Not bad, comfortable. Qin Yang stood under the eaves, counting the harvest and felt very satisfied. Then, he looked at the place where the soul-eating insect died. I saw a light-colored transparent bead floating quietly on the alternatingly flashing traffic lights. The rain penetrated it, and the rich soul breath escaped from the inside. This is the crystallization of the soul power of the soul-eating insect. You have worked hard all your life and finally made me a wedding dress. Qin Yang looked at the crystal and was not polite. He directly thanked nature for the gift and stretched out his hand to release the star power. The next moment, the soul crystal on the traffic light was pulled across the rain curtain and quickly fell into his hands. That is a small round bead. Transparent and spiritual, you can still vaguely hear some weird soul whispers. Qin Yang weighed it with 2 fingers, and the joy of harvest suddenly arose in his heart, and he took it directly into his arms. Now that the soul-eating insects have been eliminated, similar tragedies should not happen again in the days to come. Think of this. Qin Yang released his mental power a little and sensed the situation at the intersection. Heavy rain falls quietly. The working group of Superintendent Xingwu stood in the pouring rain, with guns and ammunition distributed around the road, and was conducting a detailed investigation. However, what they don't know is, just a few seconds ago, a thrilling hunt in the rain happened right above their heads. The Zerg that was the culprit had been wiped out in an instant. Qin Yang covered the entire intersection with his mental power, and after making sure that no breath of soul-eating insects remained, he left quietly. So far, this incident about the crossroad has also come to an end. Superintendent Xingwu claimed that the accident was caused by a slippery road on a rainy day to reduce the panic of the masses. But after all, there are people who can't stop people from spreading gossip. In the following months, the news spread on the internet, whether it was true or false, and everyone talked about it, and gradually evolved into a strange traffic story in Jianghai City. In the corridor, Qin Yang was carrying the roast chicken he had just bought, preparing to celebrate himself, and took out the key to open the door. The fragrant smell of mutton soup comes over the noodles. Master, you are finally back. Xiao Bai put down the haggis soup in his hand and ran and jumped to the door to greet him, with 3 big furry tails wagging behind him. Not bad, it smells really good. Qin Yang smelled the smell in the air, moved his index finger, stretched out his hand to pinch Xiao Bai's pretty face. The skin could be broken by blowing, and the touch was excellent. This little cook is becoming more and more capable every day. When I don't want to do the library work anymore, I will set up a small restaurant with her and cook a signature private dish every day. She is responsible for cooking and I am responsible for enjoying. Very reasonable. Let's make a platter with this roasted chicken. I'm going to have an extra meal tonight. Qin Yang handed the roast chicken to Xiao Bai, then came to the sofa, ready to absorb 50 years of cultivation on the spot. These days, he has absorbed more and more cultivation and has become very proficient. Just sitting on the sofa, a thought came to me. 50 years of accumulation and integration, all penetrated into the body in an instant. Qin Yang's heart felt like still water, but the aura escaping from his body surged like thunder, and a powerful aura erupted covering the entire room. In the kitchen. Xiao Bai was cutting the chicken with a kitchen knife when he suddenly noticed a change in the air. He subconsciously looked in the direction of Qin Yang, and a question mark slowly appeared on his head. This guy has become stronger again. It has only been a few days, and we have achieved another breakthrough. Are you going to be so outrageous? The little white beast's ears drooped, and his face suddenly turned ashen. He murmured, "It's over, it's over. It seems that I will never be able to run away in this life." After a moment, Qin Yang finished absorbing the cultivation, his aura converged, and then began to practice the soul-eating technique. Those who have mastered this method will use the souls of all creatures as food, devour them at will, and browse the memories of those they swallow. Soul Eater is a supernatural power related to mental power. It specializes in eating all kinds of mental power without fear of any negative backlash. It can be called a glutton for souls. Just used to absorb soul crystals. Qin Yang closed his eyes and covered the crystal with his mental power. Twistle of spiritual power penetrates into it. Continuously drawing out souls and merging them into one's own sea of consciousness, the original range of spiritual consciousness skyrocketed, just like a mountain torrent sloping forward from the stream towards the sea. "Master, what good things do you have in you?" At this time, Xiao Bai put down the food in his hand, wrinkled his nose, and approached Qin Yang and said affectionately, "Why does it smell like soul power? I remember that there didn't seem to be such a smell before you went out." "You mean this?" Qin Yang was stunned for a moment, then turned his palm to summon the soul crystal. In an instant, when the crystal appeared, the lush soul power was released, raging in the room like a violent wind. Seeing the situation, Xiao Bai's eyes widened suddenly. He pointed at Qin Yang and said in shock, Where did you get this thing?" The soul power erupted in the crystal was extremely strong, instantly subverting her cognition. This is the first time she has encountered such a terrifying storage capacity, even if she has lived for so long. "Where did you get it?" Qin Yang looked at Xiao Bai and said with a smile, "I picked it up on the road." Xiao Bai was speechless for a moment, but feeling the soul power brewing in the crystal, she was really greedy. If you absorb this spiritual energy, you might be able to reach the peak of innateness and touch the gate of the Grandmaster realm. Think of this. Xiao Bai looked up at Qin Yang, leaned her whole delicate body against his side, and said in a cooing voice, "Master, can you give this to the slave family? The slave family also wants." The voice fell. But Qin Yang was unmoved and gave her a big white eye in return. These good things are not enough for oneself. How could it be given to others? Xiao Bai, you are thinking shit. With that said, Qin Yang increased the intensity of absorption and swallowed the last soul power in one big gulp directly in front of Xiao Bai. Iffies. After losing the stored soul, the crystal immediately turned into powder and dissipated in the air. "You!" Xiao Bai's eyes turned red instantly, feeling aggrieved inexplicably, and his eyes were misty. Although she is not a human, Qin Yang is a real dog. "Look, it's urgent." Qin Yang pointed at Xiao Bai and said with a smile, "You are allowed to use an illusion on me to vent your anger." Okay, this is what you said." Xiao Bai's eyes were red, angry, and ashamed, and he bit his silver teeth to release his illusion. Next moment, groups of demons were dancing wildly, the wind was noisy, and ghosts and monsters were wandering around the room, as if 100 ghosts were walking in the night. However, Qin Yang was unmoved by the illusion and just smiled. Look through the concentrated mental power. In an instant, all illusions are gone. Discovered the most powerful illusion of the Fox clan at a glance. The next day, in the morning. Library, in the lounge on the first floor. The guests who borrowed books lowered their heads and read quietly, with a slight sound of turning pages. There were a few books that were not collected in time and were thrown randomly on the table. "Tisk, can you be a little more public-minded?" Qin Yang frowned at work. Slowly came to the desk, picked up the 2 books, checked the numbers on the spines, and then prepared to return the items to their original places. Soft snores came faintly from his shoulders. Xiao Bai curled up in a ball, his eyes closed tightly, his eyelashes trembled slightly with his breathing, as if he had fallen asleep. Fell asleep again. Qin Yang glanced at Xiao Bai and smiled. Xiao Bai and himself had a lot of trouble last night. I was so angry that I used all the illusions I knew. But what's the result? Later until midnight. Qin Yang's mental strength didn't seem to have dried up at all. On the contrary, it was Xiao Bai who was the first to suffer mental exhaustion, rolled his eyes white, stuck out his little tongue and fainted first. Thus, this is the situation this morning. Qin Yang checked Xiao Bai's mental state. It's nothing serious, it's just that she will probably be groggy all day long and unable to regain any energy. My mental strength is so weak. What can you use to fight me? Qin Yang sneered, then came to the bookshelf with a comfortable look on his face and put the book back. His mental power is now more powerful and terrifying than before, and it is easy to cover a library. Just close your eyes for a little while. All the movements in the museum were transmitted to Qin Yang's mind. The sound of the rustling of books, the whispers of guests, the spiders crawling under the table, everything in the world can be seen. After Qin Yang collected the books, he listened to the discussions nearby while walking. At this moment, the sound of discussion in the southeast area on the first floor caught his attention. I heard that the master and apprentice of the Prairie Sword Saint have arrived in Jianghai City. They just got off the plane yesterday, but they don't know when they will come to our college to challenge. That He Yanjian looks really fierce. I don't know if senior sister Li will be his opponent. I heard that the sword master came all the way to Jianghai mainly to challenge the sword master. The sound of intermittent discussions came. Qin Yang was slightly startled, not expecting this news. The Prairie Sword Master has arrived in Jianghai City. It's so early. I was busy beheading the soul-eating insects last night, so I really didn't pay much attention to the news. Think of this. Qin Yang quickly took out his mobile phone, opened the screen, and looked for today's news. As soon as you enter the web page, rows of eye-catching headlines pop up. Warmly welcome the master and disciple of the Prairie Sword Master to Jianghai. The page was full of news related to the sword master. Qin Yang clicked on a link and immediately saw a photo of the scene. In the photo, the aircraft ramp is used as the background. All leaders at all levels in Jianghai City gathered together, with smiles on their faces, and surrounded a dark-faced old herdsman in the center, like stars holding the moon. Beside this old herdsman, standing on the other side was a young man holding a long sword, his face arrogant and full of fierceness. Qin Yang used to enlarge the picture, focusing on the C position of the arrangement. One old and one young. There is no doubt that they are the two masters and apprentices of the Prairie Sword Master. You look quite old. Qin Yang looked at the old herdsman in the photo. They had been ravaged by the wind and frost on the plateau, and they couldn't tell their true age at all. Yu Wenxuan, Hu Yanjian. Qin Yang glanced at the other party's name twice and silently remembered it in his heart. This sword master's strength has reached the pinnacle of the master level and cannot be underestimated. This is only my mid-term strength, and I still need to be more prudent. Know yourself and your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without danger. Qin Yang took a rough look, then exited the web page, and was about to start working and fishing. Unexpectedly at this time. Ding, the Emperor-level sword demon has been detected, please host to escape as soon as possible. The system prompt sounds again. Like a rushing soul-inducing bell, he instantly stopped his next move. Sword demon. Is there another risk warning in the system? Upon seeing this, Qin Yang was stunned for a moment, then turned on his phone and carefully examined the old herdsman in the photo. Beings that can survive 500 years are all top-notch beings. And after 100 years of this Prairie Sword Master, he actually became a dominating sword demon. Wait, that's not right. Qin Yang thought about it and suddenly realized that he couldn't be so arbitrary. After all, the two people appearing in front of him now are master and disciple. The sword demon of 500 years later refers to the current sword master. Or the sword saint. The real or fake Monkey King. Thinking of this, Qin Yang couldn't help but curse the dog system in his heart. It is possible for both the master and the disciple, each accounting for 50% probability. It is really hard to say. But this is not a big deal. After experiencing it so many times, I have long understood the urinary properties of this system. The so-called sword demon is absolutely impossible to be an emperor-level existence at this moment. What I need to pay most attention to right now is Yu Wenxuan, who is at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Even if it is the peak of a master. If you use all your trump cards, it's not like you can't kill a master at his peak. If you can defeat it now, you will definitely get generous rewards. Okay, one old and one young, no matter which one of you is the sword demon. Qin Yang lowered his head to see the master and apprentice in the photo, his eyes flickering, and he said slowly, I'm sure of this reward. Originally, he had no intention of paying attention to this Prairie Sword Master. But now that the other party has triggered the system prompt, he has no choice but to take action. Thinking of this, Qin Yang flipped through his phone and remembered the student conversation he just heard. In a few days. It was the day when the sword master challenged Li Zixuan. The matter will be very important at that time, and the Prairie Sword Master will definitely come to the scene in person. When the time comes, it will be necessary for me to go there and have a good understanding of the strength of this Prairie Sword Master. We have eliminated the hidden dangers of this Master's Peak. Isn't this reward for the Sword Demon within reach? At the same time, within the Sword Valley. The cliffs on both sides are towering and covered with crisscrossing sword marks. The strong wind is blowing, and the terrifying sword intent fills most of the Sword Valley. Two figures came following the sound of the wind, walking at the bottom of the valley with the raging sword intent. Teacher, how strong is this sword god? Hu Yanjian followed behind the sword master and asked in a low voice. Under the pressure of these sword intentions, his face looked a little ugly, his breathing was rapid, and he looked very tired. Very strong, disciple. Yu Wenshuan looked solemn, raised his head and closed his eyes, feeling every ray of sword intent in the Sword Valley. I have been wielding the sword for so many years, and it has been a long time since I felt the sword intent at this level. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, and for the first time, enthusiasm appeared on his dull face, mixed with a slightly crazy look. Very good. This person's strength is not inferior to mine. Jianghai Martial Arts Hall. A special practice room. Incandescent lamps emit soft light, and the surroundings are open and tidy. Under the light, Li Zixuan sat on the ground, dressed in white and as bright as the moon. In front of her, there stood a stone figure engraved with star patterns, with the power of stars faintly escaping around. Li Zixuan exhaled gently, surrounded by sword intent flowing around her body. In an instant, the air in the room vibrated, and the sharp sword energy burst out, making a crisp sound similar to the sound of a sword. Now is the final realization of how to open the gate of heaven with one sword. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan calmed down, followed her memory, and carefully guided the sword energy to spurt out. Hum buzz. The sound of swords in the room became clearer and crisper, forming a string, as if someone was playing a sword and composing a song. But in fact, Li Zixuan did not bring a sword into the museum, but chose to imitate a sword with her body, comprehending the profound meaning of opening the heavenly gate with one sword. The heart is as vast as the sea and the sky, and everything can be used as a sword. In this precious stage of enlightenment, the concept of time evaporates. I don't know how much time has passed. Li Zixuan slowly opened her eyes, looked at the stone man in front of her again, bent her arms and raised two fingers. In an instant, the violent sword energy in the room subsided, and then it concentrated a little, all converging on her fingertips, sharpened and ready to go. Behead. Li Zixuan murmured and pointed directly at the stone man's eyebrows. The air boiled in an instant, and the sword energy condensed on the fingertips was instantly released. Like a white rainbow penetrating the sun, it turned into a line of white light and stretched out, lightly penetrating the center line of the stone man's body. With one sword, the heavenly gate opens. Click. After the sword energy was submerged, a thin line appeared on the surface of the stone man, which immediately split it into two halves, and fell to the ground on the left and right sides. It's done. See the situation. Li Zixuan was excited and quickly stood up and came to the broken stone man to check the situation. I saw that the cutouts on the stone man were even and as smooth as a mirror, somewhat similar to the cutouts on Duanfeng Mountain. Very good. Li Zixuan stretched out her fingers and gently stroked the broken wound, with a smile on her lips. Finally. I have also reached the great state of opening the heavenly gate with a sword. One step closer to the teacher's sword that cut off the peak. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan suppressed her excitement, quickly went to the locker and took out her mobile phone, then turned back to check in and take pictures of the stone man. Such a historic moment, of course it must be recorded. After leaving a few photos, Li Zixuan exited the photo album with satisfaction, then clicked on the webpage and read a piece of news about the master and apprentice in the grassland. They have arrived and the challenge will begin in a few days. Li Zixuan looked at Hu Yanjian's sturdy figure with a firm gaze, and a burning fighting spirit emerged in her eyes, burning like a fire that never goes out. The stakes of this war are huge. It is not only about the appearance of Jianghai City, but also a dispute between the disciples of two strong swordsmen. Teacher, I will never let you down. 2 days later, at the gate of Jianghai Martial Arts Academy. There was a roar of people, and the onlookers were noisy. Official media reporters stood at the front of the crowd, taking out their cameras to capture this historic moment. Mr. Li was wearing a Chinese tunic suit and stood side by side in front of the gate with Li Zixuan. Get ready to welcome the arrival of the Prairie Sword Master. In a short while. At the end of the road, a black extended Lincoln car was seen approaching and parked steadily in front of the Martial Arts Academy. The driver got out of the car first and respectfully opened the door for Yu Wenxuan. Tap ta ta. Yu Wenxuan walked out of the car slowly with his hands behind his back, looking at everyone present, as if a plateau shepherd was inspecting his sheep. I have admired the name of Senior Sword Master for a long time, and I finally get to meet you today. It's a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Li was neither humble nor arrogant. He walked forward and performed a basic greeting ceremony. Yu Wenxuan nodded, cherishing his words like gold. He just glanced at Mr. Li, and suddenly raised his hand and flew out a piece of paper. A sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded, accompanied by the spread of wisps of sword intent. It is obviously a bad person. Mr. Li frowned when he saw this. With quick eyes and quick hands, he immediately released his star power and intercepted the flying letter. After some testing, the crowd at the scene suddenly became quiet, and the atmosphere was like an undercurrent on the sea floor, on the verge of breaking out. Yes, although you are at the peak of your innate strength, you are not far away from the realm of a master. Yu Wenxuan said coldly, looking at Li Zixuan next to Mr. Li and said, "This is a letter of challenge. In 3 days, my disciple will personally challenge Jianghai Martial Arts Academy. You should be prepared." The words were spoken indifferently, as if they contained no emotion, just an ordinary command. "We will always be here to welcome you." Mr. Li replied calmly, with a calm expression, neither humble nor arrogant. This world is based on strength. A master like Yu Wenxuan, who is at the peak of his master's level, has been obsessed with cultivation all year round, has a weird and bizarre personality, and does not stick to trivial matters. Very good. Yu Wenxuan nodded with satisfaction, suddenly gathered his star power, and once again sent a new challenge letter to Mr. Li. This is... Mr. Li took the challenge letter and looked puzzled. The previous letter of challenge was to challenge Jianghai Martial Arts Academy. But what is the purpose of the second letter? Is it possible? Is it for yourself? Yu Wenxuan saw Mr. Li's confused expression and instantly understood his thoughts, and explained directly. This is my letter of challenge to the Jianghai Sword God. 10 days later, I want to fight him in the Sword Valley and learn the swordsmanship from His Majesty the Sword God. The voice fell. The people around him were in an uproar instantly. That's outrageous, you actually want to challenge the Sword God. Look, let me just say it, they want to take it all, the old and the young have impure intentions. If he wins, where will our Jianghai city's face be? Hear this. Mr. Li also looked helpless, cupped his hands towards Yu Wenxuan and said. Master Sword Master, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that we can't contact this Master Sword Master. It's really beyond the scope of our capabilities. No problem. Yu Wenxuan waved his hand, not taking it seriously at all, you just need to make this challenge public, I believe he will come. This. Hearing this, Mr. Li shook his head and sighed, in this case, we should be respectful and obey orders. As for whether the Sword God wants to come or not, it depends on his personal wishes. He will definitely come. Yu Wenxuan repeated indifferently, and then returned to the Lincoln extended car without looking back. When the matter was over, he brushed off his clothes and left, leaving only a group of onlookers discussing in the same place. Tisk, tisk. In the crowd, Xia He looked at the back of the car in the distance, shook his head and sighed. This prairie swordsman is as strong as a 250-year-old, but he does have the ability to pull. As he spoke, he poked Qin Yang beside him, you think so, Lao Qin? Qin Yang had a strange look on his face because he didn't hear the system prompt just now. In the crowd, Qin Yang looked at the Lincoln limousine going away with a dazed expression and fell into deep contemplation. No system prompt. This Yu Wenxuan is actually not a sword demon. In this case, it seems that this prairie sword master is not the future sword demon, but the disciple he trained, who Yanjian, is. With his thoughts at this point, Qin Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although the dog system often suffers from convulsions. But Qin Yang has always been concerned about the future evaluation it gives. This Huyan sword's talent is so abnormal, it will be possible to become a true emperor-level powerhouse in 500 years and fight through thousands of creatures. It is not something that can be overlooked. But having said that, no matter how strong the future is, does it have anything to do with the present? The current Huyan sword is at the Xiantian realm at best and cannot pass the Grandmaster realm. I can always beat him. Think of this. Qin Yang felt relieved a little. Immediately think about how to get this kid's reward. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. I mainly focus on a poor information, occupying the time and the time of the time, coupled with the master of the master, it is naturally easy to hit you a Huyenjian. Huge rewards. Not shabby. But the question now is, how to maximize benefits. Also, what should we do with this prairie sword master? Qin Yang rubbed his chin, remembering the arrogant expression of the prairie sword master just now. Suddenly it felt a little tricky. Judging from Yuan Xuan's words and deeds just now, there is no doubt that this guy is a martial arts idiot. If he kills his apprentice, I'm afraid this old martial arts idiot will immediately follow up and pester him to compete with him. At that time, it will definitely turn into an annoying situation like, beat the small one, then come back with the old one. Hey, it's troublesome just thinking about it. At the thought of this, Qin Yang shook his head fiercely and turned to look at Li Zixuan at the door. Decided to take another route to get rewards. Then let Li Zixuan fight for you. Now that she is his disciple, she has long been bound to him. And this challenge of Jianghai College is essentially due to the new bifurcation of fate caused by killing the locust. The two of them fell into it, as pawns in the game. And he is the operator above the chessboard. If you let your apprentice defeat Huyenjian, he will definitely get rich rewards. Yes, this route is okay. Thinking of this, Qin Yang suddenly became enlightened and suddenly had new expectations in his heart. The apprentice fights for him, and he can reap the benefits without having to take action. Hand down and win. Just thinking about it makes me feel comfortable. However, I don't know what the strength of the Empress disciple is now. Could he be Huyenjian's opponent? When I think of this. Qin Yang looked at Li Zixuan at the door and suddenly had the idea of starting a small stove. Since you want to bet on her, then increase your winning rate by 100 million points. That's not too much, right? And I don't have high requirements. As long as Li Zixuan's winning rate can reach 200%, that's pretty much it. Thinking of this, Qin Yang moved his lips and directly spoke to Li Zixuan. Come to Sword Valley in the evening. Next moment. The voice sounded softly beside Li Zixuan, barely audible. Hearing this, Li Zixuan trembled slightly, her eyes widened for a moment, and she looked blankly at the crowd around her. Master? The master is actually here too. She was overjoyed, but she didn't make any announcement, and pretended to be as usual. It turns out that the master is also here. The pressure I felt from Yuan Xuan just now disappeared at this moment. At this time, the noisy crowd began to disperse. After the message was sent out, Qin Yang felt relieved, and he and Xia Yang silently mingled in the crowd, turned and left the entrance of the college. Old Qin, do you think that girl can win? On the way, he looked back at Li Zixuan, and then whispered, I think that Sword Saint disciple is really fierce. He looks very strong at first glance. I feel like this girl will lose. No, she will win. Li Zixuan is bound to win this time. Qin Yang smiled and strode towards the library. Hearing this, he joked. Hey, Lao Qin, you can't just say that just because you like that girl. Time passes by in a flash. It was night in a blink of an eye. The moon and stars are sparse, the wind is howling in the Sword Valley, and the pine forest is swaying in the strong wind. Li Zixuan came to Sword Valley early and was sitting on a jagged rock waiting, looking at the bright moon in the night sky in trance. For this meeting, I have already made preparations. Just wait for Qin Yang to show up. Disciple. At this time, a familiar voice came. Qin Yang was wearing a black robe and appeared near her as promised. Teacher, you are here. Seeing this, Li Zixuan quickly got up from the stone, wiped the dust off her butt, came to Qin Yang and saluted respectfully. Qin Yang nodded slightly and immediately released his mental energy to check her condition. At this moment, Li Zixuan's sword spirit is vigorous and sharp, and she has obviously practiced a lot during this period. Yes, my sword intention has begun to take shape. It's very good. Qin Yang said with satisfaction. Thank you teacher for the compliment. Li Zixuan smiled sweetly, and felt warm in her heart when she heard Qin Yang's praise. My disciple will have a competition in a few days. I will never embarrass you, teacher. When Qin Yang heard this, he suddenly felt happy. This girl is too sensible. They also know how to share their worries. In this case, God rewards hard work, and today I am here to wish you a helping hand to fully understand the essence of the sword. Qin Yang looked at Li Zixuan, raised his 2 fingers, and pointed deep between her eyebrows. Next moment, the strong mental power was released along the fingertips, pouring into Li Zixuan's mind, and started to move forward with a large amount of sword intention. The knowledge was crushed violently, and Li Zixuan felt an instant pain in her temples. She couldn't help but whine softly and gasp. After all, you cannot become fat by eating in one sitting. Even if these sword intentions are not offensive, they still require a period of time to be understood and digested. When Qin Yang saw this, he could naturally understand it, so he whispered. Concentrate your mind and comprehend carefully. The voice fell. Li Zixuan nodded quickly, sat cross-legged on the spot, and began to immerse herself in the comprehension of the sword's intention. Those chaotic sword intentions surged in his mind, as vast as the sea. It was not only the understanding of opening the heavenly gate with one sword, but also the countless experiences that Qin Yang gained from the basic swordsmanship through the enlightenment space. Return to nature and reach the state of transformation. 2 hours later. Li Zixuan's hair stuck to her forehead, and she slowly opened her eyes, finally understanding the inheritance of the sword. Teacher, this sword intention is too mysterious. She took a long breath, and suddenly felt that her surroundings were wide open. Qin Yang's figure has long since disappeared without a trace. Just when she was confused, the spiritual message left by Qin Yang sounded at the right time. Continue tomorrow night. During the following day, news about Jianghai City College's challenge spread on the internet. It has been at the top of the hot search list for a long time and has become a topic of conversation after dinner. Who do you think Jianghai Martial Arts Academy will send to fight this time? Nonsense, apart from Li Zixuan, the #1 genius, can anyone else do it? This prairie sword master is indeed a sword master. He is indeed arrogant. He actually dares to challenge our senior Jianghai sword god in public. Do you think senior sword god will accept the challenge? Gossip spreads quickly on the internet. Too many expectations deserve everyone's attention. People from all over the country went to Jianghai City just to see this competition. Jianghai Martial Arts Academy's audience seats have been rising all the time, and it has been directly speculated to sky-high prices on the internet. At one time, it was hard to buy a lot of money. But no matter how noisy the outside world is, it has nothing to do with Li Zixuan. With Mr. Li's intentional arrangement, he isolated her from all outside interference so that she could concentrate on preparing for the competition. In the evening, Li Zixuan took the time to come to the Sword Valley, listen to Qin Yang's teachings, and understand the secrets of various swordsmanship. Her understanding of opening the heavenly gate with one sword reached a state of transformation. Sword Valley. The moon is sparse with stars, and the gentle breeze is blowing. Li Zixuan sat cross-legged on the flat rock, her eyes closed and her chest rising and falling slightly. At this moment, she was entering a deeper state of enlightenment. The sword energy around her body was gently released, and the sword intent nearby followed her thoughts, and the relationship between heaven and man seemed to be natural. The sword energy was brewing in her meridians, flowing slowly and rushing at an alarming speed. This speed is still a bit slow. Qin Yang on the side shook his head secretly when he saw this. As a female emperor, Li Zixuan's talent is really incredible, and she is the best among all the heroes. But the problem is, we will participate in the competition tomorrow. At the rate she is developing, it will definitely be too late. Tisk, disciple, it seems I have to find a way to open an accelerated membership for you. Think of this. Qin Yang closed his eyes and released his mental power to sense the distribution of sword energy in the Sword Valley. Spirit scattered, messy. Since that day when I left Sword Valley. Because these sword energies were no longer bound, they began to scatter in every corner of the Sword Valley, and it was always difficult to gather them. Thinking of this, Qin Yang suddenly had a bold idea. You need to know the path of cultivation and find the right time, place, people. Nowadays, Li Zixuan is talented and intelligent, and there is no problem with harmony. And the Sword Valley is full of swords, which is a precious, geographical advantage. Now the only thing she has left behind is a timing time. Then if I gather all the sword intent near my disciple, can I speed her up? Thinking of this, Qin Yang suddenly became enlightened and felt confident in his heart. Artificial rainfall is also rain. How can I not be considered Tianhe if I gather energy manually? This is very rivery. Master. Li Zixuan heard Qin Yang's footsteps stepping back and forth, slowly opened her eyes, and saw him standing at the entrance of the Sword Valley, and asked softly, "Are you leaving?" "It's okay, disciple, just close your eyes and wait for your enlightenment, my teacher will help you." Qin Yang said slowly, raised his hand lightly, and began to try to attract the sword energy of Jian Gu to gather beside Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan looked at Qin Yang suddenly raising his hand, and suddenly felt a little confused. What is this doing? However, just when she was confused, she saw Qin Yang looking at the quiet pine forest in the valley and suddenly whispered. "Come." The voice fell. The rustling leaves swayed, and the forest sea surged up in an instant, rushing like a terrifying wave. Got windy? Li Zixuan was slightly startled. But immediately I felt something was not right. Wrong. This is not the wind. It's the scattered sword energy in the Sword Valley. In an instant, the sword energy responded to Qin Yang's call and penetrated from the forest leaves. Across the cliffs of the canyon, they all gathered around Li Zixuan. After a while, a sword intent vortex with a radius of 2 meters was directly formed. And in the center of this whirlpool is Li Zixuan, who is in a state of enlightenment. How can it be? Li Zixuan felt the sword intent all over her body, her pupils were shaking, and she was stunned. This aroused the sword energy in the Sword Valley. Outrageous. The master's strength is so terrifying. But why did he do what he did suddenly? Does it mean you dislike me for being too stupid? Li Zixuan looked at Qin Yang and froze on the spot, falling into deep self-doubt and a bit aggrieved. Disciple, what are you doing standing still? When Qin Yang saw this, he didn't know why. It is not easy to gather the sword energy in this Sword Valley. I can't maintain it for too long. At most, the sword energy will dissipate in half an hour and spread back to its original position. If we get together again then, there will be some trouble. Thinking of this, Qin Yang stared at Li Zixuan and quickly urged him, continue to deepen your understanding of the swordsmanship taught by my master. Oh, I understand. Li Zixuan pursed her lips and said a little aggrievedly, disciple, I must work hard. The voice fell. She closed her eyes and carefully felt the sword energy around her. Majestic, vast. Under the nourishment of this sword intention, Li Zixuan felt as if she was in a warm hot spring, and all the difficulties related to the sword intention were suddenly solved in an instant. The moment her thoughts came to her mind, a fierce sword intent immediately erupted from her body. It's finally done. Qin Yang smiled happily and looked at Li Zixuan quite satisfied. Thank you for your help, master. Li Zixuan stood up, knelt down and thanked Qin Yang. It's okay, you can go back and cultivate yourself. Qin Yang said slowly, tomorrow is the day for you to compete with Hu Yanjian. Don't let me down. Thinking of this, Qin Yang was filled with expectations. Now the disciples he teaches have understood his introductory sword intentions. When tomorrow takes action and defeats the so-called emperor-level strongmen, sword demon, what kind of reward should the dog system reveal? The next day, Xia He and Qin Yang specially asked for leave. Then relying on Xia He's banknote ability, the two of them took the obtained vouchers and came to Jianghai Martial Arts Academy. At this moment, Jianghai Martial Arts Academy, Martial Arts Plaza. Colored flags were fluttering in the auditorium, and the temporary location was like a high wall. The seats were packed with eager spectators everywhere. There were people from both inside and outside the school, a mixed crowd, and teachers and students of Jianghai Martial Arts Academy were talking about it. Mr. Li and Li Zixuan were waiting in the Yanwu Square. Xian, if you are really invincible, don't be stupid. Mr. Li warned Li Zixuan. Yes, teacher, I understand. Li Zixuan is full of confidence when she thinks about the progress made in the past 3 days. Well. When Mr. Li saw this, he shook his head and hesitated to speak. He was afraid that it would damage Li Zixuan's self-confidence. But at the same time, she was worried that she would be too desperate and destroy herself. A moment later. There were exclamations of surprise from the audience. Coming. The Prairie Sword Master is here. In the crowd, Qin Yang was holding popcorn and immediately followed the sound and looked over. I saw Yu Wenshuan slowly walking into the field with his hands behind his back. The person following behind him was Hu Yanjian. The muscles are knotted, the upper body is naked, and the long hair dances in the wind, like a wild horse galloping on the grassland. At this time, the system gives a prompt sound. Ding! Emperor level detected. Qin Yang stared at He Yanjian, and a light curtain appeared. Name, Hu Yanjian. Age, 517. Cultivation level, early stage of Emperor Senior Realm. Martial arts, demonic soul slaying, necromantic sword technique. Shoyuan, 4500. This guy is indeed the sword demon the system calls him. In the auditorium, Qin Yang stuffed popcorn into his mouth and chewed it, his eyes always fixed on Hu Yanjian. This sturdy young man doesn't care about the fluctuations of his own star power. He seems to be arrogant and arrogant above everyone else. Not afraid to show off your level at all. Qin Yang just felt it briefly and understood the other party's realm. It was pure and natural, and connected with the heaven and earth. It is obvious that he has reached the half-step of innateness. You have reached this level at the age of 17. Talent is truly outstanding. But Li Zixuan, who made her own bet, is also extraordinary. At the age of only 16, he reached the acquired 9th level, and he was not inferior to the Huyan sword. Good guy, I've been matched with an evenly matched opponent. Thinking of this, Qin Yang shook his head, took a can of Coke out of the bag, pried open the ring with his fingers, took a few sips, and then leaned back comfortably on the chair. He felt very interesting when he thought about the achievements of the two people 500 years later. The next game will be interesting to watch. The young sword demon versus the young empress. The unexpected turn of fate is really touching. I don't know what kind of impact my interference this time will have 500 years from now. Think of this. Qin Yang drank the Coke in his hand and then returned his attention to the martial arts square. Let's get started. Let's do it quickly so I don't waste my time. Hu Yanjian twisted his neck, stretched his muscles, and stepped into the center of the martial arts stage. The seats under the stage adjacent to the stage are divided into two groups. One group is reserved for VIPs, where Yu Wenshuan, Mr. Li, and others are seated. Another group of people are outstanding students from Jianghai Martial Arts Academy, who came here specially to observe and learn. Hu Yanjian glanced at the seats in the audience, his eyes wandering from Mr. Li to the students, with no trace of contempt. After all, he has defeated dozens of young prodigies in a row. At the beginning, Hu Yanjian still had some respect and saluted the person he wanted to challenge. But with the successive crushing, all the patience disappeared. It turns out that these so-called geniuses are so unsightly. Respect also requires strength as its foundation. And I am so strong, why should I be respected by some garbage? Thinking of this, Hu Yanjian scanned the audience, waiting for the challenger to come on stage, and the contempt in his eyes became even stronger. Everyone in the audience felt the look in Hu Yanjian's eyes, and suddenly became a little dissatisfied. Senior, look at that guy staring at us with a look of contempt on his face. This is too crazy, isn't it even polite? Do you really think no one in our academy can defeat him? Whispers echoed in the audience. The students who were being watched were somewhat dissatisfied, but there was nothing they could do. This guy does have arrogance, and the fact that he has crushed him all the way here shows how arrogant he is. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Li Zixuan in the C position, and couldn't help but worry about her. Li Zixuan was sitting on a chair, closing her eyes to relax. At this time, she felt a slight tingling in her ears. A voice came from Mr. Li. Go up, Xian. The voice fell. Li Zixuan opened her eyes, grabbed the sword on the table and slowly stood up straight. Standing out among the crowd, she slowly walked towards the stage. The moment she got up from her seat, the restrained sword intent exploded with astonishing momentum, as if a sharp sword was unsheathed. Feeling the sword intent coming, Hu Yanjian's expression suddenly changed. The frivolous behavior just now was put away instantly. How could there be such a strong sword spirit in this academy? Moreover, she's a woman. Thinking of this, Hu Yanjian looked Li Zixuan up and down, and a trace of heat flashed deep in his eyes. I didn't expect that this time I came to Jianghai, there would be an unexpected surprise. In the VIP room, Yu Wenshuan was sitting on a chair with his chin propped up. He was a little surprised when he saw Li Zixuan appear on the stage. As soon as an expert takes action, he can tell a rough idea. Just relying on this fierce sword intent, Li Zixuan's future career as a swordsman will definitely be a meteoric rise. Your Jianghai Academy is extraordinary, you actually have such a kendo seedling hidden away. Xian has always been the pride of our Jianghai College. Hearing this, Mr. Li felt equally proud. He turned to look at Li Zixuan, his eyes full of tenderness. Good. Yu Wenshuan nodded slightly and praised, with the same outstanding talent, he is indeed comparable to my disciple. On the martial arts stage. Li Zixuan held a sword in one hand and stood in the corner of the martial arts stage. Her eyes were lowered and her pupils did not fluctuate at all. They were like a puddle of autumn water, similar to the ruthless heaven. The clothes are fluttering, as if a fairy has descended to earth. Everyone in the audience fell into obsession when they saw this scene. Come on, Senior Sister Li. Senior Sister Li is so beautiful today. Jianghai Martial Arts Academy must win. In contrast to it, Hu Yanjian stood at the other corner of the martial arts stage. The muscles are taut, and the upper body is naked. He holds a huge heavy sword as big as his body in his hand, and his style is very sturdy. Come on. Let me see how long you can last. Hu Yanjian laughed loudly, stretching the knotted muscles all over his body. The veins on his neck twisted like an angry snake, and suddenly his body disappeared from the spot. Waiting for everyone to react. The next moment, Hu Yanjian instantly appeared behind Li Zixuan. The huge heavy sword was swung, and the wind was howling. So fast. Li Zixuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and she immediately raised her sword and walked around the heavy sword, agile and quick, and relieved most of the force. The afterimage of the arc light disappeared in a flash. Li Zixuan rotated the thin sword, using the power of the heavy sword to bully her body. The sunlight reflected the sword's edge, like a ball of white light rolling on the broad surface of the heavy sword. As fast as thunder. And as light as the breeze. In an instant, the offense and defense changed shape. Qingfeng sword technique. Hu Yanjian was stunned for a moment and immediately realized the source of this sword technique. But being able to apply this basic swordsmanship in actual combat is by no means an easy task. With the cold sword light coming, Hu Yanjian was about to attack him in front of his face. He didn't panic and directly raised the heavy sword with all his strength. Huge force stirred up the wind. In an instant, Li Zixuan was carried high into the sky. But it's not a big deal. Li Zixuan was seen changing her posture in the air, and landed back on the martial arts stage with an extremely light posture. After settling down, she charged into battle with Hu Yanjian again. The two long swords exchanged several times in a few breaths, like wind chimes shaking. The exquisite striking skills are pleasing to the eye, showing the peak of swordsmanship. For a time, the situation on the martial arts stage fell into a stalemate. Everyone thought that Li Zixuan would be defeated quickly, but now she was not far behind, and they were all surprised. Even Mr. Li was like this. Looking at the fierce fight, he looked relieved after being surprised. It seems that this girl Xian has been working hard recently. Jianghai Martial Arts Academy, under the martial arts stage. Colored flags were fluttering in the auditorium, and the temporary location was like a high wall. The seats were packed with eager spectators everywhere. They shouted in unison, the waves of discussion surged like thunder, and the waves of cheers came one after another. On the martial arts stage, two black and white figures intertwined, the cold sword light flashed like thunder, and a powerful air flow burst out, rolling up the air waves, accompanied by the harsh sound of metal friction. Li Zixuan and Hu Yanjian held swords against each other, fighting each other's sword intent. Swords clash. Like chimes playing music. In an instant, their footsteps moved several times. After more than a dozen rounds, the two of them were fighting evenly. Next moment. The two figures were staggered at the same time, facing each other on the martial arts stage. Hu Yanjian looked at Li Zixuan's calm demeanor with feverish eyes. Okay. I have to say, you really surprised me. Hu Yanjian laughed, stretching the knotted muscles all over his body, and the veins on his neck twisted like an angry snake. I didn't expect that I would gain so much from my visit to Jianghai this time. The stronger Li Zixuan is at this moment, the more excited he feels. After all, the pleasure of conquering the strong is addictive. Madman. Li Zixuan looked at Hu Yanjian's ferocious expression and frowned, remembering something that Mr. Li had told her before. Hu Yanjian is a man who is born to be addicted to swords. Not crazy, not live. He has demonstrated extraordinary swordsmanship since he was a child. In the wilderness, he fought with sticks to kill wolves, and he once single-handedly wiped out the den of exiled bandits on the grassland. Subsequently, when he met his master, Prairie Sword Master, he simply gave up his real name, cut off the past, and took on the word sword to prove his swordsmanship. One must be extremely careful when dealing with madmen. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan slowly took a step back, raising her sword in front and carefully observing Hu Yanjian's movements. Although she is confident that she can win. But it doesn't mean that you are so arrogant that you don't take Hu Yan's sword seriously. Hu Yanjian travels on the prairie all year round. He is wild and fierce, and his best skill is killing people with swordsmanship. The fighting process just now was even more thrilling. In just a few breaths, Hu Yanjian drew 53 times, with frequent killing moves, all of which were aimed at Li Zixuan's vital points. If she hadn't been more skilled, she would have been stabbed to the core by him. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan moved a few steps to the left and faced Hu Yanjian, drawing a round arc. Sometimes victory or defeat only occurs in a split second, and the timing must be grasped firmly. The situation has reached a stalemate at this moment. Everyone in the audience held their breath and focused their attention, and countless eyes were fixed on the martial arts stage. Boom! Hu Yan's sword touched the ground with its toe, and instantly exploded into a deep pit. He charged forward with the sword again, like a tiger slaying a lamb. Li Zixuan was also not afraid and seized the opportunity to greet him again. Dang, dang, dang. Several fencing sounds sounded in succession. Intense waves of sound surged, and the swords of the two men clashed several times, creating a noisy murmur that directly shocked the eardrums of many viewers. But even so, the two of them were still fighting fiercely and inextricably, falling into an unsolvable deadlock. Li Zixuan's face was calm and she kept using her sword to defend against the enemy. However, Hu Yanjian's expression became more and more ferocious until it was distorted into a kind of excitement that was difficult to suppress. Yes. That's it. The harder you struggle, the happier I am. Hu Yanjian laughed maniacally, his eyes were red, and he looked like a madman. Boom. The next moment, the sword energy around him suddenly surged, dividing into two and turning into three. Hundreds and thousands of sword energy were instantly generated, which were densely packed and extremely terrifying. Not good. Li Zixuan saw something bad, and a strong sense of crisis suddenly came over her. This must be some kind of trump card that led to his current abnormal state. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan froze, and immediately withdrew from the fierce battle, staying several meters away from Hu Yanjian. But after she avoided it, the sword energy on Hu Yanjian still did not dissipate, and was still rising crazily. The sword's intention was divided, as if inexhaustible, directly forming a pillar flow that penetrated the sky and the earth, shattering the clouds in the sky. Countless different sword energies returned to it, ever-changing, but unified. 10,000 swords returned to the clan. Mr. Li in the audience was speechless for a moment when he saw this scene. The sword master actually taught him this? He turned to look at Yu Wenshuan beside him, and his mood suddenly sank to the bottom. This is the unique skill that made the prairie sword master famous in those days. Thousands of swords returned to the clan. Those who have cultivated to great perfection can gather tens of thousands of sword energy to destroy the heaven and the earth. Even though the current Huyan sword is still weak and has not yet reached the level of the sword master, he has still managed to gather thousands of sword energy. It's easy to kill an innate realm across levels. And Li Zixuan only has the acquired realm, how can he block this blow? The onlookers looked up at the giant pillar of sword energy that reached the sky. Countless sword intentions were swirling within it, and there was no room to go deep. Even in the audience, they could feel a strong sense of oppression, and their whole bodies could not stop trembling. It's over, senior sister Li's defeat has been decided. It's cheating. How can anyone fight like this? That's so perverted, so this is a battle between geniuses. Li Zixuan's ears were filled with noise. Her originally expressionless face showed a solemn look for the first time, and her thoughts were swirling. The sword intent was raging on the martial arts stage. If you make a wrong move, you will lose the whole game. What to do? What should we do next? At this moment, all kinds of disturbing thoughts surged up, and she actually fell into confusion. However, just when Li Zixuan was confused, suddenly, a familiar voice came into her mind. Swordsman, you should move forward without fear. Disciple, you must believe that the sword in your hand can sweep everything. The calm and steady voice echoed, revealing the truth of swordsmanship in the world. Like a magic needle that calms the sea, it instantly suppresses all distracting thoughts. Master. Li Zixuan was overjoyed when she heard the sound, and her body and mind suddenly calmed down, and she was no longer as panicked as before. It turned out that the master was also at the scene and had been paying attention to him. In this case, then what else is there to worry about? He is his beacon, he is extremely powerful, and all he needs to do is just keep moving forward. I will never let you down, master. The wind was raging. Li Zixuan walked resolutely towards Hu Yanjian with her sword in hand, her hair fluttering in the wind, and an even more powerful sword intent burst out. The sword energy that opened the Tian men with one sword swept across. Li Zixuan's face was indifferent, she just raised her sword calmly, with a cold eyebrow facing the thousands of sword energy on the side of Hu Yanjian. One sword versus 1,000 swords. Although there are thousands of people, I will go. So what if you have 1,000 swords thrown at you? I will defeat them all with one sword. Next moment. She swung out her sword like a sword slashing through the sky, breaking through all the obstacles in its path. It was as if she had entered an uninhabited land and went straight for Hu Yanjian's head. In an instant. Hu Yanjian's face at the center of the sword energy storm suddenly changed. Li Zixuan's sword blade was clear and reflective. What is reflected is the shocked faces of everyone, as if all kinds of expressions in the world are restrained. It's this sword technique again. At the martial arts stage, Mr. Li's eyes widened and he stood up from the VIP table with excitement. The last time the leech in Lishui Lake wreaked havoc, Li Zixuan successfully wounded the blood demon with the help of Jinghong's sword light. Since that time, Mr. Li has also asked her. But Li Zixuan remained silent and refused to say a word, so Mr. Li could only leave it at that. After all, no matter where this sword technique comes from, it is Li Zixuan's destiny. It is an extremely precious training opportunity. Since he loves his disciples so much, it is naturally impossible for him to do such a shameful thing as stealing the technique. It's just that what he didn't expect was. Now a few days have passed, Li Zixuan used this move again, and its power increased several times again. I haven't seen you for a few days, and Xian has grown up again. Mr. Li raised his head and looked up at the brilliant sword light that filled the sky. The wind howled, and the momentum was like a tsunami that was overwhelming the sky and the earth. Thousands of spectators in the auditorium watched this spectacular scene with him, dumbfounded, and their whole bodies and minds were deeply shocked. Above the sky, celestial phenomena are changing. The sword intent surged like turbulent currents, and two different sword energies clashed with each other, like two dragons fighting each other, shattering the sunlight and breaking up the thick sea of clouds. In the martial arts stage, there are ravines and deep pits all over, and the star power inscriptions at the four corners are running wildly, and the star curtains are raised to protect the audience to prevent the sword energy from spreading to the people around them. Click. Indistinctly, a subtle cracking sound was heard. The audience followed the sound and saw tiny cracks appearing on the guarding star power formation, as if it might break at any time. See the situation. Everyone was numb immediately. What kind of power is this? You must know that this magic circle is specially used for protection. Even the aftermath caused by an innate first-level master can be resisted for a while. The result is now. Are you being shaken by these two innate juniors? Outrageous. Everyone looked at each other and were instantly shocked. As expected of a genius, he is so perverted, I'm convinced. The power of the innate strong will burst out in the acquired realm, how can we play with it? While everyone is talking. As the air pressure in the center of the martial arts field increased, a terrifying storm formed around the formation, and countless sword intents spurted out, hitting the star power barrier crazily. People were a little panicked on the spot. Those sword auras are extremely terrifying, and once they come out, they will definitely cause harm to themselves. I just bought a ticket to watch the show. There is no need to risk your life. Don't panic, everyone. This formation cannot be broken. At this time, Mr. Li shouted loudly, calming the mood of the whole audience. Next moment. Several powerful star power outputs covered the star power barrier. Yu Wenshuan and other masters worked together to refill the broken gaps. The barrier is as solid as a rock, blocking the sword intent from spreading around the martial arts stage. In an instant, the sword on the stage rolled up the sand and splashed it, causing a small-scale sandstorm. Everyone's vision is blocked, making it difficult to see clearly the fighting situation inside. The only thing they can do now is wait. At this moment, only when the storm formed by the sword intention subsides and the dust settles, will the barrier formed by the star power finally dissipate. Think of this. The audience fell silent. Several eyes converged on the center of the martial arts arena, waiting for the final curtain to unfold. A few minutes later. The sword intent of the martial arts stage was finally extinguished. The air pressure suddenly rose, the star power barrier slowly dissipated, and the sand and dust in the center dispersed in all directions. When everyone saw this, they quickly locked their sights on the center of the martial arts stage. I saw Hu Yanjian kneeling on one knee, with a broken sword in his hand, blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth, and his face was as pale as paper. And in front of him, Li Zixuan stood proudly, raised her hand and tilted her sword, and pointed the tip of the sword at Hu Yanjian's eyebrows, her face still as cold as ice. The victory has been decided, she whispered, without any emotion in her tone. Hearing this, Hu Yanjian slowly stood up holding the broken sword and looked at Li Zixuan with complicated eyes. Humiliation, unwillingness, helplessness, all kinds of bitter emotions were brewing in my chest, and finally I just spit out a sentence. Yes. I lost. The voice fell. The whole place was in an uproar instantly, with countless people in the audience chanting Li Zixuan's name. The sound is like thunder, deafening, like the roar of New Year's gongs. Win. Senior Sister Li won. The winning streak of the Sword Saint disciples has ended in our Jianghai. It's great. Our Jianghai Martial Arts Academy is #1 in the world. In the auditorium, students from the college hugged each other and enjoyed a moment of joy. Li Zixuan's battle is of great significance. It is no longer a personal battle, but a secret battle between the entire forces. One is prosperous and all are prosperous, one is damaged and all are deprived. Everyone in the audience picked up their mobile phones to take selfies and record this historic moment. Damn it, Lao Qin, you've really been fooled. In the crowd, Xia He took out his mobile phone, carried the martial arts stage on his back, and adjusted the selfie angle for himself. It's just good luck. Qin Yang smiled and was in a good mood at the moment, so he put his arms around Xia He and left a photo of the moment. Click. After taking the photo, Xia He looked at Qin Yang beside him and couldn't help but joked. I didn't expect this little girl to be so powerful. From now on, old Qin, please be more careful, lest you offend someone else one day and strike with a sword. Qin Yang smiled and said nothing. Their conversation was drowned in a chaotic scene. There was noise everywhere in the auditorium, and the commotion enveloped the entire martial arts square. Hu Yanjian listened to the noise of the audience, looked down at the broken sword in his hand, looked a little dazed, and murmured to himself. I actually lost. I will definitely come back. He murmured in a low voice, then turned around and walked out of the square. The back is lonely and the limbs are stiff, like a puppet with broken strings. Hello. Li Zixuan saw this and was about to stop him, but suddenly felt a cold feeling behind her back. The oppressive breath came, and Yu Wenxuan came behind her quietly. Yes, I didn't expect that Xiao Jianghai could have such a good seedling like you. Yu Wenxuan smiled loudly, walked slowly to Li Zixuan and praised him. As he spoke, he glanced at Hu Yanjian's back. My disciple, you don't have to worry about it, I will take care of it naturally. Li Zixuan was neither humble nor arrogant. She cupped her hands at Yu Wenxuan and said, Senior, you are so complimentary. Hee. Yu Wenxuan squinted his eyes slightly and looked at Li Zixuan up and down, like a kind senior. The atmosphere is peaceful. Some reporters at the scene rushed over, raised their cameras, clicked the shutter, and immediately recorded this peaceful scene. Li Zixuan looked at the reporters, raised her hand to cover the flash, and was about to leave the ring. Suddenly, the voice of the juggernaut rang in her mind. Little girl, what is the relationship between Jianghai Sword God and you? The voice fell. Li Zixuan's pupils shrank suddenly, and her heart suddenly beat wildly, but she still pretended to be calm and whispered. The juniors don't understand what the seniors mean. Hear this. Yu Wenxuan narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at Li Zixuan meaningfully, and just smiled lightly without saying anything. Then he turned around and walked in the direction where Hu Yanjian left. Jianghai Martial Arts Academy, Martial Arts Plaza. The atmosphere was warm and cheers rippled through the college. Let that kid play. Now you know how powerful our Jianghai is. In the audience, Xia He immediately became angry when he saw the grassland master and apprentice leaving in despair. It was as if the person who defeated Hu Yanjian just now was not Li Zixuan, but him. Qin Yang on the side remained silent, just changed to a comfortable position and began to recite the dog system silently. Don't think too much. There has been no reply for so long. The system must have been so shocked that it got stuck again. System, speak. Qin Yang shouted several times in his heart. After a long while, I finally heard the trembling sound of the system. Ding! I can't believe it. The host just sent his disciples to take action, and actually succeeded in defeating the sword demon. The reward increased 100 times. Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 years of cultivation. After absorbing it, you can reach the peak of the master. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the emperor-level physical skills and martial arts, so far away. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a volume of Shentian Alchemy Sutra. Hands of wonderful rewards. Qin Yang drank big gulps of happy water and chewed popcorn, finally feeling comfortable. But this time, there is actually body and martial arts. Thinking of this, Qin Yang was a little surprised and checked briefly. First, a Shentian Alchemy Sutra contains many alchemy techniques and integrates the lifelong wisdom accumulation of ancient alchemists. And another emperor-level martial arts school is so close and far away, which is even more complicated. It directly involves the mysterious laws of space. Those who have achieved great success in cultivation can break through the boundaries of space and travel through the void at will. With one step, the world is as close as your neighbor. After roughly checking the rewards, seeing that his goal had been achieved, Qin Yang instantly felt dull. After yawning, he said to Xia He beside him. I'm going to withdraw first, please take your time and watch. Huh? Old Qin, are you leaving now? Xia He was stunned for a moment when he heard this, looked at Li Zixuan on the martial arts stage, and wondered, really we don't have to wait any longer? When Li Zixuan passes by later, you might even get her autograph. After this game, her value will definitely rise. It will be difficult for you to see her again in the future. Hearing this, Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said angrily, I'm not interested. If you want an autograph then, don't use my name. I'll get back first. After saying that, he turned around and left the table, walking alone through the noisy crowd. Not sloppy at all. Xiahe was left alone in the same place, alone and messy. The center of Yanwu Square. Li Zixuan was bathed in the cheers and walked slowly down the long ladder of the martial arts stage with light steps. As soon as he stepped off the stage, he was immediately surrounded by fellow students. Thank you for your hard work, senior, for revitalizing our reputation in Jianghai City. That move just now was so cool. Well done, I see that Hu Yanjian's eyes are all red and he's about to drop little pearls. This arrogant guy deserves to be beaten by everyone. Senior sister, have you ever considered giving lessons? No matter how much money you have, it doesn't matter. Chattering discussions sounded around Li Zixuan. The juniors and juniors looked at her with their eyes shining brightly, full of admiration and admiration. It is as if she is regarded as a new idol. Okay, let's all disperse and let Xian have a good rest. At this time, Mr. Li came to Li Zixuan with his hands behind his back and drove away the students around him. The voice fell. Other students were immediately disappointed, but seeing that Mr. Li was so highly respected, they couldn't say much and could only reluctantly leave. In a short while, the nearby position becomes vacant. Xian, thank you for your hard work during this time. Mr. Li looked at Li Zixuan and said, his eyes soft and kind. Teacher, you are exaggerating. This is what students should do. Li Zixuan nodded lightly, it's just a narrow victory, but it's not enough for you, teacher, to care about. This is not a narrow victory, Xian, it is obviously a crushing victory. Hearing this, Mr. Li smiled and said, the power of your sword skills has long surpassed Huyan's sword's Wan Jian Gui zone. As he spoke, he stroked his white beard and couldn't help but ask, Xian, I may be a bit abrupt as a teacher, but I still want to ask, where does your swordsmanship come from? Hearing this, Li Zixuan was immediately on guard. Ask where the swordsmanship comes from. I have sworn an oath in front of my master before. Never reveal any information to outsiders to prevent outsiders from disturbing his purity. Even if Mr. Li comes to ask, he will not break this oath. Don't you want to say it? Seeing Li Zixuan's hesitation, Mr. Li shook his head and smiled, waving his hands and saying, that goes without saying, Xian, I won't force you as a teacher. This should be your fate and opportunity. I am very happy for you as a teacher. Well, thank you, teacher. Li Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go, Xian, I have arranged a celebration banquet for my master, it's time for you to relax. Li Laohan said with a smile, taking in Li Zixuan's small expression. This silly girl is still too young. In fact, he had already vaguely guessed that it was related to the Jianghai sword god. But since Li Zixuan doesn't want to reveal more, it doesn't hurt. The truth will eventually come out one day. At the same time, as Li Zixuan's competition ended, the top 10 most searched items on the internet, related to Jianghai City, hit the screen. To know. This competition was broadcast live on the entire internet and received the attention of hundreds of millions of people. Countless people were able to witness Li Zixuan's graceful demeanor in defeating all kinds of magic with one sword. In an instant, violent sensational rumors spread from the streets and alleys of Jianghai City to the top brass of the imperial capital, and the whole country was in an uproar. Jianghai Hotel, Room 1. Master, my disciple has brought shame on you. Hu Yanjian knelt in front of Yu Wenxuan, with his head lowered. He had long lost the arrogance of the past. Get up, disciple. Yu Wenxuan bent his waist, stretched out his old hand, gently lifted the Huyan sword on the ground, and said, "It's just a defeat, it's harmless." But Hu Yanjian hesitated to speak, and said with a look of shame on his face, "I have embarrassed you, master. I have never been defeated before. It's okay, it's just a challenge." Yu Wenxuan chuckled softly, stroking the agate bracelet. "These days, your mood has become more and more arrogant, and defeat has the effect of tempering you, which is not a bad thing. This victory or defeat is just a fleeting moment. After 100 years, nothing will be left. Only concentrating on the sword is our salvation." "Yes, master." Hearing this, Hu Yanjian buried his head, his face lacked interest, and he still felt a little uneasy. Seeing this, Yu Wenxuan smiled and said, "What? Are you still sad that you lost to the little girl?" Hu Yanjian responded in a low voice. Disciple, it's not a shame for you to lose at the hands of this little girl." "Why did the master say that?" "Because that girl's origin is not simple either." Yu Wenxuan said coldly, looking at the night view of Jianghai City outside the window. His eyes seemed to penetrate everything. "She is most likely a direct disciple of Jianghai sword god." "What?" Hu Yanjian's eyes widened with a look of shock on his face. "It turns out that this is Li Zixuan. Turns out he is the direct disciple of the sword god. This news is so explosive that if it gets out, it will definitely cause an uproar and trigger a new wave of online public opinion. Disciple, don't be impatient, think carefully first." Yu Wenxuan said slowly, "You are my disciple, Yu Wenxuan, and you are absolutely invincible in the innate realm. And the highest strength in Jianghai City is only the peak of innateness. How can it be possible to teach a genius like Li Zixuan? Hear this." Hu Yanjian frowned slightly and quickly understood what Yu Wenxuan meant. "Yes. The other party is the Jianghai Martial Arts Academy. The teacher's strength is low, and the only thing that can take out is Li Lao, who is innate, saying unpleasant, and the teachers who go into groups in the group are not a problem. How is it possible to use the swordsmanship to break through the 10,000 swords returning to the sect?" Thinking of this, Hu Yanjian stood up from the sofa and breathed a sigh of relief. The doubts in his heart were solved. "My heart suddenly felt like a vast sea and sky. No more depressing burdens." After the battle on the martial arts stage, he thought that Li Zixuan was so talented that he had mastered the swordsmanship alone. When I think of the other person being such a genius. The heart of He Yanjian's sword is a little unstable. But the good thing is, tonight I have Yu Wenxuan to enlighten me. That's when he suddenly woke up. It turns out that Li Zixuan, like herself, has guidance from experts. That's right, disciple, it's good if you understand. Seeing that Hu Yanjian's condition improved, Yu Wenxuan smiled lightly and said, "It is not easy to teach a disciple like Li Zixuan. As a teacher, I am even more curious about the strength of this Jianghai sword god." As he spoke, he came to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the sidewalk on the street. "Tomorrow, I will go to Sword Valley in person and wait for a battle with him. Master." Hearing this, Hu Yanjian hesitated and said, "I heard that the Jianghai sword god always follows the dragon but never sees the end. Will he fight you?" I believe he will come." Yu Wenxuan smiled, turning the agate bracelet in his hand, and patiently explained. "Disciple, you will understand when you reach my level. It is extremely difficult to break through to the master realm, especially the opportunity of inspiration, and this battle is an important means to obtain the opportunity. So I believe that in order to break through my own strength, I will definitely come." At the same time, Qin Yang returned to his home and was leaning comfortably on the sofa, watching short videos. The sound of clattering pots and pans came from the kitchen, and smoke floated in the world. Xiaobai stepped on the small stool, peeling vegetables and cleaning them. The old fire soup in the pot had been simmering for 3 hours. It's almost time. Qin Yang calculated the time and found that if he absorbed the rewards now, he would be able to seamlessly connect to the cooking process. Comfortable. Think of this. Qin Yang put down his cell phone and began to sink into the space of enlightenment. Let's start with you. With a sudden thought, Qin Yang began to absorb the 100 years of cultivation rewarded by the system. After several previous absorptions, he was already familiar with the process of guiding a century of cultivation into his body. In an instant, the star power surges majestically, flowing through the limbs and bones, bringing warmth. Like taking a bath in a hot spring. Qin Yang leaned back on the sofa comfortably, leaning his arms on his sides, enjoying the changes in the star power in his body. A warm current surged up from his tailbone and spread slowly, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. A moan of pleasure came out. In the kitchen, the little white beast's ears twitched and it immediately stood up on alert. Master, what are you calling? Xiaobai was curious, so he quickly put down the shelled shrimp and glanced in Qin Yang's direction. I saw him lying on the sofa with the character, in his hand. Also made a strange sound. So weird. Seeing this, Xiaobai didn't know why, and his face was full of disgust. She remembered that she had heard other foxes say that male humans seem to have a special physiological condition. What does it seem like to be called the egg-changing period? Isn't the master somewhere there? Thinking of this, the disgust on Xiaobai's face became a little more intense. He couldn't bear to look at it anymore, so he stopped and continued to process the shrimp meat. But just when she lowered her head. Boom! A majestic star power suddenly erupted, sweeping across the room in all directions, instantly interrupting her movements. It was like a landslide and a tsunami, which overwhelmed her and made her breathless. Little White Tail was so frightened that he instinctively picked up the plate and protected it in front of himself. What a terrifying star pressure. This is the pinnacle of a master. An enemy is coming. The sense of crisis in Xiaobai's heart exploded, and he quickly searched for the source of the star pressure. At the same time, he ran to Qin Yang's side, preparing to tell him to get up and run away. This fairy's life is in your hands. Life and death. It's a small matter if the eggs are gone, but a big deal is if your life is lost. Xiaobai thought like this and ran towards Qin Yang quickly. But the closer it gets, the unknown star pressure becomes more intense. By the time she was 2 meters away from Qin Yang, the terrifying star pressure had even solidified, and she was not allowed to get any closer. Xiaobai was stunned when he saw this. She looked blankly at Qin Yang on the sofa, with a look of shock on her face, and finally understood what was going on. Here we go again. It's here again. This human being has actually made a breakthrough again. How can this be? Xiaobai squatted on the spot, holding his tail and doubting life. What kind of pervert is this guy? I don't see him practicing on a daily basis. He lies flat in the library every day. How come he can break through so easily? And still at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. Outrageous. Xiaobai went numb for a moment, and after thinking for a moment, he could only return to the kitchen with his tail between his legs, trembling, and continue to process the remaining ingredients. No way. When a fox lives in the world, his heart is the top priority. At the same time, Qin Yang has also finished absorbing his 100 years of cultivation and started to absorb the remaining 2 rewards. The Xiantian Dan Jing focuses on elixirs. The master of elixirs in the world has recorded countless pharmacological secrets. He can save people and kill people in a single thought. Qin Yang relied on his heaven-defying understanding to integrate everything in an instant and understood everything. Not bad, but my head feels itchy. Qin Yang scratched his head with satisfaction and continued to integrate the last emperor-level movement and martial arts, so close to the end of the world. After a moment, all rewards released by the system have been accepted. Comfortable. Qin Yang opened his eyes with satisfaction and saw that Xiaobai had already started serving the dishes and was ready to start the meal. So he used Ju Qi Tianya to teleport to her side. He immediately frightened her so much that she trembled all over and let out a fox's cry. Strangeness. Seeing this, Qin Yang felt a little puzzled. How do you feel about Xiaobai tonight? You seem to be more afraid of me. The next day, early morning. Library. Qin Yang Yuze clocked in at work. As soon as he walked into the museum, he noticed that there seemed to be very few customers today. Far less than usual. Usually at this time, people are already queuing up at the door, ready to enter first and seize the spot in the lounge. But now there are only a few scattered people. Today is not the closing day, isn't it? Qin Yang was wondering when suddenly he saw Xia He trotting over from a distance holding up his mobile phone. At the same time, he pointed at the screen and shouted excitedly. Look at your phone, Lao Qin, something big has happened. Sword Valley. The Sword Master is at the Sword Valley, and he is openly calling the Jianghai Sword God. Yu Wenxuan called the formation in Sword Valley. Hearing this, Qin Yang was suddenly surprised. Why so early? Isn't there still 5 days before the announcement he made before? Who knows? Xia He shrugged, opened a news interface at random, handed the phone to Qin Yang and said, You can see for yourself, Lao Qin, everyone on the internet is talking about this now, it's so popular. The popularity immediately exceeded that of the previous Academy Challenge, and it directly ranked first in the hot search. Let me see. Hearing this, Qin Yang took the phone and looked through the hot searches on it. As expected, there were overwhelming discussions on the internet, and related hot terms topped the list of hot searches. Everyone is talking about this matter. No, this Prairie Sword Master can't afford to lose. Is he here to find a place for his apprentice? I heard that I have to wait for 5 days in the Sword Valley to welcome the Jianghai Sword God at any time. How crazy. Too persistent. I think their masters and disciples are all the same, they are just stubborn sword madmen. Do you think Jianghai Sword God will go to war? I think he looks like an outsider, but I always feel that he is not interested in this kind of thing. Qin Yang looked at these comments and found that everyone was focused on the same issue, whether the Sword God would appear or not. But it doesn't matter. After all, your name is Jianghai Sword God. What does it have to do with me, Qin Yang? Sorry, I'm so unfamiliar. Thinking of this, Qin Yang yawned and returned the phone to Xia He. Huh. You won't watch it now, Lao Qin. Xia He was stunned for a moment when he saw this. Don't you plan to take the time to take a look? It's boring. He's looking for the Jianghai Sword God. It has nothing to do with us ordinary people. Qin Yang said leisurely, his arms resting on the back of his head. When gods fight, mortals suffer, so it's better if we don't join in the fun. The voice fell. Xia He's eyes widened instantly and he looked at Qin Yang in shock. He didn't expect to hear such free and easy words from his mouth. Hey, Lao Qin, what you said makes sense. Hearing this, Qin Yang shrugged and ignored it. He walked directly towards his post and started his daily work. After all, the rewards from Sword Demon have now been shipped. And this Prairie Sword Master has no value to him at all, so it doesn't matter how much he screams. A dog is barking on the roadside, do you want to go over and bite it? And according to the logic of the system, this Sword Master should be dead after 500 years, and will eventually become a pile of loss, and will no longer be able to trigger corresponding rewards. Why should I be angry with a dead man? As soon as he thought of this, Qin Yang's thoughts became clear. I have so much free time, I might as well continue to improve my strength. Thinking of this, Qin Yang pushed the trolley, humming a ditty about fishing, and walked around the bookshelves in the library, placing books one after another. Then taking advantage of his free time, he continued to realize that the world is so close. After all, this movement skill is the same as the previous, heaven-destroying sword technique. It belongs to the emperor-level category. It is astonishingly powerful, and it is also very obscure and difficult to understand. It cannot be understood in one night. It is one thing to obtain the skills. It is another matter to fully understand and master it. But fortunately, time is always on my side. Qin Yang closed his eyes while fishing, sinking his consciousness into the space of enlightenment. In the space of enlightenment, the mysterious and obscure words were dismantled one by one and divided into more vivid and vivid meanings, and the progress of enlightenment was rapidly accelerated. Split, reorganize, comprehend. A few days passed by. Qin Yang returned to his old life of lying down, fishing for insights at work, playing fox after get off work and tasting all the delicacies of the world, and the years were quiet and peaceful. At the same time, as the Sword God received no response, everyone's enthusiasm gradually faded away. Some negative voices gradually emerged in online public opinion. How many days has it been? Do you still want to fight? Isn't the sword god a coward? Even if he doesn't want to fight, he should come out and say a few words. It's outrageous to leave Yuan Xuan alone for so many days. It's just temporary stage fright. I think this Jiang Hai sword god is nothing more than that. More and more negative comments are coming out. After the citizens of Jiang Hai saw it, they couldn't help it. After Lishui Lake, the sword god was kind to Jiang Hai city and had a high status. He would never allow others to slander him. So they immediately organized a group and launched a rebuttal on the internet. Sword God Master doesn't want to pay attention to a clown like Yuan Xuan. If you fight him, you will lose your status on the spot. It's just a ruthless man from the grassland who came to stir up trouble out of nowhere, and he actually got the upper hand. For a time, the two parties on the internet were arguing over this matter. Sword Valley. As dusk falls and night falls, the cool breeze blows slowly across the cliffs, adding a bit of chill to the air in the valley. Master, it's the last day. Hu Yanjian stood on the high ground in the valley, looked at Yuan Xuan beside him, and spoke cautiously. At this moment, Yuan Xuan was sitting cross-legged on the ground, looking up at the sky. His face was battered by wind and frost, so he looked particularly old. To know. During these 5 days, he never left the Sword Valley. He was looking forward to it day and night, just waiting for the battle between the Jiang Hai sword god. It has come to this point. They were master and disciple, but they didn't even see each other's shadow. It will come. He will definitely come. Yuan Xuan murmured in a low voice, his voice hoarse, then held the hilt of the sword with his dry hand, and slowly pulled out the long sword. In an instant. The terrifying star pressure spread all around. Boom! The ground cracked and rocks flew. The sword intent in the Sword Valley was attacked by the star pressure, and there were faint signs of dissipation. Master, what are you doing? Hu Yanjian's pupils shrank suddenly and he quickly took a step back. He instantly saw that Yuan Xuan was hysterical and had fallen into madness. Don't be afraid of your disciples. Yuan Xuan said coldly, with a hint of madness in his eyes, since the sword god doesn't want to come, then I will destroy this precious land of Sword Valley and force him to come here in person. The voice fell. Boom! He suddenly burst out with terrifying star power fluctuations, slashing towards the entire Sword Valley. Next moment. Countless remaining sword energies were disturbed as a result, cancelling each other out, and all dissipated into the sky. The sword energies in the Sword Valley instantly disappeared. Huge commotion broke out, and reporters who were paying attention to the scene were shocked. They quickly recorded the scene and posted it on the internet. The next day, Qin Yang came to the library to work, and saw Xia Yang angry, looking incompetent and furious. It doesn't make sense, it really doesn't make sense. What's wrong? Qin Yang asked confused. It's Yuan Xuan. That Lao Deng actually destroyed Sword Valley. Xia he was furious, banging on his cell phone, and furiously venting about the situation online. Sword Valley is a holy land of martial arts in the hearts of Jiang Hai people. Yuan Xuan destroyed it with just one sword. This is undoubtedly the face of all Jiang Hai people. Take it easy, don't be impatient. Qin Yang put his arm around Xia He's shoulders and comforted him softly. He naturally understood that the Prairie Sword Master did this to anger him and force the Jiang Hai sword god to take action. You are so good, why do you want to destroy public property? Qin Yang sighed. He originally thought the other person was a mad dog. But now that Sword Valley has been destroyed, this nature has changed. In that case, I will go and meet you. Jiang Hai City, Sword Valley. Several Black Hawk helicopters were circling, flying across the sky at high speed, and the pine forest was filled with waves. The reporter stood in the cabin, leaned out and reported to the camera the situation in the Sword Valley behind him. I could only see the canyon below. A ravine hundreds of meters deep spanned both sides. The sword energy in the valley was completely gone, leaving only a barren landscape. Yuan Xuan was suspended above this wound, and the star pressure surged, forming a substantial blockade. Boom! Upon seeing this, the helicopter that arrived did not dare to get too close. It could only circle the airspace area near him and use the camera to transmit the horrific scene to the internet. After a while, the entire network was in a sensation. Netizens expressed their opinions, triggering a huge wave of condemnation. It's too much. It's too much. This Sword Valley is the treasured holy land of all sword cultivators, and it was destroyed like this? Yu Wenxuan is absolutely crazy. He can even do such a thing as fishing in a lake. Jian Gu, please turn on the microphone to communicate. One sword cut off the chances of those who came after you. Yu Wenxuan really committed a crime. At this moment, people on the internet who are paying attention to this matter are filled with outrage. Public opinion was no surprise, all tilted in the direction of Jianghai City. However, this is just incompetent rage after all. After all, Yu Wenxuan's strength is at the peak of the Grandmaster level. He is very rare in the entire country. There are simply not many people who can do anything to him. At the same time, outside the Sword Valley, the sound of forest waves roared. Superintendent Xingwu's security team was dispatched urgently and pulled out a yellow blockade to block the entrance to Sword Valley. The superintendent was standing at the mouth of the canyon, directing the scene while looking up at Yu Wenxuan hanging high above. The owner of the museum is also helping out. What a madman! They sighed at the same time, with anger and bitterness mixed together, and their moods were mixed. Cross-border wars are like overcoming mountains and seas. Once a master like Yu Wenxuan, who is at the peak of his level, takes action, it is impossible for him to defeat those in the innate realm. In the eyes of the opponent, killing them is as easy as crushing ants. The current situation is extremely critical. Now Yu Wenxuan has destroyed the Sword Valley and wasted a precious land of swordsmanship with his bare hands in order to force Jianghai Sword God out. But if the Sword God does not come out to fight again, according to Yu Wenxuan's character, wouldn't he go to Duanfeng Mountain and continue to destroy the treasure land? When the treasure land is gone, only innocent people will be left. In other words, Jianghai City has fallen to the edge of purgatory at this moment, and something may happen at any time. The disaster star is coming. The more he thought about it, the heavier his heart became. The only way to calm Yu Wenxuan now is to find the Jianghai Sword God. But the biggest problem is the Sword God still in the city? Thinking of this, the commander looked up at Yu Wenxuan, took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it to relieve the pressure. The owner of the museum on the side shook his head when he heard this and said, "These masters have extremely weird personalities. Most of them like to travel around the world and live in no fixed place." Yes. The commander sighed helplessly. Without responding to the challenge for so many days, maybe Lord Sword God doesn't care about this small city at all and has left Jianghai long ago. Sigh. Mr. Li has already gone to look for traces of the Sword God, but we can't sit still and wait for death. We must negotiate with the Prairie Sword Master. The commander took the last puff of his cigarette, crushed the cigarette butt, turned to look in the direction of Sword Valley and said, "We can't let him continue to be so crazy." He just finished speaking. Suddenly. Sass. A sharp sound of walking on the wind sounded. Before everyone could react, they saw a slender figure turning into a swift shadow, directly breaking through the blockade and rushing into the Sword Valley desperately. This is. In an instant, the owner and the commander recognized the owner of the aura. It's actually Li Zixuan. In the Sword Valley, Li Zixuan stepped on Lin Yejian, her pretty face full of anger, her pretty eyebrows twisted together, and the hand holding the sword was trembling. How dare this bastard, how dared to destroy the teacher's things? She gritted her teeth and her blood rushed to her head. Along the way, she felt that the spiritual energy of Sword Valley was lost, and her mood was painful and uncomfortable. Everything is ruined. As far as the eye can see, the stone walls are scattered all over the place. The deeper you go into the Sword Valley, the more messy it becomes. The memories of those teachers' lessons all disappeared at this moment. There is nothing left. At the thought of this, Li Zixuan's emotions instantly overwhelmed her reason, and she became so angry that she immediately found herself under the culprit. Yu Wenxuan looked down at Li Zixuan, who was also surprised, and said via voice, "It's actually you. What the seniors did is really disgusting to the juniors." Li Zixuan's eyes were red with anxiety, and she angrily scolded the sword master directly to his face. The majestic sword master actually did such a disgraceful thing. "Huh, you little kid is so anxious. I must have destroyed your most beloved thing, right?" Yu Wenxuan laughed when he heard this and looked around at the miserable situation in the Sword Valley. "It seems that you are really a disciple of the Sword God. Let your master come to fight. If I lose, I will definitely make amends to him. The teacher won't fight with people like you." Li Zixuan stared at Yu Wenxuan and whispered every word, "The teacher never takes you seriously, he will not fall in love with a pathetic clown like you." The words fell, and each word was heartbreaking. Presumptuous. Yu Wenxuan's pupils above him suddenly shrank, and his face instantly became gloomy. These words hit his sore point. If Jianghai Sword God still refuses to fight, then what he did was like drawing water from a bamboo basket, and he made a big joke in vain. And now he is actually being taught a lesson by a junior? Arrogant. Thinking of this, Yu Wenxuan looked down at Li Zixuan with a sinister look in his eyes. Has your master ever taught you that disaster comes from the mouth? Unfortunately, it takes you a lifetime to understand some truths. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly raised his sword and pointed it at Li Zixuan's position. Next moment, a powerful sword intention jumped out of the tip of the sword and fell straight down, as if the weight of a mountain was pressing down, sealing off all Li Zixuan's positions. Nowhere to escape, nowhere to go. Slow and torturous, actually trying to crush her to death. Li Zixuan raised her sword to resist, but the moment she drew the sword, the blade shattered into pieces and turned into powder and dissipated in the air. Death seems inevitable. Li Zixuan looked desperate and tried in vain to use her star power to resist, but she still couldn't stop the approaching sword energy. That's when she was in despair. Suddenly, the sound of the wind has stopped. The space around her shook violently, and the next moment there were ripples visible to the naked eye. Boom! A figure in black robes crossed the horizon and landed within a short distance of Li Zixuan, blocking her in front of her. Immediately afterwards, a more powerful sword intent erupted, completely countering Yu Wenxuan's sword intent, and easily offset all attacking sword intent. Good. High in the sky, the prairie sword master looked at the visitor with a ferocious and excited smile on his face. Jianghai Sword God, we finally meet. The overwhelming sword intent faded away, like the thin snow melting in early spring. Qin Yang was dressed in a black robe and stood in front of Li Zixuan. He dispersed the sword intent squeezing from all around with his bare hands, with ease. Okay, you're finally here, Jianghai Sword God. Yu Wenxuan was high up in the sky, overlooking this scene, his eyes hot and excited, firmly locked on Qin Yang's aura. This time I traveled across thousands of mountains and rivers and rushed to the rivers and seas just to fight the Sword God. Now half of my wish has been fulfilled. The next battle is the real highlight. Before the battle begins, I will never let Jianghai Sword God out of sight. You are really unworthy of being a swordsman by attacking a little girl. Qin Yang looked up at Yu Wenxuan above him, and there was a hint of sullenness in his words. What kind of sword master? You are so ungrateful of martial ethics. Even the acquired state of Li Zixuan is not spared. Had she been a step too late, she would have died by his sword by now. If Li Zixuan was gone, how can I get rewards from the dog explosive system in the future? Feel free to scold me, I don't care, scolding is just a passing thing. Hearing this, Yu Wenxuan opened his arms and laughed and said, when a person dies, the lamp goes out, and after 100 years, everyone will eventually pass away. Only I, who pursue the way of swordsmanship wholeheartedly, can achieve the supreme martial arts. As soon as the word fell, the sound was rolling. His voice echoed off the canyon cliffs and spread thousands of miles away. Hurrah! Helicopters in the distance flew by, focused their telephoto lenses into the canyon, and broadcast the conversation between the two live, which instantly spread widely on the internet. Everyone was amazed when they heard Yu Wenxuan's words of enlightenment, and some even admired his determination. Leave aside the crazy moves of this old man. If you have such great perseverance and determination, your achievements in the future will be limitless. I only focus on the art of swordsmanship, but it's a pity that my path has gone astray. Swordsmanship or not, Jianghai Sword God is finally here. Fight quickly, I want to see blood flowing like a river. One barrage after another flooded through the live broadcast room, quickly filling the entire screen. A great road will be achieved in 100 years. Qin Yang below listened to Yu Wenxuan's crazy words and shook his head, finally understanding the other party's temperament. Same as Yanjian. They are all types who cannot survive without being crazy. No wonder they will cultivate future sword demons. But wait 500 years later. You are also a handful of lus, don't laugh at anyone. Teacher. At this time, Li Zixuan slowly opened her eyes and looked at Qin Yang who was protecting him, feeling extremely excited. But soon, the ruins of the Sword Valley around her came into view, and her mood became depressed again. I'm sorry, teacher, everything was destroyed, I didn't protect your Sword Valley. It doesn't matter, disciple, as long as you are fine. Qin Yang looked at Li Zixuan with a smile, knowing that she was eager to protect the earth, and comforted her softly, "If you save people, you will lose their land, and everyone and the land will survive. If you save the land and lose people, you will lose both people and the land. Sword Valley can be rebuilt if it is gone, but a good disciple like you will not be found as a master in the future." As the gentle voice fell, Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat, and her eyes slightly rippled. "So I am so important in Master's heart. Think of this. Li Zixuan is in a good mood, but the current situation is critical. Staying here by yourself will only get in the way and become a burden to the teacher." When she thought of this, she said to Qin Yang sensibly, "Teacher, please be careful, the disciple has to retreat first." Qin Yang nodded slightly. "When gods fight, mortals suffer. A master-level battle like theirs is directly at the level of destroying the world and destroying the heaven and earth. A Hotian realm star warrior will die immediately if he touches it, which is very dangerous." Soon, the two apprentices all left. The canyon is quiet and deep. Yu Wenxuan is high in the sky, Qin Yang is low on the ground, and Ling Ji's murderous intention spreads around until it sweeps across the entire Sword Valley. "In that case, let's draw the sword." Qin Yang looked calm and did not intend to talk nonsense. As soon as the words fell, the purple light soaring into the sky startled the sky, and the crepe myrtle divine sword instantly appeared in his hand. The sky was filled with rays of light, triggering the clear and crisp sound of the sword, which was full of ancient charm. What a sword! Yu Wenxuan above saw this and couldn't help but admire him. The magic weapon is a psychic. I have been searching for half my life, but I have never seen such a magical weapon. Now I finally opened my eyes. Are you going to stay on the ground and not come up to fight me? Yu Wenxuan frowned slightly. Now his and Qin Yang's positions are not equal. Even after victory, the victory is still without force. What I pursue is a hearty battle, not a restricted competition with the opponent. No need, I'm in a hurry, I can decide the outcome with just one sword. Say it. Qin Yang slightly bent his knees, leaned sideways, put his hand on Ziwei's sword hilt, and began to prepare to draw the sword. Click. His aura was restrained, and his sword intent was silent, condensing into substance and spreading around. The rock formations under my feet could not withstand the pressure, and they fragmented and dissipated bit by bit, and my body sank. From the outside, it seemed as if it was sinking into the earth. Depression, silence. Grandmaster level sword intent. Yu Wenxuan looked solemn when he saw this scene, and began to mobilize his own star power fluctuations to release the perfect state of Wanjian Guizong. Next moment, the mighty sword energy swept across the entire Sword Valley. Thousands of sword energy flew around the Sword Valley, as if there were countless swordsmen fighting in it. The murderous intent arose with great force, rolling up the sand and covering the sky, as if black clouds were pressing down on the environment. Outside the valley, the approaching helicopter was swaying in the turbulence of the air. The pilot tried hard to hold the joystick and control the fuselage to prevent it from crashing in the turbulence. Under the shaky camera, the onlookers in the official live broadcast room were even more dumbfounded and felt their scalps numb. I thought that the 10,000 swords used by Hu Yanjian that day would have reached the state of transformation. The results appear now. How could you not even touch the edge of Deshang? Outrageous. Looking at Qin Yang's side, the audience in the live broadcast room was confused. At this moment, Qin Yang sunk his feet into the rocky ground, bent his knees as if to draw a sword, and said nothing, as if time had stopped on him. Formed a very sharp contrast with Yu Wenxuan. Laymen watched the excitement, while experts watched the door. In the live broadcast room, some star warriors specializing in swordsmanship saw the secret behind it. At this moment, Yu Wenxuan and Qin Yang's moves are for tat, representing the extremes of movement and stillness respectively. The ultimate intention of bringing thousands of swords back to their clan has inspired tens of thousands of sword energy in the world to make pilgrimages and return to the same place. As for Qin Yang's swordsmanship, it is all about staying quiet and pursuing perfection. Comparing the two. Obviously Qin Yang is more suitable for swordsmanship than Yu Wenxuan. Buzz. Accompanied by the clear sound of the two men's swords. Yu Wenxuan and Qin Yang seemed to be in communion with each other and took action at the same time. Next moment, Yu Wenxuan raised his two fingers. Thousands of strands of sword energy merged into a river, and in an instant it surged into a sea, attacking Qin Yang on the ground, as if a vast ocean poured down from the sky. There is nowhere to hide, no way to retreat. Qin Yang looked up at the sea of swords descending from the sky, and the hand holding the sword hilt suddenly exerted force, and he directly drew the sword to attack him. As Ziwei was unsheathed, a gorgeous sword light suddenly appeared, the earth became dusty, and the void cracked and exploded. On the night of my 18th birthday, I rebelled against the family. The rocks in the valley collapsed, the canyon walls collapsed and fell to the ground, and a deafening roar erupted. The dazzling sword light covered the sky and directly covered the sky. Two majestic sword energies collided and entangled, like thunder. In an instant, the sea of clouds split, and the boundless sword light rose, as if the dawn was just born, rushing towards Yu Wenshuan, who was coming with thousands of troops and horses. Boom! The camera in the helicopter in the distance locked its lens, and the scene fell into a vast whiteness, unable to capture any footage of the scene. Netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't see the scene, they could only see the white screen of their mobile phones, and they went crazy instantly. Damn it, what about dropping a nuclear bomb? Will everyone share the radiation? Who is this human? It's like a battle between gods. No wonder the Grandmaster realm is so rare. With this power, one person can form an army. A1 flashes and closes it. Brother. At the same time, such a magnificent sight naturally attracted the attention of everyone outside the valley. Li Zishuan and Hu Yanjian stood side by side on a cliff, raising their hands to cover their eyelids, watching this horrifying scene between their fingers. The former enemies put aside their grudges at the same time and looked up at this shocking scene with hot and envious eyes. The teacher is so strong. Li Zishuan looked at the dawn-like sword light, and her longing for the strong became stronger in her heart. One day, I will be as strong as the teacher. Hu Yanjian on the side also clenched his fists and swore in his heart that he would become a strong man like Yu Wenshuan in the future. The majestic scenes are imprinted deep in their memories, like spring rain falling, watering the seeds of kendo in their hearts and giving them enough nutrients. Boom! After a moment, the deafening sound changes from loud to quiet. The sword light that suddenly appeared was dim, as if the curtain was about to fall. The rich aura lingers in the canyons and mountains. After integrating two different sword intents, it is far more intense than before. Another sword energy treasure land has been formed. Outside the valley, everyone looked towards the center of the valley and waited eagerly. Netizens in the live broadcast room were so nervous that they even forgot to post comments. They held their breaths and waited for the final winner to appear. Degree seconds are like years of waiting. They finally saw the light of the sword fade away, and then they could see the scene clearly. Only saw the inside of the canyon. The ground is covered with huge pits. Qin Yang stands between the sky and the earth. The clouds are light and the wind is gentle. The crepe myrtle sword in his hand sings happily. In front of him, Yu Wenshuan also stood proudly on the ground. But his mouth was bleeding, his face was as white as gold paper, and the sword in his hand was turned into powder, not even the hilt was left, and he looked extremely miserable. I lost. Yu Wenshuan looked lonely and let the dust in his palms drift away in the wind. He once used this sword to defeat all the arrogant people in the world. But now the sword is broken, the heart is broken, and everything has disappeared. He was so completely defeated that he was not on the same level as Jianghai Sword God. The opponent is crushed in all directions. It really only takes one sword to determine the outcome of this battle. Think of this. Yu Wenshuan looked at Qin Yang in front of him, and the details of how he drew his sword emerged in his mind. To the extreme of emptiness, keep quiet and sincere. Could it be that? Is this the essence of kendo that you should pursue? From the beginning, your Wan Jian Guizong went in the wrong direction. Jianghai Sword God, your sword, is indeed more suitable for the sword than mine. Yu Wenshuan murmured in admiration, his dimmed eyes became hot again, as if he had some kind of realization. This is the opportunity for a breakthrough in the master realm. He is crazy about swords and just wants to find an opponent. Now the sword has become the target of his pursuit. Even if you lose this battle, you won't gain anything. Noticing the change in Yu Wenshuan's expression, Qin Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He is worthy of being the master of the future sword demon. Simply speaking, this mentality of repeated defeats and battles can indeed be commended. But Qin Yang looked at Yu Wenshuan, who had a firm look on his face, with a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. I'll be leaving soon, you old guy, just don't break your guard. At this time, sass. The sound of stepping on the wind sounded, and Li Zixuan and Hu Yanjian rushed over at the same time. After seeing the situation on the field, they immediately understood that the winner was decided. The teacher won. The teacher lost. For a time, two completely different mentalities arose in their hearts. Li Zixuan was overjoyed and ran to Qin Yang's side excitedly, even her steps were dancing. Humph, this is my teacher. My teacher is invincible in the world. And on the other side, Hu Yanjian came to Yuan silently. He had a complicated look on his face, looking at his embarrassed master with mixed emotions. Jianghai Sword God is so strong, even the teacher is no match for him. But soon, Hu Yanjian's restless heart calmed down. Yuan has always taught himself that failure is not terrible, and the real opponent is always himself. Now that the master has failed, what's the problem? Since Jianghai Sword God is number one, if you make him the target of pursuit, you can also achieve the true meaning of swordsmanship. Thinking of this, Hu Yanjian's mind suddenly became brighter, and his gaze at Qin Yang became hot. If Qin Yang knew that he had two more fan brothers, for no reason, he would definitely be dumbfounded. Outside the valley, several figures galloped towards the center of the valley. Mr. Li took the lead in the front and jumped through the sea of pine trees and forests. Behind him, a group of masters from the river and sea followed closely, flocking to him. Mr. Li, you sense the swords will most accurately, who wins? The commander was beside him and asked anxiously. The sword light just erupted, and there was a chaotic flow of sword intent everywhere. I and others were unable to find out what was going on. But all the warriors in Jianghai have naturally regarded the sword god as their faith for a long time and never want him to lose. It's the sword god who wins. Mr. Li replied loudly, with an excited look on his face. His excitement was hard to calm down, and he felt a little regretful at the same time. I was looking for his shadow outside, but who knew, Lord Sword God was caught off guard and appeared directly in the Sword Valley. In the battle just now, I missed part of the link. The loss is huge. Blood loss. Okay, it's time for me to go. At the center of Sword Valley, Qin Yang saw that the matter was over, and the system would not explode the reward if he stayed here, which was meaningless. So he brushed the crepe myrtle sword body, turning it into a wisp of sword energy and scattering it in the sky. Hush, a few sword sounds echoed vaguely, conveying some unpleasant emotions. Ziwei is a psychic with a sword nature, and is hidden in the sheath by Qin Yang every day. This time she rarely comes out to the wild, but she is taken back before she has enough fun. She is inevitably unhappy. Seeing this, Qin Yang smiled and said softly, I'll take you out to have fun next time. The voice fell. The sound of swords finally returned to calm. Yuan on the side suddenly felt envious after seeing it. A top-notch magic weapon coupled with powerful cultivation, the Jianghai Sword God's background is too luxurious. With such information in hand, his cultivation understanding is definitely very profound. Think of this. Yuan came to Qin Yang and was about to ask about some cultivation matters. But the next moment, before he could ask, Qin Yang's figure slowly dispersed, turned into starlight, and disappeared between the sky and the earth. The sword energy retains its shape. Seeing this scene, Yuan was stunned, and his originally excited expression suddenly froze. Outside Sword Valley, the noisy sound of people continued. The people from Jianghai City who arrived walked through the forest leaves and rushed towards the center of the Sword Valley. They looked excited and couldn't wait to see the sword god. This sword master is so aggressive that he insists on letting our Jianghai sword god come out to fight. Didn't you expect this? After this battle, the so-called sword master looks like he will become a clown. Bah! What a sword master! He has even destroyed our martial arts holy land in Jianghai. He can do such unworthy things as a sword master. He is not worthy of the title sword master at all. While speaking, they are about to arrive at the center of Sword Valley. Some star warriors with strong senses immediately sensed that Qin Yang's figure became transparent and then disappeared into the air. Lao Li was startled and noticed something was wrong with the sword god's aura. It was as if it had disappeared out of thin air. In Sword Valley, the cool breeze blew, and the sword was filled with energy. The three of them looked at Qin Yang's empty position, as if the battle just now was just a dream. How is this going? Hu Yanjian's face was full of astonishment, and he came to Qin Yang's position and turned around. A big living person just disappeared. And this doesn't seem to be a trace of the unique skill of Shenfa. Instead, it's more like a ghost meeting the sun and dissolving quietly. Such a strange situation, even Li Zixuan next to her was confused. Obviously, the teacher was still by his side just now. In the end, you just left. The action is so fast that you are caught off guard. Master, where is the Jianghai sword god? Hu Yanjian looked at the prairie sword master and asked. But after the words fell, Yu Wenxuan did not respond. He walked to the place where Qin Yang disappeared with his hands behind his back, his expression changing several times. Excitement, thinking, embarrassment, all kinds of complex emotions flashed across his face, until finally, his eyes became extremely gloomy. To know. As a master at the pinnacle, his perception is extremely powerful. If Jianghai sword god uses body techniques, it is absolutely impossible to leave no trace at all. But at this moment, the surrounding void is quiet, without any sign of fluctuation. So, the only thing that can be explained now is clone. Jianghai sword god himself didn't come at all. Just now I actually fought with a clone for so long. Moreover, he lost. At the thought of this, Yu Wenxuan's eyes became dizzy, his heart was filled with rage, and he suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. Poof! The blood mist is thick and the land is dyed red, adding a sense of sadness. Master. Hu Yanjian was startled and hurriedly stepped forward to help Yu Wenxuan. Master, what's wrong with you? Ha 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 ha. Yu Wenxuan smiled miserably, with a sweet taste in his throat, and blood kept spilling from the corners of his mouth, and he murmured desperately. A clone, it's just a clone. Jianghai sword god, it turns out that I have this kind of weight in your eyes. Emotions of despair broke out instantly. At this moment, he realized. It turns out how big the gap is between me and Jianghai sword god. Like mountains, rivers and vast seas, it is insurmountable in this life. In that battle just now, I tried my best, but I couldn't even defeat the opponent's clone. Think of this. Yu Wenxuan's sword heart. Broken. The sky was getting brighter and the sun was rising high in the sky. He looked up at the vast sky, leaned on his apprentice's arms, and let the blood cover his mouth and nose. He stretched out his hands like dead branches and tried his best to grab the sea of clouds above. Again and again. As if trying to catch something. But the sky is always out of reach and can never be reached. Finally. Under the gazes of Li Zixuan and Hu Yanjian, he put down his futile hands, closed his eyes in despair, and passed out on the spot. Master. Hu Yanjian looked panicked when he saw this, and quickly helped Yu Wenxuan steady. He was completely confused. He has never seen his master in such a situation. The heart of the sword is completely destroyed, and the face is completely collapsed, which is completely a precursor to going crazy. Think of this. Hu Yanjian did not dare to hesitate and immediately supported Yu Wenxuan and left the sword valley. In the empty sword valley, Li Zixuan was soon the only one left. She watched silently as the master and apprentice left, feeling relieved. It turns out that what was just now was just the teacher's clone. Li Zixuan chuckled, looking at the position where Qin Yang left, with little stars of excitement in his eyes. You need to know how powerful the prairie sword master is. When one person draws his sword, the entire Jianghai city has to temporarily avoid the sword. But it turned out that for such a powerful person, the teacher actually defeated him using only his clone. Even I wasn't present. That's outrageous. Then how powerful is the teacher really? While Li Zixuan was thinking. Suddenly. Several wind sounds sounded around, and everyone in Jianghai city finally arrived at the scene. As soon as they landed, they were shocked by the tragic scenes around them. Only seen in the canyon. There are deep pits, large and small, everywhere, and the sword spirit lingers, just like the ruins of an ancient battlefield. The rocks collapsed, almost obliterating it into a plain. This shows how fierce the fighting situation was at that time. Xian, are you okay? The leader, Mr. Li, took a step forward and came to Li Zixuan. When he heard the commander say that his disciples rushed into the Sword Valley, his heart froze on the spot. It is an extremely dangerous situation for the Ho Tian realm to be involved in a Grandmaster-level battle. The aftermath of a battle alone can kill it. In addition, how spectacular was the scene where the Sword God and the Sword Master fought just now. The possibility of Li Zixuan surviving is extremely slim. Mr. Li has even prepared for the worst. But the good news is that at present, Li Zixuan seems to be fine. I'm fine, teacher. Li Zixuan shook her head slightly, raised her hand and shook it. Hearing this, Mr. Li felt relieved. After all, Li Zixuan's family entrusted her to them. If she was really injured, she would not be able to explain it to the other family. At this time, a serious shout suddenly sounded. Everyone, separate into emergency teams and check the situation on site. Superintendent Xingwu ordered the people around him to allocate manpower to check the situation. After the arrangements were made, he also came to Li Zixuan's side. Miss Li, you were in the Sword Valley just now. Can you tell us everything you witnessed? It's a routine matter. Please cooperate with us. It's hard work. Hearing this, Li Zixuan nodded lightly and said, Your Majesty, please ask. Okay, don't be nervous, we just need to clear some things up. The commander looked stern, took out his notepad from his pocket, and asked Li Zixuan carefully, mostly about the details of the battle in Sword Valley. After all, Yu Wenxuan's destruction of Sword Valley this time was undoubtedly illegal. The written process still needs to be followed. After a moment, the commander put down his pen and handed the notepad in his hand to Mr. Li. Mr. Li took it and took a look at it to sort out the whole situation. He looked at Li Zixuan again and asked the last question. Xian, where is the sword god? Why didn't I see him? Oh, this, teacher, he didn't actually come, the one just now was just a clone. What? Hearing this, Mr. Li suddenly widened his eyes, the person who defeated the sword master was just his clone. Mr. Li was in disbelief. His mind was buzzing and he was stunned for a moment. How can it be? This thing is too outrageous. The one who defeated the sword master just now was just a clone of the sword god. Xian, don't try to get in trouble with me. Mr. Li looked at Li Zixuan in shock, pointed to the nearby fractured cliff, and asked tremblingly, You said all this was done by the clone of the sword god? Li Zixuan nodded. Ms. Li, do you have any evidence? The commander on the side frowned, his face full of disbelief. Although he also believed in the strength of the sword god, what Li Zixuan said at this moment was so shocking that it directly refreshed his worldview. A clone can defeat the grassland sword master at the peak of his master level. How powerful should the Jianghai sword god himself be? Is it possible? Has he surpassed the master and reached a higher realm? Thinking of this, people around looked at Li Zixuan, waiting for her to answer their questions. See the situation. Li Zixuan looked calm and explained calmly. It was said by the prairie sword master himself. I definitely heard it correctly. After he said this, he immediately vomited a large mouthful of blood. As she spoke, she pointed to the blood on the ground, It's right there. The voice fell. The whole place was silent. Everyone in Jianghai City looked at each other, all shocked by the news. There is still a method of doppelganger in the world. This is out of reach for those in the acquired world, and it only appears in legends of monsters. But now, since even the prairie sword master has said this, it is the final word, confirming the authenticity of this matter. After this battle with Yu Wenxuan, I'm afraid his level will plummet. The library owner shook his head and sighed, this old man has been preparing for this battle for a long time, but now he has broken through the defense. Others nodded when they heard the words and looked around at the decaying scene. One sword can break all laws and destroy mountains and rivers. Is this just a clone? Outrageous. Sword God is so powerful. It's like is alive. Library, first floor. In the corner, Qin Yang slowly opened his eyes, stood up from the small bench where he fished, stretched out comfortably, and twisted his neck. Sitting for long periods of time can easily lead to herniated discs in the waist. We must also pay attention to a healthy method when fishing. The next moment, a ray of sunlight passed through the pleats of the blinds, accurately landed on his palm, circled around, and transformed into a pocket-sized toy sword. Ziwei is back. Qin Yang put away the crepe myrtle in his hand and suddenly felt dull. There is a feeling of emptiness in my heart. Juggernaut? That's it. This battle was under his control from beginning to end, and there was no sense of thrill at all. The so-called prairie sword master is no big deal. How big of a deal is it? Start directly, one sword in seconds. He can force me out of the library, so I lose. Qin Yang shook his head, pinched Xiao Bai's soft back neck with his backhand, put her on the ground, and then started to warm up for the next fishing trip. Relax your head, expand your chest, raise your arms, twist your ankles. Just after doing 2 rounds, you see Xia He running towards him with excitement on his face. It's a blast, Lao Qin. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Xia he ran over, danced and shouted excitedly, you will never believe what happened. I'll tell you. Before he could continue, Qin Yang took the lead and said, did the sword god win? Why? Xia he was stunned for a moment, not expecting Qin Yang's answer, but then he nodded excitedly, yes. The sword god has won. Oh. Qin Yang said casually, and after finishing the third set of warm-ups, he picked up the sleeping Xiao Bai and put it back in his arms, then sat on the bench and continued to take out his mobile phone to browse short videos. As if nothing happened. Xia He's eyes widened when he saw this, is it just oh? You, shouldn't you be happy? Hearing this, Qin Yang glanced at him and said perfunctorily again, okay, I'm very happy, don't disturb me fishing. Xia He choked up when he heard the words and was immediately speechless. After a while, he was asking for trouble, and in the end he could only leave in despair, brushing up his phone alone and opening the news on the web. At this moment, the web page is full of related hot searches for tags. Clone. There are so many hot spots, and coupled with Sword God's existing popularity, this matter quickly spread on the internet and once again topped the list of hot searches. Wow! Jianghai Sword God is too cruel. Even if you crush him, you still want to play a clone. You still need a pig's heart to kill people. The people of Jianghai are so lucky to have such a great sitting in charge. I'm ready to move across the rivers and seas, and no one can persuade me to do it. To be honest, the people of Jianghai were blessed with a blessing in disguise. After losing a sword valley, they got a more powerful sword energy treasure land. I'm so envious. Hey. On the way, Xia he typed on his cell phone to post comments, with a silly smile on his face. When others saw that he was from Jianghai, they immediately called him handsome, causing him to gradually lose himself in the sound of handsome. At the same time, Sword Valley. After the battle between the Sword Master and the Sword God, a precious holy land was left to Jianghai City. At this moment, the surface of the cliff is crisscrossed with scratches from swords, the aura of the sword energy is more majestic than before, and the distance between the canyons on both sides has been widened by hundreds of meters. Now when people walk in, they are all shocked by this spectacle. Thank you, Lord Sword God. Lao Li came to the center of the Sword Valley and felt the sword energy filling his body. One movement and one stillness respectively represent the Sword Master of the Grassland returning to his clan with 10,000 swords, and the Sword of the Sea and Sky slashing the sky and drawing the sword. The two remaining sword energies check and balance each other, and are still fighting, but at the same time they complement each other, and coincide with the principle of yin and yang. In the future, if someone is talented enough, there is no guarantee that he will be able to learn new things from it. Creating peace for all ages is indeed a great merit. Mr. Li was filled with emotions. Mr. Li, it's almost dark, haven't you gone back yet? The superintendent saw Mr. Li's figure and stepped forward to say hello. The finishing work of Superintendent Xingwu is still continuing. A large number of police reinforcements have been deployed in the Sword Valley. It may be necessary to operate all night to eliminate all remaining dangers before the valley can be reopened to the outside world. To command your lord. Mr. Li nodded slightly, looked at the setting sun at the end of the valley, and said, I would also like to see Master Sword God's handiwork again, maybe I can gain new insights from it. The two of them looked at the sunset at the same time. The clouds roll and relax, and the setting sun melts gold. The canyon seems to be covered with a gorgeous coat, announcing the end of everything. In the days that followed, the citizens of Jianghai renamed this place the Valley of the Sword God, and it once again became the holy place for martial arts in Jianghai City, so that the name of the Sword God of Jianghai could be praised forever. There is an endless stream of swordsmen coming and going to the valley to realize their Tao, and together they write a new story. Disciple. In Jianghai Hotel, Yu Wenxuan was lying on the elegant bed, moaning quietly, like a lonely ghost. The room was dark, with 4 butter lamps burning in the corners, and incense drifting away. These lit Tibetan incense are priceless and contain snow lotus, gold, silver, musk. They are made from a variety of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. They are then combined with ancient scriptures and secrets to calm the nerves and dispel evil spirits. Master, you're awake. In the corner, Hu Yanjian, who was adding incense, heard the call and quickly put down his work and came to Yu Wenxuan's bedside. His hanging heart was finally relieved. Being possessed is extremely terrifying. Once a master becomes possessed, the consequences will be disastrous. It is not impossible to fall into a deep sleep for more than 10 years. But luckily, Yu Wenxuan recovered faster than expected. How long have I been unconscious? Yu Wenxuan closed his eyes tightly, sniffing the incense in the air, and asked, how much incense did you burn? It's almost a day, master. Hu Yanjian responded softly, as soon as my disciple came back, I lit incense for you. All the incense you collected has been burned. It's burned out. Hearing this, Yu Wenxuan sighed heavily. He spent a lot of money to buy these calming incense sticks in his early years. There are 89 sticks in total. Each stick can easily reverse the serious illness of obsession and is of immeasurable value. He has always regarded it as a treasure. To this day, he has only lit 2 incense sticks with his own hands. But now it's to save one's life. But it was all burned out in one night before I could wake up. This shows how serious his obsession is this time. Thinking of this, Yu Wenxuan's aura became even more depressed, his expression was as pale as silk, and he sighed heavily, I lost this game. I lost. The heavy tone was full of deep regret and depression. Master. Hu Yanjian knelt beside the bed and heard Yu Wenxuan's depression, so he comforted him, didn't you say that victory or defeat is just a passing cloud? Why are you so indifferent now? It's just a fleeting moment, disciple, you don't understand. Yu Wenxuan smiled self-deprecatingly and opened his eyes, my master's level has plummeted, and I have fallen back to the middle stage of a master. And more importantly, the character has been damaged and there is no possibility of return in this life. The voice fell. Hu Yanjian was instantly shocked, his eyes widened, how could this happen? To know. Cultivation is all about striving for excellence and never stops. With a temperament like Yu Wenxuan's, he pursues the Tao all his life and devotes everything to becoming a master. But now, Yu Wenxuan's realm has stalled. What is the difference between that and killing him? Yes, disciple, it's very cruel. I really regret it now. Yu Wenxuan stood up with difficulty, looked at the neon night scene outside the window and said, Jianghai City shouldn't come. If my master doesn't come to see the Jianghai sword god, he won't be stimulated by his clone, so what? As for falling into this state. Poof! Before he finished speaking, Yu Wenxuan spurted out another mouthful of blood, which instantly dyed the silk sheets red. Master! Hu Yanjian's expression changed drastically, and he quickly grabbed Yu Wenxuan's arm and injected star power into him to smooth his flow. However, Butan didn't know this, but Tan Tan was shocked. At this moment, Yu Wenxuan's body's aura was abnormally disordered, and his star element was chaotic. Where is the breath of the living? He woke up this time. It's just a reflection of the light. Stop working in vain, disciple. Yu Wenxuan shook his head and lay down again, my teacher is destined to leave. No, it won't happen, master. Hu Yanjian's eyes instantly turned red when he heard this, and he grabbed Yu Wenxuan's hand. The rough man burst into tears. Next moment. Boom! The majestic star power brewed and poured into his master's body like rain falling on dead trees, but it had no effect at all. Listen to my teacher, disciple. My teacher knows your situation better than you. Yu Wenxuan coughed a few times, raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, Master, I want you to agree to something when I wake up this time, otherwise I will be in trouble. Master, please tell me. Hu Yanjian sobbed and knelt on the ground. Thanks to Yu Wenxuan's kindness, I can be where I am today. At the moment of return, he is willing to go up the mountain of swords and go down into the sea of fire. Hear the words. Yu Wenxuan nodded slightly, looked at the ceiling and whispered. Disciple. If you stop here as a teacher, you are destined to be unable to keep up with the pace of Jianghai sword god, but you are different. Your talent far exceeds that of a teacher. As long as you stay dormant, you will definitely surpass Jianghai sword god in 100 years. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at He Yanjian and said sharply. I want you to cut off the sword god's head with your own hands when the time comes, and then crush his disciples, eradicate the roots, and cut off all inheritance. The voice fell. Bitterness, jealousy. Murderous aura overflowed, and the temperature of the entire room dropped suddenly. Yes, master. Hu Yanjian nodded and looked at Yu Wenxuan, with hatred in his eyes. Very good, disciple, this will make you feel at ease as a teacher. Bring the ashes of Master back to the prairie, Master will protect you in heaven. Before he finished speaking, the vitality in Yu Wenxuan's eyes dimmed, and the last breath disappeared, but there was a relieved smile on the corner of his mouth. At this point, a generation of sword masters passed away. Master. Hu Yanjian burst into tears and lay beside Yuan Xuan's bed to mourn. The miserable cries echoed in the room. After a long while, he then raised his head and looked out the window at the night view of the river and sea. Hate is burning in the eyes. Jianghai Sword God, in the future I, Huyan Sword, will definitely break your bones into pieces and eat your flesh and blood to appease my master's spirit in heaven. A sneeze. In the library, Qin Yang was touching the fish when he suddenly sneezed. He quickly took out a tissue and blew his nose, feeling a little puzzled. Hello, why are you sneezing? Is it possible that someone is thinking of me? Qin Yang wiped his nose and frowned slightly. He just left Xiao Bai at home today. Maybe this little loli is scolding me. Forget it, never mind, go back and take care of her later. Qin Yang shook his head, threw the snot paper in his hand into the trash can, and then continued to study the Shantian Alchemy Sutra in his mind. This is a classic book that is the crystallization of the wisdom of ancient alchemists in alchemy. There are countless secret recipes for elixirs in it, and there are even top-quality elixirs that directly help break through to the master level. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a living dead, with flesh and white bones. But having a recipe is one thing, but the materials are another. Qin Yang checked on his mobile phone before and found that the medicinal materials for refining these elixirs were extremely rare and even expensive but not commercially available. And I just passed the library probation period and became a regular employee not long ago. With great difficulty, I successfully advanced from a salary of 3,000 to a salary of 4,500. Where can I find spare money to buy materials? Alas, it's hard for a clever woman to make a meal without rice. Qin Yang sighed helplessly. At this moment, he turned around and saw Xia He walking towards him, shouting excitedly. Something good has happened, Lao Qin. That grassland Lao Den is dead. The prairie sword master is dead. Qin Yang was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. Yesterday, I praised this old man for his good nature, but in the blink of an eye he was so angry that he died. This breach of defense is a big one. However, in the final analysis, this is his own fault. This kind of paranoid character likes to commit suicide when he is obsessed with evil thoughts. If he is really stimulated, he can commit murder and arson. Even if you die, you will be at peace. It's so satisfying, Lao Qin, this old guy is so good. Xia He scrolled through his mobile phone and said with excitement, this matter is being discussed on the internet now. There are still people who sympathize with this kind of beast. I have never experienced the destruction of a treasure land. It's quite outrageous. Qin Yang simply responded and took out his mobile phone to check. There was an overwhelming amount of news on the internet, and the one that topped the list of hot searches was the obituary of the Prairie Sword Master, and the comments below also held different opinions. The response was overwhelming. It is a great loss to the dead. It is such a pity that a generation of sword masters has passed away like this. It is a great loss to the world of swordsmanship. What's the pity? No matter how good his swordsmanship is, why can't he pass it on to you? Exactly. You can calculate for yourself how many gems the sword hearts of the two masters and disciples have been broken during this challenge. It's obviously a good death. I like to make fun of others when I have nothing to do, but now I'm getting the backlash, I deserve it, ha 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 ha. Everyone is an adult and must be responsible for his own affairs. Glancing at the comments, they were either sighing and mocking, or gloating about one's misfortune, which was of no nutrition. Qin Yang immediately exited the comment area and clicked on the live video. On the screen, a shot of Jianghai Hotel soon appeared. In front of the splendid entrance, there was a hustle and bustle. Reporters heard the news and blocked the entire street, gathering guns and cannons. Wearing black mourning clothes, Hu Yanjian said nothing, hugged Yuan Xuan's body, and walked out of the hotel with his head lowered. Hush, silence. Horrid murderous intent overflowed, and the temperature of the scene dropped sharply. In the blink of an eye, the noisy crowd was silent. As he didn't take a step forward, the crowd blocking him dispersed a bit, and no one dared to stop him in front. Ding, it's been detected that the sword demon has a huge hatred for the host and will not stop until death. The blood demon became angry and blood flowed like a river. Please host send the Empress apprentice immediately to kill the sword demon. A series of rapid system sounds sounded. Hearing the sound, a question mark slowly appeared on Qin Yang's head, did this guy trigger the system prompt again? Good guy. There was actually a second system prompt. After confirming that he heard correctly, Qin Yang was overjoyed. The more rewards you can get, the more the better. It seems that Huyen's sword will conflict with him again in the future, so this second system warning will be triggered. Think of this. Qin Yang lowered his head to look at his phone, and focused his attention on Huyen Jian on the screen. Combined with the recent death of the Prairie Sword Master, he understood immediately. This obviously wants to avenge his master. Hit the old one, and here comes the younger one. It belongs to the opposite of Tiangang. Etc. Qin Yang frowned and suddenly felt that the plot looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Develop secretly, grow stronger, and then launch a sneak attack 100 years later. Qin Yang took a breath and suddenly remembered. Don't bully young people into poverty. The next plot development will be 30 years to the east of Hedong, 30 years to the west of Heshi. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, glanced at Huyen Jian, and said in his heart, do you think your surname is Shao? He likes to live on his own merits and taste courage, and the more he goes, the more powerful he is to devour Wu, right? You like to grow up with me, right? Okay, since you're playing like this, I'll give you a boost. Qin Yang Jie smiled strangely, looked at Huyen Jian on the screen, and instantly had a mature idea. What are you thinking about, Lao Qin? Are you smiling so badly? At this time, Xia He put down his cell phone, looked at the smile on Qin Yang's face, and said with horror, you are smiling like a villain. It's okay, I just remembered something happy. Qin Yang glanced at the time. It was still a while before he got off work, but he couldn't wait any longer. Are you free after get off work, Lao Qin? Xia He didn't take it to heart when he heard this, and said cheerfully, I haven't been to Baijinhan for a long time. I am happy today and I must celebrate it. No time. Qin Yang waved his hand and said, I went home from get off work and don't have time. I'll do it next time. Standard perfunctory 3-piece set. Xia He. Time flies by. Midnight. At Jianghai Hotel, the Lincoln extended car parked on the roadside, the door opened, and Huyen Jian walked out of the car holding the urn. The cold air floated in the streets. Master, I will take you back to the grassland tomorrow. Huyen Jian murmured in a low voice, rubbed the exquisite gilt urn, and walked slowly into the hotel. Originally, the process at the funeral home was very cumbersome, requiring reservations, formalities, and signatures. Even when Huyen Jian arrived, there were 2 people waiting in line in front of him. It stands to reason. At least it will take some time. But when the senior officials of Jianghai City saw that the Prairie Sword Master died in the city, out of humanitarianism, they simply gave the green light to Huyen Jian and directly granted him special privileges. Even so, the work was still busy until midnight before it was completed. Huyen Jian hugged the urn, walked into the hotel elevator, and pressed the top button to go up. A sign hanging on the wall of the elevator with the words, Jianghai welcomes you, caught Huyen Jian's eyes and instantly aroused his anger. When I come to Jianghai again, everyone in Jianghai will be buried with my master. Huyen Jian swore bitterly, looking like a madman. After the elevator opened, he quickly came to room 1, put the urn on the bed, and started to pack his clothes. He did not want to stay in this sad place for a moment. The sooner you leave, the better. Superintendent Xingwu has already inquired, and knowing that he will leave tomorrow, he even wants to send this little plague away in person. After all, both master and apprentice are unstable bombs. Send him off as soon as possible to be responsible for the safety of Jianghai citizens. After a moment, Huyen Jian finished packing, picked up the baggage, came to the urn, picked it up, and was about to turn around and leave. I will definitely come back to avenge you. He hugged the urn and swore secretly that he was about to walk to the door. But at this moment, a gust of cold wind blew from the window. That's strange. Huyen Jian was stunned for a moment. Have you opened the window? When? Wrong. In an instant, a feeling of horror arose from the bottom of Huyen Jian's heart, and the sense of crisis exploded, causing him to look back in fear. Not good. The cold sword light blew by, like a gentle breeze. There was no way to escape, and it penetrated directly through his head. The blood line spread and ended his life on the spot. Iffies. Under the moonlight, the urn dropped to the ground with a bang. Ding. It is detected that the host kills the sword demon with 1 sword. The reward is increased 50 times. Congratulations to the host for achieving 50 years of cultivation. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, the true solution to the array. A sound system beep sounds. Qin Yang stood in the center of the room, holding a crude piece of iron in his hand. Thick blood dripped along the edge and fell to the ground. Hu Yanjian's body was leaning against the door, with blood lines running through half of his face. His eyes were still open, and his expression was even in a state of shock. He probably didn't react until he died. Death came so suddenly. Finally dead. Seeing this, Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Another terrible threat appeared in seconds. The deceased was emotionally stable. Comfortable. Qin Yang ignored the noisy prompts from the system, but released his mental power and carefully observed Hu Yanjian's physical condition. Next moment. The moist mental power spread and soaked into his whole body, without detecting any trace of vitality. Plus the confirmation of the previous system. People are really dead. That's right, that's right. Revenge doesn't last overnight. I feel comfortable now. Qin Yang's face was filled with relief and he felt very satisfied. At this moment, a special wave of star power came from Hu Yanjian's right hand and appeared in Qin Yang's spiritual realm. Huh? What is this? Small login explosion reward. Thinking of this, Qin Yang hurriedly touched it with his spiritual power. The abnormal fluctuations in star power were seen due to the two black rings on Hu Yanjian's right hand. The style is simple, surrounded by engraved star charts, and there is a faint and mysterious star power being released, making it look very precious. Wow, star ring. Qin Yang was pleasantly surprised. This is good stuff. The star ring is a storage ring made of star stones. The price of a ring is extremely high, so a poor person like me cannot afford it. The sword master is so famous, he must be worth a lot of money, right? Qin Yang looked at the giltern that fell to the ground and sighed, this prairie sword master is really extravagant. Even the jar containing the ashes is made of gold. Then how luxurious must the things he left in the star ring be? Now I am short of money to buy medicinal materials. Thank you for the gift of nature. Qin Yang was not polite and took the two star rings directly from Hu Yanjian's hand and put them in his bag. Income from labor. Reasonable. He then used his mental power to check the surroundings, and after releasing his star power to erase the traces of the room, he used so far to end the world and took the bodies of the master and apprentice to the lake in the suburbs. At this moment, it is already midnight. The moon was dark and the wind was high, the lake surface was sparkling, and the suburbs were deserted, with no sign of any pedestrians. It's easier to kill someone than to leave the body behind. Qin Yang came to the lakeside and flicked to Hu Yanjian's body with his fingers. The burst of star power instantly blasted the corpse into powder with a snap of his fingers, and poured it into the lake to feed the fish along with the ashes of the prairie sword master. After that, the iron piece used for killing was also destroyed. At this point, everything is sorted out. Qin Yang checked their luggage and found a piece of well-preserved elephant meat. Moreover, it is animal meat in the middle stage of the Xiantian realm, with overflowing aura. It is obviously the food prepared by the master and the disciple on the way, and it is equally valuable. It's a pity that it's of no use to me. This little nourishment is not even enough to fill the gap between my teeth. Forget it. Leave it to Xiao Bai. Qin Yang shook his head and put away the wrapped animal meat. The void around him shook, and he disappeared by the lake in the next second. The moonlight is cold, and a cool breeze blows across the lake. It seems like nothing happened. Click. Insert the key into the keyhole, turn it, and the security door will slowly open. Qin Yang touched the switch next to the door, turned on the light in the room, and put on his slippers at the door. At this time, along with the sound of another slipper sounded. It was Xiao Bai who appeared at the door wearing a small dinosaur pajamas. He rubbed his sleepy eyes in confusion and yawned. Master, you came back so late, where have you been? When dealing with some things, children don't ask too many questions. After Qin Yang put on his slippers, he went directly to the bathroom to wash his hands without much response. Across the bathroom glass, Xiao Bai's figure was pressed against the wall, sniffing the air, and suddenly whispered, "Humph, I smelled it even if you didn't tell me. Master, you have something good in you. Huh, your nose is so sharp. That is." Xiao Bai put his hands on his hips, straightened his slightly convex chest, and said with a proud face, "Our fox tribe has the best sense of smell. Let me see how effective it is." Qin Yang was amused, and he came to Xiao Bai in one step, stretched out his hand to pinch her little nose, and picked her up. Ouch, it hurts so much, master, let go. Xiao Bai was caught off guard and screamed, stretching out his slender hand to scratch Qin Yang's arm. The smell of blood and a strange fluctuation of star power were not there before you went out this morning. It's so late now, the moon is dark and the wind is high, you must have committed murder and set fire. Master, how are you? The voice fell. Qin Yang smiled, good guy, this little fox has a really good nose. Half of the answers were guessed correctly. Seeing this, Qin Yang let go of Xiao Bai's nose. Plop. Xiao Bai fell to the ground hard, knelt on the ground and coughed desperately. Crystal tears mixed with snot overflowed out, and he gasped for breath. The noses of the fox tribe are the most sensitive, and it is very painful to be pinched like this. Qin Yang was squatting on the ground, stroking Xiao Bai's animal ears, and asked, can you still smell it? Hearing this, Xiao Bai's delicate body trembled, she shook her head and muttered. Master, good or bad? Vaguely, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Qin Yang felt satisfied when he saw this. Xiao Bai has become more and more arrogant recently. There must be a certain sense of boundary between the beast slave and the master. I am curious about everything. Isn't it true that I am the master in vain? Certainly. Qin Yang still understands the concept of whips and sugar. Thinking of this, he took out the animal meat from his arms, handed it to Xiao Bai and said, I picked it up on the road. I kept it for no use. After putting down the animal meat, Qin Yang lay back on the bed without paying much attention. Xiao Bai watched Qin Yang leave, timidly opened the package, took a look, and his eyes widened instantly. The rich aroma of meat hit her nostrils, and her star power spread out, immediately awakening her wild nature, and her sharp fangs came out, making her salivate. Star beast meat from the innate realm. The master brought this to me specially. Xiao Bai looked in the direction of Qin Yang, and a strange and complicated emotion suddenly surged in his heart. Broken. What's going on? You can get such a strong reward just by pinching your nose. Like. This fairy lady is not at a loss either. No matter how much you squeeze it, it's not impossible. When he thought about this, Xiao Bai suddenly felt that he was somewhat abnormal. Immediately, she held the meat in her mouth and trotted back to the corner, biting and swallowing it to replenish her star power. Qin Yang glanced at it, paid no attention to it, and began to absorb the system's 50 years of cultivation. These 50 years of cultivation include not only the accumulation of star power, but also a lot of related knowledge of the cultivation system. After a moment, Qin Yang opened his eyes, with a hint of understanding in his eyes. At this moment, he finally knew what level he was above the master. Supreme Realm. If you want to become the Supreme, you must understand the power of the law. Now that my cultivation has reached the ultimate master level, I am standing on the threshold of a breakthrough, but I do not have the power to understand the law. So it is never possible to reach the Supreme Realm. It can only be said to be half a step to the Supreme Realm. It seems that it is still impossible to break through to the Supreme Realm in a short period of time. I still don't know anything about the power of law, so I need to spend some time to understand it. But the good thing is, time is always on our side, and the ship will naturally go straight when it reaches the bridge. Think of this. Qin Yang relaxed, continued to sort out the information in his mind, and focused on another reward. The true interpretation of Formation Tao. This new reward is extraordinary. It brings together all the formations in the world, including a large number of formations, killing formations, defensive formations, and many mysteries of breaking formations. What is formation path? The essence is that humans follow the big world and use the utensils at hand to arrange a small world to resolve many causes and effects. Promote good luck, seek good luck and avoid bad luck. Qin Yang comprehended the true explanation of Formation Tao in his mind and discovered that the vast world itself is actually a kind of natural formation. The emperor chose the mausoleum and carried out extensive construction work. He also drew lines with majestic mountains and rivers, arranged a great feng shui formation, and designated the so-called Dragon's Cave. Handled around the mountains and locked up in the water, Chiman hides his armor. There are various kinds of knowledge in it. There are too many doorways. Ordinary people may not be able to understand it even if they spend decades. But at this moment, Qin Yang just sat cross-legged on the bed and gently closed his eyes. A large amount of relevant knowledge flooded into his mind, and all his experiences and descriptions came to mind, like an enlightenment. In an instant, he understood the true nature of the formation. Subsequently, one theory developed 10,000 methods, and various Taoist formation tips were derived, such as Tiangang Beidu, Jin Gang, Qi Long. They were all at your fingertips. After 2.5 minutes of realization. Beginner to master. Not bad. Qin Yang opened his eyes with satisfaction and looked around the room. With the knowledge, his perspective on the world has also changed. Only in his field of vision. There are places where you can set up formations everywhere. As long as there are enough materials, this hut can be turned into a killing array. Once the killing formation is activated, it is extremely powerful. As soon as the enemy crossed the threshold with his front foot, he quickly crossed the Naiha bridge with his hind foot and drank Mengpa soup. TSK, think about that scene. The picture is so beautiful. But there is another problem. That is, if you want to deploy such a powerful formation, you need to use star stones to supply the power of the stars. And this thing is very expensive. Only star warriors who have reached the innate realm can absorb it. It is considered as hard currency, so only rich people can afford it. Well, my salary is just over 5,000, which is far from enough. Think of this. Qin Yang sighed helplessly and took out the 2-star rings in his hand. The hope now can only be placed in this ring. The sword master has been famous for a long time, so the star ring naturally contains rich treasures. There must be a large number of star stones, precious medicinal materials, swordsmanship secrets, and even the secrets of Wanjian Guizhong. But it is not advisable to break it open by force. There is a certain possibility that the resources inside will be lost. And he has some non-chief attributes. How to do this? Let's take the morning off tomorrow morning, take the time to set up a small array at home, and then borrow some luck from heaven and earth. Then unpack it. Thinking of this, Qin Yang was in a good mood. He waved to Xiao Bai in the corner and asked her to lean on the bed, and then used it as a pillow in his arms. The soft plush touch feels so good when you curl up in your arms. Xiao Bai doesn't dare to move, turning into a little fox and shrinking into a ball. One person and one fox, hugging each other and falling asleep. No words all night. The next day, when the sky was bright, Qin Yang got up early and took Xiao Bai to the antique market in Jianghai City. Under her astonished eyes, she bargained with the old man who had rushed early. Hugely cut from 2,500 to 1,760 yuan. In the end, I still spent 20 yuan and collected a few old copper coins, jade carps, and lucky gourds, and also gave me 2 carved wood shaman totems. After everything is ready. Qin Yang also went to the flower shop to make a pot of golden lotus before returning home at noon. In the living room, there was the sound of furniture being moved. Qin Yang directed Xiao Bai to move the coffee table and change its position so that it was facing the flower pot at the door. Master, what are you doing? She pushed the coffee table, wagging her tail, and asked puzzledly, you don't know how to form, do you? It's not bad, I read some books. Without looking back, Qin Yang walked slowly to the center of the townhouse, raised his hand and flew a few copper coins into the corner. His feet are stepped on, and his face is calm. The master is so awesome. Xiao Bai on the side looked at his stern expression and applauded. But actually I had already laughed in my heart, but I didn't believe it at all. You are the only one who knows the formation. Who are you trying to fool? I have been observing you for so many days, but I have never seen you use it. Those stinky old masters have spent half their lives studying. Do you think that reading 2 books is enough to get started? Humph, I'm going to laugh at you hard in a moment. Xiao Bai snorted and sat on the sofa with his short legs crossed, watching Qin Yang's next move. Put this carved totem here and it should be almost done. Qin Yang walked to the table and placed the 2 wooden sculptures that were given to him for free on the corner of the table. At this point, this small formation is complete. The knowledge in the true explanation of formation Tao is vast and extremely mysterious, but I can only comprehend it by relying on the enlightenment space. This small Qi-gathering formation is just a small test at the moment, and cannot compare with the large formation with mountains, rivers, and vast seas, but it can still keep the winter warm and the summer cool, and dispel the cold evil. There will be no more minor illnesses like colds in the future. Save money on air conditioning and floor heating. And more importantly, with a little luck bonus, it should be no problem to open a drink and draw it 10 times in a row. Good. Qin Yang nodded with satisfaction, turned to look at Xiao Bai and said, "Come on, Xiao Bai, feel the aura here." "Oh, yes, master." Hearing this, Xiao Bai, who was lying on the sofa, wrinkled his nose slightly and sniffed the aura of heaven and earth. Next moment, the gathering of lush spiritual energy formed under her perception, like a cornucopia funnel, which was actually much stronger than before. Xiao Bai was stunned and looked at Qin Yang with a shocked face. It would take those stinking bull noses a whole day, or even weeks, to gather this level of aura, but he did it all by himself. You, how did you do that?" Xiao Bai was dumbfounded and screamed out in surprise. "Is he really a genius? Outrageous. It looks like it's done." Qin Yang was satisfied when he saw Xiao Bai's reaction. The fox tribe is psychic and is good at seeking good luck and avoiding evil. If Xiao Bai can have such a big reaction, then he has really succeeded. Having spent so much effort just to catch this insignificant ray of luck is enough for me to open the box next. Okay, the time is right. Unboxing. Qin Yang took out 2 star rings and began to deconstruct the restrictions on them. Star power injection. Buzz. The star map of the ring lit up, and the inner star power suddenly rose up, resisting Qin Yang's invading star power, but coincidentally, it just melted into each other. After a moment, the star ring is easily opened. Qin Yang used his mental power to investigate and felt instantly refreshed. Big harvest. Inside the ring, countless star stones were piled high to form a hill. There were all kinds of exotic flowers and rare medicinal materials, as well as a large number of swordsmanship secrets, including the secrets of the 10,000 Swords Returning Sect. There are also many star stones in Hyangjian's ring, but they are much inferior to those of Sword Master. But it's all free of charge anyway. What kind of bicycle do you want? After the 2 masters and disciples came to Jianghai, their cultivation not only skyrocketed, but they also became rich overnight. Think of this. Qin Yang looked at the full harvest and felt satisfied. These master and apprentice are just like boys who give away money. How to relieve worries? Only getting rich suddenly. In the afternoon, Qin Yang walked leisurely and went to work as usual. Even if he got rich suddenly, he would still have to go to work. After all, formations and refining medicine are both gold-swallowing beasts, bottomless pits. Although there are a lot of materials in the star ring, they are really going to be worn down. I'm afraid it won't be long before they are completely used up. To be on the safe side, you still have to go to work to prevent yourself from eating dirt. Qin Yang shook his head. After entering the library, he immediately released his spiritual power to envelope the library and listened carefully to all the movements. Chattering voices of people were heard, and all kinds of gossip came. The disappearance of Hu Yanjian did not cause much turmoil, and the citizens of Jianghai seemed to have forgotten his existence. After all, the master is dead and embarrassed. The whole internet knows that Yu Wenxuan can't even defeat a clone, and as a disciple of the sword master, Hu Yanjian has lost face after this battle, so it is reasonable to leave without saying goodbye and run away in despair. As a result, Jianghai City finally returned to peace. There are people coming and going in the library, and there is an endless stream of people borrowing books. Qin Yang stood by the bookshelf on the first floor, guiding several guests in the direction, and then avoided the surveillance in the library and walked to the old position skillfully. Move out the small bench in the corner. Start fishing. Next moment, a round black star stone appeared in Qin Yang's hand. The star power was radiating vigorously and had a warm touch. Sanyuan and Erbesu seemed to be here at this moment. He raised his fingertips, recalling the layout of the star map, and used his mental power to carve formation patterns on the star stone. Based on the principle of formation, the conditions for becoming an array mage are harsh. You must have extremely outstanding mental strength as support before you can use star stones to form a formation. How much mental energy is required to carve the formation pattern? If it were an ordinary Hotian realm warrior without the blessing of mental power, he would probably be in a coma for a whole day just after carving 2 points. Let alone letting the formation go according to the will. It's difficult, it's difficult. Qin Yang calmed down and concentrated on carving the formation patterns. There was a rustling sound and stone chips were scattered. The fingertips traced across the surface of the star stone, and a thin line slowly appeared. Following his guidance, it connected and closed, drawing a perfect arc. After a moment, a slight feeling of fatigue surged into Qin Yang's heart, and he decisively stopped what he was doing. Under severe consumption of mental energy, It makes people feel sleepy and tired easily. You cannot become fat by eating one bite, you must take your time. Master, what is this? Can you let me have a taste? Xiao Bai at his feet was spinning and coquettishly, rubbing Qin Yang's trouser legs intimately, licking his lips with his pink tongue, looking like he was about to cry. At this moment, the star stone in Qin Yang's hand exuded a strong aura, which reminded her of seeing similar treasures of heaven and earth many years ago. At that time, she wandered in the wild, unrestrained, carrying the star stone back to her nest and absorbing the spiritual energy from it. For you. Hearing this, Qin Yang rolled his eyes and instantly saw through her little thoughts. Just one bite. Just one bite, master. The little fox was jumping excitedly on the spot, you can just lick it. Over the years, she has not tasted the delicious taste of star stones for a long time. I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do, master. Xiao Bai rubbed Qin Yang's trouser legs and said through the voice, anything is fine. As long as the master wants. The numb voice came, full of charm, looking forward to life. After hearing this, Qin Yang trembled all over. Xiao Bai used charm again. Tisk, okay. Qin Yang smiled and said, let's exchange things for things. Just give me your fox fur coat to wear. Hear this. Xiao Bai collapsed in an instant, took 2 steps back, and snorted, if you don't give it, you won't give it, you always scare me. Humph, stingy, bad master. At the same time, Jianghai Martial Arts Academy. Office in Tingfei Building. Famous paintings hang high on the wall, depicting the rising sun and the magnificent scene of mountains, rivers, and sea of clouds. Under the painting, Mr. Li is sitting on the office chair, holding a signature pen, carefully reviewing each graduate file, and from time to time, he will record some outstanding students at his desk. In the blink of an eye, he has spent half his life at Jianghai Martial Arts Academy, sending away students one after another. Most of these students who came out from Jianghai are soaring and flying. Either he became a high-level political figure or a general stationed in a town. It can be said that he has real talents all over the world, which makes his reputation perfect. At this time, there was a knock on the office door. Teacher, it's me. Li Zixuan said respectfully outside the door. Come in, Xian. Mr. Li said in a deep voice. Immediately, Li Zixuan pushed open the door and walked in, dressed in light and luxurious sportswear, wearing a tennis cap, a high ponytail, and a sword bag in her hand. Ready to go to the gym? Mr. Li looked at her outfit and asked kindly. Well, I'm going to practice again. I seem to have gained some insights recently. Li Zixuan nodded slightly and asked, Teacher, you suddenly called me over. Is there something wrong? It's good to have some insights, it's okay, I won't take up too much of your time. Li Laohan said with a smile, your senior brother Lin called last night and said that the Dean of the Imperial Academy of Divine Martial Arts watched the video of your sword fight and was very satisfied with your battle that day. They are all taught well by teachers. Li Zixuan lowered her eyes and whispered. Huh, Xian, you are so humble. The Dean of Shenwu is full of praise for you. With that said, Mr. Li stood up slowly, took out the file in his hand and said, I have already said hello to you over there. As long as you want to enter the Shenwu Academy, you can go there at any time. Go to Shenwu Academy? Li Zixuan's figure was slightly sluggish, and a trace of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. You know, Shenwu Academy is located in the imperial capital, and it was once her dream. No, that is the dream of every Jianghai martial arts student. It is rumored that anyone who enters the Shenwu Academy is half-stepped into the master's ranks, and his future prospects are limitless. Yes, Xian, what do you want? Mr. Li picked up the file bag and said with a smile, if it is confirmed, I can transfer the file to you now. They have promised that as long as you go there, you will be personally guided by the Dean, and the best resources will be poured into you, and you will be able to become a master in no time. Above the Grand Master. Li Zixuan listened to this word and murmured, feeling a little dazed for a moment. Goals that were once out of reach seem to be within reach. It can be achieved with just one thought. But, is the teacher still there? After leaving Jianghai, it was equivalent to saying goodbye to the teacher. I do not want it. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan's confusion was swept away, and she shook her head without hesitation. I'm not going anywhere, I'll just stay in Jianghai. The voice fell. Mr. Li seemed to have expected it. He slowly put down the file in his hand, nodded and said, okay, Xian, we respect your wishes. Now that Li Zixuan is so determined, it has confirmed Mr. Li's suspicion. Since there is guidance from Senior Sword God, perhaps it would be the best choice for Li Zixuan to stay in Jianghai. Teacher, I have another request. You happen to be here, so I would like to ask you to approve it. In the office, Li Zixuan looked at Mr. Li in front of her, took out a paper application from her bag, and handed it over. This is. Mr. Li took the application, glanced at the content above, and said in surprise, application for leaving school. Are you going to leave school soon, Xian? Li Zixuan lowered her eyes, looked at the undulating sportswear, and said softly, I want to leave the city and go to the countryside to practice. The voice fell. Mr. Li on the opposite side frowned and asked in a deep voice, why? Give me a reason to be a teacher, Xian. In the wilds of Jianghai City, star beasts are rampant, hiding in the woods and waiting for opportunities. The level of danger is far from comparable to that in urban areas. If you are not careful, you will never come back. Since the Li Zixuan family entrusted her to them, they must take on the responsibility of protecting their descendants. Teacher, you don't need to persuade me, I will take responsibility for myself. Li Zixuan's eyes were firm and she explained seriously, since that day when I competed, I have already reached the 9th level of the acquired world. In addition, in the Sword Valley, I watched the Grandmaster Realm battle at close range, and I also had some insights. I had reached the peak of the Hotian realm, and was only one step away from touching the innate realm. What? It's so early. Hearing this, Mr. Li's eyes widened and he was a little shocked. Li Zixuan's current cultivation speed has far surpassed all the geniuses he has seen, and is rare in the world. How old is she now? 16. 17. It's terrible to be born before you reach adulthood. The next generation is to be feared, the next generation is to be feared. Mr. Li murmured and leaned back on the office chair, feeling a little dazed and almost lost his mind at the hands of his apprentice. There was sudden silence in the office. After a while, Li Zixuan continued, Teacher, now I have finally touched the threshold of the Xiantian realm. Now I am only one step away from crossing it, and this experience is my stepping stone. As she spoke, she lowered her head and said respectfully, Teacher, please approve the student's request. This. Mr. Li was worried and persuaded, Xian, you are still young, there is no need to be so anxious, and your family is not in a good situation. Teacher, I asked my family. Li Zixuan suddenly spoke up, her voice trembling slightly, they fully support me in my breakthrough. What? Lao Li was stunned, and then said in disbelief, does everyone in your family agree? Li Zixuan nodded. This, alas, is my teacher. Hearing this, Mr. Li was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to answer the question. He had learned before that Li Zixuan's family was somewhat extreme, and almost all the burdens were placed on her, betting that she could become a master of swordsmanship and revitalize the family. The pressure of growth can be seen from this. Li Zixuan is so anxious this time, maybe someone in the family is secretly adding fuel to the fire. Xian, listen to me, there are some things you shouldn't rush. Mr. Li opened his mouth and wanted to persuade him again. But Li Zixuan shook her head and refused, Teacher, I have made up my mind. After that day's competition, I understood where my shortcomings were. The most fundamental point is the lack of actual combat experience. There is no murderous intent in the sword, and it is far less powerful than the Huyan sword. You must go out and practice it. The resounding words fell, revealing an uncompromising determination. Alas, I understand what you mean, Xian. Mr. Li sighed heavily and sat back on his chair. This urban area is too gentle. It is true that you can only hone your courage by going to the suburbs to fight with star beasts. Speaking, he raised his old eyes and looked at Li Zixuan, and said calmly. What you said is indeed reasonable. I will protect you for a while, but I can't keep looking at you after all. Xian, you have to leave, then go. Mr. Li picked up the signature pen and left his name on the application for leaving school. Thank you, teacher. Li Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. However, you must prepare escape supplies on the way there, run away if something happens, and put your life first. Mr. Li handed over the application form and gave some uneasy instructions. Clear. Li Zixuan nodded and took the application form handed over by Mr. Li, her hand holding the paper trembling slightly. In the following days, time passed slowly, and Qin Yang continued to enter the space of enlightenment and deepened his understanding of the true explanation of the formation. From time to time, you can see several interesting formations. You don't need to set up a formation. You just need to use your body as a small world and concentrate on it, and you can capture the awe-inspiring righteousness. And the treasure-gathering array at home has also been improved, and a lot of good goods have been added to it, making the gathering more aura. The effect brought about by it is very significant. Staying up late won't hurt your body anymore. From time to time, you can still find money on the roadside. Still read. Be happy every day and live a very comfortable life. On this day, Qin Yang was checking in at the fishing spot when he suddenly saw Xia He trotting over and slapped a badge on the table. Look, Lao Qin. What a good thing. Xia He had a smug look on his face and was full of air. What? Qin Yang glanced sideways and saw that it was the badge of Superintendent Xingwu. Moreover, the name, Xia He, is actually printed on it. Qin Yang was stunned. He looked at Xia He and said in disbelief, when did you join Superintendent Xingwu? And the superintendent dares to ask for something like Xia He who visits by Jinhan every day. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. What, you are not convinced? Xia He crossed his arms across his chest and raised his head and said, brother, I have thought about it and decided not to give in. I will work hard at Superintendent Xingwu from now on, and it will be regarded as serving the country. You. Qin Yang was silent for a while, then slowly gave a thumbs up, awesome. This guy came to the library specifically to mess around in the first place. As a result, I didn't see it for 3 days. Do you secretly follow me and compose ashore? Old Qin, stop showing off. Xia He said loudly, picked up the superintendent badge, and waved it in front of Qin Yang, practice hard, and you can even get into the civil service. Then the two of us will work together as superintendents. Bah, work hard. Forget it, I just became a full-time employee. Hearing this, Qin Yang waved his hands and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Xia He, when you went in, couldn't you have the ability to use money? Hearing this, Xia He was silent and his heart skipped a beat. What the hell? Lao Qin actually saw all this. If my old man hadn't suddenly gone crazy and insisted on throwing me into a situation, I would be like this. Don't he feel good lying down? Every day I see my good brother lying down, and I am so envious of me. Ahem. Xia He coughed lightly and tried his best to hide his inner emotions. He patted Qin Yang on the shoulder and said, stop thinking about it, old Qin, I don't. Stop showing off and practice hard. Qin Yang was speechless when he heard this. I'm riding a horse to the point of becoming supreme, you're telling me I'm going to show off. Jianghai Library, Qin Yang looked at Xia Yang in front of him, looking carefree, and he really couldn't figure it out. Does the superintendent need such things? Looks like they are really hungry. But to say the least, although I can't figure it out, for the sake of being a good brother, I still have to get the blessings I deserve. After you become the superintendent, you will have an iron job in the public sector. If you work hard, you will be awesome when you become the commander. Qin Yang smiled and blessed, when you get rich in the future, don't forget to take care of your brothers. If you want to be rich and noble, don't forget each other. When Xia He heard the praise, he immediately beamed with joy, patted his chest and promised, that's right, Lao Qin, don't worry, when I go up there in the future, I will definitely fish it ashore for you. As he said that, he poked Qin Yang on the shoulder and whispered, when the time comes, we will continue to fish in the superintendent's position, and we will be happy. Okay. Qin Yang nodded, seemingly agreeing with him. But he shook his head secretly in his heart. You want me to go to the superintendent? No need to. This library is nice to stay here, it feels so good to lie down. Isn't this more comfortable than the superintendent fighting on the front line? After a moment, Xia He received a call from the superintendent and was about to leave. Qin Yang took him all the way to the door of the library. Okay, Lao Qin, let's stop here. Xia He looked at Qin Yang, and then around the decoration of the library, with some memories on his face. From now on, when I am gone, you will be the only one in this library. Take good care of yourself. If anyone bullies you, just call me. I rambled for a while. Come on, it's not like we won't see each other again, we are in Jianghai. Qin Yang couldn't help but interrupt, pushed Xia He out and said, don't make it look like it's life and death, just go and have a barbecue after get off work later, I'll treat you. Xia He. With Qin Yang's interruption, Xia He's brewing atmosphere was interrupted, and he quickly left Jianghai Library cursing. However, not long after he left, the steward of the hotel immediately followed him and stopped Qin Yang halfway. Qin Yang, Xia He is gone. There has been a shortage of people in the library recently and there is no time to fill them. Can you see if you can fill his secondary post? The steward took the personnel transfer list, lowered his head and crossed out the names on it with a pen and said, "We will recruit new ones after a few days to see if there are suitable people." This is in charge. Hearing this, Qin Yang looked hesitant. Should I do 2 jobs by myself? Don't worry, I'll definitely give you double the performance. The steward nodded and said, "You and Xia He know each other best and often hang out together, so you must be the most suitable for this job. But, you also know, manager, Xia He is my good friend, dearest relatives and friends, brothers and sisters." Qin Yang sighed and said sadly, "Go to his post, and I feel uncomfortable if I visit my old place again." "So, you don't want to?" The steward put down the pen and paper, frowned and said, "Just tell me the conditions." Qin Yang felt happy and said righteously, "You have to pay more. Library Area 2. Qin Yang pushed the cart alone and came to place books on the bookshelf. Looking at the empty buildings nearby, he suddenly felt a little lonely. Very uncomfortable. It's really deserted now that this guy is gone. Although Xia He is usually a little annoyed and a little bit arrogant, no matter what, he is his only friend. Since he left, fishing in the library has become boring. Nothing to do. Qin Yang shook his head, put the book in the library, and continued to immerse himself in the space of enlightenment. Either deriving mystical formations or reading thousands of elixir recipes as a means of relieving boredom in leisure time. The Xiantian Dan Jing contains the classics of elixirs from all over the world. It not only contains elixirs specialized in cultivation, but also various side medicines. Faking death and reborn, concentrating the mind for the night, nourishing yin and yang. There are all kinds of strange prescriptions in it. But whether it is a big Dan or a small Dan, in the end, everything is inseparable from the furnace and fire. Looks like I need to get a better stove to make elixirs after get off work. Thinking of this, when it was time for Qin Yang Moyu to get off work, he went out and took a taxi and went straight to Jianghai Antique Market. In the evening, the antique market is still noisy and bustling with people. There are rows of stalls on both sides of the road, and there are a dazzling array of porcelain and iron products. The slightly larger shop fronts are brightly lit and look very grand. Got to get a better stove. Qin Yang walked leisurely on the street with his hands behind his back, looking around at the cauldrons. According to the Xiantian Alchemy Sutra, the quality of the alchemy furnace, the fire source, and the raw materials are very important and are the fundamental external factors for the success of alchemy. The skill of the alchemist is another decisive factor. Now that I have the explosive rewards from the sword master and disciple, I am not short of money at all. So, the best arrangements must be made. Thinking of this, Qin Yang carefully sifted through the antique streets. Relying on the knowledge about cauldrons in the Xiantian Dan Sutra, he didn't have to worry about being cheated. Soon he came to a construction site and stood in front of an old man's pavilion. His eyes are firmly fixed on a tripod with 2 ears and 3 legs. Animal patterns cover the surface of the cauldron, and the green patina is hidden, full of ancient charm. When Qin Yang picked it up, the dust on it fell rustlingly, and it looked like it had just been dug out of a pit. How to sell this small stove? Qin Yang squatted down and released his mental power to sense it. Faintly, the aura emerges, and the simple atmosphere escapes near the cauldron. It is undoubtedly a genuine antique. Hey, you really know the goods, you've picked it right at first sight. This is a good product passed down from Shangzhou. The old man raised his eyes, looked at Qin Yang, and also observed him, and whispered, "I will sell it to you at a fixed price of 2,000. Shangzhou. Or last week. Give me a 0. Qin Yang pointed at the copper furnace and said with a smile, 20 is enough, no bargaining." The old man was dumbfounded when he heard the sound. Good guy. You erase the zeros like this? Finally, Qin Yang negotiated with the old man at the construction site who set up the stall. From the price of 2,000 all the way down. It cost $200 to receive this small bronze tripod. TSK, not bad. Qin Yang looked at the copper ingot, feeling satisfied. The old man opposite also had a similarly proud face. He thought he didn't know the goods after eating them, so he deliberately used soil to make the mold. He missed 200. But in fact, the Xian Tian Dan Jing has already reminded on the spot that this is a genuine product. This wave of old men thought Qin Yang was on the first floor. But he is actually on the 5th floor. Yes, now we have the cauldron and the raw materials. All that's left is the fire of alchemy. On the road. After Qin Yang took the cauldron back to the star ring, he recalled the knowledge in the Alchemy Sutra. This fire for alchemy can be roughly divided into 2 types, earth fire and animal fire. Earth fire is taken from a place where spiritual energy is stagnant. It is generally only born in a fixed place, and is basically guarded by heavy soldiers. But this beast fire is different. They are the foundation of life, wandering in the wild together with the star beasts, erratic. It seems that I have to take time to go to the countryside recently to hunt some high-level star beasts and get beast fire. Outside the suburbs of Jianghai City, in the Dali Mountains. The mountains are majestic, and the breeze blows through the mountains and forests. Giant pines tower into the clouds, and the crowns of the trees are lush and leafy, as if they are shrouded in darkness. In the mountains and forests. The roars of star beasts are everywhere. The shrill roar, accompanied by the terrifying sound of chewing flesh, echoed among the deep branches. A few fallen leaves fell slowly. A slim figure appeared on the thick tree trunk, with a low posture, carefully observing the surrounding environment. Finally we are almost reaching the depths of the mountains. Li Zixuan panted lightly, flipped the hair around her ears, took out the kettle and took a sip of water. She looked a little embarrassed at the moment. His clothes are messy, his sweaty hair sticks to his forehead, and his face is as pale as silk. A large was accidentally opened on the waist and abdomen, but luckily no skin was hurt. The delicate and white skin can be vaguely seen, and the beauty of spring appears. I have changed all the clothes I brought out. Li Zixuan lowered her head and smoothed the gaps in her clothes with her hands. I suddenly felt distressed in my heart. It has been a week since I entered the mountain forest, and all the clothes I prepared have been used up. The teacher is right, the suburbs are really dangerous. Li Zixuan counted the time, leaned on the branch, and thought about the next plan. There are 2 choices left for her now. One is to fight until we return home, and then digest the accumulated battles of this week. Improve your strength steadily first, and strive to go further next time you come back. And the second one. Just continue to go deeper into the Dali Mountains. Seize the opportunity for breakthrough directly and cross the innate threshold in one go. Both options have pros and cons. Li Zixuan frowned slightly, weighing the options and hesitated for a moment. But just in an instant. Hum. The sword in his hand rang out, releasing a trembling warning, and a cold and sharp murderous intent shot down his back, instantly making Li Zixuan feel like she was in an ice cellar. Not good. She reacted quickly, unsheathed her backhand and struck behind her. The sword's light was cold, and it chopped up several flying locust stones. They scattered like streams of light and hit the bark of the giant pine tree, sending sawdust flying everywhere. Bang, bang, bang. Deep pits were blasted out on the surface of the mottled old tree bark, as if bullets were drilled into it. The power was astonishing. Stone. Is there anyone here? Seeing this, Li Zixuan frowned and looked back at the direction where the gravel was flying. Under the canopy of the tree that blocks out the sun, the sunlight is dotted in the forest. An ape-like creature hangs in front of the branch, with a red and white face, as if it is wearing a Noah opera mask. Weird, horrifying. When Li Zixuan looked at it, he was not afraid or hiding, but instead bared his teeth. A shrill laughter came from his mouth, echoing in the dark mountain forest. Mandrill. Li Zixuan immediately recognized this creature, held her sword directly at it, and her heart beat wildly in her chest. Mr. Li had specifically warned before, there is an old saying among people in the mountains, it is better to meet a jackal than a mandrill. The mandrill clan is moody and has a promiscuous nature. Once they are targeted, they will be like maggots attached to the bones, stalking them all the way through the mountains and forests, making it impossible to avoid sight. But when did it start targeting me? Why didn't I notice it at all? Thinking of this, Li Zixuan did not dare to be careless and stared closely at the mandrill opposite. Boom! The majestic star pressure was released, like a flood pouring down, crushing all the mandrills. Want to scare it away. However, this is of no use. I saw that the mandrill did not retreat at all, but instead released the same star power to counteract the pressure, easily cancelling out the pressure. Indistinctly, it has also reached the peak of the acquired realm. No wonder I didn't find it just now. Li Zixuan's pupils were trembling, the hand holding the sword trembled slightly, and her breathing became a little rapid. When the mandrill on the branch opposite saw her like this, he stuck out his thick tongue and licked his sharp claws, with saliva dripping from his mouth. This is not child's play. There is only a fine line between life and death. Li Zixuan looked at the mandrill's ugly appearance, with a trace of determination and madness flashing in her eyes. I must not lose in this battle. Otherwise, if it takes it back to its lair and plays with it, the consequences will be disastrous. Must be steady, steady. Li Zixuan calmed down and sheathed the drawn sword again, keeping her breath contained to prevent attracting other star beasts. I just released my breath, now I have to fight quickly. Only one sword can determine the outcome. Click. The sound of tree branches snapping. The mandrill on the opposite side paused, shattering the thick branches under its feet, and quickly flew around Li Zixuan. The speed is extremely fast, the mountain wind howls in the forest, the light and shadow are reflected, and the red and white ferocious faces flash past, as if they are everywhere. Seeing this, Li Zixuan took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and listened in all directions, listening to the noise around her. The leaves are shaking and the branches are brittle and cracked. Southeast direction. The mandrill's sharp claws poked out, cutting the air along the way, and headed towards Li Zixuan's back. Next moment. The cold sword light was unsheathed, as graceful as a startled giant, like the heavenly gate opening wide, blooming in the depths of the mandrill's eyes. Immediately afterwards, he felt a coldness on his neck. The world in his field of vision was spinning, and his head and neck were tilted apart, falling straight under the giant pine. After the dull sound of landing, no sound was heard anymore. The mountains and fields returned to silence again. Li Zixuan gasped lightly and looked at the blood-stained sword in her hand, then raised her thumb and wiped away some warm blood on her face. A hint of madness flashed across her pretty face. The details of the battle just now replayed in my mind, over and over again. It was as if a heavy hammer had fallen, hitting the shackles of breaking through, causing some signs of loosening. Sure enough. Li Zixuan looked into the depths of the mountains, smiled and said, I made the right choice to come out and experience it. At night, the stars are shining brightly. Beyond the Dali Mountains, somewhere the void shook violently. Qin Yang used the close to the end of the world and appeared on an ancient pine with Xiao Bai in his arms. Owner. Xiao Bai yawned and nestled listlessly in Qin Yang's arms, whispering in a low voice, Why are you running out here if you don't sleep in the middle of the night? And, bring others with you. Hush, be quiet. Qin Yang raised his index finger to his lips to silence her. Then use your mental power to cover the Dali Mountains as much as possible and search for the location of the star beasts within the range. In an instant, countless red dots appeared on the thousands of miles of green mountains. They were so coquettish and terrifying that they were densely packed and spread all over the mountains and plains. It was extremely scary. Sure enough, the mountains and wilderness are no better than the city. This is the world of star beasts. Qin Yang withdrew his mental power, then hugged Xiao Bai, floating above the pine forest, and rushed towards the Dali Mountains. Please pay attention to me later, Xiao Bai. What are you paying attention to, master? Xiao Bai raised his head and asked naively. Help me see if there are any fire-attributed star beasts. Qin Yang stroked Xiao Bai's head and whispered. If you want to obtain the beast fire for alchemy, you must first find the lair of those fire-attributed star beasts. Fire star beasts are violent and savage, and most of them live deep in the mountains. Before going out, Qin Yang naturally did enough research on the information and had already made several plans to go into the mountains. Next, it's hunting time. On the giant pine, Qin Yang fell to the ground with Xiao Bai in his arms, and began to walk deep into the Dali Mountains, calm and relaxed. The majestic mental power spreads throughout the body, like a spider web spreading. Nearby terrain comes to mind. At night, the mountain forest is dark, and the starlight shines on the ground through the gaps in the leaves. Indistinctly, the rustling sound of insects and snakes climbing could be heard in the jungle. It seemed like countless pairs of eyes opened at the same time, locking on the position of Qin Yang's breath. Good guy, so fierce. Qin Yang followed his mental strength and suddenly felt several waves of malice coming. It is approaching quickly towards itself. The forest leaves vibrated. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen apes were seen climbing the branches and appearing on the branches of the giant pine. Their faces were red and white and ferocious, their monkey cheeks were beating, and they were making strange muttering and cursing sounds. They climbed on the branches and looked down at Qin Yang, as if they were confirming something. Mandrill? Qin Yang was stunned for a moment when he saw this. Unexpectedly, I encountered such a strange creature as soon as I landed. And inexplicably, there is also a strange hatred. What is going on? Master, these stinky monkeys seem to hate you. Xiaobai jumped out of Qin Yang's arms and transformed into a little with animal ears. She stepped on the ground with her bare feet. Do you want me to help you? As she spoke, she looked at the group of mandrills on the top, bared her teeth and said provocatively. I hate these smelly monkeys the most, and I will bully the foxes with the help of more monkeys. Need not. Qin Yang shook his head and looked up at the mandrills on the tree crown. With a quick exploration of his mental power, he could directly detect the realm of all mandrills. Most of them are in the middle and late stages of the acquired world, and they are probably all out. At this moment, they are high in the woods, like 100 ghosts wandering at night, making shrill baboons, which is extremely terrifying. If an ordinary star warrior saw this scene, he would probably be frightened to death. It's just a matter of seconds, I'm in a hurry. Thinking of this, Qin Yang raised his fingertips, picked out a wisp of sword intent, and flew over the nearby branch. Hush! The screams that broke through the sky suddenly started. The sword's intention stirred up the air and turned directly into an extremely sharp wind blade, attacking all the mandrills on the tree. Poof! With the first sound of flesh and blood being cut apart, a mandrill suddenly fell to the ground with a big imagination, and dust flew into the air. Following that, there was the second, the third, the fourth. The sword energy is invisible, and death is like a shadow, catching and killing tree trunk mandrills wantonly. Bang, bang, bang. Corpses fell out of the branches one after another, blood rained down like rain, and there were loud bangs everywhere in the jungle, accompanied by frightened screams. They looked at Qin Yang below with fear and regret, as if to say, where are the people here? It was basically the name given by the Lord of Hell. After a while, kill all the mandrills. The mountains and forests finally became quiet. Comfortable. Qin Yang listened to the movement around him and took another look at the mandrills everywhere, feeling quite satisfied. He put his hands behind his back, stepped through the water, released his mental power, and examined the mandrill corpses. Sensing the location of the essence, he then raised his hand and summoned a crystal clear and translucent. These beast cores condensed their lifelong cultivation. In the future, whether it is used to set up formations or refine medicine, it will be of great use. Not bad. It's great to get rewards. Qin Yang was satisfied. After collecting the cores of these mandrills, he continued to go deeper. Xiaobai followed Qin Yang. She didn't say a word, she just raised her eyes and glanced at him silently, feeling strange in her heart. The master's intensity is becoming more and more outrageous day by day. If this continues, how can I run away? Thinking of this, Xiaobai drooped her animal ears and looked downcast. The whole fox withered away. After a moment, in the dark mountains and forests, Qin Yang and Xiaobai, one big and one small, continued to go deeper into the mountain forest. Whenever a star beast attacks, he will first detect it with his mental power, and then a wisp of sword energy will pass by, leaving corpses all over the ground. Master, can you give me this beast core? Next to the body of a mountain tiger, Xiaobai stretched out his claws to penetrate the heart, skillfully took out an emerald green beast core, then looked at Qin Yang longingly and said, "This is just the early stage of the day after tomorrow. Master, you don't need it, I want. Take it." Qin Yang waved his hand generously, indicating that it didn't matter. At this moment, the beast cores in the star ring have already been piled up in high piles, and they have begun to take shape. "Thank you, Master." Xiaobai smiled sweetly, then put the beast core into his mouth, held it in his mouth, bit it into pieces, and finally swallowed it with a look of enjoyment on his face. On the way, Qin Yang also discovered a lot of natural and earthly treasures. Wild Ganoderma lucidum, Cordyceps sinensis, fallen deer antlers, ginseng. With the Xiantian Danjing, Qin Yang has a clear understanding of the collection methods and growth attributes of these medicinal materials, and he can be regarded as an expert in mountain running. Exploring the richness of the mountains and forests along the way, while collecting the crystal cores of star beasts, I gained a lot from the journey. This is the real gift of nature. Qin Yang was in a good mood and walked leisurely in the forest with Xiao Bai. The only pity at the moment is that I haven't met a suitable fire-attributed star beast yet. Those who are too low should be looked down upon. I haven't seen the ones that are too high. This trip to the mountains. Why do you need a beast fire in the innate realm to go back? Think of this. Qin Yang and Xiao Bai continued to go deeper. After half an hour, they bumped into an extremely thick old tree. Withered vines are hanging down, their roots are intertwined, and their thick branches are towering. There are no other trees occupying the surrounding area for more than 10 meters. Something weird. Qin Yang frowned and sniffed the smell in the air. There was a vague smell of blood and putrefaction lingering. Owner. Xiao Bai on the side tugged at the corner of Qin Yang's clothes and muttered in a low voice, "There's something wrong with this tree." The voice fell. Qin Yang suddenly heard the sound of the system. Ding, the breath of a 1,000-year-old tree has been detected, please host to escape from this place quickly. Qin Yang looked for the system prompts. Next moment. A curtain of light appeared in front of us. Millennium Vine Tree. Cultivation level, Emperor level. Ability, high-speed regeneration, Vine Man dispersion. 1,000-year tree demon. Qin Yang raised his eyebrows. The Dali Mountains have lasted for thousands of years, and it is not uncommon for plants to give birth to spiritual wisdom. Suddenly, a strange rustling sound was heard, the ground shook violently, and dozens of vines broke out of the ground, twisting and twisting. Swarming towards them in an instant. "No, master, run away." Xiao Bai shouted anxiously, "It treats us as nutrients." The rushing sound was mixed with the sound of rattan breaking the earth. The overwhelming vines rolled in and turned into an inescapable prison. However, Qin Yang's face was calm, but a wisp of sword energy came out from his fingertips and swept around lightly. Boom! The sword energy surged wildly, instantly tearing apart the entangled vines, as if tearing paper with bare hands. 1,000-year tree demon. That's it. I recommend a good article on the evolution of alien beasts. If you are interested, you can read it. Master, this tree actually gave birth to wisdom and became a spirit. Xiao Bai looked at the cane fragments on the ground and covered her mouth. Then she frowned and suddenly thought of something, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. To know. The demons of plants and trees that have become spirits are very different from the star beasts. The cultivation of star beasts mainly focuses on condensing crystal nuclei and devouring the power in flesh and blood to strengthen themselves. These refined plants and trees take root in the heaven and earth, absorb the essence of all things, and then extract the precious essence of plants and trees from their branches. A drop of herbal essence is worth $1,000. From getting rid of illnesses and diseases, to nourishing and saving the lives of seriously injured people, it's all a matter of course. And more importantly, after taking the essence of plants and trees, the lifespan of the recipient will be greatly increased, and the recipient may even have a glimpse of the path to immortality. For these things, Qin Yang, who has studied the Xian Tian Dan Jing, naturally also knows. Only, there is currently a problem. It's too early, this old monster is not mature yet. Qin Yang shook his head helplessly. The 1,000-year tree demon mentioned by the system is actually only 500 years old. A difference of hundreds of years. How much value can the herbal essence in it still have? Persimmons are bitter before ripening and sweet after ripening. Although they are edible, they are somewhat unpleasant to the taste after all. Pity. Qin Yang looked at the century-old tree and quickly felt relieved. Since the system prompt has been triggered, it means that the old tree can survive for 500 years. As long as you kill them, you will be able to get new rewards. No matter how you think about it, it's not a loss. Thinking of this, Qin Yang stared at the old tree, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. This reward is a sure hit for me. At this moment, the old tree also launched a cane attack. In an instant, the ground along the way shook and cracked, and countless vines rose up from the ground, reaching into the sky and the earth. The thorns grew abnormally, forming a large vine net. Master, master. Move quickly. Xiao Bai grabbed Qin Yang's clothes and urged in a low voice, his tail wagging excitedly and nervously. After seeing Qin Yang's move just now, she found that the old tree demon didn't seem that scary after all. Now Xiao Bai is only thinking about seeing the herbal essence in the branches. Humph, I also want to get rewards. Don't worry, Xiao Bai. This tree has a way to die. Qin Yang smiled lightly, and the sword energy condensed on his fingertips flicked out. Boom! A wisp of sword energy dispersed in the air, generating thousands of surging sword intentions, as if countless swordsmen were drawing their swords at the same time, guarding Qin Yang. Turned into thousands of troops and fought towards the surrounding vine nets. Huge amounts of sword energy spurted out, tearing apart the vines and crushing them towards the old tree step by step. Click. The bark of the old tree was blown by the wind and burst into pieces in an instant. Danger. This human being is extremely dangerous. Sensing the danger, the Millennium Tree Demon instinctively controlled the vines to fend off the enemy. The ground cracked in an instant, more vines grew, and countless branches grew. But the incoming sword energy is also dividing, and thousands of sword energy are derived, directly and brutally sweeping everything. That's right. This is exactly what the Prairie Sword Masters, thousands of swords returned to the sect, is. After these few days of enlightenment, Qin Yang has completely mastered the essentials of this sword technique and can use it skillfully. Even better than his master, displaying a power that far exceeds that of the sword master. Boom, boom, boom. A large amount of sword energy swept across, instantly killing all approaching vines. Broken vines flew all over the sky, and mud and rocks rolled up. In an instant, this century-old giant tree was blasted into a sieve. The mountain wind blew through the hole, blowing a whining sound, and the vines stopped. The forest is peaceful. The land on the ground was plowed with sword marks, and the vines hung down weakly. Master, that's great. Xiao Bai clapped excitedly, looking at the remains of the ancient tree, his eyes were shining, and he couldn't wait to run to find the essence of the wood. Etc. Qin Yang frowned and suddenly grabbed her tail and pulled her back. Hiss, it hurts. Xiao Bai covered his tail, his eyes instantly turned red, and he said aggrievedly, "Why are you dragging me back, master? Something's wrong." Qin Yang let go of Xiao Bai's plush tail and frowned. This tree demon doesn't seem to be dead. Not dead. Master, are you sure? Xiao Bai hesitated when he heard the words, his nose moved slightly, sniffing the smell in the air, and smelled a lot of smell. But apart from that, there is no other life. And the tree body is rotten like this. How could he not be dead? Etc. Qin Yang whispered, looking at the remains of the old tree. Although the tree was broken into pieces, the system prompt did not sound. There must be something wrong. Thinking of this, Qin Yang made a prompt decision and released his mental power to investigate the past. Soon, his mind pictured the terrain around the old tree. I saw that although the body of this ancient tree was shattered on the surface, its roots were buried deep underground, thousands of meters deep. If you only kill the tree stumps on the ground, it is of course impossible to cause any damage. TSK, you are indeed a tree that has become a spirit. These 500 years have not been in vain. After Qin Yang figured out the situation, he couldn't help but laugh. After hundreds of years of nurturing, the spiritual tree produces essence. This old tree has long developed its own strategies for fighting the enemy. It has even learned how to fake death in order to survive, and it can handle all kinds of sneak attacks at its fingertips. It can be called the sixth master. You like to hide underground, right? Thinking of this, Qin Yang's palm flashed with light, summoned Ziwei, and directly inserted the sword into the ground. Then I will be a good person and do it to the end and loosen the soil for you. Get some air. Next moment. Boom. 10,000 swords returned to the clan and erupted underground. The sword energy stirred the earth, spreading deep underground. The ground rolled and squeezed like waves, instantly crushing the roots buried deep in the ground. Hearing screams came from the ground. Hauntingly creepy. Owner. Xiao Bai grabbed the corner of Qin Yang's clothes, feeling fearful and happy at the same time. If just now. Take one more step forward yourself. I'm afraid I've been ambushed by this tree demon, and the consequences will be disastrous. Okay, that's almost it. Qin Yang squatted on the ground, pulled up crepe myrtle bit by bit from the ground, shook off the soil on it, and greeted Xiao Bai. Come over, Xiao Bai. Thank you, master. Hearing this, Xiao Bai suddenly stood up on tiptoes, got close to Qin Yang and kissed him on the face. His pretty face turned red, and he turned around and trotted angrily. Qin Yang was stunned for a moment and had not yet reacted. He only felt that his cheeks were warm and soft. Kiss me. I saved your life and you actually took advantage of me. What a shame. This little loli is getting more and more excessive. At this time, the system's shocked voice also sounded. Kill the 1,000-year-old tree demon with one move, host, you are so handsome. The reward will be increased 20 times. Obtain a fragment of the law of wood. Hear this. Qin Yang checks the rewards. The next moment, a green rune appeared in the palm of his hand. It was verdant and exuded extremely rich life essence. What a rich life force. Qin Yang played with the pieces of the law of wood and suddenly felt that he couldn't put it down. This fragment is green and inconspicuous. But there is an extremely strong life force bursting out from it, with an endless stream. It seems like it will never run out. Good. Qin Yang held the fragment of law with satisfaction, and instantly sensed this powerful force, and even the surrounding plants were nourished and regenerated. The power of law spreads. The rustling sound came from the soles of the feet. Qin Yang looked down. In an instant, the grass under my feet was soft and green, constantly bumping against the hard soles. Slightly further away, the dead vines burst into bloom, and the dry branches actually nourished the wisteria flowers, which were gorgeous and bloomed with new life. The dead trees are in spring, and the iron trees are blooming. This is the power of the law of wood. When I quit my job in the library, it would be a good idea to open a flower shop and rest in peace. Qin Yang rubbed his chin and picked up a wild flower on the ground, feeling extremely expectant. This is just a fragment, but it is already so powerful. What a terrifying sight it would be if the law of wood were complete. At the same time, on the other side. Hey, it should be right here. In front of the old tree, Xiao Bai stuck his out. 3 fluffy tails swayed excitedly, and the upper half of her body penetrated the tree hole, searching for the essence of the vegetation. The cave is dark and deep, with a strong rotten smell floating around. Xiao Bai closed his eyes, his nose twitched, sniffing the smell in the air, and carefully distinguishing the location of the essence of grass and trees. The essence of grass and trees has a peculiar fresh grassy fragrance. It is very different from the surrounding carrion smell and is easy to distinguish. Looking for the breath and groping. Xiao Bai popped out his fox claw and carefully scratched the mottled bark above. Next moment, a wisp of green sap flows down from the bark of the tree, refreshing and tangy. It smells so good. Seeing this, Xiao Bai perked up and quickly reached out to catch the essence of the grass and trees, holding it carefully in his hand. Treat it like a treasure. A drop of plant essence is valuable. The realm bonus it can bring is immeasurable. After swallowing this drop of the essence of plants and trees, I can become stronger. Thinking of this, Xiao Bai grinned with his small white teeth, pulled out of the tree hole, holding the essence of the grass and trees, wanting to show off to Qin Yang. But she had not taken a few steps. Suddenly, a powerful aura of life came over the place, full of vitality, and directly crushed the essence of the plants and trees in her hand. What a rich life force! Xiao Bai's body sluggish, stopped on the spot. Following the spirit, he suddenly looked at Qin Yang's position, and was suddenly stunned by the scene in front of him. I only see this moment. Qin Yang stood in the sea of flowers, with the wasteland under his feet covered with green grass and vines hanging down, looking like a descending to earth. Xiao Bai was confused. What's the situation? What about the original wasteland? While I was drilling a hole in a tree, you were planting grass on the ground. Outrageous. Etc. Thinking of this, Xiao Bai squinted at Qin Yang and suddenly noticed the fragment in his hand. That seems to be the fundamental source of the vision. The owner didn't have it before. Where did he pick it up? Seeing this, Xiao Bai's eyes widened, and then he looked down at the herbal essence in his paws. It smells bad instantly. This is the sky and the earth. There is no way to compare with others. If you can lick it, it's as good as 10 drops of herbal essence. Think of this. Xiao Bai's ears perked up and he quickly ran to Qin Yang's side and asked excitedly, Master, what is this? You smell so good. No, it's so amazing. Qin Yang looked at Xiao Bai who came closer, ignored her eager eyes, and silently put the fragments of the law of wood back into the star ring. Children, don't ask too many questions. When Xiao Bai saw his breath disappearing, he suddenly became anxious. He puffed up his chest and said, I'm not young. As she said that, she came up and wrapped her arms around Qin Yang, saying, Master, just let me lick it, or smell it. The soft touch rubbed on his arms, making Qin Yang feel itchy, but at this moment, a fresh vanilla smell hit his nostrils. His spirits were lifted instantly. The essence of wood? Qin Yang glanced at the sap in Xiao Bai's hand and said angrily, I don't want the essence of the tree. I've already given it to you. Don't know what's good or bad. Institutions. The voice fell. Xiao Bai drooped his ears, hesitated to speak, and finally let go of Qin Yang's arm obediently. All right. After getting along with him for so many days, she already understood Qin Yang's character. Once you are sure of something, you will definitely not let go. Being able to obtain the essence of wood is actually not a loss for yourself. But when he thought that Qin Yang had picked up a bigger leak than himself, it felt somewhat unbalanced. So angry. How come you can still pick up such good things when you lie down every day? Unfair. Thinking of this, Xiao Bai still felt a little guilty. He puffed up his cheeks and glanced angrily at Qin Yang. Humph, the master is so stingy. The two of them stayed there for a while, cleared the area around the old tree, and then continued walking deeper into the mountains, looking for the fire-attributed star beast. After walking for a while, Qin Yang suddenly stopped, looking to the northwest of the dense forest. Huh. Qin Yang sensed the message from his spiritual power and suddenly noticed a familiar aura. Li Zixuan. Why is she here? Qin Yang concentrated his energy and investigated deeply, frowning slightly. This girl's breath is disordered, and she seems to be in the middle of a battle. Looks like you are in trouble. At the same time, on the other side. Dang, dang, dang. In the mountain forest, two figures intertwined in the dense forest, and the crisp sound of gold and iron colliding was constant. Li Zixuan held the long sword, her hair was messy, and the clothes around her waist were all broken, revealing her delicate waist. In front of her, stood a ferocious mountain tiger, pressing forward step by step. Its colorful fur was as gorgeous as fire, and its powerful star power was escaping, with a terrifying momentum. Every step forward, a deep footprint is left on the rocky ground. A mid-level star beast at the king level. Seeing this, Li Zixuan exhaled and her eyes became distracted. The sequelae of blood loss are occurring. The mountain tiger on the opposite side was circling around her, his wits were awakened, and there was a hint of amusement in his eyes. The fight between trapped beasts cannot be underestimated. So, it is waiting. As long as Li Zixuan runs out of energy, she will naturally become a piece of fish on the chopping board. We have to fight hard. Li Zixuan also understood this. She held the long sword, meditated, locked the position of the mountain tiger, tapped her toes, and turned into a shadow to kill the mountain tiger. The sword light flashed away. But at the moment when he was about to touch the mountain tiger, Shanhu's figure suddenly became illusory and disappeared, then reappeared a few meters away, staring at Li Zixuan again. It's this trick again. Li Zixuan's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The power of opening the heavenly gate with one sword is huge, but this star beast is proficient in the art of transformation, and has been cowering without fighting, waiting for her to lose blood and run out. My own attack was like hitting cotton. The mountain breeze at night was cold and the strong smell of blood floated in the air. The mountain tiger is entrenched in the distance, its eyes are like torches, looking straight at Li Zixuan. The teasing meaning in his eyes is a little stronger. It only takes a few more minutes. The prey will collapse due to excessive blood loss. Now it is just biding its time. Li Zixuan breathed lightly and watched the movement of the star beast. Now her abdomen was bleeding profusely. If she continued to delay, it would be more disadvantageous for herself. Lao Li had previously warned her to run away if she could when in danger, so naturally she would not continue to fight with this king-level star beast here. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan took a deep breath, tapped her toes on the ground, directly used her body skills, turned around and left far away. Her figure was embarrassed and fragile. The forest leaves vibrated. When Shanhu saw this scene, his pupils shone with excitement, his figure flashed, and he followed Li Zixuan closely as if teleporting. Roar! Hurrah! With the sound of wind echoing in her ears and her hair messy, Li Zixuan stepped through the pine forest, as light as a swallow, galloping through the dark woods. The mountain tiger follows closely behind, lingering like a tarsal maggot. A man and an animal were chasing each other in the pine forest, with violent murderous intentions everywhere. The king-level star beast is powerful, domineering and brutal, crushing and following Li Zixuan all the way. Wherever it passes, trees are broken and a large amount of star power is released. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, several star power attacks struck from behind Li Zixuan, accurately smashing an ancient pine in front. Huge holes appeared on the surface of the tree bark, penetrating the entire tree body. The tree was overwhelmed and fell over on the spot. Block Li Zixuan's path forward. Not good. Upon seeing this, Li Zixuan quickly stretched out her front foot, lightly touched the pine tree, twisted her hips and turned around, trying to avoid the fallen pine tree. But at the moment when he turned around, boom! Shanhu seized the opportunity, arrived first and appeared beside her in an instant, sweeping out his claws to kill her in the abdomen. Poof! The sound of tearing flesh and blood was heard, and the severe pain instantly made Li Zixuan tremble and her lips turned white. That's too late. The disparity in strength is too great. She has carefully avoided many star beasts. But going out for experience carries great risks after all. Stab it. The star beast tore her skin easily, and its tiger claws penetrated into her abdomen, twisting the organs inside and expanding the serious injuries. Next moment, a ferocious tiger claw penetrated Li Zixuan's abdomen and strung her high in the air. As if showing off the spoils of war to heaven. Don't want. Li Zixuan looked at the moonlight in the sky, her eyes glowed with the grey light of death, her pupils were dilated, she picked up the long sword and stabbed behind her with her backhand. When the sharp edge touched the mountain tiger's fur, it made the sound of gold and stone. The tip of the sword shattered, and the long sword in his hand broke on the spot. It seems as if what is being stabbed is not the physical body, but an extremely hard rock. See the situation. Li Zixuan had blood spilling from the corners of her mouth and her eyes were dazed. Despair spread in my heart. These king-level star beasts have been fighting in the wild all year round, and evolved through devouring, so that their physical bodies have already reached an incredible hardness level. Humans can only break through their defenses by using true energy and sword skills. But now, he lost so much blood that he couldn't even swing his sword, let alone open the heaven's gate with one sword. How could it be possible to break through the fur of this mountain tiger? Drama that accompanies abdominal laceration. Li Zixuan's consciousness began to become chaotic, a feeling of exhaustion and powerlessness came to her mind, and some memories emerged in her mind. Either remorse, or regret, or all kinds of reluctance. Sorry, teacher. Li Zixuan closed her eyes, and 2 lines of clear tears slowly flowed down her cheeks. Li Zixuan felt extremely frightened when she thought that her head would be chewed up by a tiger's mouth and swallowed alive bit by bit. The mountain tiger's mouth was wide open, its fangs pressed against Li Zixuan's tender neck, and he slowly applied force and penetrated, leaving traces of blood lingering in his nose. But just when she was desperate, suddenly, a ray of purple light rose into the sky, pierced the night sky, and rushed towards her position. Boom! The terrifying sword intent swept across the Dali Mountains, directly locking Shanhu's position, displaying 100-fold murderous intent. The long sword of Ziwei cuts through the void, covered with stars and the moon. In an instant, with lightning speed, it penetrated the center of Shanhu's eyebrows, and then emerged from the back of the head, bringing out a line of red and white. Instant kill. Shanhu's eyes were dull, and he was about to die before he could even react. The tiger's claws separated from Li Zixuan's body and fell straight to the ground. Boom! Next moment, the void on the giant pine trembled, and Qin Yang's figure appeared on the top of the tree. The moonlight illuminated the black robe, and he supported the weak Li Zixuan with one hand. Master! Li Zixuan's beautiful eyes narrowed, and a smile of surprise appeared on her pale and pretty face. She was about to open her mouth, but her body was weak and she fainted in Qin Yang's arms. The crepe myrtle was spinning around them, jumping up and down happily, like an excited child. TSK, how did this little girl end up like this? Qin Yang looked at Li Zixuan in his arms, with a lingering breath, his lips slightly opened, and his life was almost in danger. Look down along the line of sight. The clothes turned into tattered strips of cloth, and the delicate figure suddenly appeared. The blood hole on the waist was shocking, and the intestines inside could be vaguely seen moving. This injury is extremely serious. Qin Yang shook his head, and immediately took out the fragment of the law of wood and placed it on Li Zixuan's forehead. Next moment, infused with powerful vitality. With the power of law operating, the wound on her abdomen healed at a high speed, flesh and blood grew, and the skin and flesh grew again. In less than a moment, the tragic injuries were completely healed. That should be enough. Qin Yang grabbed Li Zixuan's hand and felt for his pulse. At this time, Xiao Bai's figure appeared next to Qin Yang, looking at Li Zixuan curiously. Xiao Bai, help me look after her. Qin Yang turned his head and said, she won't wake up for a while. No problem, master. Xiao Bai nodded, took Li Zixuan, and then dropped it to the ground. Then Qin Yang turned around and took Ziwei with him to the depths of the Dali Mountains, continuing to look for traces of the beast fire. The master is gone. Xiao Bai looked at Qin Yang's retreating back, then lowered his head to look curiously at Li Zixuan on the ground, and reached out to touch her face. The skin of oval face is like gelatin, delicate and refreshing, very smooth and firm. What a beautiful human being. Xiao Bai pinched Li Zixuan's face, feeling a little surprised. Where did the master get such a beautiful apprentice? And why doesn't he show his true face? Does he have any more secrets? Thinking of Qin Yang calling him every day, Xiao Bai bared his silver teeth and showed a wicked smile on his face. She squatted down next to Li Zixuan, picked up a flat stone from the ground, and lightly carved the words, Jianghai Library, with her fingertips. After thinking for a while, he engraved a small word, Qin. Then he put it in Li Zixuan's hand. Deep in the mountains. The moonlight is quiet, the mountains rise and fall like the spines of beasts, the roars of star beasts come and go, giant white bones are stacked under the pine forest, and insects and ants make nests, presenting a desolate scene. Qin Yang's body is like a ghost, traveling through the mountains and forests. With the help of his magical power, he had already searched most of the entire Dali Mountains in the blink of an eye. I didn't expect that there would be so many king-level star beasts lurking in this mountain range. Qin Yang released his mental power and checked the nearby location, feeling a little surprised. Just during the search just now, he sensed at least the existence of nearly 10 king-level star beasts, occupying various areas in the mountain range. If one day these star beasts attacked in groups and jointly attacked Jianghai City, it would be difficult to resist them just with the talents of Mr. Li and the host. Once the city is breached, the situation will be unimaginable. The lives of the people were devastated and the people were displaced. This kind of thing is not uncommon in this world. But this is not something I should consider at the moment. Facing this terrifying beast tide, the superintendent commander naturally has experience in dealing with it and will be prepared to defend against the star beasts. Thinking of this, Qin Yang shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and continued to search for the shadow of the fire attribute star beast. After a moment, a wolf howl resounded through the mountains and fields and reached Qin Yang's ears. This is. Hearing the howl of the wolf, Qin Yang suddenly looked overjoyed. It's actually the red flame demonic wolf. In the previous data investigation, the red flame demonic wolf was an extremely pure fire-attributed star beast. Its fur was filled with red flames, its entire body was hot, and the beastly fire essence contained in its body was extremely pure. And judging from this howl, it is obviously the Wolf King calling on the wolves in the mountains. This Wolf King must have reached the late king level. Thinking of this, Qin Yang did not hesitate, and immediately used the close to the end to catch up in the direction of the sound source. It doesn't take a while. He came to the northwest corner of the mountain range, surrounded by cliffs and with a sunken basin in the center. Look down intently. In the center of the basin, there were red flame wolves everywhere, densely packed, like a prairie fire. The high temperature was steaming the air, and they were howling at the moonlit sky. A giant wolf covered in red flames is perched on a stone, overlooking the wolves below, enjoying the pilgrimage and worship of the wolves. It is indeed the level of the late king level. Qin Yang looked at the Wolf King, his eyes instantly becoming hot. As long as you get the beast core from the Wolf King's body and take out the beast fire inside, you can officially start making alchemy. Seeing that the target had appeared, Qin Yang raised his head and considered the nearby foothold, and began to make preparations. There are many wolf cubs in the field now, so it is best for you to kill them all with one strike. Hit and run. Save yourself the trouble of having to deal with the wolves later. Otherwise, the fight with them will cause too much noise, and if it causes a wildfire in the Dali Mountains, it will be troublesome. Set fire to the mountain and make a stronghold. Qin Yang came to the high ground 200 meters away from the Wolf King, estimated the distance, then pulled out the crepe myrtle, flicked the sword and said, "Go, make it clean for me." Hum. Ziwei responded with a brisk sword cry. The next moment, it flew towards the position of the Wolf King like an arrow from the string. Hush. The sharp edge pierced the sky, reflecting the coldness of the moonlight, and streaked across the valley, bringing with it a strong wind. Sand and dust flew in the basin, obscuring the wolves' vision. Huge chaos. The red flame demon wolves at the scene instantly became chaotic. The red flame wolf king roared, bared its fangs and looked around. The flames on his body surged, as if the sun was in full bloom, and he immediately entered a realm. However, the next moment. Poof! Without waiting for it to react, Ziwei directly penetrated its chest and shattered its spinal cord and heart. Good chance. With a calm expression on his face, Qin Yang used the magic wolf to reach the end of the world, stepped through the void and came to its side in an instant, stretched out his hand and sighed towards the belly of the demon wolf. Open the intestines and break up the belly, remove the core and take out the goods. Get it? Qin Yang's right hand was filled with blood, and he was holding a walnut-sized animal core, which was burning hot, and then ran away on the spot with Ziwei. In a flash, the person disappeared. After a moment, the smoke and dust dispersed. The wolves looked at the Wolf King boss on the ledge, and saw that he was already a charred corpse without any flames. The ground was covered with blood thorns, and it had already become cold. The wolves looked at each other, confused. In the blink of an eye. The boss just died. The problem is, they didn't even see the murderer's face. After a moment. Woo-woo. The shrill howl echoed across the mountains and plains, mourning for a long time. The news of the Wolf King's death spread throughout the Dali Mountains. Tisk, wasn't it just that I killed the boss, and why did I scream so miserably? Hearing the howling of wolves, Qin Yang squatted by the stream, cleaning the hot beast core, while white smoke rose. He held the animal core and admired the moonlight in the sky, feeling very comfortable in his heart. Next. You only need to extract the beast fire from the beast core, and you can officially start refining the elixir. At the same time, on the other side. Li Zixuan was lying flat on the ground, her face gradually turning rosy, and her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Ah, if this human being seems to wake up, I will have to run away quickly. Seeing this, Xiao Bai stood up and patted the dust on his butt. Then he couldn't help pinching Li Zixuan's face, and then he turned into a little fox and left after searching for Qin Yang's position. Just a moment after she left. Li Zixuan opened her eyes, suddenly sat up from the ground, and looked around, trying to find traces of Qin Yang. But the surroundings were empty, with nothing but the rustling of insects. Where is the teacher? Li Zixuan subconsciously lowered her head and looked at her abdomen to check the injury. The skin on the flat lower abdomen was all delicate, and all the previous wounds that were deep enough to show bone were healed without even a single scar. It was like a miracle. It was the teacher who saved me. Li Zixuan murmured, gently rubbing her flat belly, and immediately understood what was going on. If the master hadn't taken action just now, I might have died in the mouth of the star beast on the spot. Fortunately, master saved me again. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan felt grateful. At this time, the stone in her hand caught her attention. Li Zixuan looked at the stone and was stunned when she saw the words on it clearly in the moonlight. Jianghai Library. Qin. Master, what does this mean? Just when Li Zixuan was thinking about it. Suddenly, the shrill howl of a wolf sounded in the distance, instantly bringing her back to her senses. It's been a while since I came out, and it's time to go back. Li Zixuan carefully put away the stone, then stood up and patted the dust off her body, with a smile on her lips. In this life and death experience, I have experienced so many long battles, and I have gained a lot. After I go back this time, I will definitely be able to set foot in the Xiantian realm. Beside the stream, Qin Yang squatted on the bank, carefully washing the wolf blood from his palms. Suddenly, the forest leaves shook, and when he turned around, he saw a little fox running over. The beast slave communicates with his master. Even if they are thousands of miles apart, she can easily reach Qin Yang's location early. Master, master. I'm back. Xiao Bai ran to Qin Yang's side and jumped up and down excitedly. Come back so early. Qin Yang looked at the excited Xiao Bai, looked down at his wet hands, and felt happy, he came just in time. Just missing a towel to wipe my hands with. Come here, Xiao Bai. What do you want to do again, master? Don't always bully me. Hearing this, Xiao Bai's eyes showed some vigilance, and then he walked over carefully, wanting to rub Qin Yang's calf as a sign of goodwill. But as soon as he got a few steps closer, his big hands grabbed the furry tail and tortured it wantonly. He turned it into a towel and wiped the water from his hands. Xiao Bai struggled hard in Qin Yang's hands, her weak and boneless fox body was put into various postures, but she puffed up her cheeks and dared not speak out in anger. How dare this human being do this? Excessive. I don't want to lose face. Lift your legs higher. Oh. Less than a moment later. Her tail was wet. Comfortable. After wiping his hands, Qin Yang let go of Xiao Bai and asked with satisfaction, "She has left?" "Gone." Xiao Bai got down on all fours, turned his head and licked his fur, shaking his body in disgust to spread the water. "When I saw her waking up, I hid. Master, don't you want to reveal your identity?" Hearing this, Qin Yang nodded slightly. "Well done." Snort. Xiao Bai snorted, and suddenly thought of what he had just given to Li Zixuan. He laughed evilly in his heart and asked, "Master, what is your relationship with her?" With that said, Xiao Bai came to Qin Yang, winked and said, "When he fell asleep just now, he called me master for a long time. It's so disgusting. TSK, don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Seeing this, Qin Yang lost his temper and flew over. Iffies. Xiao Bai flew a few meters away in an instant, then turned over nimbly, continued to shake the mud and water on his body, raised his head and said, If you don't want to say it, don't say it. What are you pulling at? There will be something fun tomorrow." When Xiao Bai thought about this, he smiled evilly in his heart and narrowed his eyes slightly. What will the owner's expression be like when he sees Li Zixuan coming to him? The content of the previous stone has been slightly changed, with the word Qin added. Shock. Shocked. Xiao Bai burst into laughter at the thought of Qin Yang cherishing Li Zixuan so much. "You bully this fairy, and that fairy will bully your precious disciple. Wait until then. I pinch her cheeks every day at home. I'm sorry for you, you bad master." "Why are you giggling, Xiao Bai?" Qin Yang looked at Xiao Bai with a smile on his face and frowned slightly. "Did I laugh?" Hearing this, Xiao Bai quickly stopped smiling. "Before the plan is completed, you must not let the master see your problems. Let's go back." Qin Yang was too lazy to care. He waved directly and walked out of the mountains and said, "I'm in a good mood today. Let's go back and make a whole sheep feast." Oh. Xiao Bai raised his tail and followed Qin Yang. "Master, have you succeeded in the beast fire?" "No. No. You are lying again. You must have got it. You still ask." "I." Xiao Bai was speechless and choked, and could only look at Qin Yang angrily. So angry. Then, one person and one fox left quietly. After a moment. Qin Yang not long after leaving the Dali Mountains. In the center of the red flame demon wolf's basin, a strange black shadow suddenly appeared, and it instantly came to the body of the Wolf King. Actually dead. The shadow leaned down and reached out to turn over the Wolf King's body to check the injuries. He immediately noticed the hole in the Wolf King's heart. The person who was killed was struck cleanly and his heart was dug out. It didn't even damage the surrounding fur, it went straight to the vital point and killed it with one blow. What a strong sword spirit. The shadow was shocked when he saw this. He explored it with 2 fingers, and then looked around at the traces. The cliffs in the basin are smooth and flat, as usual, with no signs of collapse, and there is no large-scale smell in the air. There were no signs of a fight. That is to say, the person who killed him was extremely skilled and bypassed the pack of wolves guarding the Wolf King, and quietly took away the beast core from the Wolf King's body. "How did you do that?" The shadow murmured, his face as solemn as water, looking towards the deepest part of the Dali Mountains. "I must tell your majesty." Thinking of this, his figure faded into misty gray smoke and disappeared from the spot. After a moment. In the deepest part of the Dali Mountains, the valley is deep, all living things are extinct, and a strange mist shrouds the entire terrain. At this moment, the black shadow knelt on one knee and respectfully reported back outside the valley. "Your Majesty, the red flame demonic wolf was killed. Judging from the injuries just detected, it should have been caused by humans. The injuries were clean. The hunter killed him with one sword and did not alarm the other wolves." Oh. There was a misty voice coming from the mist, sometimes far and sometimes near, surrounding the black shadow. "The person who can kill the red flame demon wolf must be above the innate realm, could it be? Are they the 3 people from Jianghai City?" "Most likely, your Majesty." The shadow recalled the wounds of the red flame demonic wolf and guessed in a low voice, the killing sword was very crisp and clean. Subordinates heard that Dean Li, one of the three great geniuses in Jianghai, is a top swordsman. He has now reached the peak of the innate world, and is now stuck at the threshold, unable to go any further. Maybe this time he came to the mountains to hunt beasts and get cores, and hit the realm. That's all, since the person has left, let him go, it's useless for us to make unnecessary guesses. The voice in the mist interrupted, hoarse and strange. This red flame demon wolf is dead if it is dead. There are many king-level star beasts in this mountain range, and there is no shortage of this beast. The most important thing now is to start the beast tide plan as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary complications. We have been waiting here for many years just to maintain the blood spirit formation. Otherwise, if it fails, none of us will survive. Yes, Your Majesty. The shadow was respectful and lay down even lower. All the star beasts in the mountains have been explored. Now we only need the east wind to join us, and the blood spirit formation can be successfully blessed. The voice fell. The voice in the smoke muttered for a long time, and then the voice slowly came out. That's right, make sure this is foolproof. You should do it carefully and you will never make any mistakes. Subordinates take orders. The black shadow responded respectfully, and suddenly raised his head with some worry, Your Majesty, but that Jianghai sword god, if he is still in the city, will he interfere with our plans? The voice fell. In the Kong Canyon, the mountain wind suddenly rose, and the deep laughter rippled through the pine forest. It doesn't matter, I will personally take action at that time. Jianghai City, the dividing line between urban and suburban areas. Early morning. The pitch-black city wall stands tall and straight, with several cluster rockets and heavy artillery scattered on the top of the wall. They are fully armed, and there are guard soldiers patrolling with live ammunition everywhere. This city wall has a long history, nearly 200 years ago. The green bricks are long and full of ancient charm. At first it was built to separate the boundaries between the countryside and the city. Now it has been continuously strengthened to resist the beasts and monsters in the wild. Through generations of repairs by Jianghai municipal government, the firepower of the city wall has been upgraded and it is becoming more and more perfect. Swarm heavy artillery, lightning-killing formations, high-precision exploration drones, various methods are emerging one after another. Under the city wall, there are a lot of tourists and bustling noises. Citizens who are going out past the security check can walk out of the door at will. Finally home. Qin Yang was mixed in the crowd, holding Xiao Bai in his arms, standing outside the city wall and looking up at the spectacular scene, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Jianghai City is in order to resist external risks. It has indeed put a lot of effort into it. Jianghai citizens can leave the city at will, but when they return, they must verify their identity and go through an extremely cumbersome inspection process to prevent star beasts and monsters from intruding in disguise. At this moment, there is a long queue in front of the city gate, all of them are citizens waiting to register. When will this be on my list? Qin Yang looked at the long queue in front of the arch. When it's my turn, I'm afraid I won't be able to go home until night. Furthermore, various information will need to be registered at that time, which is extremely easy to be exposed. Trouble. Thinking of this, Qin Yang did not hesitate, and simply carried Xiao Bai to the hillside a little further away, watching the timing of the exchange of soldiers. Directly used so far to take a shortcut. Hum. The void roared, the space around him was distorted, and his body dissipated. Like a ghost, he spanned hundreds of feet. In an instant, he crossed the blockade of the city gate and arrived inside Jianghai City. The soldiers at the city gates were still lowering their heads to register, and no one noticed his presence. Go home. Qin Yang left the city gate leisurely with Xiao Bai in his arms. But at the top of the city, a skinny old man suddenly opened his eyes, with a trace of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Strange. Why has the breath disappeared? Could it be that my induction is wrong? After returning home, Qin Yang changed into slippers, took off his clothes, and threw them all into the laundry basket in preparation for a bath. Xiao Bai, wash your clothes and find me some new clothes. I understand, master. Xiao Bai carried the laundry basket and walked to the washing machine with ease, put it in, then ran to the closet, stood on tiptoes, took off the hanging clothes, folded them for Qin Yang and put them in the bathroom. Not bad, there is progress. In the bathroom, Qin Yang looked at Xiao Bai with satisfaction and stroked her animal ears. Over these days, she has adapted to life at home and is becoming more and more capable. Ha ha ha. After driving Xiao Bai out of the bathroom, Qin Yang turned on the faucet, washed away the dust, and gradually calmed down. The next step is to extract the beast fire. Must be treated seriously. After a moment. After bathing, Qin Yang wrapped himself in a bath towel and sat back in the middle of the bed. A gray-black hot beast core floated in front of him. In an instant. The room temperature rises suddenly, as if you are in a furnace. Midsummer is back. It's such a high temperature. It's broken, but don't blow up the fire alarm bell. Upon seeing this, Qin Yang quickly used his star power to wrap around the beast's core, directly sealing the escaped fire power. The temperature of the room suddenly dropped. Thermal expansion and contraction caused the air in the room to surge, causing strong winds. It is extremely difficult to seize the beast fire. Previously in the Shintian Alchemy Sutra, there were many examples of warnings. Those who play with fire will burn themselves. Throughout the ages, countless alchemists have died in the step of refining animal fire. Not to mention, what he is holding now is the beast fire of a king-level star beast. Thinking of this, Qin Yang calmed down, firmly fixed the star power around the beast core, and engraved the star chart pattern. Next moment. Boom! The ferocious beast fire spurted out, the formations burned blazingly, and the beast core instantly melted into black water. A ball of rootless fire slowly floated up. The surrounding air is twisted, as if it might be out of control at any time. Go to the balcony, not in the house, Xiao Bai. Qin Yang looked solemn and warned loudly, the violent firelight reflected in the depths of his eyes. The fire is ruthless, and the violent animal nature breaks out. You must prepare for the worst. Hear the sound. Xiao Bai also understood what Qin Yang meant, and immediately stuck out his little tongue to dissipate heat, and shouted, "It's so hot." Then she quickly ran to the balcony to get some air, crouched down and fiddled with a few plants, while not forgetting to up her ears to listen to what was going on in the house. Hum. The air roared low, and the area around the beast fire burned into a vacuum zone, drawing more air to gather and burn, like a boundless black hole. Qin Yang holds the palm below the fireball. The majestic and terrifying star power suddenly rose up, forming an unbreakable cage that contained the beast fire. Use your body as a furnace and imitate the ancient Swearen clan. Rise. The calm voice fell. Boom. The beast fire broke out in a more powerful struggle, but it was just in vain. Qin Yang controlled the star power, shrinking the edge bit by bit, crushing the binding with a more violent attitude. Next moment. The beast's fire steamed, bursting out the last ray of wildness, and finally stood quietly in Qin Yang's palm. It's done. Qin Yang was overjoyed when he saw this. He slowly closed his fists and then raised his index finger. Phew. The flames danced at the fingertips, burning along with the thoughts. Damn it, I'm really awesome now. Qin Yang looked at the flames on his fingertips and nodded with satisfaction. From now on, I no longer need a lighter to light cigarettes. Comfortable. Qin Yang played with it for a while, and then called out the fragments of the law of wood to study. As soon as the wood fragments appeared, the temperature in the room quickly returned, and the room was filled with greenery, as if you were in the spring countryside. Enlightenment space, activated. Qin Yang's thoughts condensed, and his mind sank into the enlightenment space, carefully comprehending the fragments of the law. Next moment. His consciousness is divided, like a branch branching, growing and growing. The vigorous vitality is centered on him and spreads to the surrounding plants. The pot of golden lotus in front of the door has received blessings. The roots are crisp and stretched, and the flowers are in full bloom. The layers of golden lotus flowers are bursting and beautiful. Qin Yang sat cross-legged on the bed, slowly comprehending the laws of wood, and breathing slowly. The breath is long and peaceful. The power of the law is mysterious and extraordinary. It cannot be accomplished in a day. It needs to follow the natural principles of heaven and earth and proceed step by step. After a moment. When Qin Yang opened his eyes, he realized that Xiao Bai had climbed onto the bed at some point. Now he is lying in front of him, propping his head up, sniffing greedily the fragments of the law of wood, his buttocks upright, and his legs like white lotus roots rippling. Good guy. The plush tail is still wagging excitedly. Snapped. Without saying anything, Qin Yang stamped her buttocks with a big bag. Go aside. Master, I'm going to start refining the elixir. In a rental house. All the furniture in the center of the room was cleared away, freeing up a huge space. A simple-style alchemy furnace was placed in the center. The animal fire at the bottom of the furnace burned blazingly, causing the temperature to rise sharply, and the entire furnace was scalding hot. Like a blazing sun rising. Faintly, you can hear the moisture in the air evaporating. Snow lotus, chalcedony, scale grass, soul stone, and agate horn. Qin Yang recited the medicinal materials silently, and took them out of the star ring one by one according to the steps in the Xian Tian Dan Sutra, and then put them all into the cauldron. Next moment. The scorching high-temperature steam rises, escapes from the edge of the furnace cover, and then turns into curls of white smoke and dissipates. Even those alchemy geniuses have to practice day and night, and I don't know how many precious alchemy furnaces have been scrapped before they can achieve true alchemy. Once the furnace is burned down, all the materials are scrapped, and it will definitely explode due to blood loss. Hurrah! The fire at the bottom of the furnace burns vigorously, getting louder and smaller, changing precisely with the thoughts. Next moment. Hear the words. Qin Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at the corner. At the stage of alchemy refining, there is no room for any mistakes. Qin Yang yelled and scolded, with a stern look on his face, which instantly brought Xiao Bai back to reality. I bought it for 200 yuan. It smells so good. The essence of the input materials is extracted and settled at the bottom, while the excess impurities evaporate and disappear into curls of white smoke. Qin Yang was overjoyed. With a flick of his wrist, he controlled the heat to lower and finish, and couldn't wait to open the furnace to get the elixir. With the addition of alchemy materials, the temperature of the entire room continues to increase, comparable to that of the surrounding volcano. But now, Xiao Bai counted Qin Yang's conditions with his fingers. Xiao Bai was trembling all over and quickly stepped back to make room for Qin Yang. 3 round pills appeared in his hand. Xiao Bai was fanning Qin Yang with a small fan. His eyes moved restlessly, curiously looking at the materials in Qin Yang's hand. Master really knows how to make elixirs. She had heard before that alchemists had a distinguished status and it was extremely difficult to train them. 3 pieces of Qingdan, a great harvest. This is all money. In an instant. I fish every day. Although he looks serious now, he still looks quite presentable. At this moment, the star pattern engraved in the corner was running crazily, emitting bright starlight and firmly blocking the area around the cauldron. Hot. See the situation. It's done. But how could such a person practice alchemy? What are you thinking about, Xiao Bai? Get away from me immediately. As time passed, Qin Yang was highly focused, his mental power shrouded the top of the furnace, and he was always monitoring the changes in the cauldron. The fragrance of Dao Yundan comes to your nose. Just smelling it makes you energetic and all your fatigue is swept away. Qin Yang was speechless, looking sideways at the tail behind Xiao Bai. Qin Yang. The error in the temperature of each moment is no more than a millimeter. Master, I am willing to test the medicine for you. It's almost shaking to the sky. This little fox has a lot of fun. Yes, master. You actually put it on with me. The tip of Xiao Bai's nose twitched, and following the fresh scent of medicine, he immediately came closer and wrapped his arms around Qin Yang, pretending to be loyal. These formations absorb heat and at the same time prevent the heat from spreading and affecting the outside world. Master, thank you for your hard work. Thinking of this, Qin Yang showed a rare serious look on his face and walked slowly to the alchemy furnace, releasing his mental power and establishing a connection with the fire of alchemy. The furnace cauldron. The jade liquid gathers in the cauldron and forms an elixir. Even if she doesn't come to beg for help, these 3 spirit concentrating pills are still made for her. After taking them, she can greatly improve her spiritual power. After all, Xiao Bai can be regarded as his own pet, so it is necessary to improve his strength. Just one, open your mouth. Thinking of this, Qin Yang picked up a concentration pill and was about to put it into her mouth, but Xiao Bai was already eager to try it, so he took it up in one mouthful and sucked it with his fingers. The warm, moist and slippery walls of the mouth shrink and tighten. Holy shit! Qin Yang was stunned, and quickly pulled his fingers out of Xiao Bai's mouth. The crystal saliva dripped down, and he turned his hand and wiped it on Xiao Bai's tail. Bah! Disgusting! Hey hey! Seeing this, Xiao Bai smiled mischievously, stretched out her pink tongue and licked her lips. I told you to bully me. After saying that, she raised her head and twitched her throat, swallowing the entire concentrating pill into her belly. Teasing me? Hearing this, Qin Yang calculated the time for Xiao Bai to take the elixir, and simply leaned on the sofa, patiently waiting for the elixir to take effect. You will have a good time next. After Xiao Bai took the elixir, he hummed and ran to the corner, staying away from Qin Yang to enjoy the feeling alone. Next moment. As the pill entered her abdomen, a warm current spread out in her abdomen and surged towards her limbs. A feeling of comfort spreads throughout the body. The wonderful pleasure is like a trickle of water, like a spring breeze and rain. But Xiao Bai hasn't had time to enjoy it yet. The feeling goes from slow to rapid, like a flood opening, constantly impacting the nerves throughout the body, pushing the pleasure throughout the body to its peak. Well. Xiao Bai gasped lightly, his legs were weak, and he lay on the ground unable to do anything. His eyes were blurred and turned white, his whole petite body twitched and trembled, and drool unconsciously dripped from the corner of his mouth. The meditation pill is powerful and can amplify the 5 senses of the body. The first time you use it, it is like ascending to heaven. Good. Qin Yang leaned on the sofa comfortably, looking at Erlang's legs and Xiao Bai trembling on the ground, unable to even stand firmly. It is a magnificent sight. After a moment, the effect of the elixir fades away. Xiao Bai's eyes were blurred, and he slowly crawled towards Qin Yang, trembling, grabbing his trousers and saying tremblingly, "Master, master, still want to. The breath is weak, and I can't even complete the words. Want to?" Qin Yang answered with a smile, stroked Xiao Bai's head, and then pinched her soft little face, admiring her flushed and weak face. Think about it first. Stand aside, don't push yourself too far. Qin Yang stood up and walked towards the alchemy furnace without looking back. If you want to eat in the future, it depends on your performance. The voice fell. Xiao Bai was lying on the ground, looking at the ceiling helplessly, with his hair spread out and his chest rising and falling slightly. He didn't even have the strength to catch up with Qin Yang. Arrived in front of the furnace, Qin Yang continued to take out the materials from the star ring. Start refining the next round of elixirs. After having the experience of refining just now, this feeling has become very handy, and he has figured out the entire process of refining the elixir. Let's get some low-level ones this time. Let's start with a furnace of Hunyuan Dan. Qin Yang recalled the Xian Tian Dan Sutra, and took out the corresponding herbal materials. Make a fire and add ingredients to melt the elixir. The whole process was done in one go and very relaxed. Soon, a new batch of elixir was refined. Qin Yang untied the furnace to get the elixir, and carefully looked at the quality of the Hunyuan elixir. It is round and compact, about the size of a fingernail, and its surface is covered with zigzag red patterns, all of which are of top quality. Yes, a Hunyuan pill can help Hotian realm warriors improve their cultivation. This is refined by myself for Xiahe. After all, although that guy has a bit of a bad mouth, he is still his only friend. Now that he has joined the Xingwu superintendent, he may die at any time with his little cultivation. Qin Yang didn't want him to die young. The next day, early morning. The breakfast shop on the roadside is open, the steam is steaming, and passers-by are hurrying in to get breakfast. Qin Yang conveniently bought a portion of sweet tofu puffs and fresh meat buns, and went back to the library to work with Xiao Bai in his arms. Life inside the museum remains as usual. Moving books, fishing, and gaining insights. 3 points and 1 line. The boring work life becomes even more boring without the chatty boy Xia beside him. Even Xiao Bai was in a wilted state after taking yesterday's concentration pill, and fell asleep on Qin Yang's shoulder. Why? Thinking of this, Qin Yang let out a long sigh and fished until noon to get off work. If nothing else. Qin Yang almost didn't recognize it. Why are you here? Didn't you join Superintendent Xingwu? This police motorcycle is so handsome. I was patrolling nearby, and I happened to want to stop by to see you. A familiar voice came from behind. Qin Yang was stunned for a moment when he heard the sound, and suddenly looked back. Only by the road. What are you eating, Lao Qin? It tastes so good. He took off his motorcycle helmet and hung it on the car. Carrying a lunchbox, he walked towards Qin Yang and said, unexpectedly, as soon as I came here, I saw someone eating boring food here. The tables and chairs outside are arranged sporadically, making it even more empty and lonely. Qin Yang found an empty seat and sat down casually. He then lifted Xiao Bai by the scruff of his neck and put it aside. He took out the lunchbox, opened the chopsticks, chewed the minced pork with green pepper and lowered his head to read the news for a while. Most of the trivial information is irrelevant. Qin Yang glanced at the motorcycle behind him and said with some envy. At noon, the sun is rising above the pole, and the air outside the stadium is steaming and distorted. The hot breath blew slowly. He stopped and stepped off a mighty and domineering police motorcycle. He was dressed in a straight police uniform, with various security equipment on his waist. The badge of the Xingwu division was buckled on his chest, shining brightly against the sun. With that said, he came to Qin Yang, pulled out the seat and sat down. He shook his head and said, "How about it? It's boring to be alone without me, right? It's not bad, Xiao Bai is with me. People rely on clothing." He went to the staff canteen alone and ordered a box lunch, then went outside the library alone and found an open space to breathe. "You still have time to hang out?" At this time, Qin Yang took a piece of mustard greens and put it in his mouth, lowered his head and said, "But I feel a little happy." With Xia by his side to relieve his boredom and brag, the meal was not so boring. "Old Qin, let me show you the staff food of Superintendent Xingwu. It's really good." Xia opened the lid of the lunch box and excitedly showed the food inside. Qin Yang took a glance. Good guy. Roast chicken legs, braised tenderloin, assorted dishes. The variety is dazzling, and the fragrant hot air spreads out, making people salivate. "How is it, Lao Qin?" "Enough." Xia took out new chopsticks and said with a smile, "And guess how much it cost?" 20. It's far behind. My share is less than 10 yuan. Xia shook his finger and said with emotion, "After joining Superintendent Xingwu, I understood why so many people broke their heads and wanted to squeeze into the public house. Eating alone was different. The meal supplements in the canteen are made from real cowhide and have great benefits. Now I show off my big chicken drumsticks every day and am tired of eating them, so I don't worry about nutrition at all." As he spoke, he pushed the lunch box to the center of the table. "Don't just look at it, Lao Qin, just take whatever you want and don't worry about it. Then I'm not welcome." Qin Yang smiled, took away the roasted chicken legs from the lunch box, put them into his mouth and tore them into pieces. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, smooth and refreshing. The two of them were chatting about Superintendent Xingwu while eating. Time passes slowly, and the years are gentle. "You don't know, Lao Qin, let me tell you, there was another serial murder case recently on the outskirts of the city. When it was later investigated, the man's motive for committing the crime was very bloody." Xia leaned back in his chair and shared in a low voice, "Can you believe it? He hasn't finished speaking yet." Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind the two of them. "Excuse me, you two, which one of you is Qin Yang?" The voice fell. Xia's complaints suddenly stopped. He turned back blankly and glanced at the other party. Li Zixuan. At this moment, she put on a short skirt, revealing a pair of very attractive long legs, a slim figure, and her cold aura, revealing an iceberg aura that no one should approach. The great contrast between the two. Xia was stunned when he saw her, opened his mouth in surprise, poked Qin Yang on the shoulder and said, "Old Qin, don't eat, I seem to be looking for you." Hear the words. Li Zixuan frowned slightly and turned her head to look at Qin Yang who was cooking. She had already asked before. There was only one named Qin in the library. She obviously found the right person. But this man. Isn't he the administrator who discussed me before? Is there any connection between the teacher and this person? Strangeness. Li Zixuan frowned and thought, then quietly released the star power detection, sensing Qin Yang's aura. Bland and mild. Only a little bit of weak star power is left to escape. This level is not even reached by star warriors. Just an ordinary person who has not even started. Why did the teacher ask me to look for him? Think of this. Li Zixuan was puzzled, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she took a look at Qin Yang's appearance. He is indeed quite handsome. But he is handsome and cannot be eaten. And I'm not a face-conscious person either. At the same time, Qin Yang, who was cooking, also put down his lunchbox, raised his head and looked at her, their eyes met with the same confusion on his face. "I'm Qin Yang, what can I do?" As early as Li Zixuan stepped 100 meters away, he had already sensed her presence. "At first, I thought I was just passing by chance." As a result, the other party's aura kept coming this way, and it was obviously coming towards him. But the problem is, this idiot doesn't eat at noon. What did you come to see me for? Qin Yang was puzzled, waiting for Li Zixuan's answer, and the atmosphere suddenly fell into embarrassment. However, at this moment, Xiao Bai, who was sitting next to him, quietly opened one eye and tried his best to cover his head with his paws. His whole body was shaking with laughter and his fur was twitching. What is a surprise? Ha 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 ha, this bad master must be confused. I didn't expect you to be here today. Snort. For a moment, the venue was silent, and 3 pairs of eyes focused on Li Zixuan, waiting for her answer. Li Zixuan was a little hesitant when he saw this. Having been used to dealing with kendo for many years, she is really not familiar with the ways of dealing with these people. Moreover, Xia He was watching from the side at the moment. The uniform of Superintendent Xingwu was very eye-catching. How could he expose the teacher's affairs? Thinking of this, Li Zixuan leaned forward slightly and apologized, sorry to bother you. Soon, he turned around and left the sight of the two of them. Ah. Seeing this, Xia He looked at her back in confusion, then scratched his head and looked at Qin Yang in shock. Old Qin, let's get real. What did you do after I left? You actually let this little girl Li Zixuan come to you. After 3 days of separation, it's time to look at each other with admiration. At the dinner table, Xia He looked Qin Yang up and down and said in disbelief, we haven't seen each other for just a few days, and you really launched an offensive against Li Zixuan. And you succeeded. What are you talking about? It won't be good for people to hear you later. Qin Yang waved his hand and said casually, it will ruin the image of your superintendent. The voice fell. Xia He, who was still smiling just now, changed his expression. He suddenly remembered something and quickly raised his hands to cover his mouth, not daring to say another sound. To know. Now Li Zixuan is about to enter the innate realm, and her future is limitless. Geniuses like her have long been on the lists of various forces. Even the leaders of the headquarters of Superintendent Xingwu attach great importance to her and have included her in the talent list. And I am a young police officer who has just joined the job. Okay, I didn't hear anything either. Thinking of this, Xia He slapped himself lightly and looked around in fear. Strange. What should we do if the talent introduction plan in the Superintendent of Police is broken? The consequences are unimaginable. I didn't say anything, Lao Qin. Xiao Bai was still lying on the chair next to him, sticking out his pink little tongue, turning his soft belly upwards, and pretending to sleep in a peaceful posture. Qin Yang shook his head, chuckled, stood up and packed up the lunch boxes on the table. It's almost o'clock, you should go on patrol quickly, I have to go to work too. Xia He stood up and folded the lunch box, then walked towards the police motorcycle. As if nothing happened. After a moment. There are still 5 minutes left before going to work. It's still early, so let's continue to dismantle the Formation Alchemy Sutra. How is this little girl doing today? Why did you suddenly find me? At the same time. New. Thinking of this, Qin Yang held Xiao Bai in his arms, set an alarm clock on his mobile phone, then leaned back on the chair and sank his consciousness into the martial arts space. Qin Yang recalled what happened before, and seeing that he had no idea, he put the matter aside for the time being. If you need anything, remember to call me, Lao Qin, it's just a phone call away. And with Li Zixuan's silly character, cold on the outside and naive on the inside, what threat can she pose to herself? When I think of this. Qin Yang felt relieved and took out his mobile phone to check the time. If this incident leaves a bad impression on Li Zixuan. Qin Yang nodded and watched Xia He leave, then glanced at the direction Li Zixuan left, his face also full of confusion. The only reason for me to get off work early. It is naturally impossible to go to work early. When you have clues, you can continue to track the truth. He concentrated on his thoughts, feeling the gentle breeze blowing by at noon. Next moment. The mysterious formations are deduced in my mind, layer upon layer, and my ears are filled with amazing songs. The mysterious and simple Taoist charm lasts forever and lingers endlessly. Qin Yang hummed a cheerful ditty, enjoying the warm sunshine while feeling the continuous improvement of knowledge, hanging up with a happy face. Sit on the ground and travel 80,000 miles in a day. Hum buzz. Integrating a lot of knowledge. Qin Yang stayed quiet in silence, like an old monk in concentration, enjoying the advancement of knowledge in peace. Hey, it's a pity that I can't comprehend the fragments of the law of wood. Qin Yang sighed helplessly. But there's nothing we can do about it. The fragments of the law of wood are too mysterious. As soon as it is taken to the outside world, it must cause a strange change. If you take out the fragments of the law of wood now, all the flowers in the library will bloom, the garden will be full of spring, and grass will grow in the gaps between the tiles. TSK, that picture is so beautiful. It's really hard to imagine how outrageous it is. When the owner of the museum comes to see him, he will probably have to dig a hole in the ground and mobilize the entire library to find the source of the vision. This is not good. Thinking of this, Qin Yang shook his head and heard the cell phone vibrating on the table. The time for lunch break is fleeting. Afternoon. Qin Yang stood at the door to clock in, and was about to walk towards his post when he suddenly saw the steward walking towards him, holding a staff transfer order form in his hand. Come on, Qin Yang, come with me. The steward came to Qin Yang's side, lowered his head and checked on the watch. There is someone coming from Konggang, Shaha. The new guy is not sensible and needs to be taken care of. Good. Qin Yang nodded lightly when he heard the words, and Jing followed the steward, feeling relieved. A few days have passed and it's time to find a new manager. But we also received double wages and caught double fish. No loss at all. The two of them walked in the corridor one after another, and soon arrived at the Human Resources office in the museum. I saw a young man sitting in the quiet office. He looked a little timid. He lowered his head and nervously grasped his pants. He was thin and supple, but he had a delicate appearance. The new probationary member, Li Qing, let's get to know each other. With that said, the steward turned to Qin Yang and introduced him. This is Qin Yang who will guide you. I will familiarize you with the environment later. The voice fell. Li Qing, who was sitting in the seat, quickly stood up, looked at Qin Yang, and said, Hello, brother Qin. It's okay, just call me Qin Yang. We will all be colleagues from now on. Qin Yang waved his hand and looked at Li Qing. Suddenly I realized something was wrong. At this moment, the aura on Li Qing's body was completely hidden, and no star power could be seen escaping. He was just like an ordinary person. The face on his face was illusory and ethereal, as if he was an undetectable existence. Huh? A hidden treasure? Are you going to play with me like a pig and eat a tiger? Qin Yang was surprised in his heart. He pretended to smile while talking to Li Qing, but secretly he released a ray of spiritual power. Next moment, inaudible spiritual power left his body and quietly lingered around him, waiting for opportunities to find gaps to cover up the method and penetrated everywhere. Soon, Li Qing's strength appeared in Qin Yang's mind. The star power is solidified, and there are signs of interaction between heaven and man. It is the realm of the 9th level of the day after tomorrow. Interesting. Qin Yang was surprised. This guy's strength was not inferior to Li Zixuan's, and his future prospects were equally limitless. At this moment, seeing that the conversation was almost complete, the steward next to him also took out an agreement and a pen, put them on his desk, and said slowly, Come on, Li Qing, sign this labor agreement, and we will do it later. Qin Yang will take you. Oh. Li Qing nodded lightly, quickly came to the table, and signed his name according to the steward's instructions. His thin body was trembling slightly, and he looked very excited about joining the job. When the manager saw this, he smiled and said, Do a good job. It's hard for others to get into our job even if they are squeezed. Now you are in trouble. Well, thank you, steward. Li Qing nodded, I will definitely work hard. Qin Yang on the side looked at it and felt a little curious. Just when he was guessing what the purpose of this person coming to the library was, the system sound suddenly sounded. Ding, the detection array Master Li Qinghe has appeared, please run away as soon as possible to avoid accidentally falling into the array. Hearing the sound, Qin Yang felt a little shocked. Has the system prompt been triggered again? This guy is actually a person who can live for 500 years. Seeing this, Qin Yang's heart moved and he focused his eyes on Li Qing. The next moment, a curtain of light floated above him. Name, Li Qinghe. Age, 519. Cultivation level, early stage of Emperor Senior Realm. Martial arts, Master of Formation, Yentian Formation. Character, Love Formations. He is actually a 500-year-old weirdo. Qin Yang was overjoyed when he saw this. Looking at the thin Li Qinghe in front of him, a trace of heat flashed in his eyes. Very well. This boy looks like an emperor. You can hide your identity at a young age, pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, you will become a great person in the future. The steward stood in front of the table, put away the pen and paper, put the contract in the drawer and said, "Next, you and your brother Chin will take it with you to familiarize yourself with the position. Do you understand?" Qin Yang was thinking about Li Qinghe's situation, leaning back against the wall, his mind moving rapidly, and he had already begun to calculate the value of the next reward. When I think of this. It's okay, just call me Qin Yang. That what if? I confronted him with the method of formation, and made him convinced that he lost. Qin Yang looked at Li Qinghe who was signing excitedly, and also became excited. Brother, you smell so good. Okay, there will be no more documents after signing in, Li Qing. Soon. Li Qing nodded, turned to look at Qin Yang, held his hands respectfully and said, "Next, I hope brother Qin will take good care of him." Manpower, time, and cost were all considered. When the steward next to him saw this, he immediately became amused, clapped his hands and said with a smile, "You two are interesting, let's get to know each other well." Qin Yang waved his hand and said, "No need to be unfamiliar." Okay, I know. You like to pretend so much, don't you? Okay, brother Qin Yang. 500 years from now, this kid will be an emperor senior realm existence. Just thinking about the rewards that can come out of him makes people look forward to it. Since the opponent is so obsessed with formations, he will be a master of formations 500 years later. Wouldn't it be possible to win big prizes? Qin Yang looked at Li Qinghe's eyes, and his eyes instantly lit up. Li Qinghe changed his words with difficulty, "This is my first time here. I hope that my eldest brother will give me more support in the future." After saying that, he asked Qin Yang and Li Qinghe to exit the personnel department office. The two of them then walked to their post in the second area. Along the way, Qin Yang was not idle, seizing the opportunity to introduce various rules in the museum to Li Qinghe. There are two main areas on the first floor of this library. You are taking over the position of the second area. Be careful not to run away when you are at work. Remember to clock in a few minutes early. If you miss one day, your perfect attendance this month will be gone. Hear this. Li Qinghe lowered his head silently and carefully wrote down all the key points. Soon. The two of them came to the bookshelf in the second area. You also need to pay attention to these books. Our duty is to replace them in time. Qin Yang took the books off the bookshelf, flipped them to the spine, and showed them to Li Qinghe. Look here, they are all coded, from which area to which area. When the time comes, you will remember the speed of return. It's fast of course. Well, there are so many rules. Li Qinghe's eyes were filled with circles, and he felt dizzy. He sighed, "It sounds like it's very difficult and tiring, brother Qin Yang." Huh? Is it difficult? Qin Yang was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Is this difficult? If you want to fish in the museum. If you don't understand all the rules, how can you feel safe and secure? TSK, this little ancestor will not finish work today. Let's run away with the bucket tomorrow, right? Thinking of this, Qin Yang glanced at Li Qinghe's thin body and frowned slightly. How could a reward that reached his mouth make you fly away? Come, Qinghe, I'll show you something good. With that said, Qin Yang grabbed Li Qinghe's arm and walked around in the second area until he came to a remote corner. This is a tome area, which is mysterious, profound, and difficult to understand. Almost no one passes by around it. Brother Qin Yang, what are you? Li Qinghe frowned slightly, looked around, and looked at Qin Yang warily. Now the surroundings are quiet, pedestrians are far away, there are only two of them, and they are still under the blind spot of surveillance. What did Qin Yang bring himself here suddenly? Is it an unspoken rule in the industry? It's okay, don't be afraid, I'll pass on a good product from your predecessors to you. Qin Yang let go of Li Qinghe's hand, walked slowly to the corner of the bookshelf, slowly opened the hidden space, and then pulled out the small fishing bench left by Xia He. Li Qinghe was stunned. Brother Qin Yang, what are you? This is the reward left to you by your last senior. Qin Yang patted the dust on the surface of the stool and said, I'm tired, so just come here and touch. Bah, it's okay to rest for 2 or 3 minutes. Li Qinghe took the bench from Qin Yang and looked at him with a complicated expression. It's better for yourself if you have nothing to do. There is work in this hotel every day, but you only have one body. You must combine work and rest. Qin Yang smiled gently and said, pay attention to rest at ordinary times. Health is the most important thing. Just tell me if you have anything to do. Don't run away from the hotel by yourself. As his words fell, he vaguely revealed his care for the younger generations, like spring breeze turning into rain. Li Qinghe stroked the small fishing bench, feeling a little weird in his heart. There are not many people who care about the younger generations like Qin Yang. This guy is pretty good. After a while. Thank you, Brother Qin. Li Qinghe pursed his lips and thanked him softly. Easy to say, we are all our own people. Qin Yang looked at Li Qinghe with a smile, a light flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Nonsense. Can the reward that reaches your mouth still make you run away? After Xiao Bai on his shoulder witnessed all this, he clenched his teeth and looked sideways at Qin Yang with a hint of disgust in his eyes. Good guy. It's my first day at work. You actually took the lead in fishing. Bad master. After Qin Yang explained some trivial matters, he hugged Xiao Bai and left leisurely, leaving Li Qinghe alone in the library, facing the huge bookshelf. Yeah. Finally gone. Li Qinghe was secretly delighted and walked quickly around the bookshelf, stroking the spines of the arranged books with his fingers. He could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. To sneak in for this trip, I have abolished a lot of thoughts, which only got this opportunity to enter the museum. That man named Qin seems to be a pretty good person. Li Qinghe was a little surprised when he recalled what he had just said. There are actually people who care about the younger generation so much. It seems that the atmosphere in this library is not bad. Li Qinghe caressed the bookshelf with a slight smile on his lips. I must get these 10,000 formations this time. What nonsense are the pedantic clan rules of passing on the male rather than the female? This young lady will not care about these. 10,000 formations diagram. In the corner of the library, Qin Yang slowly opened his eyes and gathered back the mental power for detection, feeling a little surprised in his heart. What is this? Since leaving Li Qinghe just now, I have deliberately left a mark on him. Now the first floor of the library is shrouded in his own spiritual power, and it is full of ears and eyes. No disturbance can escape the monitoring. If you keep thinking about it, there will naturally be repercussions. As soon as he stepped forward, Li Qinghe started to blow up the truck alone. But what's going on with this 10,000 formation diagram? Is this the purpose of Li Qinghe coming to the museum? Qin Yang frowned, sorted out the messages he had received, and then recalled the browsing records in the library. Over the past few days, I have done some general research on the first and second floors of the library. There are very few books related to formations, and they are all inferior third-rate products. Thinking of this, Qin Yang smiled, moved out his small fishing bench, changed into something more comfortable and continued fishing. Now that we have insight into Li Qinghe's motives. Tisk, I'm still too young, I don't know the dangers of society. After all, you are still too young. Then things will be easier to handle. Since Li Qinghe worked so hard, he still wanted to sneak in and steal the 10,000 formations diagram. This is Li Qinghe's first day here. We have already planned for you 500 years from now. It turns out that this buddy has no skills at all, he is just a girl disguised as a man, with very little experience in the world. But in fact, isn't this a classic chance moment? Thinking of this, Qin Yang gradually understood all the context. Innocent. That is according to the logic of the system. Finally entered the Emperor realm in one fell swoop. Qin Yang stroked Xiao Bai's hair, his thoughts wandering, and he felt a little surprised. It's quite the opposite. How can there be such a good product as the 10,000 formations diagram? Could it be that there are some secrets in the museum that I don't know about? It seems that this 10,000 formations map is what Li Qinghe mapped. Moreover, judging from what she murmured just now, 500 years later, she also relied on this important node to rise all the way up, becoming a formation master and reaching the pinnacle. Perhaps he thought he had done it perfectly and calculated everyone including himself. I just need to stand still, observe her formation details clearly, and find a suitable opportunity to receive rewards. 500 years from now, you will have infinite glory and be admired by all people. So what? This is 500 years ago. It takes 500 years for a viper to turn into a dragon, so what do you have to fear? Anyway, I have the true solution to the formation in hand, and I will give this little girl some extra lessons when the time comes, so that she can be docile and docile. Thinking of this, Qin Yang relaxed and sank his consciousness into the formation space, deepening his understanding of the true interpretation of the formation. At the same time, he picked up his mobile phone and opened several remote sensing pictures of mountains and rivers. Today, as the formation becomes more and more sophisticated, Qin Yang's understanding of the feng shui formation has reached an incredible level. A comprehensive understanding and an open-minded approach to all matters. Qin Yang lowered his head and glanced at his phone. Longing your eyes on the mountains, rivers and mausoleums on the screen, looking for dragons in the mountains, observing the landscape front, you can easily infer the emperor's tomb hidden deep inside. Tombs, hidden treasures, and paper treasures are all displayed before your eyes. It's clear which mountain's feng shui formation contains several emperors. If you don't want to stay in the museum any day, just touch the golden mound and you can make a lot of profits. But let's talk about it. This is dead man's money after all, and Qin Yang doesn't bother to touch it. After all, now that I am living a comfortable life, I don't want to make money. It is a top priority right now. It is to continue to strengthen the understanding of the Tao. Strive to improve your formation skills to a higher level. When the time is right, step in directly and teach the future formation masters a lot of lessons, which will shock their souls a little bit. Isn't this 100-fold increase in reward more delicious? Think of this. Qin Yang put down his phone comfortably, curled up Xiao Bai and leaned against it as a neck pillow, then closed his eyes and concentrated on sinking into the space of enlightenment. Time passes slowly like this. A moment later, Li Qinghe turned left and right on the floor, holding a book with no code on the spine, looking for Qin Yang everywhere. Brother Qin Yang. What are you doing? I have an unencrypted book, where should I put it? Li Qinghe took the book and walked through the bookshelf, searching carefully row by row, and finally found Qin Yang's fishing spot. Only the bookshelves can be seen. At this moment, Qin Yang was sitting on a small bench with his legs crossed, leaning against the wall, motionless, with a cute little fox on his neck. One person and one fox fell asleep in the sea of books, far away from the hustle and bustle of the museum. Anren, calm. Li Qinghe saw this and looked around at the bookshelves, feeling speechless. This guy named Qin seems to have found a way out of fishing. This location is now set deep enough and hidden deep inside the museum. It is obviously carefully selected and has fully taken into account people's psychological inertia. No one will pass by at ordinary times. Let alone being in charge, even if you study the formation, you may miss it. It's outrageous to work so hard just to catch fish. Think of this. Li Qinghe glanced at Qin Yang, with a trace of disdain in his eyes. So lazy, no wonder my strength is so low. I can only be a librarian here. If you lie down like this every day, what can you pursue in life? Thinking of this, Li Qinghe shook his head slightly, looked at the book in his hand, and then looked at Qin Yang's sleeping posture. If you bother him now, you won't be angry when you wake up, right? Forget it, I'd better wait here for him to wake up. Li Qinghe squatted aside, looking upstairs from time to time, absent-mindedly waiting patiently for Qin Yang to wake up. However, after waiting, the afternoon passed. In the evening, Qin Yang opened his eyes, hit wake up on time, stretched, yawned, and then glanced at Li Qinghe in the corner. Slight snoring could be heard. At this moment, she was leaning in the corner, soundly asleep, still holding the book she asked for advice in her arms, her chest rising and falling slightly, and her breathing even. Obviously asleep. Seeing this, Qin Yang couldn't help but laugh. As early as just now, when Li Qinghe was looking for someone in the library, he had sensed the location of this girl. The result was unexpected, I just waited for a while. This girl actually fell asleep. Qin Yang slowly squatted in front of her, snapped his fingers, and said softly, "Wake up Li Qing, it's time to get off work." Well. Hear the sound. Li Qinghe rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked around blankly. His head was confused. He raised his sleeves and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. People are still very confused. Put this book back. We don't need to worry about the unnumbered books. Qin Yang looked at the book in her arms, smiled and pointed, "From now on, just put it on the counter. After get off work, you should go home early. Say it." Qin Yang hugged Xiao Bai and turned around to leave without any hesitation. He's leaving now. Li Qinghe rubbed his sleepy eyes and stared at her back angrily, then looked blankly at the book in his hand, feeling surprised in his heart. I've been fishing all the time at work, and I can't walk faster than anyone else after get off work. This kind of thing can actually be an administrator. At night, when it is quiet. At Qin Yang's home. Doors and windows are closed, curtains are drawn tight. After finishing his supper, Qin Yang sat cross-legged on the bed, holding up the fragment of the Law of Wood with one palm. The emerald green fluorescence slowly rose from the palm of his hand and floated, as if it were a transparent glass lamp. The power of the mysterious law spreads around, disturbing the void and trembling, forming ripples visible to the naked eye. Beside him, Xiao Bai was lying on the bed, wagging his tail excitedly, watching Qin Yang lift the pieces of the law. The little eyes reveal great desire. So beautiful. The little greedy man drooled from the corners of his mouth and stretched out his paws enviously, wanting to touch it. But it's just halfway extended. Ification. If she dares to disturb him once, she will not take the concentration pill in the future and will just take advantage of her weak point. Humph, if you don't want to bother me, I won't bother you. What's the big deal? The essence of wood is several times greater than that of a 500-year-old dryad. Next moment. Nourishing, tonic. Xiao Bai cowered, transformed into a white fox and returned to the corner. He licked his paws and said sourly, I don't care about this piece of law. The crisp sound of growing vegetation rings in my ears. Qin Yang opened his eyelids and glanced over. Hum buzz. Hearing the sound, Xiao Bai retracted his restless paws, his ears drooped, and the whole fox became languid on the spot. Little bits of emerald light merged into Qin Yang's body, wrapping his whole body and nourishing his mortal body. At this moment, along with Qin Yang's long and gentle breathing, they expanded and expanded, like trees giving birth, and the light around them became brighter and brighter. As close as the golden lotus, in front of the door, as far as the poplar tree planted at the entrance of the community. The rhythm of all plant growth is absorbed into your ears. These points of light are full of energy. The void hums, emerald green light spots linger, rich vitality flows continuously, and the law fragments emit a large amount of emerald light. As she spoke, her little eyes moved, still looking reluctantly towards the center of the bed. Qin Yang had warned before. No tree is not listening, as if all the plants and flowers in this community are under control. Qin Yang was humming and enjoying himself, with a look of relief on his face. Faintly, the hearing in his ears became louder, extending to the surrounding area along with the power of the law. Not bad. After a moment, Qin Yang slowly opened his eyes and took back the law fragments with great satisfaction. Through this realization, I finally gained something, and it can be regarded as touching a trace of the law of wood. He stretched out his palm, and with a thought, an emerald green fluorescence appeared in his palm, which was gorgeous and exactly the same as the law fragments. In an instant, the rich vitality spurts out, sweeping across the whole room, full of vitality. When Xiao Bai next to him saw this, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Qin Yang in shock, his eyes widened. Could this be the essence of the legendary law? The physical body is comparable to the laws of heaven and earth. How can this be? Unheard of. Xiao Bai stared at the fluorescence in Qin Yang's palm, licked his pink tongue, and swallowed, greedy and wanted to go up and lick it. This is 100 times more nourishing than the plant essences I found before. The master smells so good. Xiao Bai slowly came out of the nest, hibernating, and moved little by little to Qin Yang's bed, preparing for a sneak attack. But the next moment. The green light converged, Qin Yang closed his palms, took back all the scattered law fragments, and murmured in a low voice. In less than half a month, I will be able to fully understand the fragments of the law of wood. With the space for enlightenment, it will be easy to do all this. The next day, Qin Yang carried Xiao Bai to the library. Go to work as usual, live your life as usual, fish when you have nothing to do, go to work occasionally, and then lie down in the corner of the library. On the contrary, there was something wrong with Xiao Bai along the way. Licked Qin Yang's palm crazily, trying his best to show his kindness, as if he was looking for something. After a moment. Library Area 1. Li Qinghe pushed the book cart and slowly walked through the area outside the door. He noticed that Qin Yang was not there and was speechless. I know how to catch fish every day. If you're not even an administrator, how can you accomplish anything? Before, I wanted to use him as a stepping stone, but now it seems that the mud can't hold up the wall, and even the stepping stone is considered to be lifting him up. Forget it, that's fine. I don't have to be afraid of an administrator. Just don't prevent me from getting the formation map. Think of this. Li Qinghe put down the book in his hand and put it in the cart, passed the entrance to the second floor, and pretended to look over there accidentally. She had found out clearly last night. The library owner has not been in the library during the recent period. It seems it's time to take action. Time passed by, and it was almost noon. The guests in the hotel left one after another, and the door was deserted. Li Qinghe was flipping through a book, and out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed a beautiful figure floating in from the door. Eh? Sister Zixuan. Li Qinghe was stunned for a moment, rubbed his eyes, and recognized the other party instantly. Why is Sister Zixuan here? And from the trajectory of her actions, why are you walking towards Qin Yang in the rest area? Strangeness. See the situation. Li Qinghe was confused. He quickly put down the book and hid behind the bookshelf. Then he took out a book on the shelf and used the gap to cover the two of them secretly. Sister Zixuan still knows Qin Yang. A diligent swordsman genius. A librarian who fishes for money. The relationship between the two is too different, right? I can't get in touch with you. Li Qinghe was confused, staring at the two of them, quietly observing their movements. At the same time, Qin Yang, who was leaning on the rest table, naturally felt Li Zixuan's aura, approaching him quickly with hurried steps. Why is this little girl here again? Seeing this, Qin Yang was also puzzled. Since yesterday, this girl's state has been bad. I have many worries and always want to confront myself. Thinking of this, Qin Yang continued to flip through the book in his hand, pretending to read under cover as if nothing had happened. Approaching with crisp footsteps. It takes less than a moment. A fragrant breeze blows into your nostrils. The sound of footsteps in my ears stopped suddenly. Hearing the sound, Qin Yang pretended as if nothing had happened. He looked up at Li Zixuan at the table and said, "Is something wrong?" "Excuse me, I want to take up a few minutes of your time." Li Zixuan looked around at the guests and made sure there was no one nearby, then she pulled out her chair and sat down opposite Qin Yang. The current time period was specially chosen by her. I just planned to take advantage of the lack of people at noon to question Qin Yang and find out what the teacher meant. Think of this. Li Zixuan looked straight at Qin Yang and said seriously. "Mr. Qin, I would like to ask. What is your relationship with Jianghai Sword God?" Hearing this, Qin Yang's expression became calm, but his heart suddenly jumped. What's the situation? Did this little girl discover something? Otherwise, why would she ask such a question? Jianghai Sword God and the librarian are completely unrelated existences, how could anyone possibly contact them? That's not right. Qin Yang's thoughts were spinning, and he noticed the hesitation on Li Zixuan's face, and immediately understood that she was also in a state of uncertainty, and she just wanted to give it a try. Are you trying to scare people here? Think of this. Qin Yang suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at Li Zixuan opposite him. He must not mess up now. The other person was also in a confused state. He couldn't blow himself up. Upon thinking of this, Qin Yang directly reversed his offensive and showed a confused expression. Sword God. In an instant. Unfounded conjectures exploded in my mind. Li Zixuan frowned, leaning on her arms to think. She even forgot about Qin Yang opposite him, and just focused on unraveling the deeper meaning. The word Qin does not refer to a person's name, but to something else. The word Qin also has an extended meaning in ancient Chinese literature of lifting a pestle to pound crops, symbolizing a prosperous and abundant harvest. Is it possible that the teacher meant this? But at this moment, except for confusion and shock, she could see no other emotions on Qin Yang's face. Hear the sound. Qin Yang saw that Li Zixuan was silent. After taking a look at her anxious expression, a question mark slowly rose on his forehead. At that time, the teacher only left the word Qin. He really doesn't know the message left by the teacher. Too much confusion lingered in Li Zixuan's mind, and she began to think wildly. Could it be that? Li Zixuan's mind was in a state of confusion, and she was thinking aimlessly. The radio in the museum is playing softly, the stretched saxophone is playing slowly, and the midday sunlight pours through the dome glass, making the atmosphere gentle and calm. No, maybe he asked me to come to the library, find a book with Qin characters on it, and learn the inner thoughts. What does your search for Jianghai Sword God have to do with me, Qin Yang? The voice fell. Could it be that? Am I really mistaken? Li Zixuan frowned slightly, her thoughts racing, her eyes always fixed on Qin Yang's face. Time seems to stand still at this moment. Want to find some flaws on his face. The scene fell silent for a moment. Or is it? What is this fool thinking? Don't go too far and burn out your brain CPU. Last time she went crazy, it took me several nights to solve it for her. If you think about something again this time and fall into that state, it will take a lot of effort. And in the distance. Behind the bookshelf, Li Qinghe was secretly observing, listening carefully to the conversation just now and pondering its meaning. Sword God. What does it mean? Li Qinghe was confused. I am currently a little further away, so I can't hear clearly and can only barely hear a few words. Furthermore, Sister Zixuan is also at the 9th level of the Hotian realm, and is only one step away from entering the Xiantian. If she releases star power to detect, she will definitely sense it. So, just to be on the safe side. Li Qinghe could only look at Qin Yang and barely guess the overall situation through the conversation just now. No doubt. Today's Qin Yang is unremarkable. Being able to get to know a beautiful girl like Li Zixuan, there must be something special about him. But the problem is. Based on my own observations over the past 2 days, what are Qin Yang's strengths? At most, he is better at fishing and looks a million times more handsome. Can this also attract Sister Zixuan's attention? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Li Qinghe gritted his teeth, stared at Qin Yang and said, Sister Zixuan is not a face control person, and she will never be deceived by such a bad man who puts on a show. For a time, 3 faces were covered. Seeing this, Xiao Bai in Qin Yang's arms couldn't bear it anymore. Ha ha ha, I am laughing so hard. It's fun, it's so fun. You, the bad master, will have your day too. She curled up into a furry ball, trying hard to control her body. Her whole body was shaking with laughter, her fur rustled, and she twitched violently in Qin Yang's arms. This situation that confused everyone is finally over. I successfully calculated everyone. Humph, I am the most powerful. Xiao Bai held his head high and twisted his tail proudly. But it's not too late to continue to be happy. Qin Yang clamped a hand on his waist and controlled his body from shaking. Tisk, Xiao Bai, what's going on today? Qin Yang wondered, while firmly controlling Xiao Bai to prevent her from disrupting the situation. He looked at Li Zixuan in front of him and said, Did you misunderstand something? The voice fell. Li Zixuan's thoughts were interrupted. She raised her eyes and looked at Qin Yang in confusion, scrutinizing his face, and planned to test him again. After all, this was her only clue at the moment. If it just stops like this. She was somewhat unwilling to do so. But at this time. A greeting forcefully intervened in the confrontation from a distance. Old Qin. At the door, Xia He, dressed in a police uniform, walked in swaggeringly, raising his hand in the air to greet Qin Yang, looking carefree. As his voice fell. Li Zixuan was startled and suddenly looked back. Xiao Bai and Li Qinghe also turned their heads at the same time and looked at Xia He. Together with Qin Yang's gaze. In an instant, 4 eyes focused on him, as if they were going to pierce his whole body. Seeing this, Xia He's heart skipped a beat and his steps stopped abruptly. The moment he saw Li Zixuan, his mind was a little confused. Lao Qin. Are you dating Li Zixuan? Oh shit. Thinking of this, Xia He quickly turned around stiffly, came to the bookshelf, and picked through the books, sweating profusely, as if nothing had happened. It's Qin Yang's friend, the superintendent. Li Zixuan glanced at Xia He's uniform and frowned slightly. Since the superintendent's people are here, there is no need to continue this conversation. Thinking of this. She stood up and left her seat neatly, and said slightly apologetically to Qin Yang. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Qin, maybe I made a mistake. As she said that, she took out a pen and paper again and left a phone number. If you need my help in the future, you can call me on this phone. I'm the one who bothered you this time. After leaving the phone paper, Li Zixuan picked up her sword bag and walked quickly towards the door of the library. It disappeared from Qin Yang's sight after a while. Beside the bookshelf, Xia He put down the book that was covering his face. He secretly glanced at Li Zixuan's retreating back, and then looked at Qin Yang's position. After repeatedly confirming that she would not come back, he walked cautiously. Why did Li Zixuan come to see you again, Lao Qin? Xia He pulled out his chair and stood opposite Qin Yang. He looked back at the door with some fear. Then the girl doesn't really like you, does she? How did you do it, Lao Qin? Facing the table, Xia He smiled at Qin Yang, winked and said, Play hard to get, you really have something. Seeing Li Zixuan act like that, I guess you are jealous in my heart. Awesome. Tisk, I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Qin Yang denied Sanlian, waved his hand and said perfunctorily, she just came to me to ask about the location of some books. This is a normal guide in the library. Hey, I believe you are a ghost. Hearing this, Xia he rolled his eyes and said with disdain. One coincidence, two come true. I don't even dare to think about what will happen next time she comes to see you. Okay, don't talk about whether these are available or not. Qin Yang took out a small jade bottle from his arms and changed the subject, I got something good for you. As he spoke, the small jade bottle was placed in the center of the table and stood upright. Under the direct sunlight, the enamel was translucent and crisp, and the porcelain patterns were hidden. Qin Yang smiled and said, you'd better seize the time to practice. I don't want to hear you die at the hands of an evil cult one day. The impact of the hard object in the bottle slowly echoed in the ears, crisp and sweet. Where did you get the bottle? Oh, it smells pretty good, thanks. Shaked. Don't dwell on the past, go to work hard, I will enjoy the happiness of fishing for you. When Xia he saw the jade bottle, his eyes suddenly lit up. He stretched out his hand to hold the bottle and put it to his ear. Hearing this, Xia he looked at Qin Yang suspiciously, you can actually make elixirs. Xia he shook the bottle, turned his head to listen to the sounds inside, stared at Qin Yang and asked curiously, what good stuff is in it? The sleepiness that was felt at noon was swept away, and the energy was boosted. Elixir. The fresh fragrance of red dandelion comes to your nose and reaches the Tianling cap. Xia he raised his head and hummed, brother, I am so blessed and blessed, how could I die so easily? Next moment. As he spoke, he lowered his head and pulled out the jade stopper, carefully raised the mouth of the bottle to the tip of his nose, and took a light sniff. Oh, you've got a lot of money lately, Lao Qin. Xia he stuffed the bottle cap back, then put the small jade bottle back into the pocket of his police uniform, and sighed, the superintendent is very busy these days. The street stalls in the antique street don't have much money. Qin Yang smiled and said, this small bottle is not important, the content inside is the important thing. This is the elixir I refined in my spare time. It is probably somewhat effective in the cultivation of the acquired realm. You can take it and use it. Chew a few pills when you have nothing to do. Stay focused. Training under the bright sun every day, I'm so exhausted, ugh. I really miss the carefree days when we fished in the museum. Bah. With that said, he turned to look at the beautiful woman in black stockings walking by the door, I have been given a great responsibility by heaven, but I still have to save my life to help those girls in need. The voice fell. Qin Yang was speechless. A country is easy to change, but one's nature is hard to change. This guy is still the same as before, no different from when he was in the library. Can such a person become a police superintendent? Must have used money ability. By the way, Lao Qin, I heard that someone has come to take my place recently. Xia he scratched his head and said, how are you? Are we still familiar with you? It's okay. As a senior, why don't you go over and see him? Qin Yang gave a thumbs up, pointed back to the second area, and said, I gave him all the small benches you left before. That brother can also be regarded as the successor of your mantle. Damn it, Lao Qin. Brother's reward will be great for you too. Hearing this, Xia he stood up and walked quickly towards the second area, since you are sitting on my bench, then I have to pass on some experience. Behind the second area bookshelf. Li Qinghe, who had been peeping, was shocked when he saw this. He hurriedly inserted the book back into the gap, and then pretended to wipe the dust off the shelf. Not long after, Xia he came to her. TSK, the young man looks very energetic, not bad. Xia he patted Li Qinghe on the shoulder and said, if you have nothing to do, just study hard with Lao Qin. Keep working hard, and you will become more and more capable. Well, good. Li Qinghe pretended to be weak and nodded in response, but secretly felt inferior in his heart. Aren't you just a librarian? This guy has too many dramas. And besides, what should you learn from Qin Yang? Study while working while fishing and sleeping, right? Impossible. How can Miss Ben's good efforts be rotten? Absolutely impossible. Time passes like water. At noon, Qin Yang and Xia he finished their meal together and chatted about family issues. Then Xia he left early and continued to patrol outside the museum. Qin Yang, on the other hand, hugged Xiao Bai and returned to his place leisurely. There were still a few picked-up books stuffed in his arms, and he was about to return them to where they were. But at this moment, suddenly, a subtle wave appeared in his spiritual realm, like rain falling on a lake, causing ripples. Huh. This is. Someone is engraving the formation. Qin Yang was keenly aware of the fluctuations and immediately began to sense the source of the fluctuations. Next moment, majestic mental power surged out of the body, followed the clues, and instantly locked onto the second area next door, directly locating the source. It came from Li Qinghe. After detecting the fluctuations in the formation type, Qin Yang roughly guessed the situation and already understood what she was going to do. It's a psychedelic formation, deceiving people's hearts. It seems that she is ready to take action. Meanwhile, District 2. Li Qinghe was sitting on a small fishing bench, hiding among the bookshelves. There were a few dark star stones scattered on the ground. The deep star power spreads, and the surrounding ground becomes distorted and becomes dreamy and ethereal. You must concentrate on engraving the magic circle. Thinking of this, Li Qinghe reached out and picked up one of the star stones, followed his memory, and released his spiritual power. Finger caressing the stone surface, mysterious lines are engraved with thoughts. Every time the front line is deepened, the scene around her becomes blurred and distorted. Like a dream. After a moment, Li Qinghe took a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His face was a little pale, and he looked tired to the naked eye. Carving the magic circle was extremely mentally demanding, and setting up this psychedelic circle clearly reached her limit. There are still some aspects of this formation that are not good enough. But fortunately it's finally done, all we have to do is set up the formation. Li Qinghe rubbed the cold star stone, raised his hand and threw it into the air, releasing the star power in his body. Next moment, the stars and stones in the sky are scattered, standing firmly in her 4 and 8 positions. Immediately, the scene around her became distorted and dreamy. Just by following her thoughts, she could transform into various strange scenes, confusing people's hearts. If ordinary people fall into this psychedelic array, they will immediately get lost in it. Within the same level, she is invincible. Think of this. Li Qinghe's lips raised and he smiled contemptuously. With this psychedelic formation nearby, a few Hotian realm warriors can't even detect me. It's just a small psychedelic formation. The technique used to create this formation is too rough. Library Area 1, Qin Yang held Xiao Bai in his arms and silently observed the whole process of Li Qinghe carving the formation, and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This girl is accomplished in formations. What a young child. Just now Qin Yang used his mental power to take a rough look at it. Now with his eyes closed, he can easily find out a lot of problems for her. First, there is a big problem with the technique. The thickness of the formation lines are different, leading the flow of the front to be extremely unstable, greatly increasing the loss burden of star stones. Secondly, he is worthy of being the future master of formation, that's right. Carrying mountains and forbidding water, opening up secluded areas and reducing fog. With just a few clicks of a finger, you can easily set up a large formation of mountains and rivers, trapping the strongest at the peak of your master's level. This lady is self-taught without a teacher, and she still works so hard. What a genius. The man named Qin is fishing again. Fall into the nightmare left by the organizer. I accidentally glanced at the nearby area, and suddenly noticed that the bookshelves were empty, and there was no sign of anyone. And he is in charge of all 5-level formations, which is several levels higher. To know. Qin Yang sighed regretfully. Sensing Li Qinghe's formation pattern through his mental power, Qin Yang nodded slightly, still approving of this future formation master. What a waste of resources. If you give me this star stone, it will have 10 times the effect. Her strength is at most a level 2 formation mage. What can she compare to me? And the formation reserves that he currently has at his disposal. However, it is not without its merits. Already better than my younger brothers and sisters at home. After all, it is still somewhat difficult to understand. Nowadays, in the true explanation of formation Tao, many mysterious formations are recorded, which penetrate the heaven and earth, and can reach up to the 6th level formation. Even the pace of walking is a bit wandering. But it doesn't matter, just relying on the 5th level formation is enough. It is all the 5th level formations. It is estimated that Li Qinghe would never have thought of it. As for the 6th level, which is higher, it involves more advanced secrets. If it is supplemented by the complete power of law, it should be easier to practice. Even under certain special circumstances, cross-level combat can be achieved, directly causing some innate masters with low mental power to fall into the formation. The psychedelic formation is a second-level illusion method, which can easily confuse 90% of the Hotian realm warriors. Humph. The spring breeze brings joy to the horse's hoofs. Thinking of this, Li Qinghe excitedly reached into his pocket and turned a star stone between his fingers. The formation talent is extremely high. But it depends solely on your current master level. Library Area 2. Take whatever you want. Qin Yang smiled and rubbed Xiaobai's tail. She is indeed capable at this level. But I still have to practice more. Compared to me, I'm still 100 million points behind. Li Qinghe walked out of the bookshelf leisurely with the star stone in his pocket, humming a song. Arrays are generally divided into 9 levels. Looking at Li Qinghe's strength, she is only in the acquired realm now, but she is able to arrange level 2 formations, which is enough to show that her mental strength is not weak. Qin Yang already felt confident after exploring the strength of Li Qinghe's formation. She was in a great mood after completing the engraving of the star stone. She looked around with arrogant eyes and her self-confidence was rapidly expanding. Everything she said and did at this moment was all seen by him. Li Qinghe's mental reserve was not enough, so the final formation pattern was very incomplete in specifications and the psychedelic effect was greatly reduced. Thinking of this, Li Qinghe looked around. It's not yet past noon. While there are few people around now, it's a good time to experiment with the power of the psychedelic array. Let me test the water with you. You like sleeping so much. I am here to refresh you. Li Qinghe came to the corner and raised his 2 fingers. Next moment, several guiding star stone discs floated up. Go. The voice fell. The hovering star stones were driven like arms, as if they had spirituality, and quickly occupied every corner of Area 1. Hum buzz. The engraved formations buzzed, and the molten gold-like light flowed slowly along the lines, triggering the environmental laws in the area. Hum. Several buzzes suddenly merged into one. The formation was activated instantly. In an instant, the surrounding scene transformed into a terrifying illusion. The rows of bookshelves suddenly rose up, and deformed flesh and blood sprouted from the pages and multiplied rapidly, intertwining to form a strange maze of flesh walls. Hearing and eerie screams echoed. The whole District 1 seems to have become a hell. Hey, this little girl is really messing around. Qin Yang was sitting on the small fishing bench, leaning against the wall with Xiaobai on his pillow, closing his eyes to relax, naturally feeling the surrounding situation. It's a pity that there is no one in District 1 now. Otherwise, it will be really troublesome if innocent people are affected later. Some timid guests may be frightened to death on the spot. Forget it, no one will let her enjoy herself now. Qin Yang yawned, turned over and changed into a comfortable position, and continued to sink into the space of enlightenment. With the blessing of his tyrannical mental power, these little tricks can be seen through at a glance. They are useless and not worth fearing at all. What is the pool of blood and the wall of flesh? It's just clouds in front of our eyes. Sleep. Huh. Why didn't the man named Qin move at all? Li Qinghe hid behind the bookshelf, secretly observing Qin Yang's situation through the gaps in the books, and was suddenly stunned. A few minutes have passed since the magic circle was lowered just now. Logically speaking, Qin Yang should have woken up long ago. Why don't you move? Is it possible that my formation is not activated? See the situation. Li Qinghe crouched and sneaked to the corner of the first area, touched the star stones and inspected them. Next moment. Warm star power feedback. This psychedelic array is in operation and functioning stably, and there is no trace of damage to the array pattern. It's strange, there's obviously no problem. Li Qinghe scratched his head and squatted on the ground, with question marks written all over his face. There is no problem with the formation. His own star power output is also performing stably. But why? This guy named Qin just doesn't move. Is it possible that he was too sleepy? Thinking. Li Qinghe returned to the bookshelf and then secretly observed Qin Yang's movements. Time passes little by little. Qin Yang was still sitting on the bench, leaning his head against the wall, unmoving, but the illusion around him had already intensified, reaching the extreme of psychedelic array. Li Qinghe stared at Qin Yang and could even imagine his current situation. In fantasy. Qin Yang's feet were covered with sticky blood, and the back of his head was leaning against a fat wall of flesh. A shrill scream echoed in his ears. Logically speaking, you should have woken up long ago. How do you sleep in such an environment? What's even more outrageous is the little fox. He also looked like he was sleeping soundly. Are these two things not affected by the formation? At this moment, Li Qinghe's heart collapsed. She can't understand. But my heart was greatly shocked. This guy is obviously just an ordinary person. Impossible. Something must have gone wrong. Li Qinghe rubbed his eyebrows, somewhat doubtful about life. To know. This is the formation that I spent all my mental energy to set up. Logically speaking, even the innately strong can delay it. The result is now. Can't even deceive a bad administrator. This shouldn't be the case. Could it be that the formation was not activated successfully? Thinking of this, Li Qinghe fell into confusion and thought about it from beginning to end, pondering the process of carving the formation patterns just now. The ancient star map is complete, and the star power output is functioning normally. It stands to reason that it should be able to operate. The recording mode of the camera was turned on. Li Qinghe held the screen steady with both hands, and the lens focused several times, clearly locking Qin Yang in the corner. In the lens. Next moment. Li Qinghe looked at Qin Yang, and then at the formation running in the corner. He frowned and felt a little confused. Hey, at this milestone moment, Qin's embarrassment must be recorded. There's no after that. At once. Just put down your legs and turn over. And then it disappeared. Qin Yang turned around, slowly lowered Erlang's legs, then adjusted his posture, closing his eyes and adjusting the fox pillow on his neck. At this time she was thinking. Seeing this, Li Qinghe looked surprised. He quickly took out his mobile phone, turned on the camera, and pointed it at Qin Yang through the gap in the bookshelf. Qin Yang continued to sleep, motionless, as if nothing happened, just to change into a comfortable position. Behind the bookshelf, Li Qinghe's smile was stiff, and the corners of his mouth that had finally been raised slowly fell down. He even put down the mobile phone he was driving, and his heart was shocked again. Just what I'm saying, my lady, it seems that we just started the formation a little slowly, and the real start will come next. What the is going on? Then. See the situation. She glanced out of the corner of her eye and suddenly noticed that Qin Yang was leaning slightly, as if he had made a new move. Anren, calm. Huh. Are you going to move? However. Master, you rolled over and hit my tail. At the back of Qin Yang's neck, Xiaobai twisted his furry tail in grievance and whispered. Change your posture. It hurts so much. Now she is being used by Qin Yang as a physical pillow, a ruthless tool fox pillow placed on the back of his head, becoming a cushion for the wall. Hold it back. Qin Yang calmly transmitted the message. He rested his pillow on the little white fleshy body and felt a sense of comfort and softness. More comfortable than a pillow. Oh, I see. Xiaobai heard the words and came back weakly, holding his breath and not daring to say another word. The fox is under the eaves and has a humble status. She felt aggrieved now, but she couldn't move for fear of disturbing Qin Yang's elegance. She had already noticed the situation of the phantom formation since the formation was activated just now. There is no way, this level 2 magic array is too low level. In the eyes of the Fox clan who are good at illusions, it is no more than a mere job, not worth mentioning at all, let alone in the eyes of the master. Now Qin Yang is just teasing that human being. I don't know when the human being who set up the formation will be able to withdraw it. Xiaobai squinted his eyes, quietly turned towards Li Qinghe, felt her breath, and couldn't help but sigh silently in his heart. Well. Even I can't deceive my master. How can you, a mere human being, succeed? After a moment. The library is quiet, the atmosphere is peaceful and elegant, the soothing Saxon music is playing, and the midday sun is warm and gentle. Li Qinghe squatted beside the bookshelf, his arms folded around his knees, and he was about to shut up. Qin Yang was calm and unmoving, but she had already been involved in a brainstorm, and had gone through all the previous problems, but she just couldn't think of a way to touch it. What exactly went wrong? But just when she was whispering. Suddenly. Tap tap tap. Several steady footsteps sounded from the door of the museum, accompanied by the faint sound of talking and laughing. Only a few guests were seen, walking together slowly towards the first area. It's broken, someone is coming. Li Qinghe's heart skipped a beat. I was so engrossed in thinking just now that I forgot to close the formation. If too many people are involved in the phantom formation, the nature will completely change. It will definitely attract the attention of the higher-ups in the museum. Once they take action to investigate the vision, as the person who set up the formation, they will inevitably be implicated and may even be exposed. The battle must be stopped immediately. Thinking of this, Li Qinghe was so anxious that he quickly took the star stone in the corner and retracted it to prevent others from stepping into the psychedelic array. Hum buzz. Several low-pitched sounds in succession. The star stone in the corner vibrated slightly and responded slowly, like a heavy old machine. It takes a certain amount of time to start and close the formation. But now those guests have reached Area 1 and are about to enter the psychedelic array in 1 minute. Time is extremely tight. Hurry up. Li Qinghe looked anxious, raised his hand to release more star power, and immediately regretted it. How could he have ended up in the current situation if he had not provoked Qin Yang? You said it's all right. What to do if you mess with him? When I think of this. Li Qinghe's eyes were red, and he was filled with regret, but now the guests outside the door were slowly approaching, and their gentle footsteps were unhurried and slow, like the soul-inducing bell of the King of Hell. It seems like it's too late to say anything. Hey, this little girl's current formation skills are really bad. She is so slow to complete the entire formation. In the corner, Qin Yang looked at Li Qinghe's embarrassment, and finally couldn't help it, and slowly stood up with Xiao Bai in hand. Otherwise. Let's wait for this chick to finish closing the psychedelic array. The guest has already walked into the formation and suffered several rounds of illusion attacks. It won't matter whether we close it or not, but if a few crazy customers appear in Area 1 that we are responsible for, it will be a big problem. Forget it, it's definitely too late to retreat now. Qin Yang hugged Xiao Bai and calculated the current situation. Closing the formation is too routine and too slow, it's faster to break the formation in one step. Thinking of this, Qin Yang walked quickly to the corner, glanced at the star stone on the ground, and observed its veins. Can Sun Jinkuan relied on the true explanation of formation Tao to reversely deduce the breaking method, then directly picked up the star stone, brushed the stone surface with his fingertips, and slid along the formation lines a few times. Next moment, a wisp of purple electricity jumps across the stone surface to break the surface. The star stone array patterns were instantly chaotic, disrupting the star power transportation of the entire array, and several star stones in the chain array were dimmed. Shimi's dreamy formation actually burst into pieces on the spot and turned into nothingness. Hearing the shattered mirror image in his ears, Li Qinghe, who was still closing the formation, was dumbfounded for a moment and didn't even have time to react. At the same time, in Qin Yang's mind, the long-lost system voice sounded again. Oh my god! The host actually broke the formation of the formation master.